The story opens in a shapeless, ethereal world, as boundless as the vast universe. A pair of eyes appears, explaining to us the soul that a person possesses. It turns out that souls in this world exist in a form of energy that humans can convert. This soul energy is referred to by humans as ideya, the essence of the soul. Humans harness souls and create tangible objects such as weapons and tools. At some point, people become aware of their soul's ideya and can summon it. A red-haired young man tells his friend, "When I summoned my ideya, a longsword appeared." "Really? Let me see it." Ideya began to be used in everyday conversation. The red-haired young man cheerfully used his soul energy to create a longsword in front of his friend's awestruck gaze. Ta-da! Whoa, that's awesome. People can summon their ideya in physical form whenever they want. The red-haired man asks his black-clad friend, "What's your ideya?" He hesitates, replying, "Mine's soil bricks." Upon hearing that his friend's ideya was something ordinary, the red-haired man's expression immediately changes. When this happened, people began to be categorized into ranks. The red-haired man looks at his friend sitting on the ground and asks, "You're a rank E, huh?" Based on what they can create, souls that were once equal are now ranked. The red-haired man walks away, looking down on his friend. "I can't be friends with a rank E. Those who create ordinary things are looked down upon." Eventually, humanity was divided into categories. Schools for ideya gradually became common. Afterward, the schools degenerated into tools. The most outstanding students are trained and exploited to benefit the nation's position by placing those with higher ideya ranks at the forefront of wars. The scene shifts to a school. This is one of those schools, Hyundai Special Training School, where our main character is studying. Inside the school, a basketball game is in progress. A crowd of people surrounds a young man, shouting, "Hey, surround him. Damn it, block him." The young man smirks confidently. He crouches down, gathers momentum, and vaults past the red-haired guy trying to block him. Leaping up, a large axe, summoned from his soul energy, manifests in his hand. "Big iron axe," he yells, laughing. "Is this all you 10th graders can do? Keep struggling." The red-haired young man below seems bewildered. He creates 2 batons from his hands, ready to defend against the strike. Light quake. The axe slams down like a thunderbolt. The red-haired guy can only try to resist with his ideya. It seems the axe wielder is stronger, and the red-haired guy's legs begin to buckle. Kook. The axe wielder spins and unleashes another strike, hitting the crowd nearby. Arg. Stop. He got through. Damn it. The red-haired young man bitterly glares at his teammate standing outside the fray, yelling, "You, Park Jinsung, you jerk. Don't just stand there. Do something." The one standing outside is a bespectacled student who doesn't seem too strong. This is Park Jinsung, our main character. Jinsung scratches his head, saying, "But even if I joined in, I wouldn't be much help." Hearing Jinsung, the red-haired man fumes. "Arg, you useless bastard." He charges back into the fight, yelling over his shoulder, "We'll talk to you after this." After the game, Jinsung gets a kick to the stomach. The red-haired guy from earlier and another guy start berating him. The red-haired guy puts his foot on Jinsung's head, saying, "You're always messing things up. Huh? We lost because of you." Ouch. The two take turns mocking Jinsung. "I can't believe we're on a team with this useless guy. What bad luck. What do you expect from the bottom-ranked student in the whole school? You're like stepping on shit." Jinsung quickly lifts the guy's foot and apologizes happily. "Ha ha ha. Sorry. Just like you said. What do you expect from the bottom-ranked student?" Hearing this, the red-haired guy gets even angrier. "Ugh, you bastard." He kicks him again, but it seems Jinsung used some sort of trick to dodge the kick. "Go to hell. You rank F." Jinsung still smiles and says, Telling me to die is a bit much. Isn't it? Can't I just give up?" The guy in the vest laughs and explains, "Rank F because we're tired now. We'll just hit you 10 times for each person affected." The red-haired guy gets angrier because he couldn't hit Jinsung. "How dare you dodge? At this rate, I'll be getting hit all break. There's no other way." Jinsung yells, running away. "Arg, someone, save me. I'll just run for now." The sound of their chase echoes through the classroom, accompanied by the mocking laughter of their classmates. "How dare you run? Catch that jerk. He's running again. Running away like a fly. Haha." After a while, Jinsung is caught. Damn it. The two guys grab his arms. The red-haired guy starts winding up while Jinsung warns them, "Don't use ideya. It hurts. We'll be careful. We'll only hit you enough so that you don't go telling on us to teacher Yang-ho. You know we're forbidden from using ide at school, right? A kick sends Jinsung sprawling. Two classmates watch Jinsung getting beaten up, constantly criticizing him. Why is a rank F in our class? I really want to beat him to a pulp. The others don't let up with their insults. It's so shameful to be in the same class with this trash. What is he even doing here? He's just a useless rank F anyway. After being beaten, Jinsung clutches his chest in pain. Ouch. He still smiles at them and says, "Hey guys, I don't think we lost because of me." Though, hearing this, the guy in the vest and the red-haired guy get even angrier. "Ah, you bastard. Really? How dare a rank F like you talk back to us?" The classroom door opens and a middle-aged man, who seems to be a teacher, appears. "Alright, kids, sit down. I have some good news for you all today." The guys quickly return to their seats. "Tisk, he's here. I wasn't finished beating him up yet." A student asks, "Teacher, why are you so happy today? Did you finally get married?" Amidst the lively laughter in the classroom, the teacher admonishes, "Come on now, be quiet." Jinsung returns to his seat, still sore. "What's going on? This sucks." The teacher slams his hand on the board and says loudly, "Alright, listen up," he announces to the class. "Our school has finally been recognized by the government." A pair of feet propped up on a desk asks, "Ah, teacher, with that tone of yours, there's some new rule from who knows where, right? It's Byung-gi Young, a basic combat ability kind of bully. Always making trouble." The teacher walks up to him and reminds him, "Byung-gi Young, it's break time is over. Put your feet down." He slams his hand on the desk and replies, "Ah, can we stop doing all this? I'm not the one who makes the decisions, so you better get used to it." The teacher adds, "And this is all thanks to the outstanding performance of the seniors in year 3. "Huh? Year 3? The teacher walks, speaking, "From today onward, our school will become the pilot test site for the military system." He points at his students, saying, "Which means, you will all receive military ranks based on your performance." The students start whispering amongst themselves, buzzing with excitement. The teacher adds, "Now, you're all comrades, got it?" He points at himself and introduces. Each class teacher has been given a military rank starting from first lieutenant to platoon leader. "From now on, you will call me platoon leader of platoon 10. The arrogant guy from earlier speaks up. "We're platoon 10 because we're in 10th grade? What are you turning the students here into?" The teacher tells him, "Stop whining. This is a government proposal. So do your best. During training, you will be required to salute as if you're in the military." Now, there are probably a ton of people trying to recruit students from our school. The teacher looks at the students. "Kids, which means, you are all soldiers now." During this, Jinsung hangs his head, thinking, working in military style. He stands up and asks, "Teacher, what if we don't want to work in military style?" The teacher glances at him. He explains, "Of course, the school won't force you. If you don't want to, you can request the government to transfer to another school." "Transfer schools?" The teacher looks at Jinsung. "Yeah, Jinsung, I hope you'll think carefully about this opportunity. I'm sure you know why, right?" Jinsung replies weakly, "Yes, sir." The other students begin asking the teacher questions. "Teacher, why did we suddenly become a military school?" "Yeah, at least let us know the reason." The teacher smiles and tells them, "I already said it, didn't I? The students in year 3 are very special. The year 3 students helped our school get designated as a military school." He dumps a pile of name tags on the table and says, "And all of them have received the rank of sergeant." The students are surprised when they hear this and exclaim, "Sergeant? All of the year 3 students?" The teacher pats a student on the shoulder, saying, "Yeah, all the year 3 students are the bright future of South Korea. They've been recognized by the government." He distributes military ranks to his students, saying, "Only the top-ranked students in year 2 will become corporals, and everyone else is a private first class." When he gets to Jinsung, he skips over him. "Rank assessments will be carried out by your platoon leader at any time." Quote, "Huh? Find me anytime. I'll help you as much as I can because your future depends on this." The teacher prattles on, "Since your badges can't be attached to your uniforms, you have to keep them safe." Teacher, I don't think he noticed him. Later, you will get student handbooks for how to attach your badges. Wait, it should be called the military handbook now, right? Jinsung diligently calls out for the teacher again. Teacher. The teacher ignores Jinsung and adds, "In the entire school, including the first years. There's only one student who can't receive the rank of private first class. He looks at Jinsung and sighs, letting him know that that student is him. Jinsung, you'll be starting out as a trainee. Jinsung's face turns sour with disappointment. What? At the teacher's office, Park Jinsung hesitantly walks in, muttering, hello, sir. Ah, you're here. Jinsung. An Yangho responds, and then he pauses. So, the reason you called me here early is… Oh, it's nothing much. Yangho reassures, putting some papers aside. I think we should talk about your future. His face is unconcerned, blunt. I won't make this long. What do you think about transferring to another school? Knowing that he's about to be kicked out, Jinsung is frightened and worried. Transfer schools? Ignoring the scared, timid student, Yangho continues to organize the papers. School seems hard for you. And I knew that since our school became a military academy, you won't last long here. Jinsung, though it seems hopeless, he still tries to persuade his teacher. Teacher, you have to look at my hidden potential. What if I suddenly get good? What will you do then? Yangho turns to look at Jinsung with surprise, making him flinch, his voice disdainful. What? Like a joke? Yangho laughs, not caring about his student. Haha, Jinsung, you're really funny. His eyes darken and his mind fills with resentful thoughts. This teacher, from the first time he saw me, he was already laughing at me. Yangho bluntly admits, Jinsung, since the ranking system was created to categorize students, your school life has been very difficult. And you know I can't pay attention to isolated students. Jinsung can only lower his face and resign. Just like I thought, my teacher thinks I can only get beaten up. He looks at Yangho laughing and sneering, wanting to punch him a few times. He doesn't want a rank F student in his class. Jinsung's eyes get colder and more sharp. He probably thinks I'll quit school myself since I'm getting bullied every day. There's no reason to keep a rank F idea. Jinsung speaks, making Yangho only hum in response. Teacher, I'm just a bit curious. He continues, do you think a soul has a rank? Thinking the kid is too stupid, he clutches his stomach, laughing loudly. Are you kidding me? Of course it does. Jinsung pretends to agree. I see. Jinsung clenches his hand. His face turns dark, but his voice is bitter. I don't think so. It seems Jinsung is very disappointed. It's time for class. Yangho steps in, shouting, all right, back to your seats quick. The bell's rung. He has a tablet in one hand and chalk in the other. Turning to the students saying, now that our school has been turned into the military, each sergeant, report your numbers. Platoon 10, Squad 1, total of 10, 10 present, 0 absent. The sergeant reports, looking back at his team. Another student continues, Platoon 10, Squad 2, total of 11, 11 present, 0 absent. Park Jinsung rests his arms on his desk looking around. Seriously, what a farce. He thinks scornfully, why do we have to play military like this? Noticing something missing, Yangho asks, where's Squad 3? Not reporting? Bayan Giyung raises his hand, his voice full of dissatisfaction. Teacher, do we really have to do this? His grumbling does nothing to change it. Bayan Giyung, Squad 3 Sergeant, don't ask too much, just do it, Yangho commands. Giyung clicks his tongue, agreeing to go along. Tisk, total of 10, 2 absent, 1 is on the toilet. I wish he'd disappear. 8 present, report complete. As Giyung finishes speaking, the whole class bursts out laughing. They echo, point, and make fun of Ji-sung. Hey Bayan Giyung, your squad only has 9 people. You're not even counted as a person. Haha, they said you should disappear. Haha, this class is rotten. From teacher to students. The student next to Jinsung quickly makes things difficult for him. Teacher, do we have to count the trainee? The student beside Jinsung quickly makes things difficult for him. Yangho doesn't object, responding, what is that type of person? No, don't count him. Seeing that the laughter is dying down, Yangho quickly picks up a book and starts teaching. Okay, so there are no problems with the numbers. As he cleans the board, he informs them, today, instead of having class, we'll have an event outside on the field. There are government inspectors among us. Even the school doesn't know where they are. Outside while the other students laugh, 2 mysterious figures are on the roof looking down. Yangho continues, they will be observing how you respond to the sudden change in environment. A student with short hair interrupts. Teacher, get straight to the point. It's too long. The person next to him nods in agreement, hands supporting their chin, always running before the car. Alright, we'll divide into teams, including years 1, 2, and 3. Quote. Another student shows their annoyance. Tisk, aren't the year 3 students going to fight each other? They don't care about us. This is too illogical. Yang Ho immediately cuts him off. Come on, calm down. Jinsung feels like he's just background, happily thinking, alright, I can be a spectator and kill some time. Yang Ho looks down and asks the student, Bayan Giyang, you're a rank C Idea, right? Giyang's face shows his displeasure. What is so great about this that this inconsiderate teacher has to talk about it so loudly? Tisk, what about it? Yang Ho doesn't stop, continuing his attack. What is your overall combat ability rank? This guy is so loud. Giyang grumbles. Why do you keep asking so many questions? If I can beat my opponents. Don't worry about it. Seeing that this kid is so mouthy, Yang Ho walks over and announces, good, the first fight will be your team against Squad 1, Platoon 1, of Year 3. Being startled, the guy jumps up and yells, what? Now, everyone in Squad 3, go to the field. Squad 3, you have 20 minutes to prepare for the match. Ignoring what Yang Ho says, Bayan Giyang just hugs his face with panic like Edvard munches the scream. Why did I end up in this situation? The others laugh as they leave the classroom. Good luck, Squad 3. Hey, trainee, don't get killed. Haha, poor you guys. How are you gonna get any points fighting with him? One of his team members insults Giyang while he's gnashing his teeth with anger. Are you stupid? How are we going to handle this with a rank F? Giyang furiously walks up to Jinsung, who's lazily lying on his desk. HMPH, I want to sleep. Fighting those year 3 is a drag. Giyang calls out, making Jinsung raise his head. Hey, you trash. Jinsung sweats, feeling that something bad is about to happen. Huh, are you calling me Sergeant? Giyang violently hits Jinsung's head out of anger, making him cry out, you damn trash. Giyang pulls his hair, lifting his face to insult him more. The way you bark makes me mad. Giyang is annoyed, even though Jinsung is helpless and doesn't want to fight back. Do you want to get beat up before the match? He uses his magic to push Jinsung down hard. Senior On Songho of Squad 1, Platoon 1, Year 3 is a monster. But Jinsung adjusts his glasses, looking at Giyang scratch the back of his head, annoyed. Even our class's aces combined wouldn't be a good match, and since you, a rank F, are whining so much, isn't the result obvious? Jinsung puts on a naive face, forcing a smile. We're going to lose anyway, so it doesn't matter whether I'm there or not, right? Feeling insulted, Giyang grabs Jinsung's collar and yells, what the hell are you saying, that we'll be as bad as you? He pokes Jinsung's forehead like he's provoking a dog. If my rank drops, can you take responsibility for that? Seeing the other side overconfident, Jinsung objects. This kid is worrying himself over nothing. I don't think he's good enough to be at the top. Why do you care so much? Giyang's face is about to deform. What did you just say? He gets more annoyed, startled. Jinsung quickly covers it up. It was nothing. Sorry, Sergeant, I said nothing. Giyang helplessly sits on the side, scratching his head. Grr, you cheap bastard. I can't hit you since you had to go out there. Jinsung laughs wryly, forcing himself to stand up. Good thing. Being hit by these soldiers with their higher ranks. Is there really a difference? Giyang puts his hands on his thighs and stands up. Giyang has a mischievous smile. I know. I'll let you. You cheap bastard. Be sergeant for Group 3. He pats Jinsung on the head like a pet. Can you do it? Jinsung had to agree. Sweating. Of course. I'll do everything you ask. Haha. Giyang grabs Jinsung by his collar. Good. He drags him up, ordering him, making him panic. From now on, you're my meat shield. Got that, trash? On the school grounds, Park Jinsung is being held up by Bayan Giyang, using him as a human shield. Park Jinsung, I'm dead this time. Just then, An Yang Ho tests the mic on the field. Mic check. There are a lot of trainees gathered on the field and, in the center, 2 squads are lined up neatly. Songho stands stiffly, the voice on the mic echoing around the field. Flight 3, Platoon 1, Squad 1 leader. Flight 2, Platoon 10, Squad 3 leader. Bayan Giyang's hand is in his pocket, clicking his tongue. Tisk. An Yang Ho steps forward and pats them both on the shoulder, asking, are your teams ready? Then, An Yang Ho looks at Songho with a strange expression and a smile. Songho. No. Captain An Songho. While saying this, An Yang Ho steals a glance at the 2 people above. Just display your skills comfortably. The recruiters are watching. Songho bows his head and with an expressionless face says, "I will do my best while cooperating with my teammates." An Yangho puts his hand on his shoulder. Great, great, I'm sure you'll do well." An Yangho holds the mic and yells, "Team members, take your positions." Everyone from Flight 3, Platoon 1, Squad 1 confidently walks onto the field. The people watching are all looking at the uneven matchup between two teams. Letting out long, heavy sighs, An Yangho stands in the middle of the two facing squads and raises his hand. Announcing, "The inter-squad competition will start right now. Each leader will receive a wristband." Bayan Giyung immediately grabs Park Jin-sung's collar, pulling him over, and says with a frown, "Come here, trash." Park Jin-sung is pulled and startled. A little panicked. An Yangho continues to explain the rules. This wristband will use Adeya's power to protect the wearer from shock. But it will break upon a certain force. Bayan Giyung takes off the wristband from Park Jin-sung and says, "I'll hold on to this to last a bit longer." The voice of An Yangho continues, "When the wristband breaks, you will be eliminated." Bayan Giyung gives the wristband to his opponent, while holding tight onto Park Jin-sung's collar, making him uncomfortable. "Hey Captain, can you not grab me like that? I feel like a dog." An Yangho continues, but this time, considering the difference in experience between Year 2 and Year 3, Bayan Giyung is annoyed by what Park Jin-sung says. "Don't complain, you're just a shield." Park Jin-sung is discouraged. "Wow, I'm not even an animal. I'm just an object." The Year 2 Class 10 has one more condition. You must last 5 minutes to be considered a win. Hearing this, everyone in Class 210 is in despair. Some worry, "With these teammates, I don't think we can last that long." And another hugs their head in despair. "And fighting against these guys too." Park Jin-sung looks at the timer on his wrist, thinking, 5 minutes to win. If we win, would he consider my transfer request? Park Jin-sung looks at An Yangho, who is explaining the rules, not too far away, tightening his fist and getting lost in his thoughts. An Yangho shouts, "Both sides, salute." Songho immediately follows his orders, raising his hand to his forehead in a serious salute. "Sir, yes sir." The other side doesn't follow well. They stutter. "Damn it, sir, yes sir." An Yangho laughs, declaring loudly, "Then let the battle begin." Before Park Jin-sung can react, Bayan Giyung has already pulled him and sped toward his teammates. Park Jin-sung is surprised and doesn't understand what's happening. "Huh? Wait, Captain." Park Jin-sung tries to call out for him, but Bayan Giyung doesn't want to listen. "I told you to shut up before." Trash. Bayan Giyung runs straight ahead without looking back. "We just need to last 5 minutes," he thinks. All of the members on his squad start to panic. They shout, "Neg, Bayan Giyung, give us orders. What about the formation?" One of them says worriedly. In just an instant, all the squad members are surrounded in the middle by the seniors. Someone can't stand it anymore and shouts, "Bayan Giyung, give us orders." Bayan Giyung pulls Park Jin-sung using him as a shield, yelling to his teammates, "Shut up, Squad 3, just protect me. If we last 5 minutes, we win." Juya charges forward, kicking one of their team members in the stomach, directly knocking him out. Songho is also impressive. Only with one strike he knocks down a member of Bayan Giyung's team. Juya easily and lightly takes his opponent's wristband. On the other side, the same situation is unfolding. Songho easily gets another wristband. With one jump, Juya easily passes through everyone. She glances at Bayan Giyung in front of her, her eyes flashing a cold light. Bayan Giyung, who is being targeted, is so scared he wants to disappear. He shivers and hides behind Park Jin-sung shouting, "Ooh, she's looking at me." Juya charges toward them. Bayan Giyung, panicking, quickly pulls Park Jin-sung. Scrambling to get away, he shouts, "Block her, trash, I said block." Park Jin-sung, being dragged, reluctantly says, "How can I do that, Captain?" Bayan Giyung looks at Juya, who is rushing toward them, and screams, "Ah, damn it, block however you can, you trash." Park Jin-sung turns around, trying to explain, shouldn't we run a different way or something?" At this moment, An Yangho smiles brightly in front of him. An Yangho winks at him and gives him a big thumbs up. "I'll handle your transfer." Park Jin-sung hesitates. This is a bit annoying. Just as he finishes his sentence, Juya arrives. Bayan Giyung cowardly lets go of Park Jin-sung and runs away. Juya looks at his face, a little surprised. "Huh, is this an internal conflict?" But she doesn't think too much about it and still tries to attack Park Jin-sung in front of her, accurately catching her arm, quickly leaning to dodge. Huh? Juya's eyes open wide in disbelief. Park Jin-sung looks at her, his eyes becoming sharper. Juya immediately uses her Idea to summon armor, from her shoulders and arms down to her whole body. In the blink of an eye, a full suit of blue Idea armor is covering her. She looks powerful and full of might. Park Jin-sung's face turns red, looking at her with a dreamy gaze, saying, "Wow, your armor looks amazing. The design and functionality are all Idea." Juya is annoyed and immediately calls him out. "Don't play dumb. You dodged my speed, didn't you?" Park Jin-sung points toward Byun Gi-young, who is running away for his life, trying to change the topic. "More importantly, isn't our captain running away?" Juya follows the direction of his finger, a thoughtful look on her face. Park Jin-sung looks at the clock on his wrist and thinks, "I need to check the time first." He is startled, a little worried. Damn, there are still 3 minutes left. I have to block her no matter what. He figures out his plan. Park Jin-sung suddenly becomes a clown, jumping in front of Juya, continuously saying nonsensical things. "Can I call you Nuna? I don't like you or anything." Park Jin-sung puts on a worried face. "Oh no, I'm sorry, did I make you mad? Then, I'll call you Senior." Juya looks at him and calmly says, "If you're trying to stall, that won't work. Summon your Idea." Park Jin-sung pretends to not understand, deliberately talking about other things. "But, we met because of fate. We had to introduce ourselves." Before he could finish, Juya starts cracking her knuckles ready to attack. "If you continue to refuse to summon your Idea, I'll fight you right here." Park Jin-sung looks panicked and yells, "Wait, please wait a minute." Juya gets impatient. "Quickly take it out. Yours seems to be the most valuable compared to your teammates." Park Jin-sung sweats and tries to make excuses. "Why are you so hasty? You should know that a cool head is the key factor." Juya is angry. The veins are popping out on her face. Her patience is completely gone. Park Jin-sung continues to talk non-stop. "This is what my father always says to my mother when she's scolding him." Juya can't take it anymore, and angrily starts to go toward him. Park Jin-sung pretends to be scared, yelling, Okay, I'll show it to you." Park Jin-sung laughs. "I'm taking it out, okay?" On his hand, a blue light flashes, and he slowly counts. 1, 2. Juya is waiting with a serious face. "Dagger!" Park Jin-sung shouts loudly. A small dagger appears on his hand. The system displays a notification. "Dagger. Rank F Idea. F total combat ability. A normal dagger without any special skills." Park Jin-sung raises the dagger like it's a treasure in his hand. He laughs. "Ta-da." Juya rubs her forehead, frustrated. "Is it possible you're—" Park Jin-sung acts like he is startled. "Huh? Senior, where are you hurting? You should go to the nurse." Juya tries to ask. Let me see. You're that rank F everyone is talking about?" "Yes, I'm that infamous rank F." Park Jin-sung admits with ease. Juya feels like she's collapsing, covering her face, looking defeated. Park Jin-sung holds the dagger in his hand, proudly saying, "But to me, this dagger is rank S among all the normal daggers." Juya turns to leave, not wanting to say anything to him. Park Jin-sung immediately stops her. "Senior, I'm sorry. Where are you going?" Juya says in disappointment. "I thought you were valuable because of how you were responding. But I guess it was just luck." Park Jin-sung yells from behind her. "Wait, please don't go. You wanted to see it. You can't just be disappointed and leave." Juya, looking defeated and dejected, acts like she didn't hear anything. Park Jin-sung looks at her back, clenching his hand. Then yells, "If you keep going, I'll sneak behind you and attack. This is my final warning. Are you listening?" Juya finally turns around impatiently, saying, "I have no reason to waste time on you in a timed match." Unexpectedly, Park Jin-sung attacks for real. He runs toward her, attacking with his dagger. Juya is surprised. Park Jin-sung is a little disappointed. "Tisk, I thought she would keep ignoring me. She's a very honest senior." The dagger flies directly toward Juya. She opens her eyes wide, looking at it with no panic. Right after, Juya raises her arm to block. The dagger cuts her armor on her arm. She calmly looks at her arm. That doesn't have a single scratch. Park Jin-sung looks at Juya, keeping his position, laughing awkwardly. Yeah, it's as tough as it looks. But in reality, inside he is completely numb. He's laughing but he wants to cry. The trainees watching the fight from outside can't help but hold their stomachs and laugh. He really is a rank F. That senior's all flustered too. Does he really not do any damage? Park Jinsung anxiously looks at Juya, his hair standing on end. Juya turns away, not wanting to waste time on him. Sigh, even if your reflexes are good, all of your idea is just like that. I've already confirmed it doesn't do anything. So let's stop here. As she says this, Juya starts walking forward. Park Jin-sung scratches his head, looking perplexed. Even so, I should have stalled for a little longer. Right? He looks at the countdown on his wrist. There's still 2 minutes left. Bayan Gi-young sees Juya heading toward him and, frightened, starts cursing. You damn trash. Can't you even last 5 minutes? Juya walks up to him, calmly saying, someone who has already run away has the nerve to say such things. Bayan Gi-young sweats, taking steps backward. Senior, I was just going easy on you. Though he says this, in his heart, he's thinking, please don't believe me. Aloud, he says, you should stop there. Juya smiles with an unreadable expression. Oh, no need to go easy on me. She quickly closes the distance between them. Well, let's see how you do. If you want to be better than On Sungho, you should prove it. Bayan Gi-young curses in his mind. Damn it, I'm so unlucky today. He steps back, then accidentally kicks a rock under his feet. That rock, he thinks, it showed up at just the right moment. He smirks coldly, looking sly. And that big rock over there too. They deserve to be scattered all over the place. Juya is expressionless. When will you prove yourself? Bayan Gi-young smiles. If that's what senior wants. He yells, looking sly. Then I'll show you. He immediately uses his idea. Juya looks shocked. What? Park Jin-sung turns to look at him, thinking in surprise. Bayan Gi-young's idea? No way. Was he hiding it? Park Jin-sung quickly tries to stop him. He yells from behind. That's dangerous. Senior's wearing armor. Bayan Gi-young uses his idea and pulls out the big rock beneath the surface of the field, making it rise up. Bayan Gi-young stands on the rock as it rises, steadily sits down, then looks at Juya, not hiding his triumphant expression. He smirks coldly, looking pleased. And throw. Pull out what's stuck there and throw it. The system shows a notification about the idea he's using. Rank B to C+. Total combat ability rank B to C. If this is an object that's stuck, then it can be used as a weapon. The fixed weight of the object pulled out can be ignored depending on the user's ability. The trainees look on in shock but still express their worry. Oh, she's in year 3. Will he be okay? Another interjects. Yeah, but that rock is so huge. Juya looks at him smiling, barely hiding her excitement. So, you're not running away anymore? Were you waiting for your idea to appear so you could use that rock? Bayan Gi-young lifts the rock and jumps up, looking down at Juya. Kakek, you really are a reliable year 3 senior. Now, disappear. Right after he finishes speaking, he throws the massive rock at Juya. Please become a road I can trample on to show my idea's essence. Bayan Gi-young laughs, confident he has won. So year 3 is so great. Bayan Gi-young will win. At that moment when he is most confident, a dark figure appears behind him. Excuse me for a moment. Year 2 student, the figure says coldly. Bayan Gi-young is shocked and turns to look behind him. This voice is. Before he can think, Songho punches him, knocking him out. Bayan Gi-young, not willing to admit defeat, yells, damn it, why is that year 3 senior attacking like a coward? On the other side, Juya focuses her idea to create a shield to block the massive rock in front of her. URK, it's stronger than I thought. But thanks to my idea, I can handle it, she thinks. Right then, a familiar voice rings out. I will definitely catch you. Immediately after, the rock in front of Juya shatters into pieces. Songho broke the rock, appearing in front of Juya. Juya grits her teeth, her face turns sour. Displeased, she looks at the person in front of her. This was supposed to be a good opportunity to show my worth. Why did you interfere, Captain? Songho replies calmly. That attack was a bit dangerous. I'm just doing my duty of protecting my team members. Juya frowns, unwilling to admit defeat. You mean, I wouldn't have been able to handle it? Songho looks straight at her. Juya, of course you could handle that rock. But, Songho glances at the guy wielding a baseball bat running up behind him. That guy won't just stop there. I will definitely catch you. Songho uses his idea and easily controls Bayan Gi-young in an instant. Park Jin-sung, witnessing this scene, nervously raises a hand to scratch his cheek. He can't help but make a comment. "Oh my god, he's so stupid. Captain, you're an idiot." At this moment, Songho suddenly turns his head to look at Park Jin-sung. The way he looks at Park Jin-sung with his cold glare is similar to an eagle staring at its prey. It's terrifying. "You, that year 2 student." Park Jin-sung flinches, yelling, "Kayak." He grabs the dagger in his hand and points it at Songho. Bristling, I surrender. I surrender." Songho walks up to him and asks curiously, "Earlier, when that guy activated his idea, you warned Juya. Why did you do that?" Park Jin-sung is flustered, waving his arms wildly trying to explain. Oh, because our captain has a bit of a temper and I didn't know what he would do. So I decided to do that." Songho walks toward him and bluntly calls him out. "You're a master liar." Park Jin-sung, holding the dagger in his hand, says frantically, "Wait, I surrendered." Songho doesn't listen and directly attacks. "I will definitely catch you." Songho grabs Park Jin-sung's arm. Holding it tight, the dagger flies out of his hand. "Kook." Park Jin-sung, being held by the collar, grits his teeth and says with difficulty, "Please, listen." The dagger flies up in the air and then falls down, landing exactly back in Park Jin-sung's hand. He uses the dagger to attack Songho. "When someone else," he says, as he slashes at the 2 hands holding him. Songho is forced to let go of him. Park Jin-sung uses this opportunity to create distance from Songho. Songho's expression becomes serious. That year 2 student, he keeps his defense, wary as he looks at Park Jin-sung. "Who are you?" Park Jin-sung looks at him, and can't help but think, whoa, his murderous intent is no joke. On the outside, Park Jin-sung tries to look worried in front of Songho. "I'm a member of Flight 2. Platoon 10, Squad 3. Park Jin-sung, Idea rank F." Songho frowns at him, a little incredulous. "You? I see." Park Jin-sung looks at his watch, panicked, and sweats a lot. "The time isn't up yet?" Songho seems displeased, saying, "Where are you looking? Year 2 student?" Park Jin-sung scratches his head, laughing awkwardly. Well, your attention is a bit scary. You know, only 1 minute left," he thinks in his head. Park Jin-sung tries to stall for time, pointing in a different direction. "Look over there. There's a crowd of people over there. It looks like they're all eager to see me freak out." "Senior. Isn't that terrible?" he prays in his head. "Time. Please go faster." Songho tilts his head, looking annoyed. "You're trying to stall for time, aren't you? I hate people like that." Park Jin-sung flinches, shrinking back, and tries to explain, "What can I do by myself? No matter how much you say you hate me." Songho looks at him and asks, "Why don't you try to defeat me?" Park Jin-sung helplessly raises both hands as if he's showing Songho is saying something preposterous. "Try? I'm just a rank F, what can I do?" Songho calmly says, "This isn't a warning but advice." Park Jin-sung doesn't understand what he's saying. "Huh?" Songho patiently explains, "Everyone says that at this inter-squad competition, the senior instructors will select students who don't perform well, and anyone lacking in skill will be expelled." Park Jin-sung is startled, his expression becoming serious. He ponders, "Expelled? So that's why the homeroom teacher was acting like that." Park Jin-sung tightens his grip on the dagger in his hand. "Senior." Songho looks at him calmly. I don't want to get expelled," Park Jin-sung says seriously. Songho looks at him. "Then do it right." Park Jin-sung takes a step backward. "If Senior is my opponent, then I don't know if you'll be okay after the match." As he says this, he activates his idea. His long bangs cover Park Jin-sung's eyes, making it unclear what his expression is. Right after, Park Jin-sung's pupils dilate fully, and on his smooth face, veins start to appear all over. His entire body radiates red idea energy. The system shows red notifications, as if warning of something dangerous. Dagger. Rank F idea. Total combat ability FA normal dagger with no special abilities. Park Jin-sung smiles, looking a little strange. The system continuously gives notifications. Your physical strength has increased by 3 times compared to your original physical strength. You can see your opponent's weak points in idea. Park Jin-sung holds the dagger with one hand and covers his face with the other. Looking terrifying, the system gives a notification. You can identify the most efficient way to destroy your opponent with your current skill. You can only stop it by completely destroying your opponent's idea or taking their life. You have been consumed by the desire to kill. True killer. Idea rank S. Park Jin-sung laughs maniacally. Songho stands there, watching Park Jin-sung without moving. Songho says, I see a rank F dagger isn't the entirety of your IDEA skill. I will definitely catch up to you. IDEA rank B-. Total attack ability A+. You can definitely catch whatever you aim at within a certain range. You can instantly teleport there. Park Jin-sung squints and sneers. Rank B-? Your ability is worse than I thought. Hearing those words, Songho feels like a knife has been stabbed into his heart. His face turns dark. He can't believe his eyes. No way. He can see other people's IDEA? Park Jin-sung just curls his lip up into a smirk. He laughs maniacally, pointing the dagger straight at Songho. Kiki, sorry, I can't hold back anymore. You'll stop me, right? Park Jin-sung now looks like a demon in human skin. Right? The killing intent he emits makes even Songho shocked. His killing intent is so terrifying. Isn't your soul older than you are? He asks. Park Jin-sung's eyes flash. I know you'll be okay. Senior. He spins the dagger in his hand like a spinning top. I can believe in you. Right? Not seeing a fight happening. The sergeant asks, why is he just standing there? The squinty-eyed student replies, maybe Songho doesn't think he's worth the duel. The red-haired student complains, hey, why aren't you moving? I came here to see you get beat up. Songho is now sweating cold. He's observing and assessing. It looks like he's not defending at all, but I can't see any openings either. On this side, Juya can also feel the abnormality. What is that energy? In Juya's eyes, Park Jin-sung is not a human being, but a demon, different from their fight last time. She is stunned. This atmosphere, I didn't think I would leave him alone. Looking at Park Jin-sung, who is now crazy. There is something very strange. She yells, I order all members to attack. As soon as she finishes, the others from behind charge forward to block Park Jin-sung. Someone pushes someone else. Some are surprised. Some weren't expecting this move. The situation becomes chaotic, until Park Jin-sung is pinned and subdued. Even under restraint, Park Jin-sung is able to laugh. Ahaha, senior, it's too heavy. Songho questions Juya, what is the meaning of this? Juya? She looks up and replies, just like the way you protected your team. I want to protect my team as well. Songho says carelessly, you didn't need to protect. Juya asks back, are you sure, senior? The question causes Songho to pause and rethink. We attacked him in an instant. At that time, Juya lunged to attack Park Jin-sung. The others behind her followed. Juya was focused on chasing Park Jin-sung. Songho at that moment was so shocked he became frozen in place. He was attacked relentlessly to the point that he couldn't react. Songho pulls on his tie. Honestly, I am not sure, he says. He strokes his chin with a small smirk. But, seeing that expression, Juya feels a chill run through her. He's smiling. Songho reminds Juya, anyway, Juya, release your IDEA before it breaks. She asks in surprise, what? Suddenly, her hair accessory shatters. That attack was so fast. Her armor also shatters. She's stunned. Did he do so much damage? The others are also affected. They start panicking. Huh? My wristband broke. Mine too. What's going on? Why are everyone's wristbands being destroyed? Maybe it was an accident. Juya frowns, grabbing her hair. Songho is pensive. He looks at Park Jin-sung lying on the ground. At this moment, Park Jin-sung is back to normal. He laughs awkwardly. Haha, such good teamwork. It's too heavy. Songho silently watches without saying anything. Seeing his reaction, Park Jin-sung calls out, senior. Songho turns away without facing him and asks, are you back to normal? Park Jin-sung lies on the ground, groaning, senior, it's been 5 minutes. Can you move? Seeing that everything is back to normal, Songho turns to leave, not forgetting to warn, next time, I want the match to be without interference. Park Jin-sung waves his hand dismissively. Hey, what do you mean next time? I'm only good this one time. Not staying any longer. Songho leaves, advising him, you should do something about this. It is a warning, causing Park Jin-sung to be startled. Not understanding, huh? He reaches out his hand to stop Songho. Wait, senior, I said there's not going to be a next time. After Songho leaves, the others also leave, leaving him by himself. Let's go. Only Park Jin-sung is left. He lies on his back on the ground and sighs. Highs, that was hard. An Yang-ho, standing frozen in place, announces, Year 2, Squad 10, Squad 3, Bayan Gi-young's team, has won. In the principal's office, a lament rings out. Ah, why is the advisor in such a terrible place? Afterwards, A man's laugh can be heard. Haha, I came here secretly. It is Li Xin, sitting with crossed legs looking very gentlemanly. Anyway, is the file I requested ready? The principal nervously gives it to him. Here, it's here. He takes it and starts to look through it. He stops at the page with Songho's information. This is that famous An Songho. Huh? The principal smiles awkwardly, saying, An Songho is an outstanding student. Even in the whole world. Haha, no, he's Hyundai's pride. Haha. He pauses thoughtfully. Is there a history of awards in junior high school? Looking at the documents he asks. But he always wins every match in senior high school. Did he realize it? The principal interrupts Li Xin's thoughts, saying, if his idea was better. It's a pity. He objects. No, not if it's just rank B, he wouldn't get this far. Suddenly, he pulls out the file about Park Jinsung. He asks the principal, there is a trainee? The principal's face turns sour when he hears the question. Yes, there is a student with a lower rank than the year 1 students. We put him in the combat class after he argued. Hearing the principal's explanation, Li Xin taps his finger on his forehead as he looks at the file. I did ask some things about the trainee, but this is quite interesting. He asks, what about this student's past background? Is that at the back? The principal replies, yes, but you don't need to read that. But Li Xin does the opposite and flips the page to read the background information. Special case. Lost his parents when he was 8. Maybe because of the shock. His idea was not awakened. He was exploited by his rank F aunt and uncle for a long time. Robbers broke into their house when he was 10. His aunt and uncle received severe injuries to their bodies and minds and had to go to a mental hospital. As a result, he awakened his idea that day. Li Xin looks up to ask the principal, isn't idea supposed to appear at the age of 8? He replies, yes, there is a slight change. Usually idea appears when they're 8 years old. Li Xin looks at the file again. Robbers broke into their house when he was 10. As a result, he awakened his idea that day. He pauses thoughtfully. An idea that was awakened late in a special circumstance, but it's only rank F. He asks again, his combat ability is still only rank F since the age of 10? The principal explains, I'm not sure, but he has been rank F since joining our school. Holding the file, Li Xin thinks, a rank F combat ability is too much. What is he trying to hide? Then, he says to the principal, I want to meet Park Jinsung personally. The principal is curious. He says, I think he will rank up soon since he's only rank F. Li Xin questions, is that so? The principal replies, but, advisor. Li Xin puts his hand on top of the files and says, yes, first, principal. The principal asks, why did you make our school a military school? Li Xin glances at him, making him flinch, not knowing how to respond to such a dangerous question. That's a secret government project. A military plan. I don't know, and I also don't want to know. He explains nervously. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. However, Li Xin is not angry. He only smirks. We were prepared to receive mockery from the north. But, he places 2 files with Songho and Park Jinsung's information in front of him. With this system, we have hope. He says that there is a student who will help them change the past. My usual morning routine goes like this. The alarm clock on my desk rings. And I get up at 6 a.m. HMMPH. Park Jinsung sits up in bed, stretching his muscles, getting dressed. He stands in front of the mirror, reaching to adjust his tie. Park Jinsung looks at himself in the mirror, smiling brightly. He raises his hand with a determined expression. Let's do our best today too. He leaves the house at 6:30 a.m. Park Jinsung opens the door, his face full of energy. Let's go. The sky outside is blue and clear, and the sun peeks out from behind the clouds. I came to school so early. He walks along the sidewalk, passing tall buildings. It's because lately I've been in charge of all kinds of cleaning and chores. Members of the student council block Park Jinsung in front of the school gate. The girl with the long, blonde hair looks at him with an unpleasant expression and asks, you're a year 2 student. I don't think we need to dress up so nicely like him. She continues. Park Jinsung puts his hand to his forehead and salutes, smiling like a fool as he agrees. That's right, that's fine. One of the people standing next to the blonde girl points at him, saying, wait, isn't he the only trainee in our school? Park Jinsung rubs his head, acting embarrassed, and then laughs and says, haha, have I gotten so famous? You guys are overreacting. He looks dumber than I thought," the other student says, sneering at Park Jin-sung. The blonde girl raises her hand to stroke her chin, looking thoughtful. "I think the members of Platoon 1 are losing their sense of danger." Park Jin-sung forces a smile at their jeering. "Ha ha." The remaining guy among the three laughs and mocks him. "Isn't your idea just a dagger? That thing is useless." The guy who just made fun of Park Jin-sung is also a little curious. He immediately continues, "How can you fight on Songho with that?" The blonde girl offers her theory. Even he must have made a mistake. The three of them join in, laughing. They don't even try to hide their disdain and malice, clearly not recognizing Park Jin-sung's abilities. Park Jin-sung slams two dust rags together, creating a cloud of chalk dust. It's not coming off. He stands by the window, hitting the rags together while leaning away from them, grumbling. They even have government support. So why don't they use whiteboards instead of these things? Park Jin-sung vigorously rubs a wet mop over the floor. Afterwards, he pulls it back to its original spot, cleaning each tile of the floor twice. Park Jin-sung enthusiastically mops the floor, every spot he goes over becoming spotless. "So, this is what's happening." A classmate wearing thick glasses looks at him and says, "I think you really did your job by running away." The red-haired guy sitting next to him exclaims, rolling his eyes, "Why didn't you do that with us in the first place?" "I was also quite impressed," the guy with the glasses says, patting Park Jin-sung on the shoulder. "It would be surprising if you got a rank F thanks to that." The classmates, hearing what the guy with the glasses said, all laugh in unison, even if everything is certainly going to be unlucky. The guy with the glasses smiles brightly, still chattering away even though Park Jin-sung has already ignored him and returned to his seat. After the inter-squad battle with the Year 3 seniors, my image in everyone's eyes has gotten slightly better. Suddenly, a hand slams down on Park Jin-sung's desk, startling him. The owner of the hand yells, "Hey, I said wake up, you trash." Park Jin-sung sits up, looking at the person in front of him. Sorry, were you calling me? Is he going to hit me again? He thinks. Byun Gi-young stands in front of him with his arms crossed, looking arrogant. "Last time, I couldn't get my math notes. So you go get them for me now." Park Jin-sung agrees immediately. Okay. Byun Gi-young is not satisfied. He says, "Go now. I need to copy the answers." Park Jin-sung pushes his glasses up, a little bewildered. He's not hitting me? Well, I guess thanks to that incident, they stopped hitting me as often. While Park Jin-sung is diligently cleaning the hallway, someone calls out to him, "Last time, I didn't turn in my social studies homework, so make sure to turn it in for me. Okay?" Another guy walks by and casually says, "Hey, me too." Another person orders him, "Park Jin-sung, go return this textbook to the office later." Park Jin-sung looks at the three of them, his head spinning, but instead they start giving all kinds of chores to me. He hugs the mop handle, sighing wearily. Inside room 210, the lively noise pours out. A student stretches and happily yells, "Yai, school's over." An Yang-ho stands at the podium, looking a little displeased. "Everyone, quiet down." An Yang-ho looks at that student and says, "You know today is your last day to join a club, right?" The student rests his chin on his hand, replying calmly, "Yes." An Yang-ho continues, "This is a required activity for Year 2 students, so if you don't have one, join one soon." Below, Park Jin-sung holds a club registration form in his hands. He looks at it, lost in thought. "A club? Which one should I join? Will anyone even accept me?" An Yang-ho looks at Park Jin-sung and says, "If you don't join a club, we will have a private meeting with you. Do you understand, trainee Park Jin-sung?" Everyone in the class starts gathering together to mock Park Jin-sung. Muahahaha. There's definitely no club that will accept a rank F. Maybe they will even give him an entrance exam to see how weak he is. Park Jin-sung hears them and thinks, "All you guys want to do is to make fun of me." He flips to the back of the paper, and is shocked. His face turns pale, not believing his eyes. What is all of this? Park Jin-sung's hand tightens on the paper, staring at the club information. His head spins as he thinks. All of the clubs are related to the military or the use of idea. A male student in class tilts his head, calling out to another student, "Hey, which club are you joining?" He gets up and walks over to the female student he called out. "I think he'll join the inter-squad combat club." The female student asks curiously, "How is it rated?" Another female student, hearing them, also stands up. "Wait, let's go to that club together." People in the class walk out while talking with each other. They're rated pretty highly. "Oh, I'm so excited," the red-haired student says excitedly. "Wait for me. I'm coming." Finally, only Park Jin-sung is left in the empty classroom. He scratches his head, unable to make a decision. "What should I do? I really hope they avoid these IDEA ranking restrictions." Park Jin-sung picks up his pen and continuously crosses out the names of the clubs printed on the paper. This isn't a club, but groups of people that are connected. Finally, he stops his pen at the HT Club, which is not related to the use of IDEA, a separate club focused on improving physical strength. Oh, Park Jin-sung is overjoyed as if he had just found a treasure. "I don't think there will be many people joining this." He thinks and then makes a decision. He grabs the form and leaves the classroom. Although it is a bit strange that there is only one club using their famous gym. Thinking of the chaos in the other crowded clubs. "That's mine. Get out." "No, it's ours." Park Jin-sung feels a little hesitant. There shouldn't be any problems. Right, it said that there was no relation to the use of IDEA. So, Park Jin-sung looks at the crowds lined up in front of the club that he is heading to. Huh? Why are there so many people? He thinks. His train of thought suddenly cut off. Park Jin-sung nervously looks at the crowd. Feeling suspicious. Did I come to the wrong place? Park Jin-sung checks the address on the information sheet. His face a little confused. But, I'm sure this is the right place. Suddenly, someone points at him and yells, "Huh, the rank F student from our grade is here too." Everyone turns to look at Park Jin-sung and immediately recognizes him. "Huh, you're right." One student glances at him then says to the person next to them in a disdainful voice, "He's in our grade but he's actually a trainee. Should I go over there to ask him about it rudely?" Park Jin-sung sweats and thinks. Most of them are first-year students. They aren't required to join a club. He crosses his arms, looking gloomy. Then why are there so many people here? Suddenly, the first-year students stop paying attention to him. Someone cheers excitedly. "Oh, over there, the club president is coming out." Another female student hurriedly asks, "Really? Where? Whoa, he's so cool." The students shout in admiration. Park Jin-sung hesitantly tries to push through the crowd. Huh? Who is the club president? The form in Park Jin-sung's hand suddenly falls to the ground. Startled. Huh? What should I do? I need to run. He mutters. This is crazy. Then, he hears a student say, "So that rumor was true." Songho, who was walking, is drawn in by the noise and suddenly turns his head. Seeing Park Jin-sung in the crowd, he immediately walks over to him and calls out, "Park Jin-sung." Park Jin-sung is pushed in front of Songho. The first-year students, seeing Songho, immediately yell out, "It's on Songho." Kya. Wow, he's so handsome in person. Senior, I'm your fan. Park Jin-sung, facing Songho, suddenly feels embarrassed. Are you the president of the HT club?" Songho smiles, looking like he is very welcoming to him. "I didn't expect you would come here. I'm very impressed." Park Jin-sung. At this moment, An Sungho's voice echoes from inside the room. "All applicants, you may enter and get ready." This makes Jin-sung's face pale. Thinking, I have to run now. It will definitely be very troublesome if I get mixed up in something with that senior brother. But just as he turns to leave, An Sungho calls him back. "Where do you think you're going?" Park Jin-sung? Jin-sung can only laugh awkwardly, saying, "Ahaha, I think I came to the wrong club." As he says this, he points outside. "I'll go look around, then come back later." Songho puts his hands on his hips, telling Jin-sung, "There are no other members in this club." Songho's expression turns serious as he asks, "Are you still not going to join?" He asks again, "Isn't it because you thought there would be fewer people here?" Having his thoughts read by Songho, Jin-sung thinks, "Uek, he's right, but still." He laughs awkwardly, replying, "Haha, but there are too many applicants." An Sungho stands at the door, speaking seriously. "Come in, this is not a club that just anyone can join as they please." At that time, Park Jin-sung had already turned to leave. Taking a step as if he was about to leave, he scratches his head, saying, "I'm sure you know, I'm too low of a rank so I probably won't be able to join anyway." So, however, before he can finish speaking, Sungho grabs him by the collar. He drags Jin-sung back. To the astonishment of the person being dragged, Sungho, holding Jin-sung's shirt with one hand, calmly drags him into the club room. "Now, I'll give you the entrance exam," he says. "Take the exam with the other applicants." Park Jin-sung resists weakly. "No, I said I was okay." At that moment, The club room door closes. Songho walks back and forth, his eyes continuously scanning the applicants in front of him. He says, "All of the applicants are here, right? There are a lot of people this year." Then he says, "Then we'll start the entrance exam. It's very simple." He continues, "You only need to do the exercises that I do until the end. If you can do it, you pass. One set will consist of 30 burpees, 30 push-ups, another 30 burpees, and then 30 squats." Hearing Songho say this, some people react as if they had met their idol, no longer caring about the exam. Their eyes are shining with admiration. He's doing the exam too? He's so strong. His voice is so attractive. Other people have different reactions. One guy among them rests his chin in his hand, thinking as if realizing something. He says, "Wait, that's one set?" The girl with the ponytail beside him is full of determination. "We can do it." Songho's voice rings out again. "If you can do 10 sets continuously without stopping, then you pass." Park Jinsung immediately hugs his head, crying out helplessly, "Just pretend I'm not here." After a while, some applicants are shaking all over, not knowing how long they have been doing squats. Some even collapse, but the only thing that can be heard is Songho's cold voice. Number 2, too slow. Fail. Over on this side, some people are doing burpees, but it's not much better. Songho says again, "Number 5 and 6, your form is terrible. Fail." Songho jumps up while speaking to the applicants in front of him. "You have to be fast like me." However, among those people, some are still struggling to jump. Some have already collapsed. Some have even passed out. Many people can't take it anymore. One young man lies down on the floor, groaning and complaining, I can't do anymore." The person next to him is also in no better state. Me too." Jinsung, witnessing this scene, thinks hesitantly, 30 burpees, 30 push-ups, another 30 burpees, and then 30 squats is one set. And he does them so easily without any change in his expression at all. Truly, he thinks. While many applicants are out of breath or even giving up, Songho is still calmly doing push-ups as if he's not tired. In front of Jinsung, on one side is Songho doing continuous push-ups without changing his expression. And on the other side are applicants who are struggling but still can't keep up with his speed. Jinsung thinks, with some fear, just how strong is the monster inside him. At this moment, some people are so tired that they are kneeling down. Many people can't stand it and are lying sprawled out on the floor. The last person left, finally unable to keep going, says, I give up." Songho crosses his arms, looking at them with a cold expression as he declares, "The first group is eliminated." Immediately afterwards, he turns around, his face cold as ice, and says to Park Jin-sung's group, "We will start with Group 2 right away." When Park Jin-sung's group hears them mentioned, everyone is scared. The girl with the bangs blurts out, "What should I do? I don't think I can do it." The young man next to her clutches his chest, adding, "S scary, but cool." Seeing the miserable state of Group 1, no one in Group 2 wants to go first. It eventually turns into a scene where Jinsung and that girl are pushing each other. The girl says, "You go first. Rank F senior. It's too much to put me in front." Park Jinsung, naturally, doesn't want to go either. He says, I didn't want to." Then as the girl runs, the young man kicks Jinsung forward, laughing as he says, "Go on, rank F senior." Jinsung, being pushed and shoved by the two of them, angrily says, Don't push me." Finally, Jinsung is unable to resist them and gets pushed to the front of Songho, quietly calling out, "You." Jinsung scratches his head, awkwardly looking up at Songho and saying, "You don't look tired at all. Are you even human, senior? It's a lie that we're only 1 year apart." Songho responds, You shouldn't say things like that." Park Jinsung. Jinsung stands straight, confused and asking, I don't know what your tea," but Songho doesn't listen. He turns to the back, yelling, "Group 2, start." This makes Jinsung cry out, "I'm not going to do it." A moment later, inside the club room, drops of sweat that no one knows who they belong to are falling and accumulating on the floor. Park Jinsung has now taken off his vest and tie, now only wearing a white shirt. He stretches out his body, doing burpees, and can't help but complain, Hawk, I can't do it." He thinks, "I've been training myself so that I can withstand the bullies." He remembers that during his free time, he made himself stronger. He even hung from the pull-up bar in front of his bathroom door to train. His eyes look up at Songho, and he thinks, so I thought I would be pretty good at things like this. But this isn't something that a normal person can do. And in front of Jinsung, Songho is still calmly jumping, looking like this intensity is still pretty light for him. But Jinsung's group 2 is not the same. By now, everyone's faces are tired to the point of being distorted. They jump up, following Songho's movements while groaning. Phew. Songho pauses, praising them. Group 2 is pretty good. Should I increase the speed? But the words that follow make Jinsung's group so scared that their eyes almost fall out. And their hair stands on end. Jinsung shouts in a panic. "Ah, you can't do that." A while later, a young man is leisurely putting a piece of cake into his mouth. The girl with bangs says to the young man, "Wow, that rank F senior still hasn't failed." Of course, she has failed so she can only watch. The young man next to her throws his jacket over his shoulder and curses while chewing on a cookie. Damn it, impressive. Right now, the applicants who have been eliminated are gathered, watching Park Jin-sung with disheveled hair struggling to keep up with the speed of senior On Sungho's squats. They comment in low voices. At this point, isn't his physical strength already in the top rank? Is his total combat ability really rank F? And Park Jin-sung is squatting so hard that he's gritting his teeth. He says, I worked out at home. But Sungho's rhythm seems to get faster. He shouts quietly, "Quiet, focus." Park Jin-sung, the girl with the ponytail from Group 1, turns to the guy next to her and says, "That's the 7th set." The two members of Jin-sung's Group 2 are even more shocked. The girl with the bangs praises, "Wow, senior On Sungho really is something else. Amazing." The young man next to her also exclaims, "The rank F senior is no less impressive." On Sungho smiles with great satisfaction, saying, "Pretty good." Park Jin-sung, completely exhausted, sweating profusely, is lamenting in his head. "This is too much." On Sungho continues, "I already knew that the reaction speed I saw before wasn't just a coincidence. You'll be able to keep up." After saying this, On Sungho increases the speed of his squats even faster, causing the applicants who are watching to cry out, "Yuwa, senior is even faster now." One young man, seeing this, expresses his feelings. Incredible speed. The girl with the bangs asks, "Will the rank F senior be able to keep up?" Sungho's actions have clearly infuriated Jinsung. Anger flares up. He says, You're really saying that?" The short-haired guy about to put a piece of cake into his mouth says, "Nah, that's way too fast." The girl with the bangs points at Jinsung, yelling in surprise, "Huh? He's doing it now." Someone exclaims in shock after seeing On Sungho and Park Jin-sung crazily doing squats. The rank F is keeping up with the national rank, and Jinsung, with his weak rank F status, doesn't seem to be inferior. Seeing this, the eliminated applicants suddenly get excited. They cheer Park Jin-sung on. You can do it. Rank F senior, you can do it. Just a little bit more." Park Jin-sung, almost running out of strength, counts 27. The cheering falls on his ears again. "Rank F senior, you can do it." Jin-sung goes down on his knees to do the next movement. Counting again, 28, 29. On Sungho in front of him can't help but encourage him. "Good job, Park Jin-sung." Jin-sung counts again, almost yelling, 30. Immediately after, Park Jin-sung's knees hit the floor hard, and he collapses in front of On Sungho. Around him, cheering erupts, filling the room. "Yuwa, the rank F senior did it." Mixed in with the cheering, someone is saying, "Wow, is he the only one who passed out of everyone?" Jin-sung is now sitting on the ground, looking up and groaning, "I'm gonna die." He had not expected that he would receive such enthusiastic support. He looks blankly at the people who are cheering for him, saying, "I'm very impressed by you. Congratulations on passing." Hearing such comforting words, Jin-sung stretches his arms and legs out and lies on the floor, smiling in satisfaction. "Well, it's not too bad. I got praised." On Sungho walks closer to where Jin-sung is lying. He reaches out his hand and says, "Welcome to the HT Club, Park Jin-sung." Jin-sung pushes himself up and takes Sungho's hand, smiling and saying, "Thank you. I'll go rest now." Sungho pulls Jin-sung up, continuing, "No need to hurry. You can come to start tomorrow." Hearing this, Park Jin-sung becomes so angry that his whole body is shaking. "Hello, senior. Did you not hear what I just said?" In contrast, Sungho doesn't seem to pay attention. He grips Jin-sung's hand, his words full of anticipation. The effect of exercise is doubled when you have someone to do it with. I've been waiting a long time for someone who can match me. Park Jin-sung's face darkens. He throws Sungho's hand away, angrily saying, "Match you? If we did one more set, I'd die. I thought you hated it when people liked me." But Sungho only mumbles to himself, his face extremely depressed. It took a whole year to add just one member. Hoo. This makes Jinsung so angry that he curses. Damn it, he's not listening to me at all. He thinks to himself, I just wanted to join a quiet club. But this club is. Damn it. The more he thinks about it, the more resentful Jinsung becomes. Park Jinsung is organizing his desk and chairs. Then he sighs wearily, saying, I really don't want to go to the club at all. After saying that, he sits down again, resting his head on his chair and complaining, just being there is enough to draw all the attention to me. Then he thinks in his heart, just to be in the club with An Sungho. Park Jin-sung hugs his head, thinking in pain, that damn club with only An Sungho. Because of that, I always get bullied. He thinks again, remembering the scene of some young punks throwing trash around, making him clean it up. Then he remembers the times he's surrounded, with them saying in unison, how did you get into the HT club? He thinks again about those jealous questions every day. Z's. Another guy standing in front of his desk asks, hey, say something. Then he remembers Sungho following him and then calling his name, making him fearfully think, and if I don't go, he'll keep following me. After a moment of wondering about his life, he gets up, grabbing his bag. In his heart, he thinks in despair, should I break my own hand? Suddenly, a voice calls out, hey, you. As soon as he thinks of this, he shakes his head wearily, and mutters, no, he'll take me to the infirmary and take care of me. And as soon as I'm recovered, he'll just drag me to go again. At this moment, another voice calls out, there you are. Park Jin-sung slowly walks towards the door, muttering as he walks, it would be better if I'm just isolated like this. Suddenly, a girl leaning against the wall calls out loudly to him, hey. Hearing the call, he flinches and yells, damn it, you scared me. After seeing who it is, he exclaims in confusion, huh? At this moment, that girl asks coldly, are you a student in this class? Park Jin-sung is still confused, looking at her with wide eyes in shock. Huh? There's a beautiful person like this in my grade? He thinks, suddenly remembering himself. He replies to her, what's wrong? Then, she takes out a card, holding it up in front of him, and says, I think they said you use this to introduce yourself. Reading the words on the card, he says in surprise, Corporal? Seeing this, the girl also feels confused. She looks at him and asks, what, don't you have a rank? Hearing her ask, he raises his hand and scratches his head embarrassedly. Well, it's just, suddenly, the girl says loudly, rank and name, making him panic. He immediately stands straight, his right hand going up as he says, Flight 2, Platoon 10, Squad 3, Trainee Park, Jin, Sung. Suddenly realizing something, he says confusedly, huh? The girl also is shocked. She asks, confused, trainee? Seeing this, he also turns away, embarrassed, cursing in his heart, damn it, they made me practice this so much. It's become a habit. Seeing his expression, she eases the awkward atmosphere. She reaches out her hand, introducing herself to him. Well, never mind, it's fine, it's nice to meet you. I'm Corporal Kim Sion. Seeing this, he also shyly reaches out his hand to take hers. Yes, it's nice to meet you too. But, why did you call for me? Kim Sion, hearing Park Jin-sung's question, explains, you said you're in Platoon 10, right? I'll be transferred to Flight 2 Platoon 10 early morning tomorrow. Hearing what she said, he also realizes it. Then he asks her, are you being transferred here? After he finishes speaking, he heads towards the door, happily telling her, then please take good care of me from now on. He pushes the door open, saying goodbye to her. I have a few things to do so. Before he can step outside, Kim Sion fiercely pulls him back. She yells loudly, wait, being suddenly pulled back, he also yells in panic. Kek. Kim Sion forcefully pushes him into a corner, making him call out in pain again. Kim Sion stands in front of Park Jin-sung, placing both hands against the wall, making him confused. Then he turns to look at Kim Sion, telling her frantically, Corporal, I have to be there right now. Kim Sion's expression is unconcerned with what he just said. She coldly looks at him and says what she wants. No, I need a guide. Hearing her, he asks in confusion, what are you doing? In Park Jin-sung's heart, He's already crying, thinking, Songho might come looking for me at any moment. After a moment of thinking, he yells, wait. He looks seriously at Kim Sion in front of him and starts to speak. I have something urgent right now. Can't you ask someone else? Hearing him say that, Kim Sion also replies bluntly, no, I feel pretty comfortable with you. Hearing that, he also asks frantically, but haven't we only just met? Suddenly, Kim Siwon's face darkens. Her words carry a murderous aura within them. She tells him, right now, looking at her expression right now. He is frightened, thinking, what the heck, why is she so scary? Then he can only give in, asking her, okay, I'll guide you, where do you want to go? Kim Sion, seeing that he has agreed, says what she wants, take me to Sergeant Songho. Hearing this, Park Jin-sung also becomes happy. He says excitedly, you should have just said that from the start. Then he also explains to her, actually, I was on my way there right now. Suddenly, Songho appears behind the door, calling his name sharply, Park Jin-sung. Hearing Songho's voice, he yells in terror, Kyok, Songho. At that moment, he pushes the door open and walks inside. Songho's expression is cold as he tells him, Park Jin-sung, I hope you don't plan on skipping practice. Hearing this, he also says in terror, I was on my way there. Kim Sion, seeing Songho, asks confusedly, are you Sergeant Songho? Songho, seeing Kim Siwon's attitude, also replies unhappily, you're in grade 2? You should respect your superiors a bit. Hearing this, Kim Sion also replies without losing out, I heard that there is a ranking system here. Kim Sion walks up and grabs Songho's tie, then asks in confusion, are you strong enough to be my superior? After that, she dismissively releases Songho's tie, continuing, it seems like it'll be hard to tell who's stronger between us. Songho adjusts his tie. He looks coldly at Kim Sion and asks, do you want me to confirm that for you? Around the two of them, it's as if a fire is slowly burning. They're both angry. Park Jin-sung, who is standing next to them, sees this and says, fighting like this is a waste of life. Suddenly, Kim Sion switches to talking about love. She seriously asks Songho, Sergeant Songho, are you dating anyone? The onlookers, like him, also yell in shock, out of the blue? Songho, hearing her question, coldly answers, no. Hearing Songho's answer, he yells in shock again, you don't have a girlfriend? But aren't you? Their battle continues quietly. Kim Sion sneers coldly, seems like it, right? Of course, I hate guys like you. Seeing her like that, Songho replies unhappily, oh, it doesn't matter, I don't like you either. They continue bickering, making Park Jin-sung, who is standing next to them, feel panicked. He says, shaking, what is happening? After a while, Kim Sion also dismisses the matter coldly. Not paying attention, she reminds Songho, whatever, I don't care if it's your girlfriend or someone you have your eye on. If you don't want to be bothered, then come up with something. Songho, hearing her not so friendly reminder, also asks, confused, what do you mean? At that moment, Kim Sion also explains, my family is noisy and conservative. I said this for your own good. So don't ignore it. She continues, now that I've said it. Then turns to look at Park Jin-sung standing on the side. He is confused, thinking, what's going on here? Who am I? Where am I? Kim Sion walks over to the side where he's standing, happily telling him, it's lucky that he doesn't like me. Then she suddenly suggests, hey, trainee, do you want to date me? Hearing this, he panics even more. He shouts confusedly, out of the blue? Kim Sion, seeing his expression, also smiles. Then she gives a reason that is extremely absurd but also very logical. We're the same height. That's great. I really like people who have the same view as me. Hearing this, he's also confused. Then he flinches, replying shyly, I don't know. Kim Sion looks at his face, which is now red. After a moment, she smiles and says, hoo, so cute. Suddenly, Kim Sion moves in closer. She asks him curiously, trainee, what are your idea and your rank? Feeling that the distance is too close, he looks away to avoid her. Then he replies, they're all F. Hearing this, her expression clearly shows disbelief. Liar. Seeing her determined expression, he says in confusion, it's true. Kim Sion, hearing this, is even more disbelieving. She says in suspicion, no way, there's no one who has both at F. Seeing this, he also says shyly, that's me. At this point, she panics. She says in disbelief, don't joke around. Suddenly, Songho, who is standing beside them, Interrupts. We are about to go train now. Songho skillfully chases away Kim Sion, telling her again, so you should go now. On the side of the gym, Park Jinsung is wearily hanging from the pull-up bar. He groans. Goo. Songho still has his cold expression as he trains with him. The last one. He also tries his best to follow along. He groans wearily. Ha. Kim Sion, who is standing on the side observing, says in surprise. At first, I thought this was his excuse to avoid me. But it turns out he's actually training? I have a slightly different opinion of you now. At this moment, he's finally free. He jumps down, yelling, Hugh. Park Jin-sung is exhausted. Kneeling on the ground, he is confused, thinking, why is she following us? Kim Sion, seeing him like this, also asks worriedly, are you okay? His expression is very pained. He looks at Kim Sion and then says fearfully, if you're here, then save me. Hearing this, Kim Sion is also confused. She asks him, huh? Since when did you ask me to save you? Hearing Kim Siwon's blunt words, he collapses, tears falling. In his heart, he is confused, thinking, but what about when you asked me to show you the way? Park Jin-sung is hurting. He kneels on the ground, crying loudly, hoo-hoo, that's too much. At this time, Songho is behind him. Seeing this, Kim Sion asks curiously, but Sergeant On Songho, why are you training him to this point? He's just a rookie. Her words are like an arrow piercing his heart. She says again, he's just a rookie. Hearing this, he cries even more pathetically. Kyuhik. Songho also explains that, even though the ranks are different, it's already enough if he has a training partner. Kim Sion, hearing what Songho said, also smiles, saying, After a while, Kim Sion walks towards Songho. She asks Songho curiously, I don't know why you're trying so hard to help him. Is there something you see in him? Seeing Kim Sion like this, Songho also frowns. At this moment, Kim Sion gets even happier. She puts her hands on her hips and smiles, saying, tell me about it. What is this secret he is hiding? Kim Sion, with one hand on her hip, confidently says, you can see his talent, right? Now, answer me quickly. Songho looks directly at her and calmly replies, I don't know what you're talking about. Aren't you the one who has certain expectations of Park Jin-sung? Kim Sion moves closer to Songho, who leans back a little by reflex. You won't tell me, huh? If that's the case, then I'll go ask him myself. Finishing her sentence, Kim Sion stops talking to Songho and looks at Park Jin-sung, who is lying sprawled out on the training field, smiling happily. Trainee, you heard what we were saying, right? Answer me. Park Jin-sung rests his head on his hand, folds two of his fingers, raises his hand to his forehead, giving her an awkward salute. He laughs and tries to explain. Oh dear, I think you're misunderstanding something. I'm just a rank F student. So no matter how charming you are, it's no use. Both Kim Sion and Songho are speechless. Looking at Park Jin-sung, Songho frowns and sighs. Then, he grabs Park Jin-sung by the collar and drags him away as Park Jin-sung cries out in surprise. What? As Songho drags him away, he says, it seems like we've played dumb long enough. Let's start the next training. Park Jin-sung frantically cries out in despair. Wait, why are you so angry? Sayin, save me. Sayin, Ms. Kim Sayin, please. On the podium, An Yang-ho motions for everyone to be quiet. Alright, listen up. Today, we have a new transfer student. Then, An Yang-ho motions to the person standing outside the door. Come in, please. As soon as he finishes speaking, the sound of footsteps echoes through the classroom. Kim Sion confidently walks in, facing the gaze of all the students in the class. The red-haired student rests his chin on his hand, saying casually, a new transfer student is still coming at this time? The female student next to him can't help but praise. Wow, she's so beautiful. Kim Sion turns her head to look at An Yang-ho on the podium. Teacher, where do I sit? An Yang-ho looks at her and replies, there's an empty seat at the end of Squad 1. But please introduce yourself first. An Yang-ho looks down and makes eye contact with Park Jin-sung. As she walks down to where he is, she says, I like Squad 3. An Yang-ho, standing on the podium, worries and tries to stop her. Hey, wait a moment. Kim Sion walks straight to the bottom, not even turning her head as she cuts him off. Please let me sit with Squad 3. An Yang-ho says a little helplessly. Finishing his sentence, there are no empty seats in Squad 3 now. Park Jin-sung's desk buddy looks at Kim Sion standing in front of him with curiosity. Kim Sion puts one hand on her hip and points to his spot. She says with a bright smile, "I want to sit there. Can you move to a different seat?" His desk buddy is surprised and his eyes widen. Even Park Jinsung is speechless. His desk buddy looks at her, a little reluctantly, saying, "Hello, grade 2 class 1 student. Even if you suddenly say something like that, this is still my seat." Before he can finish speaking, Kim Sion slams her hand on the desk. She looks at him, smiling darkly and looking extremely terrifying. "Then you're not planning on moving?" His desk buddy gets goosebumps all over and quickly stands up, pulling out his chair to make way for her. "Ha, I'll sit somewhere else then." Kim Sion smiles brightly. "Thank you." Just as Kim Sion pulls out her chair, about to sit down, a voice rings out, attracting her attention. "Hey, new transfer student, who are you to act like this?" Byun Gi-young says angrily. "I'm in charge of Squad 3. Start by telling us your name and rank." Kim Sion crosses her arms in front of her, smiling confidently. "Is your rank higher than mine? I heard the highest rank for a year 2 student is a corporal. And I'm a corporal." Then she sits down and raises her hand to An Yang-ho. "Teacher, I'm going to sit here." Byun Gi-young, seeing this, grinds his teeth, yelling, I'm the leader of Squad 3. An Yang-ho, standing on the podium with his mind in a mess, complains, "Haze, another weird kid in the class. Okay, just sit there." Park Jin-sung puts his hands up to his face, looking extremely hopeless. "Oh my god." Kim Sion looks at him, seeming a little displeased. She pokes him on the arm with her finger, looking extremely unhappy. "Trainee, you don't like me? Why are you so indifferent about this?" Then, she puts her arm around Park Jin-sung's shoulder, saying darkly, "I sat here because I thought we were very compatible yesterday. Do I need to do anything about this? We don't have to get along." Park Jin-sung forces a smile, replying, "I'll ignore the fact that we don't get along." He turns pale, sweat dripping down his face as he tries to explain. It's not that I don't like you." Just then, An Yang-ho suddenly speaks. Kim Saeon." Kim Sion reluctantly lets go of Park Jin-sung and looks at the teacher with a bright smile. "Yes, teacher?" An Yang-ho says. "Shouldn't you at least introduce yourself to the whole class?" Kim Sion, hearing the teacher, rubs her shoulder, looking a little reluctant. "But I'm already sitting down." But then, she still puts her hands on the desk, pushing her chair back as she stands up. "Okay, I'll just say it here then." Byun Gi-young turns his head to look at her, yelling unhappily, "Hey, new student, isn't the basic etiquette for you to introduce yourself in front of the class?" Kim Sion glances sideways at him. "I don't want to. Everyone can still hear me clearly even when I'm standing here, right?" Byun Gi-young yells. "You, seriously?" Kim Sion doesn't pay attention to him and smiles as brightly as a flower. "Hello everyone, it's nice to meet you all. I'm the new transfer student, Kim Saeon, and I'll become a part of year 10 from today onward." The students in the class start whispering amongst themselves. "What's wrong with her? She's acting so rude." The red-haired student rests his chin on his hand, saying in a mocking tone, "I'm sure she was a very well-behaved student back in her old school." Kim Sion doesn't pay attention. She continues, "I'm a corporal. My Idea is a white jade elf. I don't like her. She looks so hot-tempered." The student who was muttering turns around, surprised, and the female student next to him looks just as surprised. Kim Sion smiles confidently, as if she is radiating light. "Although my family pushed me to transfer to this school, I still hope that we can all improve together. From now on, I hope that you all will help me out." Everyone in the class turns to look at her. Even An Yang-ho, who is standing on the podium, is no exception. Someone yells out first, "What? A white jade elf of the Kim White Jade family?" Everyone starts to get excited. "Really? Is she telling the truth?" An Yang-ho quickly speaks up. "Quiet everyone, quiet. A white jade elf. A unique idea passed down from generation to generation. Idea usually cannot be inherited. From the beginning, no two idea have ever been the same. It's because what is engraved in the soul cannot be the same. But there are people who still hope that they can pass down their idea so that it can become stronger. To make it more refined, sharper, and more dangerous. And there is a family line that succeeded in this experiment. That is the Kim family of Jim Hae, descendants of King Suro. Those who are forgotten from the Kim family focus on education, endless thought, and fight through many generations. To protect their bloodline, they only have the option to be in a relationship with someone from their family. All their children have white skin. The Kim White Jade family succeeded in obtaining a unique idea. A white jade elf. A level of world soul. The user's body can reveal a white jade elf. However, the white jade elf is only revealed to the descendants of each generation. Their population decreased dramatically and they almost became extinct. And the child born in the last generation, a sword-wielding elf, appeared. That child has physical and latent abilities that far surpass that of a woman. That last elf has the ability to obtain the highest level of swordsmanship. Kim Saeun, someone who was born at the finish line. Someone who was acknowledged by her family and by God. A prodigy. Kim Sion puts both hands on the desk, looking straight at An Yangho, and asks, "Teacher, can I sit down now?" An Yangho, still in a daze, quickly reacts, "Ah, yes, you can sit down now." The teacher slams his hand on the board, turning to tell everyone in the class, "From today onward, Corporal Kim Saeun will become the deputy leader of Squad 3. Quiet down, please, quiet down," An Yangho says angrily. Bayan Giyung is unwilling to admit defeat. He hurriedly stands up, yelling loudly, "But teacher, how can a new transfer student become the deputy leader?" An Yangho looks at him and yells, "Shut up, Bayan Giyung," angry to the point of grinding his teeth. Kook. Park Jin-sung turns his head to look at Kim Sion and says, looking surprised, "Wow, I guess you're pretty famous." "Huh?" Kim Sion replies as if it's a given. "That's because I'm this perfect." Park Jin-sung reluctantly admits, "Ah, I see." Kim Sion looks directly at him, speaking sincerely, "You are also quite unique yourself. Because the title of a rank F trainee is also not normal." Hearing this, Park Jin-sung's whole body becomes stiff. His eyes widen, not knowing how to respond. Finally, he says, "Don't say any more. I'm your ally." Kim Sion rests her hands on her chin, chuckling, "I don't want to stop." Park Jin-sung sadly hides his face in his hands. Sob. Bayan Giyung grinds his teeth. The veins are popping out on his face and he says through his teeth in an extremely dark tone, "How can a new transfer student?" Unwilling to accept it, he turns his head to glare at Kim Sion sitting at the last desk. At the cafeteria, through the glass doors, the various types of snacks can easily be seen, neatly arranged inside. A male student pushes the door open and walks in. "I think we should change the squad leader of Squad 3. Whatever. Kim Saeun is better than Byun Giyung," that male student says as he walks with the female student accompanying him. "Byun Giyung, that jerk. Kim Saeun has a higher IDEA rank A and her overall combat ability is also better than his." The male student continues to complain. He keeps giving weird orders during battle. The female student walking beside him says helplessly, spreading her hands out, "That's because he wants himself to look talented." Kim Saeun, "At first I thought she was too arrogant. But she's actually smart and good at giving orders. Moreover, she looks so cool during battle." The two of them walk past Bayan Giyung who is sitting nearby, chatting without paying any attention to him, remembering Kim Siwon's attack that took down Bayan Giyung from the other day. The female student hugs her face in admiration and yells, "Moreover, she looks so cool during battle. I'm completely smitten." The two of them walk to the checkout counter. The female student continues to admire. If Kim Sion was the squad leader, that would be great. The male student walking with her laughs, "Well, she'll definitely become the squad leader soon anyway." Bayan Giyung, hearing the two of them talking, angrily crushes the paper cup he's holding in his hand. Veins are popping out all over his face as he growls angrily. Kim Sion, in the classroom, "Wow, it's lunchtime." Kim Sion turns her head to look at Park Jin-sung sitting at the same desk. "Oh, partner, let's eat lunch together." Kim Sion puts her hands on the desk and stands up, offering with a smile. Park Jin-sung waves his hand, quickly refusing. "I can't, I have to clean up." Kim Sion angrily grabs his collar, saying, "But I don't have anyone to eat with." Park Jin-sung is swaying as she pulls him. He immediately speaks up in protest. "That's a lie. You're the most popular person in the school right now." Kim Sion releases him, puts her hands in front of her chest, then turns away, looking extremely unhappy. "I hate kids who approach me for things like that. They keep looking at me, and never actually come and talk to me." Then, Kim Sion turns to look at Park Jin-sung with a threatening look, but he still refuses her immediately. "Still can't. I'm very busy." Seeing her angry face, Park Jin-sung explains, "Oh, I have to clean the board and sweep and mop the classroom floor." Hearing this, her expression softens a little. But Park Jin-sung continues. And get the supplies for the next class as well. As soon as he finishes speaking, Kim Sion looks completely confused. She says with some sympathy. Hearing that, it seems like it's too much for one person to do. I bet even the squad leader can't do all that on his own. Right? Park Jin-sung glances away, avoiding her gaze. Ah, that's right. Kim Sion puts her hand on the desk. She looks at Park Jin-sung darkly. No way. You don't do things that are supposed to be done by other squad leaders. Do you? Seeing him remain silent, Kim Sion immediately makes a guess. Not only that, you also did it for the whole class? The more she says, the more terrifying her expression becomes. Park Jin-sung can't help but shudder. He quickly laughs and waves his hands, trying to explain, I'm only doing it because I've already finished my other tasks. Isn't it more troublesome if more people do it? Don't misunderstand. Kim Sion frowns unhappily. She grinds her teeth angrily and says, misunderstand? Finishing her sentence, Kim Sion grabs Park Jin-sung by the collar and drags him away. Come with me, Park Jin-sung, almost popping out his eyes as she drags him, asks, flustered, where? I said I'm busy. Kim Sion, still dragging Park Jin-sung with one hand, opens the door wide with the other. With an extremely angry expression, she says, where do you think? We're going to visit the jerks who keep giving you the things that they're supposed to be doing themselves. Park Jin-sung, surprised, says, what? Wait a moment. He's dragged through the door and can only yell, I told you. It's okay, but it has no effect. At the cafeteria, Kim Sion suddenly appears in front of the students in his class. She slams her hand on the table, saying, hey, there's something I want to ask you. The female student next to him, seeing her, asks in surprise, Kim Sion, what's wrong? The red-haired guy, while chewing on his food, looks at her and asks, what do you want from me? Kim Sion doesn't want to drag it out and goes straight to the point. That's right, you're the one who's usually responsible for cleaning Squad 4's classroom, right? Then why do you make the rookie in our squad do it? The red-haired guy waves his hand dismissively, as if it's a given. Huh? Because he's a rank F. Before he can finish speaking, Kim Sion has already put her hand over his mouth. I don't want to hear your excuses, she says with a smile. From now on, let's all do what we're assigned to do. It's so embarrassing that you bully someone weaker than you, and I really don't want to have to be in that situation. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Even though Kim Sion smiles and speaks in a friendly way, anyone can easily tell that she's threatening him. The red-haired guy turns pale, swallowing nervously in fear. Kim Sion takes her hand away. If I see you doing this again, understand? The next words don't need to be said, as the red-haired guy already understands. He quickly nods his head. Yes, I understand. I'm sorry. Kim Sion calmly points at Park Jin-sung. You should apologize to him. Park Jin-sung laughs and waves at him, looking a little awkward. Ha ha. The red-haired guy quickly says loudly, I'm sorry. Rank F. At this time, Kim Sion says politely, sorry for bothering you while you were eating. After settling things with him, Kim Sion immediately turns around. As she walks, she tells Park Jin-sung, come on, rookie, let's go to the next person. Park Jin-sung, startled, asks, where are we going now? Wasn't everything settled? Kim Sion replies, where do you think we're going? We're going to see the homeroom teacher. Park Jin-sung, shocked, yells after her, what? Wait a moment. After hearing everything, An Yang-ho laughs heartily. Oh, so something like that happened to Jinsung? Okay, from now on, I'll have you, Sion, be in charge of assigning the cleaning duties. Kim Sion smiles happily, replying, yes, sir, while Park Jin-sung can only lower his head and cover his face. Unable to say anything, Kim Sion holds a mop in her hand. Alright now, I'll assign the tasks to our squad. She looks at the two male students in front of her and takes a mop, giving it to one of them. From today onward, you will be in charge of the board and you'll be in charge of mopping the floor. Understood? The two male students look at each other in shock. Then both point at themselves, saying, what? The guy who is assigned to mop the floor protests. Why do we have to clean up? The guy assigned to the board also complains. That's right, that rank F jerk. Before they can finish speaking, Kim Sion slams the mop into the necks of the two of them. They are stunned by the blow and try to refuse. No. At this moment, Byun Gi-young appears with an angry face. Oh, Deputy Squad Leader, Kim Sion, with one hand on her hip, looks at him and says, Byun Gi-young, You want to clean up too? Bayan Gi-young looks unhappy. You should at least call me squad leader. Deputy squad leader. Kim Sion says with a smile. Alright, then what do you want? Bayan Gi-young says angrily. What, do I have to want something to come to see you? I'm just talking to my subordinates. He emphasizes the words, subordinates. As if only that would show that he's better than her. Kim Sion calmly looks at him as if she understands something. Then, she spreads out her hands, tilting her head and smiling, saying, well, that's right, but since you're making me uncomfortable, I'll just become the squad leader. Right? Bayan Gi-young yells angrily. What are you saying? Kim Sion glances at him. If you don't want anything, I'll go in. Is that okay, Mr. Squad Leader? As she speaks, she reaches out to push the door open. Bayan Gi-young hurriedly yells, wait. He clenches his hands into fists, trying to stay calm. After school, meet me on the roof. I have something squad related to discuss with you. Kim Sion looks at him and replies, is that so? Alright. Park Jinsung, who is sitting in the back, hears this dialogue and thinks, this is ring. The bell rings, signaling the end of the school day. Kim Sion calmly takes each step towards the staircase leading to the roof. Park Jinsung slowly follows behind, making sure that she doesn't discover him. Kim Sion takes each step steadily up the staircase. Park Jinsung sticks close to her, not missing her. He hides in the distance, watching her, thinking, as expected, she's going to the roof. After she opens the door to the roof and disappears inside, Park Jinsung stands up straight. He glances at the door to the roof, his eyes a little sharp. It seems like our squad leader is going to be busy today. Thinking this, he grabs the handrail and slowly walks up the staircase, getting closer and closer to the roof. Park Jinsung hides behind the door, listening to Kim Sion speaking. So, what did you want to discuss with me? Bayan Gi-young, with one hand in his pocket, walks closer to where Kim Sion is standing. Are you pretending not to know? Isn't it about time you understand even if you didn't want to? Bayan Gi-young says with a sinister smile. As soon as he finishes speaking, a group of male students suddenly appears behind him. Kim Sion calmly looks at him, putting one hand on her hip, and says with a smile, our squad leader is truly amazing. It seems like you're also pretty popular. Huh? Kim Sion stands facing Bayan Gi-young and his group of people without any worry. Bayan Gi-young crosses his arms in front of his chest, and says with a malicious smile, you're still a member of my squad. After this discussion, I have no intention of laying a hand on you. Kim Sion waves her hand, winks and smiles. So you're saying you can't have a discussion like this without this many people to help you out? Our squad leader is always this shameful. Huh? Bayan Gi-young squints his eyes in anger. He raises his hand to cover his mouth, making a strange laugh. Hoo. It seems like we'll have to teach the deputy squad leader a lesson. Bayan Gi-young says, standing in the middle of the group. Are you planning to teach me a lesson? Kim Sion asked in surprise, pointing at herself. You, teach me? She calmly beckoned Bayan Gi-young over, infuriating him. Bayan Gi-young cracked his knuckles, saying angrily, you definitely need a lesson. I'll make you regret acting so arrogant. Kim Sion. However, Sion remained calm, crossing her arms and asking, what's the problem? Bayan Gi-young continued, area leaders should follow the orders of the sergeant. Suddenly, the corner of Siwon's mouth quirked into a smile. She said sarcastically, so, are you stronger or smarter than me? Given Bayan Gi-young's temper, her words clearly provoked him. Bayan Gi-young growled, what? At this time, Park Jinsung was outside the rooftop door, right behind Sion. He quietly listened to their conversation. Sion, standing before Bayan Gi-young and his underlings, showed no fear or weakness. Instead, she calmly analyzed, isn't skill here determined by rank? 1. Be physically stronger than me. Or 2. Make better decisions than me. Sion reached up and smoothed her hair, a hint of mockery in her tone. To be my superior, shouldn't you be better than me in at least one of those two aspects? Bayan Gi-young had clearly lost his patience. He gritted his teeth and cursed, you piece of trash. Then he waved his hand, shouting to his underlings, hey, everyone, bring out your ideas. Hearing this, they immediately activated their ideas. Sion narrowed her eyes. Seeing weapons like hammers, long sticks, baseball bats, and even metal gauntlets, she silently assessed, lots of melee idea weapons, none with any special skill range. Bayan Gi-young suddenly asked, with your special idea, Do these look pathetic to you? Sion replied, not really. Isn't that what you feel? Bayan Giyang didn't answer, irritably saying, enough nonsense. Bayan Giyang's underlings gripped their weapons tightly, ready to charge at any moment. Kim Sion, beyond a look of indifference that infuriated others, showed no further reaction. At this moment, the scenes outside on the basketball court or in the security room were both peaceful and quiet. The sky was painted a vibrant orange-red, a complete contrast to the extremely annoying tone of Bayan Giyang. Causing a disturbance with Idea on school grounds will result in punishment. Bayan Giyang said, especially with a high-level Idea like yours. Just for that reason alone, you'll be punished. Hearing this, Sion suddenly understood Bayan Giyang's intention. These weaklings could use their ideas as they pleased without getting caught. Bayan Giyang looked at the people surrounding Sion, a smug smile appearing. His face quickly turned fierce, and he thought to himself, I've called in 15 guys like this. Bayan Giyang looked at Siwon's empty hands, unable to hide his triumph. Kim Siwon's Idea needed a blade to use its true power, but she wasn't carrying one. Imagining Sion unable to use her Idea and being chased by his friends, Bayan Giyang felt a surge of joy. He thought, so, when you compare an OP character who can't properly use their Idea with pieces of trash who can, the trash wins. He continued, even you can't handle this many people. But Sion just watched him silently. Bayan Giyang pointed at her and yelled, I'll make you regret talking back to me, you demon. At this, Sion suddenly touched her face, thoughtfully saying, Then, she snapped her fingers and said, Songho is very famous at our school. Now, Siwon's voice echoed on the rooftop. Don't you guys think anything when you see Songho? Bayan Giyang frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? Sion waved her hand, getting closer to Bayan Giyang's group, asking, you know my Idea rank, right? Now the question is this. She continued, what's my overall combat capability rank? With that, Siwon's foot stomped hard on the ground. Bayan Giyang's underlings started to show some caution, quietly crying out, Bayan Giyang quickly yelled at them. It's all fake. Why are you faltering when facing a sword user without a sword? We have 15 people with Idea. Don't be fooled. Charge. Sion sighed in exasperation at this. She mocked. You should have analyzed this in your strategy team. Her attitude made Bayan Giyang feel provoked. He clenched his fists and cursed. Kiek, you trash. Sion flicked a strand of hair from her face, then asked, did you already forget what we learned in class? At this moment, a strange horn grew out of Siwon's forehead. She said calmly, statistically, 1 rank a person can resist 100 people below rank A. As she finished speaking, sparkling spots of light seemed to rise from under her feet. Her long, neatly braided hair also seemed to be floating. This was Siwon's Idea, the Jade Spirit. Idea rank A, overall combat capability B+, A. The user's body could manipulate the Jade Spirit. The Spirit's talent, swordsmanship. Intermediate swordsmanship expert. Sion looked at the group before her, smiling. From rank A onward, we're considered to have disproportionate power. Only those who know how to fight one against many can receive rank A. She asked, let's just say my power is only half of what it could be. Would you still have any chance of winning? Sion had only activated her Idea, but fear was already clear on the faces of Bayan Giyang's underlings. The blue-haired guy holding the baseball bat trembled in his hands. Bayan Giyang, seeing his people lose heart, quickly yelled, why are you wavering? She doesn't have any weapons for her Idea. He pointed at Sion, loudly ordering, grab her, all of you, grab her. The blue-haired guy holding the baseball bat stammered, oh okay. He agreed outwardly, but his wary demeanor betrayed him. He mumbled, Kim Sion has no weapon. The blue-haired guy's trembling hands still gripped the baseball bat. A few seconds later, he jumped forward with the bat and yelled, we can do this, he shouted. He swung the bat right in front of Sion, but she remained as calm as ever. Just as the bat reached her face, Siwon's calm voice rang out, I like your curiosity, but aren't you approaching a bit too honestly? Then, suddenly, the bat couldn't move any further, stopping just in front of Siwon's nose. He exclaimed in shock, huh? No way. At this point, the blue-haired guy's hands trembled even more as Sion grabbed the baseball bat. She swung it forcefully. The blue-haired guy holding the baseball bat was sent flying, crashing into 2 people behind him. Yelling, Ack! The group watched in astonishment as 3 people were knocked down by Sion at once. She just smiled and said, "Hit." Then, Sion bounced. Jumping forward, she punched one guy away and quickly closed in on another. She heard him yell, "Yuck." Sion used incredible speed to attack her opponents, quickly landing on the ground with her fist still clenched. Then she knocked out the closest guy, making him crash into the railing. When she'd knocked out everyone, Sion kicked the last guy in the stomach. Looking around, the group that had been so arrogant were now sprawled on the ground. The guy she kicked in the stomach groaned in pain. The blue-haired guy struggled to get up, clutching his chest and marveling. "She's strong even without a sword." He continued, "We're nothing when facing an Idea rank A." Now, after witnessing Sion's strength, the blue-haired guy collapsed, filled with despair. Sion sat down in front of him and said, "You gave up too soon. That's why you can't be rank A." Hearing that, he immediately raised his head, saying painfully, "What do you know? You were chosen from birth. You think I haven't tried to train? Does a chosen one like you even understand?" Sion was silent, not saying anything back. The blue-haired guy continued to rant at her. "A born genius with abundant idea. Do you understand the sadness of someone without talent?" After he'd finished, Sion lowered her head, quietly answering, "Yeah, you have no choice but to think that way. But the thing is, when I started, my overall combat capability was D." The blue-haired guy was surprised to hear that, asking back, "Rank D?" Bayan Giyung didn't believe it. He pointed at her and shouted, "You, rank D? Don't lie. No one in this country doesn't know about your family." Bayan Giyung angrily said, "If you want to play mind games, you should say something believable. Who would believe someone like you has no talent?" Sion shrugged. "I agree. An Idea rank A but with overall combat capability only at rank D, that's useless." Her eyes looked into the distance, and she said with a soft laugh, "I don't want to pick up a sword. But my Idea wants to. What can I do? I have to accept it." No explanation was offered, so of course they didn't believe her. They vehemently retorted, "No way. Lying." Now, Sion's back became more somber than ever. She said, "You won't accept the efforts I put in." But that didn't matter. Sion said, raising her hand. Her hand was pale, with long, slender fingers. However, her palm was full of calluses from practicing swordsmanship for a long time. Completely out of sync with her appearance. Her hand stretched out, then curled into a fist. She said, her voice full of determination, "The efforts I've put in are still being proven at this moment." Bayan Giyung and his underlings naturally refused to admit it. Maybe it was because of her overwhelming strength, or maybe because of the self-doubt that was growing within them. Bayan Giyung yelled, "Shut up, shut up." Then he and his underlings, with their weapons ready, charged at her. Soon after, this group was easily defeated by Sion. Looking at the unconscious group lying on the ground, Sion said proudly, "Even without a sword, you guys still aren't worthy of fighting me." At this point, the sun was high in the sky. Bright sunlight shone through the towering buildings, illuminating the iron frames on the roof, making them seem to be covered in a layer of light. Everyone else had been knocked out by Sion, leaving only Bayan Giyung standing. Sion said, "It's just you left, Sergeant." Looking at the people lying on the ground, Sion asked again, "Do you see how I purposely left you for last?" Bayan Giyung clicked his tongue, saying arrogantly, "TCH, I guess even if it's a garbage can, it's still trash." Sion rubbed her neck, "Sergeant, I won't use it to take care of you again." Hearing that, Bayan Giyung replied, "Yeah, it can't help you." He spread his arms wide, emanating a strange feeling, laughing, "Come on and eat me, you demon." Sion frowned, unable to help but think, what kind of confidence is this? Does he still have a hidden ace? Sion silently calculated, her eyes becoming serious. If that's the case. With that thought, Sion rushed forward in front of Bayan Giyung, her right hand preparing to strike. She coldly warned, "You'd better suck your stomach in." While thinking, "I just need to destroy it." Sion's fist was aimed at Bayan Giyung's stomach, but he laughed gleefully, satisfied. "Heh, you fell for it, Kim Sion. I knew you'd avoid punching my face." Bayan Giyung was secretly pleased with his plan. He thought, "You know you'll be punished if you do that. I'll use my face to take that punch." He stepped back and lowered his body, waiting for Sion's punch. Sion suddenly realized Bayan Giyung's intention, but now she couldn't pull back her hand. Bayan Giyung was only waiting for her to panic, imagining, what her surprised expression would be like if I tried to get Kim Sion to punch me in the face. Byun Gi-young grinned excitedly. Then at least she'll be suspended. Or maybe even expelled. A cheap price to mess you up. At this point, Siwon's fist was already in front of his face. Just before it hit, a hand unexpectedly reached out, stopping Siwon's hand right before Byun Gi-young's eyes. It was none other than Park Jinsung, who stood between Kim Sion and Byun Gi-young, breathing a sigh of relief. Whoa, that was dangerous. But his actions made Byun Gi-young feel inevitably disappointed. Seeing Jinsung, Byun Gi-young was surprised and angry. Yelling, "Trash!" Jinsung leaned closer to him, smiling and saying, "Your cute little nose shouldn't get broken." Sergeant. In Jinsung's hand now, pieces of plastic, from an unknown object, had shattered. Park Jinsung stood up, threw the broken pieces from his hand, and left. Byun Gi-young, blocked by Jinsung, could only vent on him. Sitting on the ground, he looked up and cursed. "Trash, how did you get here?" Park Jinsung, whether by accident or on purpose, stepped on Byun Gi-young's hand, then exclaimed in alarm, "Oops, I slipped." This caused Byun Gi-young to yell. "Kua." Jinsung just chuckled, pretending to be concerned about Byun Gi-young, who was clutching his hand in pain. "Are you okay, Sergeant?" Unable to deal with Sion, and now having his hand stepped on by Jinsung, Byun Gi-young angrily yelled at Sion, "Did you bring this trash here?" Sion replied indifferently, "Me? Why would I do that? He followed me on his own." Hearing this, Jinsung pretended to be pitiful, asking, "What?" He turned away sadly, tears flowing, saying in a hurt voice, "It's so sad. I'm not welcomed anywhere." Wah! But the other two were unaware that Jinsung was doing this for his own purpose. He thought, "I'm taking care of part of the situation to change Byun Gi-young's impression of me." But Sion seemed to have noticed something. She turned slightly, looking towards the rooftop door behind her. From that door to where she was standing was quite far. Sion wondered in surprise. From behind the rooftop door to here. He flew here in a flash? The moment Park Jinsung had flown to her side. It was also the moment her punch was thrown. Sion pondered. He opened the door and flew here, and stood between me and Byun Gi-young. Before my punch. Thinking about it, Jinsung had caught her punch accurately. If he wasn't someone with real ability, how could he have acted so quickly and neatly? Sion was secretly shocked as she remembered the moment her fist touched Jinsung's palm. He'd completely blocked her punch. How could someone with an F combat ability rank do that? On the other hand, Park Jinsung didn't pay attention to them, looking up at the sky absent-mindedly. He said quietly, "Oh, the sun's setting." He was unaware that Kim Sion had clenched her fists. Thinking, "Park Jinsung, what are you exactly?" Siwon's hand suddenly twinged, and she cried out softly, "Oh." When Sion held up her hand, she saw that her palm was covered with small pieces of shattered plastic. She wondered, "What is this? Plastic pieces?" On the rooftop, Jinsung's silhouette was cast on the ground in the sunset. Byun Gi-young's shadow was perhaps vaguely visible behind him. Jinsung said, "Sergeant, the sun is going down. Why don't we end this and go home?" Byun Gi-young's plan had been ruined by Jinsung's interference, making him furious. He vented his anger at Jinsung, snapping, "What the hell are you that you're asking to end this?" He pointed at Sion, then switched to Jinsung, threatening angrily, "You two or something else. If I report this to the teachers as the sergeant." But before Byun Gi-young could finish, Jinsung looked scared, asking blankly, "Huh? What did I do wrong? I just protected you. Isn't it a bit much to reward me like this?" Sion, who obviously didn't want to get involved with Byun Gi-young any further, continued Jinsung's words, "Yeah, this young trainee warrior just protected your ugly face. Just end your little show." Byun Gi-young was not easy to give up. He said, Who said that? I recorded this whole thing just in case," he said, pointing towards the rooftop door. Byun Gi-young said proudly, "With this hidden camera footage, I'll..." But before Byun Gi-young could finish, Jinsung pointed to the ground, asking, "Are you talking about this hidden camera?" Byun Gi-young was confused, looking in the direction Jinsung was pointing. "What?" On the ground, the small camera was now shattered into pieces. A pile of scrap metal. Byun Gi-young's mouth twitched, completely stunned. He heard Jinsung's startled voice. "That was a camera? I thought it was a kind of decoration. I saw you bring it up here." Jinsung scratched his head awkwardly, pretending to feel sorry. "I'm sorry. I thought something was stuck on the wall." I thought it was a shock absorber. And I didn't think it was yours. Sergeant. Sion kicked a piece of plastic from the camera away, saying, well, the camera is broken. Looks like your plan has completely failed. What I want to know now is. Suddenly, Sion grabbed Jinsung by his collar. Continuing, trainee, why did you block my punch? Hearing that, he asked in surprise. Huh? Jinsung, seeing the situation, turned towards him. Clumsily defended himself. I helped you. Why are you treating me like this? At this moment, Bayan Giyung's underlings, who'd woken up at some point, started to speak. A brown-haired guy said, because he's rank F duh. Then the blue-haired guy continued, to destroy a camera set up by a rank A, is that talent or just luck? Sion still held Jinsung tightly, seemingly thinking about something. Right after that, Sion dragged Jinsung towards the people with low rank Idea whom she'd defeated. She called out to them, hey, you guys. The pitiful Jinsung was dragged along, helplessly saying, if you want to go somewhere, let me go first. The group was surprised when Sion called them. The blue-haired guy looked up, asking, what? Sion yelled at them, stop whining about how low-ranked your Idea are. Learn from our trainee here. Jinsung was still bewildered. Huh? It's not too late. Think about it. Sion looked at them, her gaze firm, seriously advising. The blue-haired guy stared at her, speechless for a long time. After speaking, Sion didn't care if they took her words to heart. She turned and called for Jinsung. Let's go, trainee. Jinsung hurried to follow, saying, okay, Sion, I admit, you're just like senior on Songho. Sion angrily snapped, nonsense. Who said I'm like that pig-headed guy? Bayan Giyung was powerless to do anything. He just watched as Sion and Jinsung disappeared, leaving only the rooftop door that had just closed. On the rooftop, the sun was setting in the west. Bayan Giyung and his underlings had failed miserably. Everyone quietly hung their heads low. Bayan Giyung couldn't help but curse. Damn it. In a dark room somewhere. On the floor. On the walls. On the door. Everywhere was scattered with fresh blood. A bloody hand held a knife, also covered in blood, slowly approaching the room ahead. A piercing scream echoed in the silence. Ooh, spare me. On the wall, where the calendar was hung, was a large streak of blood, extending from an unknown point. In that room, under the dim light, the shadow of a man with a missing arm was cast upon the blood-soaked wall. He fell to the ground, pleading desperately, "Don't come here, monster." Before him, a young boy holding a dagger was slowly getting closer. The back of the boy's shirt was also soaked in blood. The boy's legs, pants and the floor were stained with blood. Looking terrifying, the man's broken curses echoed. "You're a monster." Then, another piercing scream rang out again, along with splatters of fresh blood, completely different from the large bloodstains that had dried on the door behind them. On the floor now, a trail of blood from something that had been dragged from the room to the door was visible. Beside it were the boy's blood-soaked footprints. He muttered, "You and that uncle were the same." "No, wait," the boy said, looking at the blood-soaked man on the ground. In his hand, he still held the dagger tightly. All over him and on the door behind him was a terrifying red color of fresh blood. The boy's blood-smeared face suddenly broke into a smile. He whispered, "Right, uncle?" Park Jinsung, who had been sleeping, suddenly sat up. The clock was at 6 in the morning. He frantically covered his face, seemingly having experienced something very frightening, so much so that he couldn't control the trembling within his heart. Later, Jinsung sat on the bed, clutching his head in distress, tiredly sighing. "Kook, that dream again." On the street, sunlight shone, and tall buildings stood side by side. Kim Sion turned her head to look at Park Jinsung walking beside her. "Huh, trainee, why do you look so strange today? Is there something wrong?" Kim Sion couldn't help but ask with concern. Park Jinsung waved his hand, forcing a smile. "No, I'm just a bit tired." Haha. Then he quickly changed the subject. "But where are we going?" Kim Sion looked at the classmates walking with them and replied, "I'm not sure because the teacher only told the sergeant. But since it's assigned to the first aid classes, they're probably there." The sound of footsteps echoed steadily. Looking at the tall buildings before them, Park Jinsung asked curiously, "But why are we going out?" Kim Sion replied patiently, "I don't know either." Bayan Giyung stopped in front of a building and loudly ordered, "Everyone, stop." Facing their class was another group of students. One of them, wearing a blue jacket draped over his friend's shoulders, looked at their group and said, "Oh, we're here." A girl with her hair tied high on her head, one hand on her hip, looked at Bayan Giyung and asked, "Are you students from Hun High School?" The student wearing the blue jacket looked as if he'd just seen something exciting. "It's the first time I've seen kids from Hun High School." The brown-haired student next to him continued, "It's not too late." Then all three of them broke into laughter. Looking very provocative, Bayan Giyung glared at them angrily. He clenched his hands, stepping forward. "Who the hell are you?" None of the students bothered to answer Bayan Giyung. The brown-haired student waved his hand and said, "I'd rather see Kim Sion than you. I heard she's very beautiful and a genius." The words of the brown-haired student made Bayan Giyung's anger reach its peak. But he tried to restrain himself, saying, "Kim Sion is my squad leader. If you want to say something, you can say it to me." The students laughed mockingly, without being polite. "Damn, is this the ranking system I heard about earlier?" The student standing next to him didn't forget to add mockingly, "Their military roleplay is so ridiculous." He said, "Talk to me. Who does he think he is?" "Huh." Bayan Giyung waved his hand angrily, veins popping on his head, and yelled, "I am a student from Hyundai Special Training High School. Second year, Squad 10, 3rd Platoon. I'm asking again, who the hell are you?" The girl with her hair tied high on her head calmly said, "We are." The plump girl next to her, one hand on her hip, immediately continued, "How do we meet you, officer?" Bayan Giyung began to curse impatiently, looking like he was about to charge forward. "These pieces of trash." "What? Trash?" The students on the other side became agitated. But then, a hand gently patted their shoulders. Following that was a familiar voice that calmed them down. "Whoa, hey, don't make a show for the other schools." The person who just spoken stepped forward. "Sorry, our kids are a bit emotional." As soon as he appeared, someone couldn't help but marvel. "Oh, he's so handsome." Someone else asked curiously, "Who is he?" He stepped forward, wanting to shake hands with Bayan Giyung. "We're from Showdown High School." Then he smiled, looking friendly. "Nice to meet you, Hun High School classmate." Bayan Giyung rudely slapped his hand away. "Stop acting and explain yourselves. You pieces of trash." The blue-jacketed student behind him angrily wanted to step forward. "You bastard." But before the student could lash out, he was quickly stopped. "Haha, calm down everyone." At this moment, Kim Sion appeared. She spoke up, "Lieutenant, stop." Kim Sion glanced at Bayan Giyung, then pulled him back forcefully. "Can't you see that our training points are going down?" She looked directly at the one she just called Lieutenant and continued, "In Showdown High School. You too." He didn't seem to pay attention to the issue, just focused on looking at her, appearing admiring as he said, "Woo, are you Kim Sion? Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Sung-hwa." As he said that, he extended his hand, wanting to shake hers. Kim Sion glanced at the hand extended in midair. She put one hand on her hip, not intending to shake hands with him. She looked directly at him and said, "Our team came here to participate in the first aid class. But why are the Showdown kids here instead of them?" Kim Sion tilted her head slightly. "Can you explain this?" Lee Sung-hwa wasn't embarrassed by the refusal, and he retracted his hand with a natural smile. "We are the first aid class students you're looking for," Lee Sung-hwa officially introduced. "Showdown High School, second year, first aid class. We're looking forward to today." Before them was a building with a bank sign. Everyone went inside together. "We don't know why it's called a bank. We just heard about dividing classes with Hun High School." The door of the building opened. "I think both schools have good relations with this bank." Park Jinsung's voice echoed from inside. "Since it's better to have a joint class from the two schools." He continued, "And the bank looks pretty good too." Huh. The first thing that caught their eyes was the tall and muscular security guard standing watch at the door. Park Jinsung looked around curiously, turning back to Kim Sion. "It looks like it's reserved just for us, since customers are becoming scarce." Seeing them, the security guard immediately stepped forward to greet them. "Are you the students here for the internship?" Looking at the three tall men in front of him, Park Jinsung couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, they're so tall. This is the power of the security guards." Kim Sion stepped forward. "Hello, we are second-year students. Squad 10, 3rd Platoon of Hyundai High School." Kim Sion stood before them, proactively greeting them. "I am team leader Kim Sion. I am very much looking forward to today." One of the guards smiled knowingly. "Oh ho, Very young, but mature. The other guard glanced at him and laughed along. Yeah, right. Kim Si-won's face turned cold. But she still had to ask correctly. If there's anything we need to do today, please let us know. The guard standing in front of her laughed loudly, his hands on his hips, saying, haha, I like you. Almost want the bank to hire you when you grow up. Kim Si-won replied bluntly, I refuse. In her heart she thought, sigh, we're being treated like children on a field trip. In the cafeteria, the inside was empty. Kim Si-won stood with her arms crossed in a corner, thinking, they're completely underestimating our combat ability. She reached out and took off the sword she was wearing. Anyway, not many students can work at a bank, but we need more points. A familiar figure walked past. Kim Si-won called out to the person, excuse me, Lee Sung-hwa. Lee Sung-hwa seemed to really like her. He quickly approached, smiling to make friends. You can call me Lee Sung-hwa. Kim Si-won, still displaying a cold face, repeated his request. Okay, Lee Sung-hwa. After the greeting, Kim Si-won looked at the empty cafeteria. Getting to the point, divide your class into 4 and arrange them into temporary teams. We'll give the bank a good impression. She looked at the students talking to the bank staff in front. Then continued, I'm not even sure if the teachers are here at the moment. The staff member was an older woman who looked very friendly. Do you students want some snacks or drinks? The girl standing in front of her cheerfully asked back. Really? Her classmates also started raising their hands. I want some. Kim Si-won frowned, looking displeased. They're quite lax, like they're with children customers. Neither side is speaking seriously. A student walked past them, asking, we're going to get some coffee. How about you? It's like coffee made by machine. You can also get other drinks. Kim Si-won turned her head to look at him, thinking about the sweet drinks. She was immediately attracted, but in her heart, she thought, something feels off here. Kim Si-won didn't care anymore. She put her sword on the ground and ran over. Really? Anything? The student replied, of course. In a deserted corner, out of sight, Park Jinsung stood alone, leaning against the wall. Everyone is relaxing. Well, not much is happening, he muttered to himself. At that moment, Lee Sung-hwa suddenly appeared before him. Hello. Park Jinsung was startled. His face paled as he stepped back, but he bumped into the cold wall. He could only stammer, oh, hello. Lee Sung-hwa looked at him, probing. You were next to Kim Si-won earlier, right? Park Jinsung looked at him, not knowing what he meant. He thought, I guess this is Seojong High School student Lee Sung-hwa. Why does he know that I was next to senior Kim Si-won? As if he'd thought of something. The light behind Park Jinsung's glasses brightened. He raised his thumb, smiling brightly at Lee Sung-hwa. Do you want me to help you ask Sion? After all, that's my specialty. Lee Sung-hwa, flustered, quickly waved his hands. No, it's not like that. Or do you want me to go buy bread? But I didn't bring any money today, Park Jinsung said, taking out his empty pocket to show him. Lee Sung-hwa looked confused. No, I don't need bread. Park Jinsung looked at him, completely confused. Not bread either? Then what is it? Lee Sung-hwa laughed. I happen to be interested. He placed his hands behind his back, looking directly into Park Jinsung's eyes, and said the last 2 words. Inyu. Lee Sung-hwa looked at Park Jinsung with a friendly smile. Do you want something to drink? He said, casually pointing in a certain direction. There's a vending machine over there. Park Jinsung followed the direction he pointed. Oh, okay. As he walked, he thought to himself, should I report to the sergeant or squad leader? But seeing everyone gathered in front, happily playing and talking, he changed his mind. I guess it's okay. A can of soda fell out of the vending machine. Park Jinsung reached out to grab it. He opened it and took a sip. Ah, so cold. Park Jinsung tilted his head and sighed. Lee Sung-hwa, standing opposite him holding an identical can of soda, smiled and said, Jinsung, you seem so carefree. Are you a hidden master of Hun High School or something? Lee Sung-hwa had just said it casually, but it made Park Jinsung, who was drinking, choke and spit out a mouthful of soda. He laughed. Haha, I'm just pretending to be carefree. Lee Sung-hwa looked at him and fell into contemplation. He stands apart from his classmates and seems out of place. But why is he so carefree? Park Jinsung laughed insincerely. That's my motto in life. Lee Sung-hwa lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Really? That's so cool. What's your overall combat skill level? Park Jinsung pointed to the ground. his face serious. Rank F. Lee Sung-hwa didn't believe it, asking back, "Huh, are you lying?" Park Jinsung held up 2 fingers, saying as if it were nothing important, "My IDEA is also rank FFF champions." Lee Sung-hwa still didn't want to believe him. "You're teasing me, right?" Park Jinsung spread his hands out, trying to explain. "No, why would I lie?" Lee Sung-hwa looked at him and thought to himself, "Then that's even stranger. So why is he so carefree?" Park Jinsung threw the can he just finished drinking, casually asking, "So, what did you want to say?" The can hit the wall, bounced off a pillar, and landed precisely in the trash can. Lee Sung-hwa looked at the scene in astonishment. He leaned in close to Park Jinsung, casually pointing at the trash can. "Wow, how did you do that?" Park Jinsung was startled and backed away a bit. "Huh?" Lee Sung-hwa looked at him admiringly. "Amazing." Park Jinsung didn't understand. "I just threw a can." Lee Sung-hwa didn't think so, his eyes shining brightly. "No, it was really amazing." Lee Sung-hwa raised his hand, holding the can behind him, preparing to throw. "Okay, I'll try too." Park Jinsung was speechless. "Haha, okay, good luck." The can flew, but ended up outside the trash can. Lee Sung-hwa lost his balance. Wobbling, he looked at the can, looking very disappointed. "Ah, it's so hard." Park Jinsung put his hands behind his back, casually giving his assessment. "You don't have good reflexes either." Lee Sung-hwa picked up the empty can. "I'm weak in fighting. That's why I chose the path of first aid," he said, walking to the trash can. "But Jinsung, you said you're rank F?" He threw the can, asking curiously, "How can a rank F survive in a fighting class?" Park Jinsung, one hand on his hip, laughed loudly, looking very proud. "Kim Sion carries me, and I have good luck." Park Jinsung looked excitedly at Lee Sung-hwa. "What's your idea?" Lee Sung-hwa didn't react in time. "Me? I'm..." Lee Sung-hwa directly activated his idea, turning his arm into a sword. The system displayed information about the idea. Arm becomes a sword. Idea rank C+. Overall combat skill C can transform the arm into a sword. Park Jinsung looked at him in surprise. "Your idea is pretty good, isn't it? Lots of potential for development too." Lee Sung-hwa deactivated his idea, looking a little sad. "I hear that all the time, but it's never leveled up once." Saying this, he clenched his fist, as if thinking about something. Park Jinsung suddenly asked, "You want to transfer to the fighting class?" Lee Sung-hwa's clenched fist suddenly stopped. Park Jinsung continued, "That's why you were curious about how I survived." "Huh?" Lee Sung-hwa shyly raised his hand and rubbed his neck. "Ah, yeah." Park Jinsung didn't seem happy anymore, as if thinking of something, his face becoming gloomy. He said something difficult to understand. "First aid is much better. You can save people. I think it's much better than an idea that only knows how to fight." Lee Sung-hwa confusedly rubbed his neck. His mood seemed much better now. Really?" Park Jinsung pursed his lips, trying to suppress his feelings. He smiled. "Of course." He patted Lee Sung-hwa's shoulder encouragingly. "Be more confident and carefree." But in his heart, he couldn't help but think, "I'm so jealous. If my idea could save people, that would be great." Park Jinsung turned to leave, trying not to let Lee Sung-hwa see the change in his face. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind Lee Sung-hwa, "Let's go back." In front of the bank, An Yang-ho went over to greet the other teachers. "Haha, sorry for being late." The teacher with chestnut brown hair laughed. "The kids already went in first." He reached into his briefcase and took out a list. "Hun High School teachers. Shall we grade them now?" An Yang-ho was dumbfounded, not understanding. "Huh? But we haven't seen anything yet?" The teacher with chestnut brown hair shook his hand. "It's fine. Just grade them randomly," he said casually. "Give the normal kids with good abilities a high score. After all, what are they going to train in the bank? It's just a formal training session." An Yang-ho laughed, quickly understanding. "Wow, I learned a lot from you." The teacher with chestnut brown hair picked up a pen, grading as he laughed. "Haha, lucky for me you're a lively person." When he got to the last person, Park Jinsung, he casually wrote down an F, finished grading. "Let's go for coffee. I know a way to make this coffee really delicious." He turned to An Yang-ho. An Yang-ho smiled, conveniently pressing the car keys. "Wow, I'll follow you. I knew the teachers from Hun High School would be really lively." Haha. Inside, right in front of the bank entrance, Two students stood on either side of the door. The male student sighed. "It's so tiring standing guard here." The female student standing next to him immediately agreed. "Nothing's even happening." He looked at the female student, offering a suggestion. "Sergeant, rock, paper, scissors. Loser buys drinks." The female student laughed happily and agreed. "Okay, let's play." No sooner said than done. They both yelled in unison. "Rock, paper, scissors." One threw rock, the other threw paper. They didn't pay any attention to the fully equipped group that was preparing to storm into the bank. It was the red-haired guy who noticed them from not far away. He reminded, "Hey, someone's coming." The female student playing rock, paper, scissors asked the male student, "Huh, what do you want to drink?" Looking at the group of strangers who'd arrived in front of the bank. Some started to whisper, "Wow, look at those outfits. A cosplay group?" A student asked in confusion. "Huh, what kind of outfits are those?" The loud commotion attracted the security guard's attention. He was so shocked that he dropped the coffee cup in his hand. The porcelain cup shattered, but he didn't even pay attention to it, rushing outside at full speed. "Damn it!" the security guard yelled anxiously. "Students, get back." The two students guarding the door were still confused and hadn't had time to understand what was going on. "Huh?" they said in unison, the female student asking again. "What?" The security guard rushed forward, blocking them, pushing them behind him. "Get back." Right after, an attack using Idea energy slammed into the security guard. The system displayed the security guard's Idea skills. Nunchaku gets harder. Idea rank C+. Overall combat skill B each time it clashes. It gets harder. The security guard used his nunchaku to try and fight against the attacker's huge broadsword. He quickly yelled at the students, "Run to the back door." The sudden event scared the students who were present, making their faces pale. "Huh, what's happening? What's going on?" Another student said. "Monsters? Is this part of the training?" The attacker's eyes flashed red. He had a huge scar on his face. He said coldly, "It's useless." The security guard, distracted by the students, his veins popping on his forehead, angrily roared, "What are you doing? Run!" As soon as he finished speaking, his nunchaku shattered. The attacker used his broadsword to directly strike him. "See you again." The security guard's blood splattered, scaring the students. They all screamed in unison. "Kayak!" The attacker placed his long sword, still covered in the security guard's blood, on his shoulder. Smiling evilly, he signaled his comrades to attack, then casually said a few more words. "Korean comrades. Comrades, please excuse me." Kim Il-jung's eyes were bloodshot, blazing like a beast preparing to pounce on its prey. "Who are you?" Two men in black suits yelled as they charged forward. "Comrade seems strong. Can you make me happier than the last comrade?" Il-jung put his huge sword on his shoulder, challenging the opponents. "What's with that accent? Isn't that a North Korean accent?" the man with the red tie scrutinized, while his colleague frowned and asked, "Are you a North Korean spy?" "Spy? I just came here to beg for some things." Kim Il-jung answered the two pathetic figures. "If you don't want your heads chopped off, fill this bag quickly," he said, throwing a bag on the ground with a thud. The man with the red tie frowned, biting his lip in anger. "Everyone to your positions," he called out. A series of people appeared. Then the bodyguards formed a line, adopting a defensive stance. "Comrades, didn't you hear me when I said to fill the bag?" Kim Il-jung glared at them warningly. "When I'm still calling you comrades, you should be obedient." "Shut up, you bank-robbing bastard." Of course, the security team didn't back down. "Gosh, are my Korean comrades deaf or blind?" The man laughed with a smirk, seeming dissatisfied. "Why are you weaklings always rushing at me like moths to a flame?" He raised his great sword, dripping with blood. "We are no match for him. His energy far surpasses normal people. Like he said, we're just rushing into the fire like moths." It seemed that only Kim Sion was the most analytical and calm at this moment. "Block his sword and push him back. Steel shields. Stop him. There are students behind us." The guards used all their strength to protect others. "They'll die uselessly." Sion saw this and knew the outcome. She raised her hand, saying loudly, "Fall back, comrades. You're blocking my path. Get out of the way." Without any hesitation, Kim Il-jung launched a brutal power attack at the innocent. Siwon's eyes widened, her face darkened in shock. "Kaya!" The whole room was filled with screams. Now, it was just filled with fresh corpses. "They're dead?" A student, sweating profusely, backed away at the horrific scene. He defeated a rank B defensive Idea with just one strike. That Idea was pretty strong, but his attack went through it easily. Sion thought in a daze, while her teammates fell to the ground groaning. Is that all? You guys are too obsessed with peace. TCH. The scarred robber clicked his tongue, looking down on the kids with contempt. Is it okay to use such useless guards? Not satisfied with his mockery, Kim Il-jin continued to stab the blood-soaked bodies. To warn others, his overall combat skill must be at least rank A. Sion reasoned silently. Everyone, get yourselves together, she suddenly yelled. Hide, she directed, to get her teammates to come to their senses. Oh okay. The squinty-eyed student finally tried to get up. Staggering, everyone run to the desks. The students ran with all their might. Are you guys deciding to be bank employees after all? Should I get a waiting ticket from the machine? Looking at the mice scurrying to get away, the robber amusedly threw a wrench into the gears. Everyone, summon your ideas. From now on, sergeants, lead your teams, Sion directed. Tickets flew around them. Can I take some money? It was just a joke, since Kim Il-jin would surely steal everything anyway. How did this happen? A student wrung his hands. Distraught. Don't lose your will. We have to hold on until the police or teachers find us. Seeing her teammates panicking, Sion strongly reassured them. Don't be so cold to each other. Fellow Koreans, shouldn't we help each other? Il-jin kicked the bag as if ordering them to put money in it. What should we do? I'm not sure I can fight him alone. On the other side, Sion was wrestling with her thoughts. The guys behind him looked strong too. Looking at the robber's underlings, she also felt uneasy and insecure. Our bags are a bit empty, so we'd like some help. Are all South Korean banks so cold to their customers? Kim Il-jin continued to drone. What's your name? You seem like a brave comrade. He looked at her. Kim Sion. She answered clearly. So brave. But why don't you answer my question? What do you think I should do to get money from you bank employees? Kim Il-jin narrowed his eyes, pressuring Kim Sion, making her quietly tell herself, I need to buy some time, even if just a little. Since you're robbing a bank in those outfits, you don't seem like spies. Are you like a group of people who escaped from North Korea? Sion interrogated, full of suspicion. Your goal isn't money, is it? She asked, while Kim Il-jung's smile became even more twisted. You guys keep saying spy this and spy that. Maybe I should introduce myself first, annoyed with the explanation. He spoke up. A criminal daring to reveal his identity? Sion was surprised. I don't know if you comrades have heard of us. We are the Legion of Great Calamity. Kim Il-jin proudly introduced himself, spreading out his arms. Peste. Kim Sion immediately recognized it. Unknown location, unknown history, unknown attire, no discrimination based on race, class, or rank. A terrorist group operating against humanity all over the world. Wherever they went, not even a single ant was left alive. They were a brutal group. Their only defining characteristic was that no one survived. Peste. Kim Sion analyzed, imagining all kinds of cruelty. Peste. They have people in North Korea too? The others, hearing this, panicked. I said we are the Legion of Great Calamity. Why are you comrades calling us Peste? These South Koreans are too westernized. Annoyed, he said, anyway, since you understand, give me the money. Kim Il-jin kicked a nearby desk. Peste. A student panicked. Put the money in. We just have to give him everything, another student yelled. Afraid for his life. If we do that, before he could finish, a familiar figure appeared. What a surprise. Kim Il-jin raised his head, saying, Kim Sion had changed. Her eyes were cold. Everyone stay calm. She approached. He never said he wouldn't hurt us after we gave him the money. She continued, that horn, that hair. I understand now. The man was excited. Seems like you know my family. Then this is easy. Let's fight. No more nonsense. Sion challenge. If his soldiers also charged in, there would be no hope. I have to lure him into a one-on-one duel since he seems like the leader. She was very worried. Kook. Okay, you're smart. I'm sure you're wondering if I can be fooled by you. Reading her like a book. Kim Il-jin curled his lip. I'm just a student. You won't gang up on me, will you? Sion said as the others didn't even dare to breathe. Kukik. Okay, I like the courage, but it's not that surprising. He chuckled, snapping his fingers. If you come from that crazy demon family, you must be crazy too, right? Il-jin looked at the horns on Siwon's forehead. You talk too much. So are you going to fight me or not? You terrorist? Provoked. She loudly challenged. Such a cute challenge, he was incredibly excited. He stabbed his sword hard into the floor. Okay, I accept that challenge. Demon. Kim Il-jin was turning into a monster. Come on, girl. Kim Il-jin pointed his large sword at his opponent. You dare let me attack first? You must be very confident. She forced a smile. Luckily, her challenging tactic worked. He won't be able to go back on his word in front of his underlings. Thinking this, she glanced at the guards. If I can beat him, I can survive. I must win to survive. Sion reached her hand behind her neck. Near the nape. Huh? Her hand stopped. My sword. Where is it? Sion was startled. Oh, I left it down when I was resting. Why did I do that at this time? Sion remembered putting her sword down. Girl, where are you looking? The man made a move. If you're not attacking, then I'll go first. Kim Il-jin swung his sword. Luckily, Sion dodged in time. Otherwise she would have been in serious danger. Kiek. Thanks to that attack, the ceiling had collapsed. Sion quickly moved so as not to be crushed. If I get hit just once. She frowned. But thanks to that strike. Sion looked at the rubble. Feeling a secret joy. I have something to use now. She jumped onto the ledge of stones. Surfing through the air, the man was startled. Sneak attack? Where's your courage from earlier? The man brutally destroyed the shield, making Sion groan uncomfortably. Damn it, she cursed, jumping back. Hey, flying all over the place. Are you a demon or a flying squirrel? Kim Il-jin mocked. He kept attacking, forcing her to dodge repeatedly. Without rest, she's fighting the boss with that sword. Kim Sion is amazing. In the control room, the other students were watching from behind the counter, praising her. Kim Sion, Kim Sion, Kim Seon, Kim Sion, Kim Sion, Kim Sion. They just stood there cheering. Now's not the time for cheering. What should we do? Park Jinsung was worried about her. Wow, I know why she's so famous now. She's fighting the boss of Peste. Lee Sung-hwa looked at him excitedly. Lee Sung-hwa, Jinsung said. This is completely unbalanced. Jinsung touched Sung-hwa's shoulder. We have to run now, he continued. Huh, run now? But where? Sung-hwa was confused. Going up is best. Bathrooms, lockers, under tables, any place that makes it hard for them to find us. Jinsung looked up as he spoke. Sion struggled to avoid Kim Il-jung's attacks. We have to buy as much time as possible, he said. Then she was stabbed directly by him. The force of the attack sent Sion flying backwards. In pain, she groaned as she sat slumped. It's time to end this cat and mouse game. What do you think? The man approached. Kim Sion lost? Huh? None of us are stronger than Kim Sion. Are we done for? They all panicked, while Sion coughed up blood on the floor. Girl, is that all you've got? Il-jin pointed the tip of his large sword at her face. Hoo-hoo, maybe. Why don't you check me? Mouth bloody. She smiled mockingly. Even at the very end. Still a troublesome woman. The man was driven mad. Everyone spread out, suddenly. Park Jinsung stood up and yelled loudly across the room. What's going on? Haha, I'm running away, Jinsung said, grabbing Sung-hwa by the collar and running. They hesitated a little. Run, it's going to be a mess. If we get caught, we'll die. Run. They all ran up the stairs, yelling. So they made their decision quickly. Kim Il-jin scratched his head in frustration. What do you think, comrades? The man smiled. What are your orders, sir? An underling spoke up. Catch all those comrades of that little rat, Il-jin ordered, tired of their charade. Yes, sir, the underlings obeyed promptly. Let's consider that comrade to be different. But the stupid South Korean comrades don't move a muscle. While this demon girl buys time, where will they run to? The soldiers spread out. They'll eventually get caught, he said, scornfully. Moving forward, he ordered his men to go catch them. So he doesn't plan to kill them? Then maybe I can buy a bit more time. Sion thought anxiously. Panting, she finally managed to stand up strongly. I like your toughness. You've proven to be a more useful girl than I thought. The man was amused by her. So, want to join me? Il-jin came closer. What the heck? No way. Sion disdainfully refused. You should think harder. Women are lining up to be with me. The man was self-satisfied. Why should I trust a terrorist who robs a bank with no evidence? Sion was no less scathing. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. The man shrugged. I am Kim Il-jin. Just one sentence caused everyone to say. The son of Korea. Il-jin smiled proudly. Kim Il-jin. She hesitated. Inside her head, she pondered. The greatest leader of North Korea. The greatest military commander of North Korea. The greatest politician of North Korea. The one with the strongest idea in North Korea. A true monster with those titles. I have a lot to worry about. Being the son while still so young. I need a talented wife by my side. He invited her. No way. Why did Kim Il-jin personally come to such a meeting? She backed away in fear. Girl, why are you suddenly backing away? That's why I usually don't reveal my name. The man got closer. Ha ha ha. Doesn't Kim Il-jin get a reward? It must be a lot since you're a world-famous criminal. Right? It was just a way to speak. But Sion could barely stand straight. The man looked at her legs trembling. I can buy tteokbokki for my friends with that reward money. Il-jin was dumbfounded at what she'd said. Even in this situation, you're still so brave. It's like a comedy. The man laughed loudly. So that's why they don't want me to come here myself. Isn't this what they're aiming for? The man narrowed his eyes. Smiling slyly. The robbery order mentioned there were students. So isn't it to exploit the students? Coming here was no loss. The man looked at her strength. And thought to himself, girl, the winner has already been decided. So shouldn't you be obedient while I'm still savoring you? Il-jin closed his eyes sincerely. It's surprising that the winner was decided so early. Siwon's foot kicked the sword blade. I almost died trying to jump back here. She kicked the sword up high. Surprising the man. Huh? Smiling beautifully. Kim Sion caught her sword. I still need to learn many things. But to use my idea properly, to release a large magic power. Scaring the opponent. I need a sword. She smirked, drawing her sword. The fight starts now. A group of soldiers chased after the students, who scattered in panic. Suddenly, a student was grabbed by a soldier, who said, "Come with me." The student struggled. "Let me go." I said let me go. But it was useless. The student was dragged into the bank along with other students who'd been captured earlier. At this time, in the men's bathroom, Jinsung and Seonghwa were hiding in a stall. Jinsung looked at the bathroom, assessing. I guess it's because it's a bank that it's so clean. Seonghwa looked at Jinsung in a panic, saying, Jinsung, should we go even higher? This is only the 5th floor and the other kids are going higher. He quickly reassured, it'll be okay. Calm down. Jinsung chuckled, saying, for now, let's just breathe. Seonghwa looked at him, asking, Jinsung, are you okay? He asked back, huh? Why? Seonghwa remembered the bloody scene, thinking, if we get caught, we'll probably end up like those guards. Seonghwa saw that he was still carefree, thinking, and yet he still seems completely fine. But outwardly he just said, it's nothing. Seonghwa said again, anyway, if we just stay here, we'll get caught eventually. Do you think we should quickly run away? Saying this, Seonghwa grabbed Jinsung's arm, urging, can we go higher? Thinking about Seyon fighting Il-jin, Seonghwa thought, if it's Seyon, she can hold out for a while. But in the end, while thinking, his hand was suddenly forcefully shaken off by Jinsung, who said, no, running away won't help. Jinsung's face was serious as he said, we have to fight them, which surprised Seonghwa. What? He immediately retorted, didn't you see the guards back there? Even trained adults couldn't fight them. What do you think rank C and F guys like us can do? Hearing that, Jinsung suddenly asked, Lee Seonghwa, do you think souls have ranks? He answered, why are you suddenly talking about that? Jinsung explained, I happened to hear it before. He remembered that he had once heard that Kim Siwon's combat ability was rank D when she was young. But now she was rank A. Then Jinsung continued, don't you think that IDEA can't be the ultimate standard for judging people? There's no reason to be sad about your rank. These words surprised Seonghwa, rendering him speechless. Suddenly, the elevator door on the 5th floor opened. A soldier was inside the bathroom. They were both unaware of the danger that was approaching. Seonghwa, sweating, said, Jinsung, is the reason you're talking about this now because... Outside the hallway, the soldier was walking towards them. Turning back to Seonghwa, who was trying to persuade Jinsung, he said, I think they're here. What do we do now? We have to run. Jinsung said, Lee Seonghwa, you have a good idea. Much better than mine. If you put your all into it, you can add all kinds of amazing improvements. Just as he finished, the soldier reached the bathroom door. Seonghwa frantically told Jinsung, shush, they'll find us. Jinsung put his hand on Seonghwa's shoulder, saying, Seonghwa, listen to me, he asked, flustered. Huh? What is it? Jinsung moved his face closer, looking at him with determination. "Just trust me and do what I tell you from now on." In the bathroom, at the sinks, the soldier stood next to the sink, saying, "You bastards, we heard you. Come out." He continued, "The leader doesn't like slowpokes." At this moment, Jinsung peeked his head out of the stall, smiling at him, saying, "Your dialect is amazing. Can you teach me, please?" The soldier angrily yelled, "Bastard, stop joking around. The leader will understand if your legs or arms disappear during the capture." Jinsung wasn't at all scared, saying, "Now that your leader is gone, you sure are talking a lot, aren't you?" It's amazing, seeing Jinsung talk like this. Seonghwa's face paled. The soldier yelled, "You bastard." Jinsung summoned his idea. "Come out, daggers." A dagger appeared in his palm. Then Jinsung pointed the tip of the dagger at him. He looked at Jinsung's dagger and scoffed. "What's that? Are you trying to tell me that's your spirit's manifestation?" Then, the soldier used his power, his two legs glowing brightly. He said, "Enough nonsense. Be quiet." Then he zoomed toward Jinsung, saying, "Accept being captured." The blue screen displayed the soldier's idea. Name, accelerating legs. Increasing from 0 to 100 in 1 second. Idea rank B, overall combat skill B. Once you start running, you will accelerate from 0 to 100 within 1 second. Seeing him zoom in like lightning, Jinsung instructed, "Lee Seonghwa, you have to run like I said earlier. Okay?" Hearing that, the soldier said, "Where do you think you're running? I'll have to capture both of you." Jinsung's eyes flashed red. His eyes were terrifying. Absolute murder. Idea rank 5. Overall combat skill 5. Your body's abilities will triple. Jinsung's body was covered in black smoke. Seeing the soldier was right in front of him, he used his hand and launched a kick at him. But in Jinsung's eyes, they were all just actions in slow motion. Jinsung smiled, saying, "You're too slow." The soldier angrily looked at him. "You bastard." A burst of fire to the soldier's chest. Jinsung used his dagger to stab him, stabbing him repeatedly. He said, "Haha, sorry, really sorry." The soldier fell to the ground in pain, using his hands to stop Jinsung's hand with the dagger, saying, "You're actually a crazy bastard." At this point, Jinsung's face was somewhat terrifying as he smiled. Then the soldier tried to get up and attack Jinsung. He wrestled with him. He said, "Wow, it must be nice to accelerate from 0 to 100 in 1 second." Hearing this, the soldier asked in surprise, "My spirit manifestation? You can see my spirit manifestation?" Jinsung pulled his dagger out of the soldier's chest, saying, "Haha, if I cut your Achilles tendon, what would happen then?" Because it was pulled out too quickly, blood sprayed from his chest. He continued, "What will happen if the thing you need to activate your idea is destroyed?" Then Jinsung pressed him hard on the ground, saying, "Maybe your rank will fall?" Jinsung mocked him for a while, saying, "Should I stab here? There are so many possibilities. I can't choose." Seonghwa, on the side, frowned as he watched this scene. A person will be submerged in the desire to kill. Seonghwa's entire body was trembling. He hesitated, calling, "Jinsung." Jinsung's body was covered in the soldier's blood. He crazily turned to look at Seonghwa. Seonghwa was so terrified that his legs went weak. Jinsung smiled, saying, "Did you call me, Seonghwa?" Seeing Seonghwa silent, he asked again, "What's wrong, Seonghwa? Why did you call me?" He looked at the blood under his feet, trembling, but he still stepped forward, advising Jinsung, "Please stop and let's just run." Jinsung laughed, "Haha, you're mistaken. Who do you think should be running right now?" Then he grabbed the soldier's collar, lifting him up, and said, "Huh, answer me." Seeing Jinsung's crazy appearance, Seonghwa's face was pale, his whole body trembling. He called again, "Seonghwa, you have to destroy the idea or kill the opponent to end its effects." Jinsung's eyes showed the image of Seonghwa. Suddenly he called, "Jinsung." Jinsung suddenly came to his senses when he saw Seonghwa. He called his name blankly, "Lee Seonghwa." Jinsung raised his hand holding the bloody dagger, hugging his head. Then Jinsung used all his strength to grab the masked man's hand, saying to Seonghwa, "Let's go." Jinsung's glasses also fell to the ground. Jinsung used one hand to grab the masked man's collar. Then Jinsung pushed him forcefully backwards while urging, "Hurry up." Now Jinsung was in a hurry, saying, "Quick, run, Lee Seonghwa." Seonghwa called silently, "Jinsung." Seeing that Seonghwa was still hesitating to leave, Jinsung said, Once your hand turns into a sword. Then Jinsung continued, that means your body has become a solid sword. It can, right? It can, right? Hearing Jinsung, Seonghwa pondered, calling silently, Jinsung. Suddenly, Seonghwa's legs turned. Then Seonghwa listened and ran away from this place. He called back to Jinsung. I'm sorry for running first. Jinsung. While Seonghwa left, Jinsung's body trembled. His face drooped as he said, that's not enough. It really is. The masked man saw Jinsung acting like he'd gone crazy. He mocked, Hukuhook, have you lost it? Just then Jinsung looked up at the masked man. His two eyes bloodshot, shining. He looked at him coldly, saying, you're not having fun at all. I'll do 13 laps. Hearing that, the masked man wondered, what, 13 laps? He thought, I didn't expect that there was a bastard hiding his strength in this situation. I need to inform the leader somehow. But before the masked man could inform anyone, Jinsung gave him a fatal blow. He was cold and emotionless as the blood splattered on his clothes. Saying, I don't know either. Switching to the customer service room, Sion held the sword and said, I finally understand. Iljing raised his hand and held his chin thoughtfully, looking at Sion, saying, a beautiful sword combined with a beautiful face. Hearing Iljing say this, Sion held up her sword and pointed it at him, replying, you'll change your mind when I hit you with it, right? Iljing also drew his sword, preparing to fight. He said, so you think you can face me now? A strike from Iljing's sword came towards her. Sion used her sword to block the attack. Iljing was surprised when Sion blocked his attack. Sion smiled, saying, you never know. Iljing found it interesting and laughed. What was that? Did you just deflect my spirit sword? Does your sword possess divine energy? Sion replied, how would I know anything about your idea? So you think that ridiculous attack of yours wasn't due to strength, but due to the influence of your idea? Hearing what Sion said, Iljing thought to himself, she should have slashed along the sword if it was difficult to use. Then Iljing looked at Siwon's sword, assessing it. That's quite a strange sword. But in his heart, he thought, that sword really has the potential to be a weakness of the spirit sword. Sion shook the sword in her hand, continuing, well, people say I have the ability to have family treasures stolen. Because of the rumors about this sword. It's a sword to face strong opponents. With 4 tiger killers, the constellations on the sword are like storage for the power of the stars. And based on the ability of the user, it can shatter ideas even at rank A. Then Sion stared at Iljing, saying, well, the important thing is, I can merge with this sword. Then Sion jumped into the air and shouted, Goblin swordsmanship. Suddenly, 3 identical Sions appeared, and Goblin swordsmanship is creating a clone with physical attack power. Iljing, seeing that she had created 2 identical copies, laughed with interest, saying, haha, you really are a special person. You really don't want to join my side? The first Sion said, my family can be impatient. Then the second Sion continued, but someone like you, I will absolutely not accept. Seeing that Sion answered so firmly, Iljing became increasingly displeased, raising his sword and saying, it would be a shame to kill you like this. It's such a waste, but I can't. After finishing speaking, Iljing swung his sword at the 3 Sions, saying, I can play a little more with you. The power was so great that Sion frowned. Iljing's spirit sword had slashed through 2 of Siwon's clones. After finding the real one, Iljing quickly raised his sword at Sion, saying, you woman, you're not scared now, are you? After saying that, Iljing attacked Sion, but she used her sword to block it. It seemed like she was having a hard time blocking his spirit sword. But she couldn't hold out for long and was sent flying backwards. He laughed scornfully, saying, looks like I'm gaining the upper hand. Sion wasn't at all weaker, and charged towards Iljing, saying, not yet. Then the 2 clones, along with Sion, all used their swords to slash at Iljing. The 3 of them said in unison, Goblin swordsmanship. The 3 Sions looked at Iljing with sharp eyes, saying, try blocking it again. Iljing took action again. Sion thought, he's swinging his sword very fast and with force. But if I attack while he's blocking my clone's attacks, Sion thought, while blocking Iljing's sword, in that case, but the more Sion blocked, the more difficult it became. She cursed inwardly, damn it, I can't block it. The 2 swords clashed, creating a force that sent them both flying backwards. Seeing that Sion was too persistent, Iljing smirked, saying, I really like you. While Iljin hadn't attacked again. Sion thought, damn it, he's much better than me in direct attacks. Sion thought about her strategy. It hurts my pride, but I'll play his stupid game and buy time with illusions. Seeing Sion silent, Iljin said, you're not thinking that you can catch up to my abilities, are you? Iljin laughed, continuing, don't you think that my skills are enough for you to consider joining my side? Hearing this, Sion said, it's still not enough. While talking to him, she thought, I need to hold him off for as long as possible. After saying that, Sion was about to do something when a noise came from outside. The masked men charged in along with the hostages. A man with black hair, captured by them, yelled loudly, I'm sorry, please save me. Sion saw that they had captured some hostages. She thought in surprise, they've caught some kids? Why are they coming from outside? Then she thought again, with a chaotic situation like this, there's usually police or the military surrounding the area. They can't act because of the hostages? Iljin turned and said to the masked men, did no one go to the stairs in the back? Why are you bringing comrades from the north from the outside? A masked man raised his hand to salute and said, yes, sir, we split into 2 groups. The bastards from the north came in through the window in the corner. The masked man continued, while the rest are waiting outside. There would be some people jumping out of the window. So some masked men were waiting below to capture the ones jumping out. The masked man continued to report, comrades, the ones who haven't returned are now going up the stairs to check if any northerners are left. Hearing this, Sion panicked, asking, wait, what, they went outside first to wait? She thought, so that means that in a situation with just these guys, the police aren't going to act? Remembering the people that they captured on the street, she thought, even if they were trying to carefully act like they hadn't done anything. Something's strange here, something's wrong. Suddenly, Iljin reached out and beckoned. Then said, hey, I think I can tell what you're thinking from that expression. Iljin continued, are you wondering why there's no aid? If that's the case, then one comrade has already isolated this area with his demon sword. Hearing that, Siwon's face darkened. She thought silently, isolated? Iljin replied, we can't create a disaster without preparation. This bank looks fine from the outside. Then Iljin smiled wickedly, saying, no one will pay attention to what's happening inside. Now, Sion finally panicked, thinking, no one knows what's happening to us. I thought all I had to do was hold him off until the police arrived. Then Sion held her head, thinking, but if there isn't even a report, how do we leave here? And, no, because he'll kill them if I come back. Sion clutched the sword in her hand, thinking, but the time I can hold out is limited. Sion said in despair, I don't know what to do. At this time, Iljin saw Sion silently hanging her head, asking, girl, what happened? Sion didn't answer. Iljin asked again, what happened to your energy earlier? Behind him, the captured people were sitting curled up in fear. Beside them were the masked men standing guard. Suddenly, a man in a suit, among the captured, started looking around. Seeing the masked man nearby turn his head away, the man in the suit used his powers, floating into the air, scaring the people around him. Then he moved quickly, flying to the desk to grab the landline phone. He said in a panic, I can't sit still. Fumbling with the phone, the man in the suit said nervously, emergency alarm button, here it is. He pressed the alarm button, put the receiver to his ear, and said in a hurried voice, alarm, alarm, the bank has been occupied. Then he looked at the masked men behind him and continued, terrorists have broken in here. His voice grew increasingly shaky. Are you hearing me? Hello? Suddenly, a bad feeling arose in the man in the suit. Looking at the phone, he thought, why is there no sound? Suddenly a large bag was thrown in front of him, and a voice rang out, comrade bank employee. It turned out that the man in the suit was a bank employee. Noticing that someone was paying attention to him, his forehead began to sweat. Iljin was standing behind, laughing with interest, saying, didn't you hear what I said earlier? The bank employee was startled when he saw that Iljin had come behind him at some point. He fell to the ground, stammering, why you, Kim Iljin? Seeing his fear, Iljin continued, I said that we have an Idea who specializes in stealth. Comrade, that means the phone and the call button under the seat won't work. Hearing Iljin say this, the captured people took out their phones to check. A man in a black suit said, it's true. The man in a white shirt next to him said, so that's why it wasn't working earlier. The bank employee wondered, why is Kim Iljin robbing a private bank like this in the middle of the day? Hearing the bank employee ask, Iljin sneered, explaining, "Comrade, are you demeaning your work? All work is important. That's the core of great communism." The bank employee, although afraid, still said bravely, "If the military finds out you're here, you won't get out of this alive." Iljin heard the bank employee and laughed as if it were a joke. Laughing crazily, saying, "Huh, Lee Sin, that old geezer?" Then Iljin bent over, placing his hand on his spirit sword. His whole body was emitting a purple aura. His face dark like a demon. He said, "Yeah, South Korea does have that old man." Then Iljin laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. The bank employee saw his terrifying smile. His face was distorted with fear. Iljin used the bloody tip of his sword to point at the bank employee's face, making his sweat pour down like a stream. Iljin asked slowly, "Now do you understand why you need a lesson? Huh, comrade?" The bank employee said in fear. "Ah, no." Iljin started to raise his sword, ready to strike down. The bank employee used his hands to cover his head. Iljin said, "Then don't be too sad." While he was preparing to strike, a voice rang out, "Stop, you North Korean monster." Hearing that, Iljin stopped. Iljin, his face gloomy, turned to look at Sion, saying, "Did you just say North Korean monster?" Sion replied, "Come and hit me," causing Iljin to cry very dramatically. "Who? Oh my." Sion continued, "Let him go." Iljin replied, "You called me by that name. But girl, do you know what it means?" While Iljin was talking to Sion, the bank employee quickly took the opportunity to crawl away. But it wasn't easy to escape Iljung's grasp. He quickly raised his sword, saying, "No, you got it wrong." Then, he struck the bank employee, making him cry out in pain. Iljin continued, "So how would you know?" The bank employee's blood splattered, getting on Sion, making her unable to believe it. Iljung's slash had severed the unfortunate employee's 2 legs. He screamed, "My legs! My legs!" even though beside her was a pool of blood with his screams. Iljin continued calmly, "If you knew, you would never call me Kim Iljin by that name, right?" The employee was now sobbing, begging Iljin repeatedly, "No, please spare me," but he still struck again. This time, more blood than before sprayed out. Perhaps the employee had already died. Sion didn't want to see that disgusting scene, so she bit her lip and closed her eyes tightly. While Sion was closing her eyes and looking down, the employee's head was thrown towards her. Inside, she was afraid, thinking, "The skill gap is too great. I can buy time, but I can't protect others." Then Sion opened her eyes and saw the pool of blood and the employee's head lying on the ground. Right in front of her, the sword that had just killed, blood still dripping from it, was quickly pointed at Sion. "It's because you wanted me to hit you." Iljin laughed again and continued, "I'll cut off all your arms and legs and put you in a bag and take you away." Iljin said, "You should be honored, okay?" Just when the situation was tense, someone opened the door and walked in, immediately causing Iljin and the masked men to pay attention and look towards the door. The person who came in was Songhwa. He raised both his hands, showing friendliness. Iljin asked, "Who are you, comrade?" Songhwa replied, "Hello, ha ha ha." The masked man next to Iljin immediately said to him, "I'm sorry, I'll capture him now." Iljin said, "Wait a minute." Songhwa was still smiling. Although smiling outwardly, inside Songhwa was terrified. He said silently, "Wow, Jinsung." Songhwa looked at the captured people, huddled in fear. He thought, "This is even more chaotic." Then he looked over and saw a floor covered in blood, right next to the desk. Songhwa remembered the past. When Songhwa was talking to Jinsung, Jinsung said, "As soon as I activate my idea, you run down to the first floor and tell them that I'm up here." Seonghwa quickly asked, "Huh, go down? What about you?" Jinsung replied, "I said trust me, didn't I? I'd trust you." Lee Seonghwa. Back in reality, Songhwa was thinking, "Jinsung, I did what you said." But, at this time, Iljin was being friendly, saying to Seonghwa, "South Korean comrade, please introduce yourself." Songhwa replied, "Haha, I'm a second-year student from Seojong High School." Lee Songhwa. Saying this, Songhwa said nervously, "The money you want is on the 5th floor." Iljin asked back, "The safe is in such a strange place?" Songhwa said, "My friend put it there." Hearing that, Iljung's face hardened. He ground his teeth, asking, "Your friend?" The masked men were also startled to hear what Songhwa said. At this time, Iljin asked the masked men behind him, making them tremble. Now that I see, why haven't the comrades gone to the floor to search and come back yet? Then Iljung's eyes turned red. He looked darkly, asking, comrades, a South Korean kid is still roaming around, and you're still standing here? Huh? The masked man immediately kneeled down, speaking in fear, Comrade Commander. Then the masked man said, I will go check right now. The masked man bowed deeply, his body trembling uncontrollably, saying, please give me another chance. Beside him was Iljung's sword, slammed hard into the ground. Iljin placed his hand on the masked man's shoulder, saying, Comrade. The masked man looked up at Iljin. Iljin said, because my hands are busy. I'll give you one more chance. Bring all the money in the safe and the kid from the floor down here. The masked man immediately stood up, giving a proper salute with his hand to his head, saying, understood, thank you, Comrade Commander. Then Iljin turned to the other men, saying, the rest of you can go too. I won't accept anything less. Those men immediately stood up, saluting properly, saying, long live Korea. After speaking, Iljin looked directly at Songhwa, saying, and you? Iljin continued, South Korean comrade from the upper floor. Songhwa panicked when he was called. Iljin gritted his teeth, saying, do you want to come here yourself? Or have Kim Iljin come to you? Songhwa smiled, saying, haha, I'm coming. Seeing Songhwa walk towards him, Iljin said, you're a smart kid, I like you. While Songhwa was walking past the captured people, Iljin said, while those comrades go get your friend, I'm a little bored, let's have some fun. Songhwa walked step by step, passing the captured people who were still covering their heads. Cowering, he saw that they looked like sheep lying in the mouth of a wolf. After that, Iljin asked, South Korean comrade, do you see that demon girl? Seeing Siwon's worried face, Iljin immediately said, if you can bring me her hand or leg, I'll spare that comrade's life. After saying that, Iljin asked, can you do it? Iljin smiled wickedly, saying, anyone who brings me one of her arms or legs, I'll spare that comrade's life. Sion stood alone, her back solitary, as others saw her as an object to trade for their own lives. Those who were captured hesitated upon hearing this, but in their eyes, a hint of hope appeared. A young man's hands clenched tightly, showing that he was very conflicted, fighting a fierce battle within himself. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice full of fear, his face covered in sweat, saying, Can we fight Kim Saeun? Hearing that, Iljin laughed with interest. The sergeant next to him yelled, that's not what you should be saying. Are you crazy? From the very beginning, she's been fighting for us. But as soon as the sergeant finished, the people around him started to whisper. But at this point, the winner has already been decided. Someone has to live. The whispers continued. Isn't there a clock around here? I have to keep track of the time. I'm tired of waiting. The man in the yellow jacket yelled. Ah, damn it, there's no other choice. The man wearing glasses next to him said, Kim Saeun's family is very powerful, so they'll give her an easy life even without an arm or a leg. Saeun, hearing these words, looked sad. At this time, a voice rang out. Hey, Saeun. Seeing that Saeun didn't answer, the voice spoke again. Saeun. It was Seonghwa calling Saeun. He had been calling her for a while but had no answer. So he came up in front of her and called her, Kim Saeun, making her jump. Saeun turned away, saying, What? Seonghwa leaned closer to Saeun's ear, whispering, Don't worry too much, you only have to endure a little longer. Hearing this, Saeun asked in confusion, What? Saeun looked at Seonghwa, thinking, how could he come here on his own without being detected? And why is he here instead of hiding? Thinking this, Saeun quietly reminded Seonghwa, You should have run away. You just added another hostage to this already complex situation. Hearing this, he laughed. Haha, I came to help. Then he looked at the captured people, suddenly asking, Is it a bad time? Saeun glanced, saying, So touching. Suddenly, Seonghwa called, Saeun. She immediately answered, Huh? Seonghwa said, I've decided to become best friends with Jinsung from now on. Hearing this, Saeun said, What the heck are you talking about? On Iljung's side, he created a big explosion, the smoke obscuring everything. Iljing looked unhappy, saying, You South Korean comrades, if you keep buying time, I won't let anyone survive. Everyone, hearing what Iljing said, immediately prepared to attack Saeun. Apologies rang out. I'm so sorry. Saeun. Sorry. I'm so sorry. But there's no other way. Kim Il-jin is. Everyone looked at Sion with dark expressions. Perhaps it was true that heaven and earth will punish those who don't look out for themselves. Il-jin saw them like that and laughed excitedly. Then he looked at Seong-hwa, saying, "And you handsome comrade over there. Are you on her side?" Seong-hwa smiled, answering, "Haha, I think so." Il-jin smiled wickedly, saying, "Alright, not bad." After that, Il-jin reached out to the captured people behind him, continuing, "Then I'll add one of your arms or legs to exchange for more comrades' lives." Il-jin said loudly, "Now 10 more people can survive." Hearing that, their faces were full of fear, and tears streamed down their faces. Seong-hwa forced a smile, saying to Sion, "Wow, that's crazy. Huh? Sion, you'll protect us, right?" At this time, Sion spoke up, "Hey you North Korean puppet." This sentence made Il-jin unhappy. He said, "Ha, you woman, you had to use that word." "Huh?" Sion said, "If I kill everyone here, what will happen? Then will you let me and Lee Seong-hwa live?" Hearing that, Il-jin didn't say anything. Sion continued, "You have to offer a choice so that we can all get out of here alive." Hearing it as an interesting story, Il-jin laughed loudly. He suddenly went crazy, his 2 eyes bloodshot. While laughing, he said, "That's interesting. Okay, if you guys do that, I won't let you die." Hearing that, Sion immediately prepared to attack with her sword, saying, "Okay then." Seeing Sion raise her sword, preparing to strike, the people were scared, their whole bodies trembling. The sergeant said, "Wait." But Sion replied, "There's no other way, is there?" The sergeant, looking scared, with pursed lips, turned to look at Il-jin. At this time, Il-jin looked like a king watching puppets fight. He said, "Why are you just standing there? Her hands, her legs, her neck, choose." Hearing what Il-jin said, the sergeant gritted his teeth tightly. Perhaps there was no other way anymore. Suddenly, the sergeant shouted, "Hey, Kim Se-yeon, in this situation, shouldn't you listen to the choice for the majority to live?" The more the sergeant spoke, the more agitated she became. "Are you really planning to kill all of us and only let the 2 of you escape?" Se-yeon paid no attention and started using her power. She chanted, "Spirit swordsmanship." Immediately, 3 illusionary copies of Se-yeon appeared and went towards the sergeant to attack. Seeing the sergeant like that, Se-yeon said, "First class sergeant, give it your all." The sergeant suddenly asked, "Huh?" Then the sergeant used her right hand, striking Se-yeon hard. Se-yeon's sword and the sergeant's gauntlets collided, creating a powerful force. But then, the Se-yeon illusion suddenly changed, surprising the sergeant. "Huh?" The sergeant suddenly asked, "Kim Se-yeon's illusion has her attacks? How?" Before the sergeant could finish, Se-yeon came close and used her knee to strike hard in the sergeant's stomach, making her face turn pale. The sergeant barely managed to open her mouth. "Kim Se-yeon, you," Se-yeon whispered to the sergeant. "Listen carefully." At this time, Se-yeon whispered to the sergeant, surprising her very much. The sergeant's 2 eyes widened. After Se-yeon finished speaking, the sergeant was immediately sent flying by Se-yeon's earlier kick, making the people behind her shocked. Seeing the sergeant unconscious, a man asked, "Hey sergeant, are you okay?" Looking at her unconscious, another person looked at Se-yeon with some apprehension, saying, "She's really strong." But the man said to the person next to him, "Don't you see? Her illusion just disappeared. She must be tired now, right?" Another person asked, "Really?" After that, the group started looking at Seong-hwa next to her, saying, "But isn't the loser next to her easier to defeat?" Hearing that, Se-yeon's eyes closed tightly. Then Se-yeon opened her eyes and said to Seong-hwa, "Lee Seong-hwa, step back." Hearing this, he replied, Oh. At this time, Il-jin on the side watched this scene and laughed happily, saying, "Haha, good job." Il-jung's 2 eyes were now wide open. His mouth couldn't stop smiling. He said excitedly, "So entertaining." Il-jin continued, "So exciting." The people, hearing him say that, looked scared. Il-jin watched them kill each other, saying, "Killing themselves." Then he looked at Se-yeon, mocking, "Killing herself." Just as he finished speaking, something was suddenly thrown at his head. Il-jin looked over and saw that it was the crumpled empty can that was lying on the floor. Seeing the empty can that had just touched his head, Il-jin became angry. His 2 eyes turned bloodshot. His dark and displeased face turned and said, "What the hell?" At this moment, the door at the staircase opened. A person with blood all over his clothes was standing. Looking at him, Il-young picked up the empty can. His face was contorted with dark lines. Veins popped out on his forehead. He asked, "What is this?" Seong-hwa, startled, quickly covered his mouth, thinking to himself, "That can," while Seyin beside him also frowned. Il-young, now enraged, violently threw the can at the door where the mysterious figure was laughing in the shadows. He yelled, "I'm asking, what is this?" The mysterious figure suddenly said, "I was too excited." Il-young, upon hearing this, said, "That comrade who came down here earlier seems to be the person you were talking about." Il-young continued, "First, I'll cut off an arm." But before he could finish, the mysterious figure threw something at him. Il-young covered his mouth, his eyes widening as he looked at the objects that struck his hand and head. "That bastard!" Il-young yelled angrily. Il-young said, "You threw this to tell me to stop. You think throwing this will make Kim Il-young," but he stopped mid-sentence. Looking at the ground, the objects thrown were broken eyeglasses with blood on them. He said in surprise, "These are from the Disaster Brigade comrades." Afterwards, Il-young looked towards the door at the dark corner of the hallway where no one was standing anymore. Il-young, his eyes filled with resentment, said, "What the hell is going on here?" Il-young raised his sword, getting into a fighting stance, and said, "You think you can look down on Kim Il-young?" Then, Il-young's eyes glowed red. He swung his sword. Il-young's spirit sword only made one cut. But the power was immense. A strong wind swept through, terrifying the others. At this moment, the ceiling above was cracking and starting to shake. Seeing that the ceiling was about to collapse, those people, including where the unconscious sergeant was, looked up in fear and said, "The ceiling." At that moment, Seyin transformed. She said, "Fairy clone." The ceiling could not withstand the damage and cracked open, falling down. But luckily, Seyin stepped forward and held it up, keeping everyone safe. The first clone was also in another corner holding up the ceiling. The second clone also helped to support it. Il-young saw this and said, "A girl and she's strong. Stay put for a moment. I have to go find that comrade from earlier." Seyin, her face already covered in sweat from supporting the ceiling, said, "North Korean lackey." Il-young, upon hearing this, said, "And you South Korean comrades, if one person steps out that door, I will kill you all. My comrades are waiting outside, so don't think about doing anything stupid." The others, upon hearing this, were filled with fear. Il-young then smirked and said, "Also, now even your weak comrades can take away the limbs of the fairy girl." Seyin stared intensely at him upon hearing Il-young's words. Il-young then started to provoke. "Think carefully." Seyin, showing no fear, stared at him with wide eyes and said, "North Korean lackey, you think I'm just going to keep holding this up here?" Il-young just smiled and said, "Girl, if you can, why don't you lift the ceiling now? I'll be back soon. You guys take care of each other." Then, Il-young quickly shot off like a rocket, stepping on the cracked ceiling where Seyin was supporting it from below. His launch created a strong wave. His face looked like he was eager to catch his prey. Below, Seyin and the other two were struggling to hold the ceiling up due to the added force from Il-young's jump. Seyin said, "I don't know how much longer I can hold this. If you don't want to be crushed, you all better get out from under the ceiling." Seong-hwa also chimed in. "That's right. First, let's keep the people under the ceiling safe first." Before Seong-hwa could finish, a man interrupted. "Wait, if we go outside now, that girl will be free to move around." The man with glasses yelled, his face turning pale. "Do you want to see us get crushed to death?" Outside of the fallen ceiling, a man with red hair was charging towards Seong-hwa, saying, "Hey, move, she was going to kill us earlier. Kim Il-young and Kim Se-yeon, you know what we had to do to save ourselves." Seong-hwa retorted, "Can't you see Kim Se-yeon came to save everyone? Does she look like she would actually kill us? If everyone breaks free from the debris and runs out the door at once, even if there are enemies outside, there's no way to save more people than this." The red-haired man asked, "What if Kim Il-young hears us and comes back?" Suddenly, the sergeant who had been unconscious was now holding his stomach as he walked towards Seong-hwa, saying, "Wait, Kim Se-yeon." Seyon, her face now full of sweat, her eyes dazed from using too much power, said, "Squad leader," turning toward the mysterious figure, who turned out to be Jinsung. His eyes were glowing red and his smile was mysterious. He said, "Are you here now? Hello, hello, big guy." Il-yung had caught up to Jinsung, saying, "Is it just you?" Then, Il-yung pointed to the corpses of his comrades and said, "You're the one who caused this tragedy." Jinsung explained, "Well, they came one at a time. So I had fun for a long time. If they had all come at once, the battle would have ended right away. What fun would that be?" Il-yung saw how crazy Jinsung was, similar to himself, and said, "The fairy girl downstairs was surprising enough. But this bastard is an even bigger monster." Jinsung lightly stroked his blood-stained blade. He chuckled sinisterly. Hee, ha ha. Il-yung reached out and said, "You seem to enjoy killing too much. You bastard. How about you come work for Kim Il-yung? If you join the disaster brigade, I'll let you do whatever you want." Seeing that Jinsung began to think while stroking his chin, Il-yung said, "Yeah, think about it." But Jinsung laughed and responded, "Yeah, that's good, but I think you'll like this move." With that, Jinsung quickly flew upwards. He moved so fast that Il-yung only saw a streak of light where he had been. Seeing that Jinsung was close, Il-yung swung his sword and said, "Do you have to be like the bugs?" Jinsung quickly dodged, laughing with pleasure and said, "Too fun." Il-yung thought to himself, "He's gradually moving into the range of my greatsword." Then Il-yung came up with a plan. "I'll definitely see an opening." He gripped his sword tightly and slashed down. "Hold still for a moment," Il-yung said, this slash creating a huge explosion, the floor cracking open. Il-yung laughed triumphantly to himself. "How's that for you?" But he found Jinsung had moved behind him when he did. He chuckled to himself. He saw through my plan. Huh? He then began to turn his hand, moving his whole body around to hit Jinsung. "They don't call me Kim Il-yung the 1,000-pound blade for nothing," he thought. A purple screen appeared, displaying, because this greatsword was chosen from thousands of weapons in the country. It's made from a super material. So this spinning technique is impossible to stop. The blade swept across the floor. Il-yung thought, with this angle and this sword technique, one hit will definitely take him down. At this moment, Jinsung had attacked Il-yung, while he smiled triumphantly at him. Suddenly, Jinsung laughed. "Whoa, you're good at planning, aren't you?" Il-yung asked. "What?" Il-yung's sword had slashed at Jinsung, but he quickly dodged, flying around in the air. Jinsung said, "Why is your edya so long?" confusing Il-yung. Then Jinsung landed, saying, "That's fun. How do you do that? How can it be so long?" Il-yung had retracted his sword, thinking, he can dodge that move? No, more than that. Suddenly, he shouted, "You bastard!" Il-yung asked, "You can see my edya?" Jinsung responded, Man, how can you have so many quotation marks?" Jinsung saw two purple screens appear. One screen was Il-yung's edya, and the other displayed, edya level, A+++. Total combat ability, S+. Forced strengthening rate, 67%. Looking at this screen, Jinsung wondered, what's this forced strengthening rate? How do you do this? Huh? Another screen appeared. The shape of the greatsword reflects the soul of the edya's owner. When the sword technique is forced to the extreme, it is unstoppable. Hearing this, Il-yung suddenly thought, I almost succeeded if he hadn't been able to read it. Then he asked Jinsung, "You bastard, what's your name?" Jinsung smiled cheerfully, responding, "Me? Park Jinsung." "That's right, Park Jinsung," Il-yung said. "Okay, Park Jinsung, you have good eyes. How were you able to see my edya? You have talent. If you want to join the disaster brigade," Jinsung interrupted, saying, "Dude, you seem to be the strongest person I've met so far." Il-yung waved his hand, saying, "What are you suddenly saying? Do you want to become a member of the disaster brigade?" But then Jinsung, with one eye closed, said, "I only see 9. Il-yung, confused, asked, "What do you mean you see?" Jinsung saw arrows pointing at the areas that could kill Il-yung on his body. And he said, "The weak points I can exploit to kill you." Il-yung covered his face, laughing, "You can even see that? That's something people would crave." With that, Jinsung prepared to attack Il-yung with his knife. He said, "But it's unnecessary, because just one weak point is enough to kill you." Il-yung also raised his sword, saying, "So you're refusing to cooperate? What a shame. I'll beat you half to death and then bring you to the commander. At least I'll get those special eyes." Jinsung quickly charged toward Il-yung. Il-yung also rushed forward. The two madmen met quickly. Il-yung prepared to slash his sword while Jinsung, not at all intimidated, smiled sinisterly at him, as if he were just prey. Looking at the elevator door that had fallen apart, Bayan Giyung calmly said, "Okay then." Bayan Giyung leisurely sat on a swivel chair, his feet propped up on the desk and his hands behind his head. He looked at the computers that were off and casually opened his mouth. "The elevator's broken, so it'll take them a while to get up here. That piece of garbage can also buy a bit more time." Bayan Giyung, sitting there naturally, analyzed the situation. "After all, we're in the middle of the city. So if I report the current situation to the police or military, they'll definitely come." After a while of speculating, Bayan Giyung selfishly said, "If I go out too early, I'll become a target, so I should probably hide here a bit longer." Down below, Park Jinsung was charging forward, his clothes covered in blood, his eyes showing a blood-red color with a joyful smile. Looking truly terrifying, Park Jinsung was dodging while getting closer. Kim Il-young struggled to swing his sword at Park Jinsung, but he quickly jumped up to dodge the slash. Kim Il-young, still holding his sword, looked up at Park Jinsung. Seeing Park Jinsung smiling joyfully, one of his feet was pressing on Kim Il-young's blade. Kim Il-young, extremely annoyed, gritted his teeth. "Tch, coward." Kim Il-young was completely enraged, yelling, "Just dodging like a squirrel, and not fighting." Before he could finish the word, fighting, he suddenly saw Park Jinsung rushing toward him with a blood-stained knife. Kim Il-young, startled, watched the knife that was about to stab his face. Kim Il-young quickly dodged to the side. Park Jinsung, having missed his stab, glared at him. Although he dodged the knife from his face, Kim Il-young's shoulder was slashed. Startled, he glanced behind him, thinking, "Tch, that was close." Kim Il-young turned to look and saw Park Jinsung charging at him again. He thought in shock, "Huh? He's coming closer again?" Quickly, Kim Il-young got another wound on his right arm. Immediately, Park Jinsung gave Kim Il-young several more wounds, which made him smile joyfully. While Il-young thought, "He's such a coward." During Park Jinsung's continuous attacks, Kim Il-young could only helplessly defend himself, thinking bitterly, "So he's just been playing around. Huh? He's treating me, Kim Il-young, like a toy?" Park Jinsung got close to Kim Il-young and spoke. "Old man, are you just going to block like a loser?" Park Jinsung seemed to be bored of playing and smiled joyfully along with a sentence as if declaring something. "Let's finish this." He bent forward, aiming for Kim Il-young's chest. Kim Il-young suddenly smiled and said, "If I keep holding back, I might die." On his left side, strange purple tentacles suddenly appeared. A purple hand was reaching out, trying to grab Park Jinsung. He was a little surprised. Looking at that hand, seeing the hand about to reach him, Park Jinsung's eyes widened. Park Jinsung quickly moved back. Park Jinsung looked at the scene before him. One of Kim Il-young's arms was showing purple tentacles that looked like octopus legs. Park Jinsung was dumbfounded for a moment and then asked, What is that, old man? How can you do that? How can you have that?" Before Park Jinsung's sentence was complete, he saw that two edya appeared on Kim Il-young. On the right arm, "Stop dodging. This is the great sword taken from the Baekdu mountain cave. Edya level. A******. Total combat ability. 5. Power enhancement rate. 67%. And on the left arm. First beast's left arm. Edya level. Total combat ability." Park Jinsung asked in slight surprise. "Two edya?" Kim Il-young narrowed his eyes a little and opened his mouth. "There's no use in dodging anymore now." Park Jinsung excitedly looked at Kim Il-young, his eyes turning redder and redder. Strange black currents suddenly appeared around him. He smiled and asked, "Old man, what's that arm? What is it?" Kim Il-young smiled mockingly and said, "Why are you so curious? I came here to avoid the bombers. But what do I see now? Maybe I'll go to hell first." Park Jinsung, extremely excited, raised the knife in his hand, and said while laughing, "So, the old man got stronger because he took out that arm. Huh? Then this is going to be fun. Let's play." Kim Il-young, annoyed, said, "Stop playing around. If you keep fighting like that, I won't be able to die when I want to." Park Jinsung, hearing what he said, asked in confusion, "Huh? Old man, are you running away?" Suddenly, Kim Il-young smiled joyfully, his eyes looking at Park Jinsung as he spoke. "It's been a while since I've heard the word running away. The arm with purple tentacles grabbed the sword, the two edya intertwined. Park Jinsung, confused, looked up at Kim Il-young and asked, "Old man, you think you can run away? How are you planning to run?" Kim Il-young looked at Park Jinsung and sneered, "I don't know. Why would I run from a kid like you?" Kim Il-young's two edya were now fully intertwined. He looked at Park Jinsung and said, "Park Jinsung, I'll remember you." After saying those words, Kim Il-young raised his sword along with the purple tentacles. In the building, another vibration occurred. At the top of the building, a large circle appeared, as if it was about to collapse. Immediately, the circle did not collapse but exploded. The power of the two edya was truly terrifying. Kim Il-young was able to create a circle all the way to the top floor from down there. Bayan Gyeong, on the top floor, heard the shaking sound and opened the door. He stuttered in shock. What was that? Immediately, Bayan Gyeong ran to the edge of the hole and looked down. He said in a panic, "It can't be Kim Se-yeon. It must be Kim Il-young. I have to run." Seeing Kim Il-young launching himself up the hole, Park Jinsung knew and still asked, "Is it becoming hide and seek? I might lose you then." Old man, Park Jinsung, while watching Kim Il-young, smiled maniacally. He was no longer normal as he said, "Should I speed things up a bit?" Kim Il-young, up high, heard Park Jinsung's words and couldn't help but shudder. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't mess around. With this distance, we will never." Before Kim Il-young could finish his sentence, he saw Park Jinsung jumping up, saying, "But I'm not messing around." Kim Il-young was a little scared as he looked at Park Jinsung and thought, "He's crazy. I have to save myself." Suddenly, Bayan Gyeong saw Kim Il-young and shouted in panic, "Kim Il-young." At that moment, he looked up, seeing that it was Bayan Gyeong. Kim Il-young smirked and said, "Heh, maybe fate hasn't completely abandoned me yet." Bayan Gyeong, hearing this, was completely confused as he asked, What happened down there?" At that moment, Park Jinsung blankly stared at Bayan Gyeong. He saw him and asked, "Trash, why are you up here?" Park Jinsung quickly lunged at Bayan Gyeong with the blood-stained knife in his hand. He excitedly said, "Ha ha, found another one." Suddenly, a thought appeared in Park Jinsung's consciousness. No. Immediately, Park Jinsung moved past Bayan Gyeong. Bayan Gyeong turned his head to look at Park Jinsung, who was collapsed on the floor and was confused. Park Jinsung lay helpless on the dusty floor. Bayan Gyeong ran over to Park Jinsung and asked, "Trash, why did you come up from down there?" He painfully called out. Squad leader, Kim Il-young, standing at the top of the building, looked at the situation of the two people and said, "You know Park Jinsung? You saved me." Bayan Gyeong, upon hearing this, was confused. Bayan Gyeong looked up at Kim Il-young and yelled, "Kim Il-young, aren't you fighting with Kim Il-young down there?" Kim Il-young looked at Bayan Gyeong with contempt. He silently listened as he panicked and yelled in confusion, "Damn it, what just happened? Hey, trash, answer me." Bayan Gyeong looked at Park Jinsung, who was staggering to his feet. His thoughts were now completely chaotic. Kim Se-yeon exhausted Kim Il-young to that extent? This piece of trash couldn't possibly. Bayan Gyeong's face was turning from blue to red as he panicked. Ah, damn it, nothing makes sense at all. Based on Kim Il-young's words, Bayan Gyeong's thoughts were becoming more and more chaotic. He yelled at Park Jinsung, "Hey trash, tell me what's going on." In response to his questions, he heard Park Jinsung laughing maniacally. Seeing that Park Jinsung's appearance was different, Bayan Gyeong was a bit scared and stepped back. But he still yelled, "Huh? What's up with this monkey?" Kim Il-young calmly sat up high and looked down at Bayan Gyeong, saying, "Hey, comrade, thanks to you, I escaped that bastard." Seeing Park Jinsung getting closer and closer, and he was getting more and more different, causing Bayan Gyeong to panic. When he heard Kim Il-young's words, he looked up and asked in confusion, What are you saying?" Park Jinsung's eyes were fixed on Bayan Gyeong. His eyes were becoming redder and redder. Kim Il-young did not answer Bayan Gyeong's questions. He laughed contemptuously and said, "Hey, you arrogant comrade, Kim Il-young never forgets a favor." Kim Il-young, a seasoned veteran, smiled maliciously, even if the person might not know that he's being repaid. Hearing this from Kim Il-young made Bayan Gyeong shudder. Kim Il-young looked at Bayan Gyeong with evil eyes, and he suddenly said, "Let me give you some advice. If you want to live, run down to the first floor as fast as you can. Then, at least you will survive. Comrade. Byun Gi-young looked blankly at Kim Il-young. After a moment of silence, he responded, "What?" Seeing Kim Il-young fly away, Byun Gi-young yelled from below, "You think I'll go down? Your subordinates are still down there." Before Byun Gi-young could finish his sentence, Kim Il-young replied, "Very well, then I wish you the best of luck. Comrade." He suddenly thought to himself, "Thank goodness I listened to the commander and came to South Korea." The fairy girl and that Lee bomber. Kim Il-young glanced at Byun Gi-young who was facing Park Jinsung. Feeling excited, "Did you guys nurture something like this?" The commander probably wouldn't imagine that there's a bloodthirsty and cowardly psychopath like him. It seemed like Park Jinsung had lost control. Kim Il-young, from up high, looked down at Byun Gi-young and said, "Kim Il-young never forgets a favor." Kim Il-young turned his back and began to walk away. With each step, he suddenly said, "If you want to live, quickly go down to the first floor." Byun Gi-young, from below, couldn't help but wonder, "What?" Byun Gi-young looked at Kim Il-young's retreating back, wondering, did he really run away? Thinking back on what he said, it only made his confused thoughts even more jumbled. Kim Il-young ran away because of that useless piece of garbage? Byun Gi-young slightly glanced behind him, thinking, why does it not make any sense? Watching Park Jinsung with his head down, staring intensely at the floor, Byun Gi-young couldn't stop thinking, that bastard is just some F-rank trash. Park Jinsung suddenly approached Byun Gi-young, babbling, "Ha ha ha, squad leader, hello, squad leader, hello." He saw him getting closer with each step while talking nonsense, causing him to shiver, and he responded, "What?" Park Jinsung looked at Byun Gi-young with his bright red eyes and said, "Because of you, he was able to run away, so you'll play with me instead of him, right?" Park Jinsung said in a chilling tone. "Right?" Byun Gi-young couldn't help but shiver at his aura. Byun Gi-young thought in a cold sweat, "What is that?" His eyes looked terrifying. This bastard is too dangerous. Byun Gi-young used his strength on the iron bar next to him. He yelled in panic, "Seriously, what is going on here?" In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is going on down there? Byun Gi-young pulled out the iron bar along with a chunk of concrete and jumped down the hole. Thinking, the only thing I know is that that piece of garbage's mind is very unstable. The best of the 36 plans is to run. Byun Gi-young jumped down, not forgetting to glance at Park Jinsung. Park Jinsung stared intently at Byun Gi-young running away. He called after him, "Squad leader." Park Jinsung muttered with hidden meaning, "You want to play tag too? And I'm the one doing the chasing?" Park Jinsung bent down slightly and called, "Squad leader." Park Jinsung quickly flew down to chase after Byun Gi-young, saying, "I was the one chasing earlier. So, how about we play something else?" He quickly caught up to him. Byun Gi-young, seeing Park Jinsung flying toward him, panicked. He slashed while yelling, "Get the hell away from me, you piece of garbage!" But he quickly dodged his attack. Park Jinsung glanced at Byun Gi-young, his pupils red like blood. Looking at those eyes, it was impossible to know what he was actually thinking. Byun Gi-young looked at Park Jinsung in shock and yelled, "You dodged that?" Park Jinsung, still in his crazed, joyful state, called, "Squad leader." Very quickly, Park Jinsung grabbed Byun Gi-young's neck and said, "Got you." Byun Gi-young, struggling to speak as Park Jinsung was choking him, said, "Let me go, you piece of garbage." Park Jinsung's eyes grew more and more frantic. He suddenly asked Byun Gi-young, Squad leader, what should we play? What should we play? Huh? Should we play cut off your hand? Or do you want to cut off your leg?" Byun Gi-young, hearing Park Jinsung's words, yelled in panic, "This crazy, rabid dog." Byun Gi-young used the chunk of concrete from earlier and hit Park Jinsung, saying, "Go play by yourself." Park Jinsung did not want to let Byun Gi-young go and chased after him. "Huh? We were having fun, squad leader." Park Jinsung quickly used the wall behind him as a springboard and jumped, saying, "You should take care of yourself, squad leader." Park Jinsung's target was Byun Gi-young below. Park Jinsung appeared behind Byun Gi-young. He hugged him, saying, "You were flying around everywhere, so it was hard to catch you. You know? But now, you can't fly away anywhere anymore." Looking at the chilling pose of the two, Byun Gi-young couldn't help but struggle. "Damn it, let me go, let me go." Park Jinsung opened his mouth in a chilling tone. "Do you hate me, squad leader?" Byun Gi-young angrily yelled. "You piece of garbage. If we keep falling like this, we'll both die. Quickly let me go, you dog." Park Jinsung, still in that chilling tone, said. But Park Jinsung held Byun Gi-young tightly and continued. "I don't think I'll die." He angrily glanced at him and said, "Damn it." In his heart, he couldn't help but think, if we keep falling like this, I'll definitely. Suddenly, a voice yelled, "Hey, squad leader." Byun Gi-young, hearing it, wondered, whose voice is that? Byun Gi-young looked at the long hole he was falling into, thinking, damn it, this is not the time to think about stupid things. Suddenly, Byun Gi-young heard Park Jinsung say, "I'm going to die anyway." Byun Gi-young angrily retorted, "I won't die in your hands, you piece of garbage." Suddenly, Byun Gi-young turned around. White fabrics appeared around him. Park Jinsung, seeing that, laughed and said, "Oh squad leader, if you're that slow, it'll be hard for you to maneuver." After a while, Byun Gi-young suddenly turned into a sword, pointing toward Park Jinsung. Looking at the sword that was about to stab him, Park Jinsung couldn't help but sneer and say, "Another one." Immediately, Park Jinsung hit the sword, saying, "Come play with me?" The sword was spinning around above and didn't know how to get back on course. At the same time, Park Jinsung looked at Byun Gi-young and smiled. He was shocked, thinking, he just redirected the sword? What the hell is this? After a moment of thinking, Byun Gi-young suddenly remembered and thought, no, but more importantly, at that moment, he yelled, "Hey, move aside." Park Jinsung quickly dodged. Byun Gi-young just kept falling down, getting closer and closer to the ground. Byun Gi-young had to yell. Very quickly, Byun Gi-young fell to the ground. The stone floor shattered from the impact. Byun Gi-young was lying there struggling on one side, groaning in pain. Park Jinsung also quickly landed. In his familiar tone, Park Jinsung said, "Squad leader, let's play." Suddenly, Park Jinsung saw a sword sticking in the floor. He speculated, "This is." Suddenly, Park Jinsung laughed and said in a meaningful tone, "Aha, the next person to play is my favorite." Turning to the group of students, a voice rang out, "How long are you going to keep holding it up?" Kim Se-yeon, trying to hold up the stone, responded, "What, does the place you got hit earlier still hurt?" Squad leader 1? While she was outwardly making fun, if you looked closely, you could see Kim Se-yeon's hands were trembling. In her mind, she was trying to calm herself down. "I'm pretending that I'm okay. But in reality, I've reached my limit." Kim Se-yeon's legs were also shaking uncontrollably. Kim Se-yeon thought tiredly, "I can't hold on much longer." Sergeant walked over to Kim Se-yeon. She put on her all-purpose gloves. As Sergeant walked up, she said, "Squad 1, I represent Squad Leader 1. Behind Sergeant, a woman and a man suddenly ran after her, calling, wait for me. Hey Ha-eun, let us come with you." Suddenly, Lee Sung-hwa stepped forward to block Sergeant. "Wait, you're her classmate, from the same school, right? Did you see that she prevented the concrete ceiling from falling to save everyone?" Lee Sung-hwa stood in front of Kim Se-yeon, who was becoming weaker and weaker, and faced Sergeant. The woman behind Sergeant spoke up. "Move aside, do you want to get punched or something?" Another man behind her also spoke up. "Lee Sung-hwa, move aside." Lee Sung-hwa stood firm in front of Kim Se-yeon and said, "I will still stand here. I'm not going anywhere." Lee Sung-hwa looked at Sergeant and questioned, "How can you do this to someone who fought for everyone? Do you really want to do this?" The woman behind her quickly responded, "This game, you're too young to understand the problem. But, I have a family." The man was also annoyed, yelling, "Don't act all righteous, you bastard. There's no other choice. Move." Kim Se-yeon, completely helpless, cried out. The students under the rock yelled in panic, "Ah, we're going to get crushed. Save us." Sergeant coldly looked at Lee Sung-hwa, who was blocking her way, and said, "Kim Se-yeon is really weak." Sergeant quickly stepped forward. "There's no time. Move." But Lee Sung-hwa put his arms out and stood firmly in front of Kim Se-yeon, saying, "No." Lee Sung-hwa prepared to use his strength. He threatened, "If you come any closer, I'll have to." Sergeant laughed and said, Then I have no other choice." She raised her hand covered in power. Immediately, Sergeant gave the order, "Stand still there." Ha-eun from Battalion 2. Company 10. Squad Leader. Sergeant stood in front of Lee Sung-hwa and announced, "Rescue the people under the ceiling. We will begin protecting the members of our company." Kim Se-yeon. Sergeant blocked Lee Sung-hwa and announced, "Squad 1. Rescue the people under the ceiling. From now on, we will protect our company member." Kim Se-yeon. The people opposite were stunned. Very quickly, Squad 1 had to listen to their squad leader and went past them, one by one, leaving Lee Sung-hwa bewildered. Squad 1 stood at attention, blocking Kim Se-yeon. Kim Se-yeon, helpless, said to Sergeant, "Stop trying to look cool and help me get out of here. This is so heavy." The woman from before, along with another man, seemed very angry at her actions. The woman stubbornly addressed Sergeant. "Hey, student, if you sacrifice Se-yeon and that male student." Before the woman could finish speaking, Sergeant raised her hand with protective power and blocked her, saying, "Don't come closer." Sergeant threatened, "If you come any closer, I will have to use force. We found out who is targeting Squad Leader 3 and Seo-jong High School. I will not attack first, but if you come any closer, I will have no choice but to subdue you." The woman, hearing this, was scared and raised her hands, responding, "Okay." Behind them, a girl with a crossbow announced, "Squad Leader, we have rescued everyone." A male student, holding some kind of tool, shouted, "Do it according to plan. Carefully break the debris around Kim Se-yeon." The debris was continuously being affected. After a while, it finally cracked. Lee Sung-hwa quickly shielded Kim Se-yeon's head, and the last chunks of debris finally broke. Falling down, Kim Se-yeon walked over the pieces of debris on the ground. Kim Se-yeon tiredly punched her shoulder, saying as she walked, "Finally free." Lee Sung-hwa, who was confused, walked closer to Kim Se-yeon and asked, "Se-yeon, what happened?" Kim Se-yeon happily put her hand on Sergeant's shoulder and said, "I just trust in my company members' understanding." Lee Sung-hwa, completely confused, asked, "Huh, what does that mean?" Sergeant, also in a difficult position, explained, "Ha ha, that." Sergeant remembered the scene. Kim Se-yeon got close to her, asking and saying to herself, "You learned that at school, huh?" Pretending that you were afraid, she asked in confusion, "What?" Then followed their acting that was not at all fake. At that moment, Sergeant slowly remembered, "Yeah, I was too scared so I forgot. I learned this at school. The opponent is Peste. Peste never leaves any witnesses behind." At that moment, Sergeant understood that she was wrong because she made a wrong decision due to being too scared. If I had thought more carefully, it would have been different. Sergeant was constantly calculating and speculating. Even if we killed Kim Se-yeon per Il-young's orders, there was no way he would let witnesses like us live. Someone walked up to her and asked, "Are you okay, Squad Leader?" At that moment, she cryptically said, "Squad 1, I have something to say to you." Sergeant thought about Kim Se-yeon and couldn't help but think. But Kim Se-yeon, in this situation, she would rather die than obey the enemy's orders like a subordinate. "We also have to be like Kim Se-yeon." The member who asked her earlier was confused, asking, "Huh?" Sergeant said firmly, "This is an order." Kim Se-yeon, with her hands on her hips, asked, "I said to act afraid. But why did you act cool instead?" Sergeant, hearing that, quickly responded, "Well, either way it would convince people." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out while the two were talking. Kim Se-yeon was confused, asking, "This is Kim Il-young's doing?" As if remembering something, Lee Sung-hwa yelled, "Ah, Jinsung." Kim Se-yeon, hearing him yell that, was confused, asking, "Huh? What about Park Jinsung?" Lee Sung-hwa quickly explained, "Did you forget why Kim Il-young went up there?" Kim Se-yeon, hearing that, responded, "I saw someone lure him." Lee Sung-hwa, hearing her response, interrupted Kim Se-yeon, immediately saying, while placing his hand on her shoulder, "That's right, Jinsung was the one who lured him." Kim Se-yeon, hearing that, angrily said, "Hey, don't joke around. He has good physical strength. But he's still just an F-rank trainee." Lee Sung-hwa looked at Kim Se-yeon with seriousness in his eyes and said, "Then can you think of anyone besides Jinsung?" Kim Se-yeon, hearing that, started to think, the people who aren't here are only Park Jinsung and Bayan Gi-young. There's no way Bayan Gi-young can do something like that. But that theory makes sense. While she was thinking, Lee Sung-hwa urgently pointed up and said, We don't have any time. Did you hear that noise earlier? Immediately, Lee Sung-hwa started running, saying while he ran, "Ah, damn it." Lee Sung-hwa urgently ran off, leaving behind only his words. "I'll go help myself." Kim Se-yeon was still standing there bewildered, thinking, what, Park Jin-sung actually went to fight? Looking at Lee Sung-hwa's face, he's probably not joking. Kim Se-yeon suddenly thought, even when I fought Kim Il-young, it didn't cause this much noise. Fighting Park Jin-sung? Suddenly, Kim Se-yeon's hand trembled. She thought, normally, Kim Il-young would defeat Jin-sung right away and he would die. Just thinking about it made Kim Se-yeon not want to think any further. She thought angrily, no, there's no way he would die in vain like that. Kim Se-yeon immediately turned to Sergeant for help. Hey, squad leader of Squad 1. She saw that Sergeant looked very serious and responded in confusion. Huh? What is it? Kim Se-yeon immediately said. I have a request for you. Kim Se-yeon was climbing up the stairs with Lee Sung-hwa to reach Park Jin-sung. She couldn't help but think, with my current condition, I can't face Kim Il-young. Should I go? If it's already too late, at least I should save Lee Sung-hwa and the others. Looking at the scene before them, they couldn't help but be silent. Beyond this door, Kim Il-young and Park Jin-sung are. Having gotten here, there's no turning back. Kim Se-yeon looked at Lee Sung-hwa and said, I'm opening the door. Immediately after, Kim Se-yeon opened the door. Beyond the door was a horrific scene right before their eyes. Kim Se-yeon said in shock. What? Lee Sung-hwa quickly covered his mouth. They're all dead? Kim Se-yeon couldn't help but wonder. Did Park Jin-sung kill them? Kim Se-yeon looked around and speculated. The marks show that they were killed by a large sword. It looks like at least 30 slashes. Sharp marks everywhere. Kim Se-yeon looked around for a while and reached out to grab a sword for defense. She couldn't help but think, how did Park Jin-sung hold out against Kim Il-young for so long? Where did those two go? Suddenly, Kim Il-young saw the broken pieces of stone and looked up. Those broken pieces, if she hadn't looked up, it would have been fine. But having looked up, Kim Se-yeon could only be shocked. Her words were cut short, and she silently thought to herself, it's nothing compared to the pile on the first floor. Looking at a circular hole leading straight up above made Kim Se-yeon overwhelmed. Kim Il-young is this strong? Lee Sung-hwa, also in shock, walked up and asked, what is this hole? Kim Se-yeon speculated and opened her mouth. It seems like both of them went up there. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw a piece of rock falling down. Immediately, Kim Se-yeon raised her sword for defense and yelled, something is falling down here. Kim Se-yeon suddenly speculated. Could it be that Kim Il-young is falling down? Or is it Park Jin-sung? Suddenly, they heard Byun Gi-young yell, this piece of garbage. Kim Se-yeon thought in surprise. Byun Gi-young? Why is he? And the person chasing after him was a person smiling excitedly. Ready to stab. Kim Se-yeon thought in a daze. Park Jin-sung. Park Jin-sung's eyes were now blood red. With a smile so excited it was like the Grim Reaper come to collect them. It was the first time she had seen him like that, and she thought in shock. But he looks so different. Lee Sung-hwa, standing below, looked up and confusedly asked, what's going on? Is something wrong? Kim Se-yeon, hearing that, told him, get away. Lee Sung-hwa. Kim Se-yeon quickly focused her strength into her sword, thinking resolutely, it's clear that Byun Gi-young is being attacked. I'll turn the sword around so he doesn't get hurt. Damn it, what the heck is this? Immediately, Kim Se-yeon threw the sword towards Byun Gi-young and yelled, hey, squad leader, move out of the way. After her throw, Kim Se-yeon immediately grabbed Lee Sung-hwa's hand, causing him to confusedly say, huh? Quickly, Kim Se-yeon yelled, run, and at the same time she pulled Lee Sung-hwa along to run. The stone floor was hit with so much force that it exploded. Byun Gi-young lay there struggling on one side. After a while, Byun Gi-young was struggling to get up, saying, damn it, this bastard. Kim Se-yeon, seeing that Byun Gi-young had gotten up, quickly rushed over and asked, squad leader, what the hell is going on? He saw her and also asked in confusion, Fairy, how are you still alive? Kim Se-yeon immediately yelled, shut up, why did Park Jin-sung attack you? A chilling voice rang out, causing Byun Gi-young to shiver. Squad leader, Kim Se-yeon and Lee Sung-hwa turned around at the same time. As if discovering two new people. Park Jinsung greeted them. Ah, Sung-hwa and pretty Se-yeon too. Huh? Park Jinsung smiled excitedly and said, "Let's all play." Park Jinsung's eyes showed madness. Jinsung landed on the ground, facing Se-yeon and Seong-hwa. Jinsung's eyes were now bloodshot. With a sinister smile. Ahihihi. Seeing this, Seong-hwa said to Se-yeon, "Whoa, we shouldn't have come up here." Se-yeon was also surprised, saying, "Seriously, Park Jinsung?" Jinsung's entire body looked ominous. He kept repeating, "Hello, hello, hello," and then laughed, hee. Before suddenly opening his mouth, he said, "You guys want to play with me too?" Se-yeon, seeing this, asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Jinsung?" Jinsung ignored her, just looking at them and saying, "Wow, that's a beautiful idea, but it's all rotten." Both Seong-hwa and Se-yeon were shocked. Se-yeon said, "What?" Then Jinsung continued, "But it's still a very beautiful idea. So wasteful, wasteful." He emphasized the last two words with a growl. Se-yeon yelled, "Answer me, trainee." Suddenly, Byun Gi-young, who had been behind them from some point, said to Se-yeon, "Hey, fairy, he's not the piece of garbage we used to know." Se-yeon, hearing this, asked, "What do you mean?" Gi-young opened the door and started walking away, saying, "That guy just made Kim Il-young run away." Gi-young continued, "Fairy, I'll give you some advice as payback for your help earlier." While he's still talking, "Run away quickly." Gi-young, his face pale, gritted his teeth and said, "Run away." And after he's done talking, "That's it, run away quickly if you don't want to die." With that, Gi-young hurried down the stairs, leaving only his back to Se-yeon. She hurriedly asked, "Hey squad leader, explain properly." Seong-hwa, next to her, was also sweating upon hearing what Gi-young said. He looked at Jinsung and said, "Oh no, he looks even crazier than he did in the bathroom before." Se-yeon asked, "What, you've seen Park Jinsung like this before?" Seong-hwa said in shock, "Oh, right." And then he looked at Jinsung, who was now going crazy. "But he wasn't like this back then. We could still talk to each other." Jinsung stood to one side, just smiling mysteriously, his eyes half closed as he looked nonchalantly. He secretly observed Se-yeon, seeing the arrows pointing at the areas on her body that could kill her. He thought to himself, "How should I kill her? Like this? Or like that? No, like this is better." Then Jinsung suddenly covered his mouth, unable to express his excitement. He secretly yelled, "Aha, I can't take it anymore." Se-yeon, who still didn't know that she was being targeted as prey, said, "Being so impatient won't accomplish anything." Then Se-yeon put her hands on her hips and said, "My husband's spot isn't easy for you to take. You don't even have the qualifications to apply." Suddenly, Jinsung raised his blood-stained knife. Then, running his finger lightly along the blade, Jinsung said, "I just need to kill all the other applicants. And that'll be enough. Ahihi, I can't hold back anymore." Se-yeon, who had now sensed the situation was getting tense, said to Seong-hwa, "Hey, Lee Seong-hwa." He looked at her and asked, "Huh?" All of a sudden, Se-yeon ran off, so fast that Seong-hwa barely saw anything. She said, "I'll stall him, you run." Seong-hwa hurriedly said, "Se-yeon," but Se-yeon had already run towards Jinsung. She thought to herself, "I don't have a sword, and my stamina is exhausted. I can only hold out for 30 seconds at most." Jinsung, in a frenzy, also ran towards Se-yeon. He smiled with pleasure, saying, "My dear Se-yeon." He used the knife to slash at Se-yeon, but she managed to duck in time. She thought, fast and precise, just like Jinsung's idea, but before she could dodge for long, the knife pierced through her clothes, leaving a tear and a cut on her skin. She grimaced, thinking, his idea is very strong, but extremely hard to control. He's just like me. Then her leg was also cut. Se-yeon kept thinking, no, his situation is even worse than mine. Feeling sympathetic to him, Se-yeon looked at Jinsung with pity, thinking, you must have endured a lot. Suddenly, Se-yeon said, hey, trainee. Jinsung responded, what is it, Se-yeon? Se-yeon, while holding her injured arm, smiled gently, you've worked hard, you did very well. Park Jinsung. Hearing this, Jinsung suddenly froze. Then he smiled, saying, yeah, you too, Se-yeon. Then Jinsung slashed the knife across Se-yeon, finishing her off. He said, goodbye now. Sion fell to the ground as Jinsung laughed mysteriously. Jinsung's face was grim, with the smile of a victor. Going back to the past when Jinsung was still young. One day not long after he entered elementary school. Jinsung was bewildered when a man led him in. His parents had passed away. And it turned out his uncle had led him in to see his deceased parents. Covered in white cloth, lying on a cold bed in the hospital. They had passed away because they were murdered by robbers for their valuables. Their entire bodies were not intact. They were all severely injured, bruised all over, making it difficult to identify them. At that time, he was just a child with nowhere to go. He had gone to his uncle's house. His aunt and uncle were both from the lower class, only possessing F-rank edya. Jinsung was often tied up by his uncle, his hands and feet bound. He pleaded, "I'm sorry, uncle. This is a land strip. If not tied quickly, edya rank F overall combat ability is F." The uncle, holding a stick, looked at him and laughed, saying, "If you apologize, you have to be punished, right?" And the aunt held the rope that was tying him, saying, "Ahihi, stay still." The stick that his uncle held was a roughly carved stick of rotten wood. Edya rank F overall combat ability is F. Jinsung could only plead, I'm sorry. He was beaten by that stick every day. His life at that time was full of pain and humiliation. The scene shifted to the classroom. Jinsung was sitting in a corner, self-absorbed and clasping his hands together. He just kept his head down. Silently, suddenly a voice rang out. Jinsung, startled, he asked, "Huh, me?" A girl walked up to him, saying, "Why are you always wearing long sleeves? Aren't you hot?" While she was speaking, another girl, standing at the classroom door, said, "Heian, what are you doing there? Let's go." Heian said, "Yeah, just a moment." Heian asked Jinsung, "We're going to buy something. Do you want to come with us?" Jinsung, hearing this, lowered his head and said, "I'm not going." Heian responded, "Oh, okay, then next time." The girl standing at the door urged, "Heian, hurry up." Heian replied, "Okay." When Heian and the other girl had left the classroom, the girl said, "Heian, he doesn't have any money. Don't you know? His clothes are smelly and dirty. I don't want to get close to him at all." Jinsung, sitting in the classroom, hearing this, pursed his lips, as if wanting to cry. The scene shifted to outside the classroom. Jinsung was being kicked. Jinsung silently endured it. He was being bullied by a group of his classmates. A boy in a blue shirt said, "Jinsung, show us your edya." Jinsung said, "I don't have an edya." The boy in the blue shirt, hearing this, said, "We know you don't, so we're helping you. Getting beaten up might awaken it." Then the boy said, "We're so kind, right, Jinsung?" So, whether at home or at school, he was beaten and bullied constantly. As the sun slowly set, to avoid getting hit, he went home very late. Suddenly, Jinsung, while walking on the street, stopped, looking at the bushes making noises. He asked fearfully, "Huh?" Jinsung said, "What is that?" A puppy jumped out of the bushes. It kept barking and wagging its tail at Jinsung. He said, "Oh, a puppy." Then he met a dirty puppy on the street. Jinsung hugged the puppy and said, "Haha, you're as dirty as I am." Then it licked Jinsung's face, making him laugh. "Haha, that tickles." And that's how they became friends. Every day when it got dark, Jinsung spent a lot of time playing with the puppy in the playground. The clock struck 4 p.m. Then it was 7 p.m. And finally, afraid of being considered irresponsible, his uncle went to look for him. His uncle found him and hurriedly said, "Park Jinsung, why aren't you home?" He said in shock. "Uncle?" Hiding the puppy, he said fearfully, because, suddenly, the puppy poked its head out. He fearfully tried to stop it. "Poppy, no." His uncle frowned and yelled, "What is this dirty dog? Is it because of that dog that you're late?" The people around them gathered, whispering. An old woman said, "The child is scared." A couple next to her said, "Is he our neighbor? What happened?" Seeing that everyone had gathered to watch, the uncle angrily cursed, "Damn it." Then his uncle put his hands on his hips and said, "If it's because of that dog, you just bring it home." Jinsung was surprised. "Huh?" Jinsung's eyes lit up, and he smiled joyfully, saying, "Really? I can bring him home? Thank you, uncle." The scene changed to the apartment where Jinsung lived. It was late at night. Jinsung and Poppy were lying on the bed, looking at a picture book. Poppy licked his face, and he smiled happily, saying, "Haha, it tickles." Poppy, Suddenly a voice yelled, "Park Jinsung, why aren't you sleeping?" making him and Poppy freeze in fear. Jinsung quickly turned off the light, saying, "Ah, yes," then turned to Poppy. "Good night, Poppy." The picture book that Jinsung had been looking at on the bed was a drawing of him and Poppy happily together. Early the next morning, Jinsung woke up and called, "Uncle, uncle?" Then he took Poppy to the living room, where his uncle was sitting on the chair. He said, "Can I go outside and play with Poppy?" His uncle said, "What? Just do whatever you want." Jinsung said happily, "Thank you, uncle." Then he and the dog happily went out to play. "Let's go, Poppy." At the playground, Jinsung was covering the puppy with sand. He was smiling happily, thinking, "Now I have a friend." After covering him with sand, Jinsung and Poppy played on the slide. Poppy was like a friend to play with at the playground. Wherever he went, Poppy followed him, a friend that was always by his side, a friend that he could share happiness with. He played so happily that Jinsung forgot the time. He looked at his watch, it was already past 7 p.m. He suddenly panicked, saying, "It's already this late? I'm going to get into trouble with my uncle." Then he urged Poppy, "Poppy, let's run." After returning home, Jinsung was scolded by his uncle. "So you're saying you're only coming home after dark? Jinsung, are we a joke to you?" He lowered his head and apologized. "I'm really sorry. I didn't know it was this late." His uncle angrily slammed a can of drink on the table and yelled, "This is the reason? I've been too easy on you lately. So you've become like this?" Then his uncle continued, "Jinsung, now I have to be wary of old men or the noisy couple next door." He responded, "I'm sorry, uncle. I'll be more careful." Suddenly, Poppy bared his teeth and barked at his uncle. Jinsung was worried that he would anger his uncle again, so he immediately turned to reassure Poppy. "Poppy, what's wrong?" But the puppy kept barking. His uncle angrily crushed the can in his hand and yelled, "This dog dares to do that? Should I cook you in a pot with some galangal?" Jinsung saw his uncle get up and walk towards him. He suddenly said, "I'm sorry. I'll train Poppy again. Please forgive him this time." "Uncle." His uncle slapped Jinsung hard, making him fall to the ground, saying, "Get out. How dare you?" His uncle gritted his teeth and continued, "I was just being a little lenient with you. And you dare talk back to me? I'll teach you a lesson. Honey, tie him up." His aunt then came towards Jinsung with a rope while laughing. "Ahihi, this brat has been free lately. So he's lost his mind." Seeing that Jinsung was being tied up, Poppy barked loudly at his uncle. His uncle became furious, yelling, "Hey, this dog still won't shut up?" Then his uncle cocked one leg up behind him, saying, "Shut up, you dead dog." A loud thud rang out. Jinsung's eyes widened, calling, "Poppy." At this moment, the puppy was kicked against the wall by his uncle, and it was weakly trembling. His uncle smiled triumphantly. "Now he's quiet." Jinsung, tied up on the ground, worriedly said, "Poppy, are you okay, Poppy?" His aunt didn't care at all and just kept tying him up while laughing. "Ahihi, stay still. You wriggled too much. It's hard to tie you." Jinsung gritted his teeth, glaring at his uncle. His uncle raised the wooden stick, saying, "You dare look at me like that?" He immediately became scared. Then his uncle used the stick to hit Jinsung hard. "You're crazy. Who taught you to do that? Did your mother teach you that way? Or your idiot brother?" Jinsung could only plead, I'm sorry, uncle." But his uncle kept hitting him. "If you know your mistake, then let me discipline you in peace." Jinsung was being hit so hard that his body was trembling. He weakly said, "Hick, I'm sorry." His uncle didn't care, saying, "Being so weak and yet so arrogant. You must have gotten it from your genes." Then his uncle suddenly smiled sinisterly. "Hey," he said, "that's why I beat them to death." This sentence made Jinsung freeze. His aunt, next to him, asked worriedly, "Honey, is it okay if he knows about that?" He sneered at her, saying, "Who would believe a weak piece of trash like him?" Jinsung struggled to sit up. He said, "Mom and Dad were killed by a robber." His uncle, hearing this, recounted the past. "That thing? It was because I was angry so I beat them to death. Who told them not to lend me money?" But then suddenly some idiot climbed through the window for some reason. Then he laughed gleefully. It was so funny seeing him keep saying he was innocent in court. His aunt also laughed mockingly, saying, "It's really hilarious, just thinking about that expression on his face." Ahihihi. Jinsung suddenly understood everything. He gritted his teeth, saying, "So the people who killed my mom and dad are you and her?" His uncle, holding the wooden stick, said, "Oh, you dare glare at us like that?" At that moment, a murderous aura was emanating from his body. Poppy, who had been kicked away earlier, had also stood up, growling at them. His uncle turned around to look at him. Poppy lunged forward and bit his uncle's hand, causing him pain. Jinsung's eyes widened, and he said in a panic, "Poppy, no, run away." But it was too late. He had raised the stick, his face furious, yelling, "You dead dog." A series of hits landed on Poppy, making it collapse on the ground. Jinsung hurriedly said, "Poppy," and his uncle looked at the wound where Poppy had bitten him, saying, "Oh my god, I hope I don't get rabies." Jinsung looked at Poppy getting beaten. He cried, sobbing, "I'm sorry, Poppy. I'm sorry for bringing you to this house. You just wanted to play with me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Jinsung cried out, "If you hadn't met a piece of bad luck like me." Suddenly, Poppy used the last of its strength to stand up and lick his face. The scene lit up brightly. Perhaps this was the brightest moment in his life. Poppy smiled happily at Jinsung one last time. Then it fell to the ground and died. Jinsung called, "Poppy," but it didn't answer. He kept calling, "Poppy, Poppy," but it didn't move anymore. His uncle said with disgust, "It's dead? That dog? I wanted to hit it more to get rid of my anger." His aunt just laughed, saying, "Ahihi, I wanted to raise it until it was fat, and then eat it." He scoffed, "That piece of trash dog isn't worth eating. Throw it in the trash." At this moment, his inner self was screaming. "Why?" The aunt outside kept calling, "Our Jinsung, that's enough for today." He kept sinking into himself. "Why did you kill my precious dog?" The scolding from outside kept echoing. "What? So you won't listen to me? I need to discipline you more." His inner self kept screaming. "Is it fun to kill a creature so easily? If it's dead, then what? If it's dead, it doesn't help us anyway." The two of them still had no sympathy for him or guilt for beating a dog to death. He asked himself, "Is killing fun?" Then his inner self exploded. His eyes turned red, and he looked with hatred. "Ah, this is annoying." He took out a knife. Jinsung cut the rope that was binding him. He was now corrupted. His face was ominous with a creepy smile. Ahihi. His uncle, who still didn't sense any danger, calmly looked at Jinsung, saying, "What's with that knife? Where did you get it?" Then he sneered, saying, "Wait, is that an edya?" His uncle laughed. "Haha, so angry that you could only summon your edya? You're a true F rank." Then he pointed the wooden stick at him, saying, "A son of two F rank parents is also an F rank. How ridiculous. Are you imitating us?" Jinsung suddenly laughed creepily. His uncle continued, "Your parents in hell will be so proud of you." He swung the knife at his uncle while he was still speaking. His uncle was cut across the mouth by the knife, and blood was flowing everywhere. He used his hands to cover his mouth. His aunt next to him said in worry, "Honey." Jinsung raised the knife and just smiled triumphantly at their screams. "My hand." His aunt, seeing Jinsung like this, hurriedly said, "We're sorry, kid, we're sorry." But not long after, the room was stained with blood. He said, "Why don't you say, ahihi, anymore?" Ahihi. Blood splattered everywhere. His uncle tried to run away. He asked, "Uncle, where are you going?" But he still couldn't escape him. He was cut on the body, and he lay on the floor, his body trembling uncontrollably. Holding his head, he was screaming. Jinsung said, "Huh, what did you say? Say it properly." His aunt saw Jinsung coming towards her. She fearfully said, "Please, spare me." He said, "I won't kill you." Using the blood-stained knife, he pointed at her eyes. "Killing you like this would be too easy. You're all the same." Then he chopped off her left arm, causing her to lose blood and faint. At that moment, he looked up at the ceiling and smiled. "Why did you do that to my parents? What did they do wrong? I think not killing you will make you suffer more. Right, aunt?" But then he suddenly stopped. He tightly gripped the knife, suddenly thinking, "Ah, that's amazing." Time passed quickly. Jinsung suddenly opened his eyes wide. Perhaps he had just had a nightmare. At this moment, he was lying in a hospital. And he was also grown up. What had just happened was probably painful memories that had resurfaced in his mind. The nurse opened the curtain and walked in, saying, "Oh, you're awake?" Jinsung struggled to sit up, saying, "Nurse? So, this is..." The nurse replied, "This room is the nurse's station." Then she placed her hand on Jinsung's chest. "You can't get up yet." Then she pushed him back down onto the bed. The nurse smiled, saying, Just rest a little more. He looked at his hand, thinking, my head is pounding like it's about to split in two. But why am I here? Suddenly, his clean hand was covered in blood. Jinsung panicked and sat up, his head covered in sweat. Then he suddenly turned to the nurse and asked, "Hey, nurse." The nurse put her hand on her hip and said, "It would be better if you lay down and rested." Then the nurse said with a smile, "Can you calm down a little?" He couldn't calm down and grabbed the nurse's collar, urgently asking, "The bank, are the people at the bank okay? What about my classmates? What about Lee Seong-hwa?" While asking, his face suddenly turned ashen. He uttered the name, Kim Se-yeon. Jinsung fell back onto the bed, whispering, "Se-yeon." Seeing Jinsung's condition was not good, the nurse hurriedly asked, "Hey Jinsung, take a deep breath," he said in a panic. "Right." Se-yeon was standing in front of me. He asked the nurse, "Nurse, Se-yeon." The nurse replied, "Oh, everyone is fine." He urgently asked, "Then where is Kim Se-yeon?" He suddenly remembered, "The last thing I remember before passing out was me stabbing Kim Se-yeon." The nurse tried to reassure him. "Calm down. Se-yeon is on her way." He thought, the nurse's station? She's still alive? But why the nurse's station? Was she too badly injured? So they had to move her here? Suddenly, Jinsung jumped out of bed, saying, "I'm going out for a bit." The nurse hurriedly called after him, "Jinsung." But Jinsung had already run toward the door, thinking, "I have to see for myself how she is." The nurse watched Jinsung open the door and run out. She sighed helplessly, saying, "It would have been better if he didn't remember anything." A little while later, Jinsung ran in, covered in sweat, saying, "My body isn't normal," because he was running too hurriedly. Jinsung didn't have time to put on slippers, and he was running barefoot. He thought, if it's because my body has caused too much trouble, so be it. Jinsung's forehead was dripping with sweat. He continued to think, why can't I stop this cursed Edya? On the other side, Se-yeon was leisurely holding 2 bags of snacks and drinks, walking along and singing to herself. She was walking while smiling, and Jinsung saw her and thought, "Se-yeon?" He couldn't believe it. She was fine. She wasn't injured, which was why she was in that place. So, I didn't cut her throat. He was secretly happy. Thank God. Se-yeon saw Jinsung and asked, "Officer?" He knelt down on the ground, thinking, I'm so happy that I didn't kill her. Seeing Jinsung suddenly kneeling before her, his body trembling uncontrollably, Se-yeon panicked, saying, "Why are you suddenly kneeling?" Se-yeon placed her hand on Jinsung's shoulder, saying, "You made it out here. You must be doing better now." Huh? Jinsung burst into tears, thinking, thank God. Seeing Jinsung suddenly cry like that, Se-yeon panicked, hurriedly squatting down to check on him. Huh? Why are you crying? Are you hurting somewhere? Why are you crying? Hearing Se-yeon's voice, he thought, thank you, Se-yeon. Se-yeon said, "Hey, don't cry anymore. People might think I rejected your confession." Oh my gosh. Stop already. But she didn't know that Jinsung was thanking God that she was healthy, that she was still alive. After the Peste incident, Hun High School was temporarily closed for a week. On the day the incident occurred, Byun Gi-young quickly sent out news when he saw Kim Il-young retreating. Gi-young had borrowed a phone from a stranger at that time. "Hey, old man, let me borrow your phone for a bit." It was indeed a disaster that killed 17 guards and 13 bank employees. The police began investigating and cordoning off the area. However, luckily all the students from both schools were safe. Public opinion was focused on the 10th grade students from the 2 high schools that had confronted the Peste attack, especially the white fairy Kim Se-yeon, who had directly confronted Kim Il-young. Returning to the time of the nurse's station after the battle, Se-yeon tiredly pulled back the curtains of her hospital bed, thinking, sigh, answering interviews is harder than fighting. I shouldn't have mentioned Park Jinsung. At this moment, Jinsung was in a coma in the bed. She thought, the reporters wouldn't believe it. Am I supposed to wake someone who's been in a coma for 3 days? Looking at Jinsung in the hospital bed, she thought, I saw it with my own eyes and I still don't believe it. She recalled the moment Jinsung stabbed at Se-yeon's neck, but Jinsung had only cut off her horn. The situation had shocked her too much. Her horn on her forehead suddenly disappeared. She was panicked. Huh? Looking at Jinsung smiling at her, she secretly called, Park Jinsung, you. But then his eyes slowly closed. Jinsung passed out, falling into Se-yeon's arms. She hurriedly called, hey, officer. Park Jinsung, Because Jinsung was not light. Sion had trouble supporting him. Both of them were kneeling on the ground. She tried to call, "Hey, hey." Returning to reality, Sion held Jinsung's hand, saying, "If you're done crying, then get up." Jinsung, whose face was now covered in tears and snot, said hesitantly, "Sion, Suddenly, she pulled Jinsung up forcefully and said loudly, "Hey, stop. I'm not joking. You didn't cut me. Your edya didn't manifest, and there are no problems." Sion looked directly at Jinsung and said, "So, is that still not enough?" Jinsung began to cry like a rainstorm again. He said, "Thank you." Sion, who couldn't stand it anymore, said, "If the nurses see you come back, I don't know what they'll think. Look at you. Sigh. Let's go." He replied, "Okay." After 1 week, life was peaceful again. At the classroom, a boy with brown hair was saying from outside the door, "The 10th graders look different now." "Huh?" The girl next to him whispered. "It's probably because they already fought with the Peste." That girl continued, "They're so cool. I wish I could be like them." Next to them, Jinsung was walking out of the classroom. Sighing, he thought, "Even when they're criminals who want to harm us." Recalling the broken eyeglasses, he thought, "They'd kill like that." Thinking this, he walked away with regret. "I thought I could control my edya. But I guess I was too delusional. Because I can't control my own edya. Many people had to die painfully." He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Sion, it's really a miracle that I didn't kill you and I was able to suppress my edya." He thought, "To ensure that something like that never happens again, I have to find a way to control it and not be influenced by my edya." He opened the door to a room, thinking, "There's someone who saw my edya and has the ability to give me advice." It was Songho. He was doing pull-ups. Jinsung thought, perhaps it's Senior on Songho, who has reached his limits and developed his edya. Songho saw him and said in surprise, "Park Jinsung? I thought you would be in the hospital right now." He replied, "I want to ask you some questions." Senior. Songho was surprised to hear him say that. Songho stopped training and jumped down, asking, "What is it? Tell me." Park Jinsung. Jinsung said, "Senior on Songho, do you think that there's a gap in everyone's soul, based on their edya level?" Songho was surprised. Jinsung explained, "Edya is a ranking of the soul. Strength and the things we can do are based on this ranking." Songho responded, "So you're asking if the level of edya determines the gap between the person and their soul, right?" Jinsung nodded, saying, "Yes, that's right." He thought, "I knew it." He also. But suddenly, Songho said, "No." Jinsung looked up, saying, "Huh?" Songho explained, "What manifests can be different based on the level. But the gap in the soul is not." Jinsung started to cry, saying, "The soul has no level." Songho frowned and said to Jinsung, "There are no levels in the soul." Jinsung had a serious expression and responded, "But you also know that, right?" Jinsung became more intense and said loudly, "Based on the edya level ranking, each person's manifestation is different." Songho looked at Jinsung and responded decisively, "Right, fundamentally, it's different, but that doesn't create a difference in each person." Jinsung hesitated, but then Songho had a determined expression. Park Jinsung. Then suddenly Jinsung fell into an unconscious state. He was standing blankly next to a man. "Are you looking for the answer that you already had from what I said?" Jinsung suddenly thought, "I always thought there was no connection between edya and the soul inside the body." Suddenly, a pool of crimson blood appeared beneath Jinsung's feet. The pool of blood started spreading, causing Jinsung's body to shake uncontrollably, because there was no way to control his crazy soul. When it went crazy, it wanted to kill everyone it saw. Then Jinsung's expression changed. His eyes became wicked. A bloodthirsty edya and a soul driven mad by his edya. In his wicked eyes, the image of a frightened man appeared. To awaken in a situation where I've lost control. Jinsung entered a state of unconsciousness where everything was red from fresh blood. By admitting that the edya and soul in my body always exist and are connected, I must accept that it's very difficult to control that crazed emotion. At this moment, Jinsung's face was blank, and his eyes were soulless. Lying in the pool of blood, a series of people appeared in his mind, constantly uttering words of abandonment and blame. "Is killing fun for you? A devil in human skin. Your soul is terrifying. Murderer." In Jinsung's consciousness, he could only think of things like, a crazed, chaotic feeling, a sense of madness that I can't control. At this moment, returning to reality, Jinsung and Songho were face to face, neither of them speaking. After a while, Songho picked up some weights and said, "From the first time I met you, I felt it." He had said, "You should study diligently." Songho sat there, glaring at Jinsung and continued, "At that time, I thought you were a lazy person. But there was always something different about you. Even though you complained all day, you still always came to HT." A scene from the past of Jinsung and Songho's arduous training appeared. Jinsung hurriedly opened the door, saying, "Senior, my muscles are really sore today, so please take it easy on me." Songho continued to think, "My training is not at a level that someone with ordinary determination can diligently follow." Another scene from the past appeared. Jinsung was exhausted from training, lying on the ground. "I'm going to die," Songho continued, "but you were still able to absorb the training and try to keep up." Hearing that, Jinsung was thoughtful, pondering for a long time. Then he lowered his head. The higher the EDYA level, the higher the overall combat ability, which was the principle of the EDYA ranking. Therefore, everyone wanted to have a special EDYA. Songho was wrestling, throwing his opponent to the ground. But what would happen if you had a low-level EDYA, but displayed a higher overall combat ability? Songho stood upright, drenched in sweat. On Songho. Another victory. The immense strength of someone with a low-level EDYA. He had won after defeating all of the other players. Songho continued, "Your soul, your EDYA, all of them become meaningless if you try every day to improve yourself." He was training with weights while preaching to Jinsung. "I know the reason you came here wasn't to improve your fighting ability." Then he stopped using the weights, putting on a serious face. "But you wanted to test. Through me, someone with a high overall combat ability but who possesses a low-level EDYA. An EDYA is only a part of a lot of factors." Then Jinsung still had a gloomy expression. In his mind, he thought, as Senior said, "That's how I tried to forget about the murderous EDYA and the mad soul." But it was still always there. A bloodthirsty EDYA like this couldn't be recognized just because it had a high level. Jinsung faced Songho, listening to him continue, "That's why I always wanted to learn from you, Senior, from your efforts to control and train your EDYA proficiently." Songho smiled and asked, "Well, how do you feel? Did my efforts become the answer you were looking for?" Someone had developed their overall combat ability from a B to an A+. Jinsung watched Songho push the weights and thought, "Senior always shows me that a person can keep moving forward with continuous effort." Jinsung continued to think thoughtfully. "This person, Senior on Songho, is the example that I must follow." Then Jinsung resolutely said to Songho, "Senior, I want to tell you something." Songho calmly lay down and pushed the weights, replying, "I know. It was the state you showed in the battle, right?" Songho pondered, saying, "That was your true EDYA." Jinsung, hearing this, asked in surprise, "You believe me? A person who said they had an F-rank EDYA but actually has an S-rank EDYA, and that I'm the one who actually defeated that Peste." Then Songho put the weights on the rack. He sat up and said, "What did you gain from lying to me? I don't see any benefit." Jinsung yelled embarrassedly, "Thank you for believing me." Songho said, "Simply put, you don't want to be controlled by your murderous EDYA." Jinsung sat down, clasped his hands, and said, "I thought that I could at least keep it under control. But when I stabbed a member of the Peste who infiltrated the bank, the strings of my reason broke and the murderous intent erupted uncontrollably." An image of Jinsung brutally slaughtering those people appeared. At that time, my reason was completely controlled by my crazy bloodthirsty emotions. Jinsung's murderous look appeared. The victims that he killed were lying on the ground, covered in blood. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't control that emotion. Jinsung yelled, "I don't want to be controlled by my EDYA anymore." He continued, "If you were me, what would you do, Senior? How can I not be affected by my EDYA anymore?" Songho closed his eyes and said, "Create a healthy body and a strong mind. Only diligent training can create a healthy body." Jinsung, looking annoyed, yelled, "I always train my body. And I'm even more diligent. But nothing changes." Songho still calmly replied, "There are some common points that people who can't control their EDYA have." He stood up, saying, "That is, they can't love themselves." Still with that calm expression, he continued, "People like that tend to hate themselves. And from there, deny the efforts they've made. You've trained very diligently. Be proud of yourself." Jinsung suddenly had a cold expression. He grabbed Songho's hand tightly, saying, "Love myself? How nice." Then he rejected himself. I'm just a murderer. Someone who gets joy from killing others. Songho asked. Park Jinsung, did you train hard to become a murderer? Jinsung replied. Huh? He gave a gentle smile and offered advice. Stop thinking negatively. You're not a Park Jinsung obsessed with killing. The evil images of Jinsung appeared in succession. He was killing with an evil expression. His face suddenly froze. The good side of him had taken the knife from the evil side. But a Park Jinsung, his hand was gripping the knife so hard that it was bleeding. The good image of him appeared under a dazzling light. Someone who has tried to train hard to be able to control the wild will within him. Then he unexpectedly collapsed to the ground. Songho said, I always wanted to be the best. Songho's muscular back appeared, but my idea wasn't special. An image appeared of him being thrown down to the floor. I couldn't achieve that no matter how hard I tried. It wasn't the peak, and not even the foot of the mountain, but a deep abyss. He was lying down, hugging his face, thinking, throughout my 3 years in middle school, I couldn't enter the advanced rounds. Not even once. I became discouraged because my weakness haunted my mind. Songho was lying down, covering his face. I hated my useless, low-level idea. That made everything worse. Then he suddenly realized, and I asked myself about myself. Did I really understand my idea or not? Images of Songho training hard appeared. I analyzed my idea and found my current limits. The effort was clear on his face. An image appeared of him punching a punching bag with all his might. Using my strengths and improving to cover up my weaknesses. Songho suddenly stopped. His hand glowed. I had to face my idea. An image of him competing appeared. That's how. He charged forward like a tornado, grabbing his opponent, giving him no time to react. Songho grabbed the opponent's collar. He threw his opponent to the ground in an instant. I surpassed myself and got stronger each day. His feet stood firmly there. And even the current me. He took off his shirt, revealing his toned body, saying, still keep surpassing himself. I will become the strongest. Even if I have a mediocre idea. What about you, Park Jinsung? Jinsung was standing still, looking at Songho. Then he took off his glasses, saying, I will. He carefully cleaned his glasses. He threw his glasses down resolutely. I will do it like you too. His determined expression appeared. It's about surpassing myself. Weapons like handguns are useless against those with idea. A voice yelled from inside the warehouse, followed by sounds of destruction. The other students were still inside. Surrounded by black smoke, they had to cover their noses. This was why many weapons became useless once idea appeared. An Yangho, wearing a gas mask, shouted. However, chemical warfare is a different story. He seemed to be losing his calm. The moment we take off our idea and become normal humans again, we will die. Bayan Giyung, in fear, threw himself toward the door, yelling, Are you kidding me? If we're going to die either way, why do we have to train to fight against them like this? He kept hitting the door, demanding to get out. His face was full of tears and snot. He looked like a pathetic creature groveling around. Open the door now. Ignoring the situation, one person turned to An Yangho and said, Squad leader of Company 10, the CS gas is beyond their tolerance level. Even if the mental strength of Company 19 increased after that incident. This is still a bit. Kook, a strange sound rang out. His eyes narrowed uncomfortably. Sing the national anthem. I'll give extra points to anyone who can finish the song. An Yangho ordered, seeing that the situation was too chaotic. Help me, now. Saving our lives is more important. What are these petty points? Anyway, URRRK. Some strange noises mixed with shouts. Open the door now. In the chaotic crowd, looking like zombies, Park Jinsung stood up and started to sing. Until the East Sea is drained. Mom, another person yelled. Open the door. He ignored them and continued. Until Baekdu Mountain is worn away. Open the door. It still didn't stop. After much suffering and tears. Luckily the door was finally opened. Squad 3 is coming out. A female student pointed out. What's with that dense gas? I can't see clearly inside. The man also added when seeing the murky black smoke wafting from the inside. That's horrible. Everyone was like a dried up corpse, being dragged out. Only Park Jinsung stood tall, completely unfazed, walking out with a cold look, looking sternly at the man in front of him. He put his hands behind his back and said, Excuse me, chemical officer. All of my superior officers have passed out. Therefore, I will report on their behalf. Alright, the man agreed, a little intimidated by the smell of the black gas, keeping his distance from him. Alright, agreed. Jinsung updated the situation. Squad 3. 11 people were assigned, 10 of whom were not non-commissioned officers. Meanwhile, beside them, everyone was saying it was a disaster. Some had passed out, some were throwing up, and some were foaming at the mouth. Ignoring them, as it wasn't his business. He continued, 10 people fainted during the gas training. Present. 1. Reporting. Done. Found them. A shadow appeared in the alley, making the other person's blood run cold. Like this, no one would be able to say anything anymore. On the paper recording information and rankings. Officer's basic observation skills. First place. Trainee Park Jinsung. 0 enemies not detected. Second place. Non-commissioned officer Kim Saein. 3 enemies not detected. Third place. Non-commissioned officer Bayan Gyeong. 7 enemies not detected. Notes from Squad 10 leader. It was very dark, so it was hard to see anything. Usually, if you already know someone's position, you won't be able to find them. But it's very strange that he didn't miss even the slightest sound. His perception is already at a monstrous level. I had to get my rank back no matter what, he thought. Of course, the next mission was crawling. First place crawling. Trainee Park Jinsung. First place low crawling. Trainee Park Jinsung. First place high crawling. Trainee Park Jinsung. Special note. In all of the crawling training exercises, he finished 5 seconds faster than the non-commissioned officer in second place. Notes from Squad 10 leader. His crawling ability is said to be at a national representative level. Individual combat training. Conquering enemy strongholds. First place. Trainee Park Jinsung. Second place. Non-commissioned officer Kim Saein. I will overcome myself. Jinsung kept going even though he was exhausted. Special note. Kim Saein ran in a straight line, but Park Jinsung ran in a zigzag pattern. Notes from Squad 10 leader. Running like that will waste his physical strength. An anonymous letter. Concealment. First place trainee Park Jinsung. Special note. No one could find him until the squad leader announced that training had finished. It took 1 hour to find a trainee. Notes from Squad 10 leader. We thought he had left the training area. Park Jinsung. Park Jinsung. It's always Park Jinsung, in the office. The principal looked at the report, but there was only one name. Flipping through the pages, he clicked his tongue. This F-rank student has good physical strength for no reason. TCH. The other students have also reached the benchmark. Feeling like it was going too far, An Yangho had to explain again. The principal, with an unpleasant look, said in a strained voice, "Not enough. The atmosphere doesn't seem like it will be good." Huh? The squad leader said blankly. The principal pinched the bridge of his nose and answered with difficulty. "I received information that the 998th Transport Brigade is preparing to target us." The 998th Brigade? An Yangho asked in surprise. They don't seem to like that Hun High School is receiving support from the national government. At this rate, our school will definitely be reprimanded, the principal said of the situation. In anger, he slammed the file down on the table. The third years are fine for now. And we can just tell the first years that we haven't finished training them. To be safe, he looked at the schedule, which had a circle marked on it. The 16th. After some deliberation, he said, "The problem is the second-year students. We will intensify the training." Feeling like this plan wouldn't be good, he still reluctantly asked, "What kind of training are you talking about, principal?" "Short-term combat strength training." He slammed the schedule down on the table. It was all too familiar, wasn't it? With that inhuman smile, it seemed like a storm was brewing. Cardboard boxes were being stacked up. The question was, where were they going to be taken and what were they going to do? URRRK. A man with a monkey-like face winced. "This isn't light, is it? How much further?" Another man with squinting eyes asked. "Like we're carrying weights," Sergeant complained. "What's in these things?" "Hey, trainee, why are you carrying 2 boxes?" Kim Saein turned to look at Jinsung in surprise. He didn't hesitate to answer. "Since we're training, I also want to train my muscles." Saeun's face was helpless and pale. "But you trained your muscles during lunch break." Facing Saeun's pale face, Jinsung smiled and replied, "That was then, and this is now." She helplessly turned away. Let's go." Mr. Overdoing It, hearing that silly name come out of Saeun's mouth, he asked back, "Did my nickname change from trainee to Mr. Overdoing It?" The two of them continued walking, while everyone else was struggling with their boxes, feeling like they were carrying concrete. Jinsung spoke up. But Sion, why are people always watching you like that? She replied, HMPH. Do you think that this doesn't happen often? Someone like you wouldn't know. But this is my daily life. He sarcastically pretended to be surprised. Wow, that sounds too arrogant. Suddenly, Jinsung turned his head, a little thoughtful. He continued. I say that because it seems like they are staring at you more than usual. Sion explained. This time, they aren't looking at me. It's you. Got it. Trainee Park Jinsung? Hearing that, Jinsung was surprised. Huh? Me? Why me? Then he said something shocking that even made Sion freeze. Because I'm handsome? Oh, for God's sake. She immediately said bluntly. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. He was like a puppy that was about to cry after being doused with cold water. What? You're so mean. Then, he was also very unlucky. He sighed. Alright, but their looks are too intense. Just as he finished speaking, Jinsung bumped into Bayan Gyeong. Of course, he lost his balance. Jinsung hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I wasn't looking at, and was met with Gyeong's predatory glare. Seeing that he was about to be eaten, Jinsung broke out in a cold sweat. Ha ha ha, squad leader. Of course, the blonde-haired man was not happy at all. Gyeong turned his back, warning, TCH, when you're walking, open your eyes and look where you're going. Trash. Seeing how strange he was acting, Jinsung was as bewildered as a deer. Lately, the squad leader has changed his personality. What happened? Sion was helpless. You really don't know why the squad leader and the others haven't been messing with you lately? Jinsung guessed curiously, but wildly off the mark. Is it because I'm always with you? She retorted, HMPH. It's because you've changed lately. Sion angrily kicked the door and went inside, grumbling, damn it, you make me so angry. Jinsung was scared. He followed her closely, but Sion said sternly, what? Who? What? When? Where? Why? Jinsung tried to hint, aren't you curious about my idea? This made Sion pause slightly. Putting down the box, she replied, HMPH. I'm not curious about things like that. He continued, if it's you, I'm willing to explain everything. Sion, she smiled triumphantly. Mr. Overdoing it, you can't say things like that to other girls. Sion smiled brightly. Her cheeks flushed as she teased. I can handle it, but other girls would have fainted by now. Got it? Jinsung smiled genuinely. As long as it's not a girl. Right? Because I've told everything to Senior On Songho already. Feeling left out, she violently grabbed his collar and scolded him like a mother scolding her child. What? You told Sergeant Songho? Do you want to die? Sion kept shaking Jinsung, making him feel like he was going to vomit. Why didn't you tell me first? Tell me everything before I beat you to a pulp. There was already someone witnessing this scene. Gyeong was biting his nails, trying to swallow his anger. TCH, that piece of garbage. Suddenly, he stood there pondering, but the pressure I'm feeling is as if I'm going to be killed. Kim Il-young also ran away in fear from Park Jinsung. Gyeong ran his hands through his hair, saying, damn it, how did things turn out like this? Ignoring the chaotic scene behind him, he turned and walked away. For now, before everything is confirmed, I can't admit it. Jinsung tried to calm this girl down. There are a lot of people watching. When it's just the two of us, then I'll tell you. Feeling appeased, Sion released his collar, not forgetting to remind him. Hey, don't say that to other girls either. Only I can handle it. Got it? He asked in confusion. But why do we have to move these boxes? She immediately said, didn't you hear? They're being prepared for that training. Jinsung was bewildered. What training? Sion just said calmly. Gorilla. The supervising teacher was holding a rather large red stick. She used it to guide the students while they moved. These students had to carry a huge, heavy backpack on their shoulders. While walking, Gyeong frowned and grumbled. Damn it, why do we have to do this stuff? Jinsung, on the other hand, had a different idea. Speaking up, I should have brought another 5 kilograms of weight. Huh? As soon as he said that, Sion turned to ask, hey, you, are you out of your mind because you're so tired? He answered, I'm not. Seeing that, she asked, then why would a person who used to run away from HT until On Songho dragged you back here suddenly want to train so hard? In contrast, Jinsung was silent like a clam, which confused her. What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Jinsung suddenly smiled. This place, now that I think about it, if it were senior on Songho, he would probably carry 10 kilograms of weights in each hand. Sion, hearing this, was speechless, completely unable to know what to say. That's really hopeless. At that moment, there was an announcement that they could rest for 10 minutes. Sion frowned, showing how uncomfortable she was. What? Why right here? The place they had stopped was Nara Bank. I know their intentions, but how can they be so insensitive? Seeing Sion's hand clench, her expression not so happy as she tried to suppress her feelings. Jinsung asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Sion looked at him. "You don't look okay at all." She asked Jinsung back, "I'm the one who should be asking that. Are you okay?" Jinsung was bewildered for a moment before understanding the meaning of Sion's question. Then, he smiled and pointed toward the bank. "Are you talking about that?" Seeing Jinsung's calm smile as if nothing had happened, Sion wondered, was I worrying for nothing? At that moment, some young kid approached her, calling, "Hey, you're the famous senior Kim Sion, right?" She readily admitted, "Huh? That's me." Everyone around them cheered with joy. "Wow, you're really as white as snow. The future of South Korea is here. You're so young but so talented. Wow, senior, can I get your autograph? You're even more beautiful in person than on TV." Suddenly, a lot of passers-by came close, cheering her on like that. Sion, both happy and shy, clasped her hands together. "Ha ha ha, thank you, everyone, for liking me." Sion realized, right near the school, I bet this is the principal's intention. She figured this was a strategic rest stop to promote the school. Also near the bank where the Peste incident occurred, the famous second years of Hun were receiving media attention. This was a good marketing tactic. Moreover, the citizens could also make complaints related to the training and receive a direct response. The shop owners were still happy, even though they were blocking the path in front of their stores. They even happily smiled and cheered the students on. Maybe the teachers had talked to them beforehand, and also gave them a large sum of money. They were counting the money while pretending to be embarrassed. You didn't need to prepare all of this. Promoting their school while showing their pride. It was killing two birds with one stone. However, Gi-young's face was very clearly filled with fear. This was a cruel act that didn't care about the victims of the incident. The 10th graders. It was disgusting. When Sion was feeling annoyed, the teacher walked over, patted her on the shoulder, and said, while smiling comfortably and cheerfully, "All right, everyone, thank you for your help. But we have to move on now. Everyone, please prepare to move out." Seeing Sion's expression was a little strange. Jinsung kept asking, "Sion, you haven't rested at all. Are you okay?" She put her hand on her head tiredly, while also telling him, "Don't talk to me, my neck hurts too much." Jinsung lifted his head and looked at the sealed-off building in front of him. Currently, if he said that he didn't feel anything, he would be lying, but because I have made a decision, I have to become stronger so that I won't be affected by anything. From there, I will change. At the school, the principal was listening to the phone call and smiling happily. "That's right, Kim Sion, right? Okay, everything is still going according to plan. Purposely arranging the route through that place is really effective. Okay, the length of the route has increased by 5 kilometers. Hehe, I'm getting ready to go now." While listening to the phone call, he still didn't forget to start the car to save as much time as possible. The role of the battalion commander is to personally encourage the students who are exhausted from training. That's why this school can't function without me. Hehe. After saying that, he sped off quickly. The group of students on the other side were still walking. Suddenly, 2 stopping sounds rang out. The teacher in front of them announced, reminding them, "The next part of the route is a steep incline, so we'll have a longer rest. Everyone, please stretch your legs." Sion put her heavy backpack down and turned to call Jinsung, "Hey you." Rada. Jinsung, at a loss, complained, "Can't you give me another nickname? There are lots of good ones." She only called him to ask if he wanted to eat some chocolate. As soon as he heard that they were being given something to eat, he was delighted. "Trainee Park Rada is grateful for your chocolate." Sion gave it to him. "Here you go." While they were resting, the white car sped up and arrived in the blink of an eye. It was faster than expected. Jinsung said, "Huh? A car?" The car stopped in front of them. The principal got out. "Damn it, it's so hot outside." The teacher in charge hurriedly ran over to greet him. "Okay, greetings." He walked over and patted Sion on the shoulder. "Haha, Sion, is the march going well?" She replied, "Yes, principal. There aren't any problems." The principal, with a big smile, said, "As expected of Sion, you are the ace of the second-year students of Hun High School." Looking to the side, he asked, "Huh, and who are you?" Jinsung raised his hand in a salute and said, "Trainee Park Jinsung, sir," looking at him with half an eye. "Aha, is that so?" His attitude changed. Park Jinsung, haven't I taught you that during training you have to call me battalion commander?" He fearfully nodded. Let me correct myself. Commander. Sion, seeing this, looked at the principal with disdain. He is clearly showing how biased he is. The principal wondered. He asked, "But you don't look as tired as the other students." He was about to excitedly answer, "Yes, because at HT, I usually," before he could finish speaking. The principal ordered, "Open your backpack, let me see." Jinsung's expression was extremely surprised. With his hand in his pocket, he called for the teacher in charge. "I need to check the things inside. Squad leader of Squad 10, bring the list of the things that you need to carry over here." The teacher in charge brought the list over. "Yes, sir." Jinsung slowly opened his bag. Seeing this, Sion got even more angry. He is trying to find fault with Park Jinsung, isn't he? Park Jinsung wasn't someone who would carelessly leave things out. But if he accidentally forgot one thing, after checking everything, the teacher in charge reported to the principal, "Nothing is missing, sir." The principal's face was flushed. So you did bring everything." Still trying to find fault, he glanced at Jinsung and asked, "But I see that you have already taken out the necessary items. But there's still something in that bag." What are you carrying?" Jinsung, with a cheerful attitude, took it out. "Oh, this?" Putting 4 colored bags on the ground, he said, "I brought a few bags of sand for training during breaks." "Sandbags? Those 4 bags? That's 20 kilograms. He gave a dry cough. "Do you know what this training is for?" He excitedly answered, "Yes, guerrilla combat training and physical training." "Right, and during this training," seeing the principal's attitude, Sion was extremely angry. He is still intentionally trying to find fault with him. Before he could finish, the teacher in charge interjected with a nervous laugh. Co-commander, we have to move on now." Immediately, the principal gave up on trying to find fault with Jinsung. "Okay, then let's move out." The teacher in charge hurriedly escorted him to his car. "Please drive safely, sir." Sion watched him leave with a look of discontent. Songho from above, who was watching them, said, "They will be there soon." Juya, next to him, said, "Kim Sion is the most outstanding student among them, right? The White Fairy? Let me check her out." Looking at Sion and Jinsung, Songho reminded Juya, "The one you should pay attention to among the second years is Park Jinsung." Putting the window down, Juya asked back, "The one with the dagger? I know that you're praising him a lot. But," he waved his hand, showing that he was looking down on Jinsung, "I'm not so sure. Although his reaction speed and physical strength are quite good," recalling his previous confrontation with him. "But his edya isn't strong at all. Do we really need to pay attention to him?" Songho said. "Of course." Juya then speculated, "Squad leader, is it because he's in the HT club that you're overpraising him too much? It seems like you think his value is higher than our squad one." The squad leader glared at Juya and said, "Because he deserves it." Juya's face seemed doubtful. "What?" Songho said, "Not only is he higher than Squad 1, he's even stronger than the entire Company 1 combined." Stunned, Juya asked back, "Squad leader, say again, who is stronger than who?" Juya, furious, stared intensely at An Songho, saying coldly, "Squad leader, no." An Songho, "Say that again." Hearing her say that, An Songho just turned around, narrowed his eyes, and said sternly, "Juya, your view of Park Jinsung is only based on the team match at the beginning of the semester. His efforts after that don't seem to count." Juya sneered and said to An Songho in a contemptuous tone, "It's only been 2 months since he joined HT. Besides, after considering that break, is it worth reconsidering?" Seeing that she still looked down on Park Jinsung's abilities, An Songho just calmly looked down at where everyone was starting out and said to her with certainty, "Open your eyes and look closely at the results of the past 2 months. I guarantee it." Park Jinsung, with a backpack full of supplies, was moving seriously. An Songho said, "This guerrilla training will eventually become Park Jinsung's own stage." The group of students moved to the gathering place. which was a newly built camp in the middle of the mountains, divided into rooms for the students to rest. After arriving at his room and arranging his belongings, Park Jinsung looked at the layout of the room with confusion and scratched his head. This building is new, but why did they arrange the room structure like this? It's like it's from the military. Then he went toward the closet and continued. There are a total of 300 students. Then, he touched the number on his shirt and pondered. And my number is 300. So I'm still last. Just then, an announcement came from the loudspeaker. Attention, everyone in the camp. Report the number of students present. Go to the training center immediately. Hearing An Sungho's deep voice from the loudspeaker, Park Jinsung touched his chin and said, "It's Senior Sungho's voice. I guess the rumors were true." While Park Jinsung was standing to one side pondering, his roommates were either kneeling and rubbing their heads or they were hopelessly kneeling with their hands on the ground, dejectedly complaining, "Wah, we're doomed. Guerrilla training, we're all useless." The atmosphere in the room became sad and gloomy because of everyone's mood. It made him turn his head and silently observe everyone. At the training field, everyone was gathered, looking up at An Sungho, who was standing above. He spoke, "Are all of the second years present?" Then, An Sungho introduced himself to everyone below. "Hello everyone, my name is An Sungho and I will be training you during this guerrilla camp. Before we eat, I will announce some things." Those students with smaller numbers on their shirts represented the best students. An Sungho said, "The top students will be in room 1. On the other side, Park Jinsung was looking confident. In contrast to him, his roommates looked worried. They were all standing together. An Sungho's voice rang out again, announcing, "And the bottom students will be in room 10. The rest of the students will be assigned to rooms in order based on their numbers." Park Jinsung, with the number 300 on his shirt, was standing there seriously listening to An Sungho's announcement. "You have probably already heard, but the numbers that you are wearing are your overall combat ability rankings, which have been carefully evaluated and arranged by the school." At this moment, his face suddenly changed and he became more serious. "However, as long as you are within the training area, your points will be completely separate from your ranking. This guerrilla training will contribute a significant portion to your final results." The announcement caused the students there to immediately look shocked. Completely separate? Then, An Sungho's voice rang out again. "Based on the evaluation criteria of what you show during this training, the fighting rankings in the school could change dramatically." What he said made everyone even more confused. They looked at each other, whispering, "I've never heard of this." After saying everything he needed to say to everyone, An Sungho glanced at the watch on his wrist and continued, "It's 12 o'clock noon now. After lunch, which should finish by 1, rest until 2. The training assistant will announce the next schedule afterward. At the gathering area, he asked everyone, 'Understood?' Immediately after, everyone responded in unison, 'Understood.' A little while later, at Park Jinsung's room number 10, one student was lying on the bed, complaining, I'm so hungry." Then, the student next to him also said, "HMPH, what can we do now?" Then they thought of the cafeteria earlier, where the trays for food were empty, with only a little bit of kimchi and fried rice left. Those people said dejectedly, "The people who got here before us ate all the food. There's only leftovers left. How can we get full on just kimchi and fried rice?" The situation was so bad that one of them came up with an idea. "Hey, do you want to try to get hurt and sneak out of here?" Hearing that, someone quickly sat up, cutting off that thought. "There's a separate medical bay here. Don't be stupid." Hearing that, the other person said sadly, I'm done for." Just when everyone was feeling down because of their hunger, Park Jinsung, with several bags of things in his hand, kicked open the door and said cheerfully, "Hey, you guys, let's eat." From those bags, he poured out a bunch of food, bread and drinks. Seeing that, everyone gathered around and grabbed the food, asking excitedly, What is this? You're Park Jinsung from 10th grade, right? Where did you get this stuff?" At this moment, Park Jinsung opened a package of bread, smiled, looked at everyone, and said reassuringly, "I didn't steal it. Don't worry. Now let's eat first. Oh, but remember to keep it a secret." In the hallway, the scene switched back to a few minutes earlier, when Park Jinsung met An Sungho. His arm was doing a military-style salute. "Senior, I'm hungry." In response, An Sungho calmly said, "Call me trainer, number 300. Hearing that, he obediently said, "Understood, trainer." An Sungho smiled and looked at him, saying, I heard that during the gathering last time, you were being scrutinized. I bet you're fine now. Hearing that, Park Jinsung replied, yeah, that's right. If I'm full, I can concentrate even more than 100%. Right after that, An Sungho turned around, opened the door to the room, and asked back, how much do you need? Seeing that, he quickly responded, enough for around 15 people. Hearing Park Jinsung say that, it made An Sungho freeze for 5 seconds. Right after that, he burst out laughing and replied, okay. Then An Sungho, while getting food, laughed, seeing that he was putting all of the food into a black bag. Someone in the room looked like they wanted their eyes to pop out. Oh, squad leader, what is that? Then, that person couldn't help but ask. That's the food and snacks the teacher gave us. Hearing that, An Sungho looked at him with a dark expression, saying, the training assistant needs a snack. So you're hungry too? Seeing An Sungho's frightening gaze shoot towards him, the person quickly waved his hands and said stammering, no, just take it. At this moment, the squad leader turned around and opened the door to give the bags of things to Jinsung. Seeing that, he happily said, thank you, but the two of them didn't know that at that moment, the young man who had been talking to An Sungho was now standing there with his back to them. His eyes full of tears. Sighing, Highs, Juya, I miss you so much. After everyone had eaten, they were full and satisfied. But they didn't forget to praise him. Wow, I've been brought back to life. This bread is so good. Burp. Seeing that everyone had finished eating, Park Jinsung walked over, smiling, and asked, are you all full? Having been treated to a full meal by him, the people in the room were now looking at him with much gratitude. They took turns expressing their gratitude and even called him the hero of their room. Thank you so much, Jinsung, our hero. Seriously, I feel so much better thanks to you. I'm so grateful. Then, everyone spoke again. Maybe we'll be hungry again before dinner. But it's really good to have eaten like this. It's better than nothing. True, a bite when you're hungry is like a whole bag when you're full. We promise to repay you later. Hearing that, he didn't answer them, but instead, he pondered about something. After a moment of silence, Park Jinsung looked at everyone. His face was no longer as playful and happy as before. Instead, he was serious as he asked something of them. If you guys really want to repay me, then you just have to promise me one thing. Hearing that, everyone asked in unison, promise? Right after that, he clenched his fist, looking toward everyone as if to show his determination. During this guerrilla training, don't give up halfway. Try your best. Hearing him say that, the remaining students all looked confused. Oh, but we're in room 10. We're the 15 weakest second-year male students. Even if we try our best. Hearing that, he calmly replied, I know. Seeing that, one person spoke up, you also know that our idea is useless, right? Then, Park Jinsung just smiled calmly and asked back, is it more useless than mine? His question made everyone there hesitant, not knowing how to respond. Right after that, a tall young man stood up, looked at him curiously, and said, Park Jinsung, you've been a little different lately. Everyone, hearing that, also started to agree. That's right, so different compared to before. I also want to change like you. Me too. After saying that, everyone turned and looked at each other, nodding as if they had decided something. Suddenly, a young man stood up, clenched his fist, and punched the air, yelling, does anyone object to Park Jinsung being the leader of our room? Hearing that, everyone yelled in unison, no. Then, after reaching an agreement with each other, Park Jinsung excitedly and happily stood up and said to everyone, so everyone agrees, right? No one can give up. Okay? After saying that, everyone held hands and yelled, woo, to show their determination. In the afternoon, at the guerrilla training field, at 3 p.m., the trainer was blowing the whistle for everyone to train. The trainer's requests kept ringing out. Number 4, 3 more times, and whenever a student collapsed to the ground from being too tired, the nurse was immediately there to help them. The requests from the trainer continued to ring out. Number 1, 6 times. Number 9, 4 times. Meanwhile, Jinsung's group was still seriously training as if they didn't feel tired. Seeing that, the older students on the outside couldn't help but praise them. Those guys. Weren't they the ones who fought with us at the beginning of the semester? Right? They're F ranks. But perhaps the most surprised was not those older students but Juya, who always looked down on Park Jinsung's abilities. Seeing him train with such high intensity and still be able to smile made her couldn't help but be surprised. He's smiling. Seeing Jua's surprised expression, An Sungho, standing next to her with his arms crossed, smiled and said to her in a tone as if he had already known this was going to happen. As expected, our HT members really are different. Hearing that, Juya, even though she didn't like Jinsung, still had to speak. No, more than that, not only Park Jinsung, all of the members in room 10 are different. After saying that, she opened her eyes wide in shock and said, "What the hell is happening?" In the afternoon, the high-intensity training finally finished. At this moment, squad leader An Sungho, with his hands on his hips, looked towards the students and said, "Today's training is over here." At this moment, everyone was so tired from training that they were all sitting down on the ground. Panting, the squad leader's voice was still ringing out. "We have announced the new schedule. Therefore, make sure to check the schedule board." Immediately after, An Sungho looked toward Jinsung and said, "And, number 300, hearing him call him, Jinsung immediately said, "Here." In response to his call, An Sungho asked, "Have you eaten?" Hearing that, Jinsung yelled with all his strength, "Yes." Seeing that, An Sungho smiled and announced, "Good, as I said during lunchtime, including number 300, all of the members of room 10 will be given extra points." Hearing the sudden good news, the members of room 10 happily turned and looked at each other. Immediately after, they screamed with joy, hugging each other. Some people were so happy that they were even crying. "We really did it." Late at night, in a desolate place, only trees and gusts of wind could be heard. Park Jinsung was standing there, scratching his head as if waiting for someone. Then he raised his watch and looked at it, saying, "Did I come too early?" Just then, there were footsteps and a shadow approaching him. Mr. Overdoing It, a long, shiny hair was fluttering in the wind. Immediately after, the figure of Kim Se-yeon stepped forward, looking at him and asking, "Have you been waiting long?" After a while, Kim Se-yeon appeared. She smiled, stroking her long hair, and asked, "Mr. Overdoing It, have you been waiting long?" Park Jinsung gave a fake laugh. "Not too long." Kim Se-yeon, knowing that she was being too much by being late, was about to explain but unexpectedly heard Park Jinsung say that. Her limbs stiffened, and she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She could only barely say, anyways, we're on the same team since we're numbers 1 and 300. It's not too bad." Kim Se-yeon paused for a moment, then glanced at Park Jinsung, who was walking alongside her, and continued, "But how long are you planning to stay at the bottom?" Park Jinsung put his hand to his chin, pretending to ponder, and replied, "Probably after this guerrilla training." Kim Se-yeon opened her eyes wide, looking at him, unable to hide her curiosity, and asked, "Oh, you're confident, huh?" Park Jinsung half closed his eyes, looking mysterious, and smiled confidently. "Just wait, I'll get my badge next week." Kim Se-yeon raised her eyebrow and asked, "Still a private or will you become a corporal?" Park Jinsung answered confidently, "I can become a corporal right away. Or even a sergeant." Park Jinsung winked, looking humorous, causing Kim Se-yeon to burst out laughing. "Haha, you're dreaming big." But then, Kim Se-yeon used one hand to grab her other wrist behind her back. Kim Se-yeon smiled, looking a bit gentle. "Maybe that's good too." Park Jinsung glanced at Kim Se-yeon's serious expression and asked in confusion, "Huh? Did you say something? You didn't hear me clearly? What did you say?" The two of them were walking alongside each other. Kim Se-yeon replied, "It's nothing." At the school, it was still early in the morning, but everyone in the class was running hard. Bayan Gi-young was so tired that he was dripping with sweat. As soon as he opened his mouth, he began to complain, "Hey, what the hell is this? This early?" Before he could finish, a black figure shot up and passed him, leaving only a shadow behind. Bayan Gi-young's eyes widened. He looked at Park Jinsung's back in discontent and said, "Again?" Juya, standing on the upper level observing the group including Park Jinsung, couldn't help but be shocked at the scene. She put her hands on the railing and said in amazement, "He's 2 laps ahead of the group behind him." The doctor next to her seemed much calmer. He said nonchalantly, Jinsung is Jinsung, while the others look like zombies." Juya nodded in agreement. "Exactly." The doctor looked at Park Jinsung, who was easily leading the group below, and said, "Do you remember yesterday?" None of them avoided the training session. Juya looked up, as if she still didn't understand the doctor's intention, and asked back, "Huh? Ah, right." The doctor smiled calmly and continued, "Since yesterday, no one has been treated or recovered. Do you understand what that means?" Julia looked at the doctor with a shocked expression. "They didn't recover?" she asked back, her face pale. Then, as if she understood the doctor's meaning, she agreed, "They really are zombies," looking at the people in the class who were struggling to run forward. Songho crossed his arms and said calmly, "Zombies. An army of zombies. That's cool." After they finished running, the rankings were released. The top 20 in the morning run get 5 points. First place, 300. Second place, 001. Third place, 298. And there were many more rankings below. Heavy footsteps echoed. Another assistant instructor was leading the students who had just finished the long-distance running training to another area. Behind him, dozens of pairs of resentful eyes stared intensely at the assistant instructor, making his face turn pale. He got goosebumps. In his mind, the assistant instructor thought, "These guys are really the weakest second-year students from room 10? Behind him, someone called, "Assistant instructor," but he didn't hear it. His eyes were like a dead fish, focusing only on his thoughts. Their gazes are really scary. "Assistant instructor," the voice repeated. The assistant instructor still didn't react until Park Jinsung stepped forward, tapped his shoulder, and called, "Assistant instructor," making him jump in fear, yelling, "Hu-hu-hu-hu." After reacting, the assistant instructor turned his head to look at Park Jinsung, giving a forced smile, and asked stammering, "What is it? Trainee number 300? I'm curious about something," Park Jinsung said with a friendly smile. The assistant instructor thought, "This guy seems normal." He looked at the people behind him. His heart panicked. Those guys in the back seem crazy. Let's relax by talking to him. The assistant instructor tried to calm himself and acted naturally to hide the panic inside himself, saying, "The trainer isn't here, so feel free to ask me anything. I guess this is your first time training like this." "Huh?" Park Jinsung laughed falsely. "Thank you. So, can you tell me how to get past the obstacle course quickly?" Hearing him say that, the assistant instructor finally felt relieved. Before Park Jinsung's curious eyes, he looked away, trying to hide his unease, and said with some reluctance, I don't recommend you do that." Park Jinsung asked in surprise. Looking dissatisfied with this answer, he still tried to ask, Why? Isn't it better to be faster to get more points?" The assistant instructor was sweating, his eyes half closed, and said with difficulty, "Yes, that's true. But after you finish the training," he then continued, trying to explain how frightening the trainer was. "On Songho, the trainer, will make you go back to the training room and start training more until the others finish." The assistant instructor was explaining, and he turned his head to look back. "And since you're the first one, it'll take a long time." So, before he could finish, he heard Park Jinsung's frightening laugh. "K-hee-hee-hee, hup." The assistant instructor's face turned pale, showing a bewildered expression. Park Jinsung smiled, looking ominous. "Hee-hee, I understand. Everyone heard what he said, right? The faster, the more points, and you get to train more." He cracked his knuckles, preparing himself, and finished the sentence with a smile like a pervert. The assistant instructor was sweating, his face looking as if his life had come to an end. And he cursed to himself. Damn it. So, this guy is the leader of the crazy ones. A trainee tightly gripped the safety line, his whole body shaking because he was scared. The trainee descended carefully. Another assistant instructor, with his arms crossed, gave the order. The trainee, shaking, tried to adjust the safety line and lower himself down. Far away, another assistant instructor, holding binoculars and watching them, curiously asked the assistant instructor who had trained them earlier, "Hey, did you guide them properly? Why are they going so fast?" The assistant instructor who had just been with them said helplessly, "HMPH, look at the training report." The other assistant instructor took the training report and looked through it. They all passed. He couldn't help but ask in shock, What is this? They all passed the obstacle course? All of them?" The previous training assistant, remembering, felt a headache coming on. He put his hand up to his forehead, dripping with sweat. "You haven't seen them yet." When that number 300 guy told them to jump, they all jumped immediately. Remembering the scene, he could only feel that it was crazy. When they were told to climb, they all climbed right away. remembering the scene where the students were climbing actively. KK. They climbed up high, looked down below, and yelled in fear. Hack. But they still didn't give up. He continued. When they were told to go over, they went over right away. They all listened to Park Jinsung without any hesitation. Number 300. Is that the same guy from the team match? The one who ran that weird way? The other assistant instructor glanced at him and couldn't help but ask in shock. On the other side, Park Jinsung was busy standing below, cheering on the trainee who was shaking in fear, gripping the safety line and doing the training high up. You can do it. The trainee looked down. He mustered up all his courage and yelled, ACKKK. Then he jumped backward and let go of his hand. The safety line pulled down. He gripped it again, used his feet to touch the wall, and proceeded carefully step by step until he made safe contact with the ground. Everyone in Park Jinsung hurriedly ran over to him, congratulating him. Park Jinsung hugged him and said with a smile, You did great. It's over. The training assistant from the previous station crossed his arms, as if he had already known the result. See? The assistant instructor standing next to him with binoculars couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, the previous training assistant, his eyes like those of a dead fish, continued. Now, they're going to go to the training room. Park Jinsung raised his hand high, enthusiastically encouraging everyone, making the atmosphere lively. Let's go to the training room. We still have energy, right? Everyone cheered in response. Yep. The previous training assistant collapsed, using his hand to cover his face. Hey, can we switch places? The assistant instructor next to him patted his shoulder and said, Be happy. Day 3. The edu training area. Songho stood facing the trainees, saying loudly, From now on, we will be training edu. He put his hands on his hips, looked at everyone, and said sternly, This training was supposed to take place later, but due to the high temperature warning, the order has been changed. After the training, you can go back to the dorms to rest. Everyone in the class looked at each other, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, rest. Songho put his hands in front of him, the back of one hand touching the palm of the other, and then brought his thumbs together. He closed his eyes and concentrated his strength, thinking to himself, The weather has disrupted the schedule. But it's fine. When the temperature is high, a person's endurance becomes low. The purpose of this training is for trainees to continue fighting with their edu, even if their endurance decreases. Songho could feel the abundant source of edu energy in his body. And unlike when using edu normally, this training will help us find our hidden edu strength in times of exhaustion. While thinking, he activated the source of edu in his body. After this training session, the trainees with strong willpower will think more deeply about how to properly use their edu in the future. Songho opened his eyes half closed, looking cold. Then let's start. Songho raised his hand and said, This training session is about edu power. He glanced at the large rocks behind him and said nonchalantly, Do you see those rocks over there? All of the trainees shouted in unison. Yes, Songho said. Use all your strength to break them. All the trainees froze, their bodies stiff, not believing their ears. They asked back, What? Songho said calmly. Just follow the order. Summon your edu, and do your best. If someone can't summon their edu, then they'll let the next trainee go. One of the trainees put his hand to his chin, acting thoughtful, and said, Maybe I can do it. But immediately, another trainee, frowning, retorted, But your edu is big. A female trainee, looking dejected and pale, expressed disbelief in life. How can I break that with my edu? At this moment, Songho spoke up again. I'm sure some of you think you're at a disadvantage. He walked to the rock behind him, then turned his head to glance at the trainees and said, Most of you know what my edu is. Park Jinsung looked at Songho, his face a bit serious, thinking, Senior's edu, I'm definitely going to catch you. It's a close combat edu, even if it's senior. Park Jinsung looked at Songho's back, who was standing in front of the rock, and continued to think, I will break that rock. Before he could continue to think, Songho had focused his strength in his body, prepared to use his edu, and yelled, I'm definitely going to catch you. Songho yelled, I guarantee I'll catch you. Immediately after, he teleported next to the rock, then used his edu to focus his strength into his arms and hit the rock hard. The veins in his hand bulged, and his 5 fingers dug deep into the rock. The crack started where his fingers dug in and gradually spread throughout the rock. Park Jinsung was amazed and said with a smile, Senior, You really are. The large rock was lifted up into the air by Songho. Below it, a large hole was left in the ground. If you looked closely, you could see that the rock was dozens of times bigger than Songho's body. Songho yelled, "Hup!" His eyes flashed, a sign that he was using Edya. In just a blink of an eye, the large rock in his hand was shattered as he smashed it to the ground. Dust flew up, creating a loud noise. After finishing, Songho turned toward the trainees. Park Jinsung, amazed, thought to himself, his Edya is really that strong? He quickly grasped the information about the Edya that Songho had used. I guarantee I'll catch you. Edya level B+++. The ability to guarantee the capture of a chosen target within a certain amount of time. The time needed for movement is reduced. Can be trained to surpass human limits. When throwing a target, it can ignore a certain amount of the target's weight, up to 4 times the user's own weight. Watching Songho dust off his hand, Park Jinsung thought with more surprise. He can only ignore a certain amount of weight when throwing rocks? Park Jinsung scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. Haha. Meanwhile, the other trainees were pale with fright, their eyes white as they stammered. His fingers pierced through the rock. Is he even human? After demonstrating, Songho said nonchalantly, "You do it like this. Understood?" All of the trainees' faces were pale. They were so scared that they were speechless. Songho's expression darkened, his eyes narrowed into a thin line, and he said coldly, "Trainees, didn't you hear what the instructor said?" "Awk!" All of the trainees yelled. Shuddering in fear, Songho said, "All right, we will start with number 1. Trainee number 1, the White Jade Fairy, Kim Sion." Sion said, using her Edya. A fairy horn grew on her forehead. Kim Sion, holding her sword, walked calmly towards the rock. She raised her sword high and gently made a slashing motion. Songho yelled, "Start!" Kim Sion knelt down, her eyes locked onto the rock. Both of her hands tightly gripped the sword. Getting into position, fairy sword style, Kim Sion yelled, then charged toward the rock in front of her. With just one slash, the rock in front of her shattered into many pieces. Kim Sion calmly and without any expression, retracted her sword. Wow, Kim Sion is terrifying, a trainee couldn't help but exclaim. The guy standing next to him covered his mouth and said, "That's the White Jade Fairy Edya of the Kim White Jade clan." The people who defeated the Peste. Juya, holding the report in her hand, looked at Kim Sion's back and thought to herself. As expected, her innate talent is on a completely different level. Songho, holding the notebook, continued to call. Next, trainee number 2. A green tree fell to the ground, and dust flew everywhere. Some leaves slowly fell from the branches. Those guys are really something. Bayan Gyeong, dragging a tree much bigger than himself that he had just ripped out of the ground, came forward. "I will prove my abilities one day," Bayan Gyeong said through gritted teeth, "and slap the faces off all of you that I hate so much." As he said that, he angrily used both hands to lift the tree up. Bayan Gyeong used his Edya on the tree that he had just pulled up and slammed it into the rock in front of him. He yelled crazily, "Break," and kept hitting the rock with the tree. "I said break." Juya looked at him with dead eyes, thinking to herself, Bayan Gyeong, was it? That kid is similar to me. Bayan Gyeong hugged the broken tree, looked at the rock in front of him and said, unwilling to give up, "Damn it, I completely destroyed the tree." Songho looked at him and said, "Don't worry, I'll consider your Edya when I give you the points." Bayan Gyeong threw the remaining tree trunk away, his face full of dissatisfaction. TCH. Next, Songho yelled, after a few more rounds. Except for Kim Sion, no one could even scratch the rocks. Songho looked at his notebook, feeling a little bored, and called, "Next, are you the last one?" Songho looked at Park Jinsung and asked. Park Jinsung didn't answer and instead walked directly to the biggest rock there. The other trainees were shocked. He chose that huge one? But there are still other rocks. Someone asked curiously, "Isn't that rock supposed to be for people like Senior On Songho or Kim Sion?" "But he's the leader of Room 10. Didn't you see the people in Room 10 earlier?" Someone said, causing them to remember how crazy the people in Room 10 had looked earlier. Someone speculated, so he's also. Before the trainee could finish speaking, they saw him pull out a small dagger. The person who was speaking suddenly stopped, looking disappointed. "Ah, he's holding a dagger." Park Jinsung suddenly turned his head to look at Songho, saying, "Senior." He swallowed and hesitated. as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Songho looked at Park Jinsung, his face calm as he waited for his next words. In the end, Park Jinsung chose not to say anything. He closed his eyes and focused. Using his edya, he stood in front of the large rock. Red edya covered his arm. Bayan Gyeong's face darkened. He angrily gritted his teeth and said, "That damn piece of garbage is doing it again." Kim Se-yeon put her hand on the hilt of her sword, looking cautious. "Mr. Overdoing It." Songho calmly gave the order. "Start, number 300. As soon as he finished speaking, Park Jinsung covered his face with one hand, while gripping the dagger tightly in the other. His eyes were full of a murderous intent. He swung his arm up, slashing at the large rock in front of him. Each slash was accompanied by the power of his edya. Park Jinsung swung his arm repeatedly until the rock in front of him was reduced to rubble. He used his other hand to cover his mouth, trying to resist his own edya's power. Sweat poured down. The veins on his neck bulged. He almost lost control. "URK. No!" Park Jinsung yelled in pain and discomfort. "Resist it." Juya, shocked, looked at the scene in front of her, her face pale, and said, What the hell was that?" Songho looked at the watch on his wrist and said coldly, "It's time." Park Jinsung was kneeling below the broken rock. The edya on his arm hadn't stopped. Dust flew everywhere, partially hiding his struggling form. Park Jinsung was sweating cold sweat, using his other hand to hold tightly to the hand that had used the edya. Thinking to himself, as expected, "I can't stop immediately. If you need help, then let me know," Songho said coldly. Looking at his struggling figure on the ground, Park Jinsung looked at Songho and tried to smile naturally. "Haha, thank you." Park Jinsung, clenching his teeth in pain, was still trying to fight with his inner self. "I can't just rely on others every time I want to turn off my edya." His arm, which had used the edya, was shaking uncontrollably. "Turning off an edya that hasn't even been fully activated. I should at least be able to do that myself." Park Jinsung tried to use his will to overcome it. Focus, focus, focus. When the dust cleared, everyone was shocked at the scene before them. "What just happened? Where's the rock?" someone asked. "Can a dagger do that?" No one noticed Park Jinsung, who was tired, in pain, and kneeling on the ground, hugging his arm. In the end, Songho looked at Park Jinsung, showing a rare smile of admiration. "I see you succeeded this time." Park Jinsung, hugging his arm, stood up, smiling in response. "It's all thanks to your help, Senior." The system announced the edya that Park Jinsung had just used. Partial murder. Edya level. It uses a part of the power of absolute murder. The more parts that are unsealed, the harder it is to control, and the ability to control it is affected by the user's mind. The body parts that have been unsealed and use the absolute murder's moves do not consider the user's intention. Current unsealed part, right hand. Although he had suffered, Park Jinsung was finally able to control a part of his edya. He smiled, unable to hide the joy from the bottom of his heart. Park Jinsung smiled and went to Kim Se-yeon to show off. "Hee, it's not perfect, but I did it." Kim Se-yeon looked at him, one hand on her hip, one hand scratching her head, a bit bewildered, and said, "Really? You worried me so much. I don't know what you did, but good job." Before she could say anything more, Park Jinsung's roommates ran over, yelling, "Boss, our leader is so awesome. I knew our big brother could do it." They happily lifted Park Jinsung up, cheering for him. Seeing this scene, Kim Se-yeon could only sigh. "Haze, Mr. Overdoing It and his followers are really the same." She smiled, feeling sincerely happy for him. "Well, maybe I should leave him to them for today." At night, at the school, Park Jinsung knocked on the door of the doctor's office and called out loudly, "Are you in there?" No one answered him. He put his hand down, mumbling, "Where did the nurse go?" Remembering the reason he came here, Park Jinsung didn't want to give up. Since the trainees in room 10 have never been eliminated, they haven't been able to recover their strength. "I'm proud of them, but there's a limit to natural recovery. I had to ask for the nurse's help." While knocking on the door, Park Jinsung was thinking in his mind, not paying attention to the shadow coming closer to him. Someone, the shadow that had just approached, suddenly spoke, making Park Jinsung jump back in shock. He turned his head to look at the person who had approached. "Ah, teacher." Seeing who it was, Park Jinsung was a bit flustered. An Yangho, with two large bags in his hands, looked at him and asked, "Park Jinsung?" The teacher's face was a bit gloomy. And he said, "Why are you? Don't you know that trainees who come here without permission will be punished?" Park Jinsung looked at the teacher, his face full of unease. The teacher kept walking towards Park Jinsung, saying, "You know that trainees who come here without permission will be punished. I don't know why you came here, but if you're already here." The teacher in charge charged forward, getting closer and closer to him, until they were about 1 meter apart. Park Jinsung panicked. "Ah!" He threw his head back and yelled. An Yangho was startled, his face paling. The teacher in charge looked around stealthily, then quickly put his index finger to his mouth. "Shush, you'll only get punished if they catch you," Park Jinsung thought in surprise. "Huh?" An Yangho anxiously glanced left and right, afraid that someone would notice, and then turned to tell Park Jinsung, "Quickly go back before another teacher sees you." Park Jinsung, confused, thought, "Why is this guy acting like this?" Before he could think more, the door to the room next to them suddenly opened. "It's too noisy out here. What's going on?" An Yangho, sweating, hurriedly said, "Ah, it's nothing." Park Jinsung looked at the person, understanding. "Oh, the teachers are having a meeting? Then the nurse must be, oh, my God, who is this?" the person said, interrupting his thoughts. He laughed as if he had won a lottery, mocking him, the only one from Hun to get 2 F ranks. Park Jinsung, right? Or is it not just at Hun, but in the whole country? Kya? He approached Park Jinsung, who was standing there, laughing mockingly. "What wind brought you here? Or did you come to tell the teachers that the training is too hard for you?" An Yangho stepped forward and pulled Park Jinsung to the side, trying to get him out of the situation. "Park Jinsung, didn't you hear me? Go back to the dorms now." The person acted as if he hadn't heard him and put his arm around Park Jinsung, smiling sarcastically. "Hey, why are you treating the kids so coldly? That's why there are tumors in the 10th grade. An Yangho angrily gritted his teeth. "Kook, now that you have gone through all this trouble to get here, have some water, take a break, and then leave." As he spoke, he pulled Park Jinsung into the meeting room, making both him and An Yangho unable to react. Inside the meeting room, everyone was happily chatting. "After 3 days, I'm really craving some fast food. There's a really good Korean restaurant nearby. Let's go there tomorrow. If we go to a Korean restaurant, let's eat bibimbap. Hey everyone, here's the F-ranked trainee in 300th place." The person who pulled Park Jinsung in said loudly, attracting everyone's attention. Park Jinsung cursed in his heart. "A meeting my ass. This is a whole nest of fleas." The person acted like he didn't notice his disgusted expression. He put his arm around him, acting all friendly, and said, "These 2 Fs, there are no supervisors here, so just relax." Park Jinsung lowered his eyes and said reluctantly, "Yes, thank you, sir." He looked at An Yangho with a smug smile. "Haha, that's how you should be. The training is very tough, isn't it? An Songho is too strict." Park Jinsung smiled on the outside, but cursed on the inside. "But you guys are just messing around here. What right do you have to talk about senior like that?" He gave a forced smile, saying, "Not really. I think the training is fine." The teacher in charge followed them into the meeting room and pulled his hand. "Jinsung, it's time for dorm check-in, isn't it? I'll tell them, so let's go back now." The person didn't want to let them leave so easily. "Hey, there's still time. Why are you doing that?" The person narrowed his eyes and smiled, asking with a sinister expression, "So, F rank, why did you come here?" Park Jinsung answered truthfully, "I came to see the nurse." The person turned to look at Ayuong in the meeting room, laughing mockingly. "Wow, look at this kid. I guess his standard is not F rank after all. Haha. Hey, Ayuong, this student came to see you." Ayuong turned her head, ignoring the mockery on his face. She looked at Park Jinsung with worry. "Jinsung, is it? Did you get hurt somewhere again?" "I didn't get hurt. I came to ask about the recovery for the people in room 10. Park Jinsung quickly explained his reason for coming, afraid that Ayuong wouldn't agree to help. The person ignored him now. He pulled a chair and turned to another colleague, saying, "Hey, Park, let me use your computer for a bit." Then, using a contemptuous tone, he said to everyone, "Room 10 is really struggling. Have my weaklings in my class recovered yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down and checked the training ranking report. Seeing the results on the screen, he said in shock, "Huh? What is this? Top 1 is Park Jinsung, He emphasized the 3 words. Park Jinsung. His colleagues next to him also hurriedly got up and walked over to him. What are you saying? The 300th ranked trainee is in first place? Is there an error? Another colleague, looking doubtful, said, that kid must have begged or something. Park Jinsung smiled, thinking tiredly. These people, didn't they check the students' scores at all during the last 3 days? The person who had dragged Park Jinsung into the meeting room frowned, his face not happy, and asked, hey, F rank, you bribed An Songho, didn't you? Another female colleague next to him said unsurely. He's in the HT club. An Songho wouldn't be that easy on a teammate. Another colleague, standing with his arms crossed, looked at the computer screen in disbelief and mumbled, Kim Saeon is in second place. But the strongest people from the other classes were all pushed down by room 10. In the end, the person concluded, they must have all bribed someone together. Park Jinsung, hearing them praise and slander Songho, couldn't help but say loudly, Senior An Songho is not someone who can be swayed by money. The person angrily pointed at the computer screen and challenged him. No, but the 300th ranked person defeated the 1st ranked person. So somehow, you, an F rank among billions of people stronger than you, also got first place in today's edu training, right? How could an F rank be in first place in the edu training? Moreover, all of the students in room 10 are in the top? Park Jinsung said loudly. All of those scores were obtained by me alone. And room 10 is always honest and doesn't cheat. The person slammed his hand on the table, standing up. What? I was being lenient with you because I felt sorry that you were an F rank. You disrespectful kid. Park Jinsung, agitated, clenched his fist, wanting to charge forward, but he was held back tightly by An Yangho, who tried to persuade him. Stop it, Park Jinsung, let's go back now, I'll take you. Both Park Jinsung and the teacher in charge had turned to leave. But the person still didn't give up. Are you protecting him because you're the 10th grade teacher? Haha, that makes so much sense. Not enough. That's why you couldn't protect your students. And they got attacked. I will have to monitor them from tomorrow on. It's really an eyesore. They're manipulating the scores. TCH. Park Jinsung stopped, his hands curling into fists. An Yangho anxiously urged him. Let's go, Jinsung. Park Jinsung gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he yelled, if. The person narrowed his eyes, annoyed, and asked, if what? Park Jinsung reminded himself, a relaxed attitude will make life easier. Having figured it out, he calmed down and slowly said, in front of everyone, all of room 10 makes it into the top 30. As he said that, Park Jinsung suddenly turned around, cocked one leg up, and pointed both of his hands toward that person, combining that with a mischievous wink and a bright smile. He made a cute dance move and continued, if such a miracle happened, what would you do? Everyone in the room, including the person, was stunned by his actions, completely silent for a few seconds. Then, they all burst out laughing as if they had heard the funniest thing. Okay, the person finally spoke, leading the laughter. Kya, to say such nonsense so seriously is really a good way to be a comedian. His colleagues next to him took advantage of the opportunity to tease him. You really are good at this. You should probably drop out of school and become a comedian. Park Jinsung laughed like a sly fox and said humorously, 1000% real. Jinsung is for real, sir. The person laughed until tears were running down his face. He patted Park Jinsung's shoulder and said, KK. Alright, F-rank Jinsung. For real, KEK. He turned around, facing everyone in the meeting room, and declared loudly, alright, if that miracle happens, then I'll also respond with a miracle. How about the students all getting promoted to corporal? Some of his colleagues in the room immediately chimed in. Oh, that sounds interesting, but if even one person doesn't make it into the top 30, then everyone will be demoted. As he finished speaking, the teachers in the meeting room started betting with each other enthusiastically. $20 that at least one person will make it into the top. Peefed. $100 that no one will make it. Park Jinsung pushed the door open to leave, but he didn't forget to turn his head back and wink at them, saying humorously, remember to keep your promises. Everyone, well, it's just betting on something that's obvious. I'm out of here. Ayuong also hurriedly got up, chasing after Park Jinsung with worry. In her heart, she thought, Park Jinsung, what are you planning to do? Hey, wait, Jinsung. Ayuong called him back. Park Jinsung turned his head to look at Ayuong, saying with some guilt, "Sorry for causing trouble." Ayuong approached him. "I'm the one who should be apologizing. If I had gone outside with you sooner." Then, Park Jinsung interrupted her. "It's fine, teacher. You heard the bet, right? I need your help to make everything a reality." Ayuong smiled, responding, "Okay, I will help them recover. Right?" Park Jinsung, upon receiving her agreement, said happily, "Yes, if Room 10 gets their strength back, they can easily make it into the top 30. Ayuong said with a smile, "You have admirable confidence," and then suggested, "Should we go now?" Park Jinsung was a bit hesitant, responding, "I think you should come after we've cleaned up. They still haven't showered, so it's probably a mess." In front of the Room 10 dorm, loud shouts could be heard from inside. "Where did he go? Where is the boss of those guys? Where's that 300 ranker?" A group of trainees from another room had come to cause trouble. They were kicking and yelling, "That F-rank trash. Does he think we don't know that he meddled with things earlier?" The people from Room 10 were being beaten and thrown to the ground. Everyone was covered in dirt. One person from Room 10 stood up resiliently. He bit his teeth and said, he didn't do anything. As soon as he finished speaking, a trainee from the other room immediately kicked him in the face. "URK." He kicked the head of the Room 10 trainee and said, "Don't mess with me, you losers. Haze, you guys are really arrogant." Park Jinsung observed everything from a nearby corner, thinking to himself, "They're bitter towards me. Hold it in for now. They just want to fight." He touched his chin and calculated, "If I call a teacher." His eyes became sharp. Based on their attitude earlier, they definitely wouldn't come. Maybe it's best to call senior. The trainees from the other room didn't give up. They kicked a person from Room 10, sending him flying to the corner where Park Jinsung was standing. Then they yelled, "Call your leader out, all of you minions." Eek! The trainee who was kicked landed in front of Park Jinsung. Seeing him, he was startled. He put his hand on the ground, shaking, and said, Don't go out there." The bit of reason that was left in Park Jinsung was blown away by that statement. His face darkened, and he clenched his teeth. "I'm sorry. Hey, number 300, come out here." The trainee from the other room turned to look at Park Jinsung, smiling smugly. "Oh, so you finally decided to show yourself." Park Jinsung walked in front of them, his hands curling into fists. "What are you doing?" The long-haired trainee from the other room, pretending to be surprised, started to mock him as soon as he opened his mouth. "Wow, you're trying to act like the boss after hiding over there?" Park Jinsung tried to stay calm. "If you leave now, I'll pretend I didn't see anything." The guy put his face up close to Park Jinsung's and said provocatively, "And if we don't, then what? Are you going to run outside and yell for a teacher or instructor to come?" He laughed, purposely taunting him. "Oh, you have Songho as your backer, right? The top of the guerrilla training can't even handle this himself?" He turned to look at the other trainees and said smugly, "Just as I thought. If he doesn't cheat, then he's useless." The trainees immediately started laughing at him. Park Jinsung, angry, smiled. His edyo was gradually appearing. He thought to himself, "So, in these guys' eyes, they think I cheated. Huh?" Park Jinsung tried to control himself. He used his hand to cover his face. "I'm thinking that I cheated?" The long-haired trainee continued to dance and make a fool of himself in front of Park Jinsung. "Hey, prove it then. KKK. You can't, huh? You cheating dog." Bayan Gyeong, who was passing by, saw this scene. He looked at the people causing trouble with a disdainful look. Are you guys big and dumb? Did your eyes move to the back of your head? Or are you just stupid? If you want to get beaten up, why don't you get beaten up at the training ground tomorrow? Where were you hiding all day yesterday?" After that, he slammed the door shut, not caring about them anymore. The trainees didn't know their place. They stood there, cheering the long-haired one on. "Go for it, Bug. Show them the strength of a second-year top 7. Show the losers who's boss." The trainees from Room 10, covered in dirt, were kneeling on the ground, looking at Park Jinsung's back with worry. Park Jinsung tightly held his face, trying to contain the edgy that was wanting to burst out. His eyes darkened, but he still tried to hold on to his reason. "I have to hold back. I'll lose more than I gain by beating this guy up." He remembered the bet that he had just made in the teacher's meeting room. "I'm the hope for the whole room to be recognized. Even if I'm angry, if I hold it in, the nurse will come and treat us." Even though Park Jinsung was trying his best to hold back, the long-haired trainee kept wiggling around, looking for his time in the spotlight. Seeing that Park Jinsung was covering his mouth and looking down, he immediately started to mock. "Are you scared, kid? Then what should you do?" He smiled sinisterly. "I won't let you off easily. I'll catch you," he yelled, using his edyad to make his arm become long and attack Park Jinsung. Park Jinsung, unable to react, looked surprised. "What? Using edyad?" The long arm wrapped around Park Jinsung's neck and body. He taunted. "Your reactions are too slow." He wrapped his long limbs tightly around Park Jinsung, easily controlling all of his actions. Phew, checkmate. Park Jinsung was being squeezed painfully, but he still looked up and smiled, opening his mouth to mock him. "Look at your arms and legs. They look more like worms than a bug." The guy put his face close to Park Jinsung's, his arm tightening even more, and said with an undisguised malicious expression, "You can still open your mouth? You must be feeling pain." Park Jinsung yelled in pain. "Kook." While speaking, he tightened his grip on Park Jinsung's body and arms, almost breaking his bones. "Why aren't you cheating anymore? Like you did at the training ground?" He put his face close to Park Jinsung's ear and continued, "Before I break a few of your bones." Park Jinsung yelled in pain. Thinking, "I can't breathe." Park Jinsung was squeezed tightly by the long arms of the blue-haired guy. His face was full of pain. The blue-haired guy, seeing that he wasn't resisting or doing anything, laughed happily. He said with disdain, "Oh my, you're not planning on doing anything? But that's to be expected, isn't it? Because you can't do your dirty tricks from now on." As he spoke, his arms squeezed even tighter. Lying within his arms, Park Jinsung, his face dark, thought to himself, "He's just a childish brat showing off. If I let him do whatever he wants, he'll stop once he's satisfied. Besides, the nurse should be here soon, so there's no need to act rashly." Seeing that he still wasn't doing anything, the blue-haired guy looked at the people beside him and said disdainfully, "Look at that. Your leader can't do anything except resort to cheap tricks. Have you seen it clearly? You pieces of trash?" The people lying on the ground, seeing that, called out with worry, Leader." Another person angrily said, "Let go of our leader. You damn bug." The blue-haired guy, hearing that, continued to taunt them happily. "Oh, then why don't you guys rush over and save him?" Hearing him say that, the people all charged forward, yelling, "Ah, ah." Park Jinsung was startled by that. He secretly tried to stop them. "Don't. If I just let him do what he wants, he'll stop eventually." At this moment, the blue-haired guy had stretched one of his arms towards them. He used his hand to hit them hard. The people who were hit yelled, "Kook." The people who were hit were painfully lying on the ground. They called out, "Uck." Seeing that, the blue-haired guy continued to taunt them. "You guys should have learned that if you're weak, you should find a place to hide." Hearing him say that, one of the people shook and sat up. He said to the blue-haired guy, "We've always lived like this. But the leader is different. He might not remember. But the day Bayan Giyung asked Kim Saeyin to come to the roof, I was also there." The person continued. The one being squeezed by the blue-haired guy asked in surprise, What? Then, he recalled the past and continued, "Back then, I was still full of ambition, stupid, and only knew about fists." Then, he remembered the image of Park Jinsung looking all cool back then. He continued, "Even when the leader stopped those guys, we thought he was more useless than us, just because he was an F rank." Suddenly, a person behind him also struggled to sit up and said, "I was there too." That person's face was serious. He looked at the blue-haired guy and said in a voice full of admiration, "But we were wrong. Unlike us, he didn't submit to Bayan Giyung's force. The leader acted to stop those guys." Park Jinsung, listening to them, was also shocked, but he kept quiet. Then, that person continued, "That's why, the leader is much more admirable than us." The person yelled. Then, everyone charged at Park Jinsung. The blue-haired guy, seeing that, was disdainful. He swung his arm, hitting them. Then, he continued to taunt them. "Are you guys acting out a romantic movie? This is why you need to show me clear proof." Park Jinsung's face was full of pain. He bit his teeth and blamed himself. "I'm the one who was wrong." He looked at the people who kept standing up and being knocked down and thought, "I was the one who told them that they should never give up." He continued to think, "If I fight now, getting my badge is hopeless." Then, he remembered what he said to the doctor. "Just wait, I'll get a badge next week." At this moment, he was helpless. He continued to think, "Because even though the badge is what I want, Images of when he spoke with the doctor gradually appeared in his mind. If room 10 gets their strength back, then we can easily get into the top 30. Then he remembered the happy faces of him and those people and continued to think. But it's not what the zombies want. His face now showed an anger that made him grit his teeth. In his heart, he thought with anger, the zombies don't want to give up. And I'm the one who urged them to change. How pitiful. Then, he started using his skill. His dagger, and a knife appeared in his hand. The blue-haired guy, seeing that, was disdainful. He looked at him and taunted. Wow, even though it's not the first time. That Edya knife is really weak. What are you going to do with it while you're all tied up like that? Suddenly, he spoke. He said to the people who were kneeling on the ground, Room 10, zombie horde, listen carefully. His face became serious. He said with disdain, if you guys only use your Edya, then you won't even be able to defeat this disgusting bug. Hearing that, the blue-haired guy froze. His voice was angry. He said to him, I was going to take it easy on you. But you're asking for it. As he said that, his arm tightened even more. His expression was no longer as painful or suffering as before. He radiated his power. He looked at him and said coldly, you go around acting like you're so high and mighty, relying only on your Edya. He felt something at this moment and was confused. Huh? He used his power to break free from the blue-haired guy's grip. Then said disdainfully, and you forgot that you also have to train your body. You piece of trash. He was sent flying, crying in surprise. Ack! He raised his knife. He looked at him coldly and continued, you don't even need to have a super-powered Edya. The blue-haired guy was bewildered by this. He said in disbelief, you filthy bastard, why did you suddenly get stronger? Before he could finish speaking, Park Jinsung interrupted him. He charged in front of him and said with disdain, your leg strength is also useless. He swung his knife, scraping against his leg, causing it to be torn. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing that, he yelled in pain. Cack! He rolled on the ground, holding his leg, and yelled in pain. Ack! It hurts. Seeing that, Park Jinsung again looked at him with disdain, his face cold, and continued, you don't even know how to distract yourself from the pain. I only made one cut. Don't make it out to be such a big deal. At this moment, the blue-haired guy was completely terrified. His face darkened. He yelled in a panicked voice, stop it. I'm sorry. Seeing how cowardly he was, Park Jinsung put his knife away, a look of disdain on his face. He looked at him and continued, you're such a spineless, shameless person. At this moment, the blue-haired guy was full of fear. He lay on the ground looking at him and asked confusedly, At this moment, Park Jinsung did something to him, causing him to cry out in agony. After finishing, he fell silent for a moment. Then, he looked at the group and said, you guys can also defeat this guy with just your physical strength. You don't even need to use your Edya. The blue-haired guy, whose hands had been tied together by Park Jinsung, was now shaking. He looked at his hands but didn't dare say anything. Suddenly, Park Jinsung remembered something. He turned to look at him and said, and one more thing. His face happily looked at him, and he said with a smile, proof, is this enough? The blue-haired guy was startled and screamed in fear. Heek! Suddenly, he passed out, causing Park Jinsung to say in confusion, He stepped off of him with a bored look and said with a contemptuous tone, he passed out from just this? He was all talk, too. The people who were standing to the side were confused, watching him lie on the ground. Then, he dusted his hands off, asking with a calm tone, now then, who else is a member of that bug's gang? The people in the back, hearing him ask, were frightened. Then, he smiled happily. He turned to look at them and said politely, could you please clean up this mess for us? Inside the school, Bayan Giyung was running, panting. Suddenly, a shadow quickly passed by, making him stunned. Park Jinsung was running in front of Bayan Giyung, causing him to say angrily, damn it, that dog again. Suddenly, Bayan Giyung realized something and called out, Bayan Giyung looked behind him. The people from his room were struggling to follow him. Seeing that, Bayan Giyung also thought to himself, who are these guys? They want to catch up to me while that dog is in front? HMPH, I bet they're all just trash anyway. Juya and the doctor, along with another person, were observing from above. Juya calmly said, so, this is the result. Then, Juya looked up and asked the doctor, trainee number 7, how is he? Hearing Juya ask, the doctor quickly responded, I've tried my best to help him return to his original state. But that trauma is too great. So it will be hard for him to participate in training again." Then the doctor tiredly raised her hand and touched the bridge of her nose. She continued, "I also tried my best to treat the kids from room 10 after the fight. Because of that, the students' bodies can't fully recover. Therefore, it will be very difficult for them from now on." Down below, Songho was silent. Suddenly, he yelled, "Trainee number 300. Hearing that, Park Jinsung quickly responded, "Here." Songho then asked him, "Do you know why I called you here?" Hearing that, Park Jinsung responded, "Yes, I do." Songho looked at the results and said coldly, "Because of that incident, I gave you negative points instead of punishing you." Seeing that, Park Jinsung responded, "Yes." Then, Songho continued to announce to him, "Trainee number 300, you should be at rank 1. But after deducting negative points, your rank is now 300. Hearing that, Park Jinsung was also silent. After that, Songho turned around to leave. While walking, he said to everyone, "This is the end. Room 10, go to the common living area." Park Jinsung thought to himself, "Even though I avoided punishment, I'm last again." His expression darkened. He was silent and then thought, "Ah well, maybe it's also thanks to the nurse and senior for covering for me." Suddenly, the people behind him became angry. One of them yelled, "That's too much. Trainer, did you look into the incident properly? Those guys from room 1 attacked us first." Another person added, "Trainer, the leader, trainee number 300, did that only because he wanted to protect us." Seeing how they were acting, Park Jinsung was also surprised. Songho looked at them, his face turning dark. He said coldly, "Room 10, get in order and go to the common living area." Now, hearing that, the people yelled, "Why is the leader being punished when he was saving us? Isn't that too harsh? Isn't that too harsh?" Seeing how they were acting, Park Jinsung hurriedly put his hand out to stop them. Songho didn't give in. His face was dark, and his cold voice rang out again. "Because room 10 disobeyed orders and didn't follow the rules, all of them will be deducted negative points." Hearing that, one of them angrily took off the name tag on his shirt and said, "Screw this. I quit. What kind of bullshit is this?" Then, he angrily threw his name tag on the ground and yelled, "It doesn't matter how well we do. We can only be stepping stones for others." Songho had become very angry now. He looked at them with a murderous intent and called out, "All of the members from room 10. At this moment, Park Jinsung responded, "Here." Seeing that, Songho was surprised. He asked in confusion, "Park Jinsung?" The one who had thrown his name tag also asked in surprise, "Leader?" At this moment, Park Jinsung was getting into position to do push-ups. Seeing him like that, they were surprised again. He yelled, "All of the members from room 10. We will receive the punishment as an example to the others." Seeing that, the people teared up, and then they said in disbelief, "Leader, you're really the craziest of them all." Then they all yelled, "We will accept the punishment." Songho, seeing that, said sternly, "Room 10, do you have any complaints?" Seeing that, Park Jinsung yelled, "No." Suddenly, Songho spoke again. On Friday afternoon, the training with the highest points during the entire training program will be held. Hearing that, Park Jinsung also looked up in surprise. Then, Songho continued, "Show me your improvement then. Don't let your guard down. Understood?" His face was cold, but he still told them to be careful. Park Jinsung's determination had been ignited. He yelled, "Yes." Songho looked at the watch on his wrist. As he looked, he thought, "It's almost time to eat in 20 minutes. I should let them rest now." Then he said to the trainees who were doing push-ups, "Room 10, get up." The trainees, feeling like they were freed, let out a tired sigh and responded, "I." Songho, seeing that, said, "HMPH, they have energy. Room 10, start moving to the common living area." The trainees responded, "I." Donho said, I wonder if there's any food left." And he moved slowly, looking tired and listless. "It's probably just dry rice and kimchi." Hearing that, Park Jinsung added, "Let's just share it equally." The cafeteria door suddenly opened, and a person stepped out. He saw the group of people walking over and said, "Well, isn't it the famous F rank, Jinsung?" He walked in front of Park Jinsung and asked, "Are you guys eating now?" Park Jinsung, hearing that, scratched his head, bowed, and said with a smile, "Yes, sir. Did you enjoy your meal?" "Sir?" Hearing that, he laughed and said, "Haha, The food didn't really agree with me. I'd rather eat ramen than that stuff. The group, hearing that, was dejected. Park Jinsung laughed awkwardly. Haha, he continued. Oh, right, I heard you came last in the sprints this morning. Seems like that last time was just a cheap trick. Haha. As he spoke, the doctor and An Yangho were walking out of the cafeteria behind him. Park Jinsung, hearing what the teacher said, laughed, scratched his head, and responded, "It's probably because I was out of energy because I was hungry." Haha. Well, we're going in to eat now. The teacher's face moved close to his. He whispered, "I heard that one of the guys from your useless class was beaten unconscious last night." Park Jinsung, hearing that, cursed in his heart. Damn it, that bug must have been someone from this guy's class. The teacher continued, "I also heard that it was beaten by that famous F rank." Jinsung, as he said that, he suddenly laughed loudly and kept patting Park Jinsung's shoulder. Kahahaha, isn't it funny? He's really good at joking around. Haha, how can a kid from room 7 lose to a trainee in 300th place? He gestured with his hands as he continued. He should at least come up with a more believable joke. Right, F rank? The nurse is really too lenient with you guys. Hearing those words, Park Jinsung's face darkened. He thought, because he thinks I can't beat that guy. So he just creates that situation in his head. The teacher continued to speak with Park Jinsung. Anyways, like you guys were informed, the teachers will be participating in training with you guys tomorrow morning. From behind, the doctor and Yuk Donho were walking closer. Park Jinsung thought, you guys can do whatever you want, but I'm about to finish my eating time. Yuk Donho patted the teacher on the shoulder and said to him, "Teacher, the mealtime is almost over." The doctor turned to the trainees behind them and said with a smile, "Come on guys, eat quickly." The teacher, just as he was being pulled back by the doctor and Yuk Donho, said, "Ah, I see you later, F rank, Kiki." After he left, the trainees rushed into the cafeteria. One of them said, "Wow, he finally left." Another voice added, We don't even have 10 minutes left." The squint-eyed one also asked earnestly, "Please let there be food left." Park Jinsung watched the scene. He said, "I have a bad feeling about this." A little while later, at the school field, a voice rang out. "Damn it, I messed up again," Kim Il-young said to the person behind him. Instructor, can I be excused from this?" The person next to him said. "It seems like I'm getting old." An Yangho was squatting down, looking in some direction. The teacher in charge of class 6 said to him, "Oh, as expected of a physical education teacher. You're good at physical therapy." An Yangho responded, "Don't flatter me so much." Juya thought, the atmosphere today doesn't seem good. The teachers are all here to observe us. And because those guys are not even training, the atmosphere has become really heavy. The image he saw was of students talking and laughing. Juya turned her head in another direction and thought, because those kids can't get their energy back from the nurse. They're all just sitting around. Especially room 10, the room that was like zombies before is now shaking and struggling to breathe. Turning to another direction, he saw the students who were tired. That also makes the other people's spirits lower. Jua's face turned pale. The influence of this room is bigger than I thought. Thinking of this, Juya looked up at the squad leader. "What are you going to do with this atmosphere?" "Squad leader?" Songho spoke, telling the students, "I understand that you want to save your energy for the battle in the tunnel. That's why we're going to choose one representative from each room to compete. The room that gets the most points will be allowed to rest." Park Jinsung, his face drenched with sweat, looked up. Songho's voice rang out again. "Whoever is the most confident in each room, please step forward." Park Jinsung stepped forward. An Yangho spoke and was about to step forward. As the representative of the teachers, Teacher S, before he could finish, the teacher in charge of class 6 held him back. If the physical education teacher is the representative, then it would be too unfair for the kids. "I'll go," An Yangho thought to himself. Wasn't he just bragging a few days ago about being a member of the gorilla squad? And said, "Okay then." The teacher in charge of class 6 said, Then I'll test the trainees. Everyone get into your positions." Everyone got into position. Park Jinsung thought, getting first place and making time for them to rest isn't a bad idea. But if I try too hard and use up all my energy here, I won't be able to do well at the battle in the tunnel. His legs were shaking. Park Jinsung was thinking. The teacher in charge of class 6 turned around and said to him, F rank. Let's have a match. He replied. Huh? Yes, Songho said. The trainee who finishes the exercises first will move on to the next round. Whoever can't keep up will be eliminated. The rooms that have their representatives go back and continue with the physical therapy. Park Jinsung, hearing that, thought to himself, damn it, I can't stall any longer if I want to recover my energy. Then, a voice rang out at this moment. The instructors will be the judges for the accuracy of each exercise. Okay, let's start. Number 8, 4 times. Everyone lay down on the ground, spreading their arms and raising their legs to the sky. The teacher in charge of class 6 sat down and said, haha. Number 1, 2 times. A trainee said, he's too fast. The person next to him replied, we'll get eliminated if we fall behind. Suddenly, Hao fell down. Kya, Sungho's voice rang out. Room 6, 4, 7, and 2. Eliminated. The teacher in charge of class 6 raised his hands and responded, haha, you guys, your muscles are only for show. You're too weak. Next will be. The squad leader's voice rang out again. Number 9, 4 times. Suddenly, Park Jinsung quickly appeared next to him. He thought, Park Jinsung, this guy is faster than I thought. The squad leader's voice rang out again. Room 8, 3, 5. Eliminated. As if he had been stimulated. The teacher in charge of class 6 was burning with a desire to fight. HMPH. He's still just an F rank. I can easily beat him if I want to. Park Jinsung said. Number 11, 4 times. He, hearing that, said in surprise, what? After saying that, he cried out, Kook. Kim Saeun, noticing the situation behind her, thought, things won't end so quickly with that class 6 teacher. He walked past the squad leader, who was saying, Room 1, eliminated. He thought to himself, my body probably won't be able to keep up if I try to keep up with Mr. Picky. Park Jinsung kept doing push-ups. The squad leader's voice rang out again. Number 4, 4 times. The teacher in charge of class 6, seeing that, thought, damn it, let's see who will be the last one standing. UF rank. Park Jinsung, and he jumped up again. Park Jinsung said, Number 1, 2 times. Then he continued, Number 11, 2 times. At this moment, the two of them fell behind. The two of them jumped up again. He said, Number 9, 3 times. The teacher in charge of class 6, his face red, covered in sweat, said to Park Jinsung, Hyuk, I won't let your room rest. An idea came to his mind. That's disgusting. The class 6 teacher isn't worth anything. Voices kept ringing out from the training ground. Number 11, 4 times. Number 9, 5 times. Number 4, 2 times. Number 1, 3 times. The teacher in charge of class 6, exhausted, put his hand on the ground. Hyuk. Immediately, he collapsed, lying face down on the ground and said, you monster, while Park Jinsung was still standing in a horse stance. The squad leader's voice rang out again. Teacher's room, eliminated. Songho turned around and walked away. Room 10, go to the shade and rest until class ends. Everyone else, prepare for exercise number 6. Everyone gathered around Park Jinsung and asked with concern, are you okay, leader? The class 6 teacher lasted longer than I thought. Park Jinsung sat down under a tree and said, everyone, stretch your muscles. One of them responded, yes, leader. Park Jinsung's legs were shaking violently. Someone was testing the mic. Aha. The trainers stood on the upper level. One person spoke into the microphone. Now, we will begin the final part of Hun High School's guerrilla training. The Edya battle in the tunnel. The voice continued. Some students will complain because they're at a disadvantage. Bayan Giyung hunched his shoulders a little. Looking away, Sungho spoke. However, in the battlefield, there will be many times when you won't have a choice. He clenched his fist and said firmly, I hope you all find the strength to overcome your difficulties during this training exercise. His voice was still going on. Next, regarding the details of the training, but it was interrupted by a voice behind him. Looks like I came just at the right time. The principal walked up and said with a smile, Sungho, you're working too hard. His face became dangerous, because the battle in the tunnel is the final part of the training. I, as the battalion commander, will be personally monitoring it. The battalion commander, seeing that, laughed loudly. From now on, as the battalion commander, I will oversee this. Sungho, seeing that the person who came was the battalion commander, quickly saluted. You're here, sir. Yes, Songho, you've worked hard. Seeing his smile, Songho just frowned slightly. But sir, you said that you would give me the guerrilla training. The battalion commander, hearing that, pretended to have just remembered something. He gave a despicable smile. That's right, but since the battle in the tunnel is the last part of the training, I think it's more appropriate for me to take over. Songho, seeing that, understood his intention, but he didn't want to make a scene. So he chose to compromise. I understand, Juya. Juya slowly handed him a notebook. He handed it to the battalion commander, kindly telling him, here are the materials related to the tunnel plan and the schedule that we've drawn up. The battalion commander, seeing that, happily took it. Well, you always do your work so thoroughly. Then, he quickly flipped through a few pages in a cursory and perfunctory manner. Oh, very good. Your idea is very good. However, a few seconds later, he threw the notebook to the person next to him, maybe without even reading a single word. Yet, he was just saying platitudes. But it's too complicated. I'll make it simpler and more effective. Immediately after, the school's loudspeaker rang out. Very good, trainees. The battalion commander's voice echoed through all of the rooms. Welcome to the final part. The battle in the tunnel. I hope that you all will try your best. Jinsung, hearing the old man's voice, immediately felt uneasy. Oh, God, and it was indeed as he feared. The principal, looking excited, gripped the microphone tightly. Now, I will explain the rules. This is a rotational match between Edya and no Edya, depending on when I turn it on or off as the battalion commander. Whoever falls off the platform will be considered defeated. Whoever raises their hand in surrender will be considered defeated. Whoever passes out during the match will also be defeated. That's it. Songho, standing next to him, felt confused. Sir, how are you planning to divide the people participating in the training? Hearing this question, the principal suddenly fell into thought. But he very quickly burst out laughing. Oh, I forgot to say the most important part. This battle includes all of the second-year students. All 300 students will participate at the same time. You will be given individual scores in a survival format. The other students, hearing that, were dumbfounded in surprise. Individual scores and survival points? What's that? But obviously, the battalion commander didn't hear the students' questions. He was just getting more and more excited as he spoke. The longer you last, the higher your score will be. If you take down anyone, you will also be given extra points. The purpose of this simple battle is to choose those who can stand until the very end. The person behind him, seeing that he was so excited, hurried over to remind him. Sir, what about the safety bracelets and rules for those who break them? Ah, that's right, there's also that. The battalion commander clicked his tongue and then continued. Everyone will receive a safety bracelet from the nurse. The way to use them is the same as during the previous training sessions. If anyone takes severe damage, then the damage will be absorbed by the bracelet, and it will break. Normally, whoever breaks their bracelet is considered to have lost. But if you guys still want to keep fighting after it breaks, I will respect that and let you continue to participate in the training. The medical personnel, who were standing to the side, couldn't hold it in anymore and wanted to speak up. Oh my God, he not only threw away the squad leader's plan, but he also added a bunch of nonsense rules. Park Jinsung was now starting to make calculations. There's no other way. I have to survive as long as possible and get points. But, he started to feel worried. Although I was able to use my Edya yesterday, it will be hard to control it with my current condition. The battalion commander, seeing the pale and contorted faces of the students, couldn't help but laugh. Haha, why are you guys so surprised? Weren't you taught to adapt and stay calm in all situations? After saying that, he glanced at his watch. It's already 13:58. Wonderful. So, at 1400, the battle will begin, and we'll start in 2 minutes, he announced excitedly. But the students below him couldn't possibly laugh like him. He isn't even giving us time to adapt. Park Jinsung also thoughtfully looked towards the glass room above. Senior Songho. And at this moment, Songho's face also wasn't very happy. After all, no one could stay calm after someone else stole their work. Not getting angry was the best self-restraint he could muster. A little while later, the clock struck 1400. The battle in the tunnel begins. Immediately, someone yelled, "Forget about the room ones. We need to take down the one without an Edya." Bayan Gyeong. First, Bayan Gyeong, hearing that, was furious. "You bastards." But before he could even curse, a group of students charged at him. trying to capture him. Where do you think you're going? Come here. Bayan Giyung had no choice but to run away. But he was quickly cornered against the wall. I'll deal with you before you can find something to use your edya on, someone said as they approached him, preparing their weapons and wanting to take him out of the battle as quickly as possible. Bayan Giyung, cornered, resolutely refused to surrender. But then, he smiled. You guys are a bunch of cowards ganging up on me. Are you all blind or something? He tightly gripped the steel frame that was in the room, constantly using his power that made the steel frame gradually light up. The students around him, seeing that, were startled and panicked. How is that possible? No way. Bayan Giyung had now unleashed all of his strength. The steel frame was instantly bent. You bastards, do you dare look down on my edya? The leader, seeing this terrifying scene, was frightened out of his mind. Run. It was too late to be afraid. Bayan Giyung immediately lifted the steel frame and slammed it down forcefully at them. Die, you pieces of trash who dared to gang up on me. Meanwhile, Kim Saeun, on the other side, was also surrounded. He smiled slightly. They're fighting over there already. Aren't you going to attack as well? Everyone around them looked at each other. But no one dared to charge forward. So, you guys are going to keep me here until the edya battle ends? Then, he glanced at the people, and his sharp horns started to grow out. Try your best to hold me back. After saying that, he suddenly charged forward, while everyone was still trying to figure out what was happening. This proactive attack gave him a big advantage. The sounds of fighting were getting louder and louder. But Jinsung was just standing there. His teammates, seeing that, became worried. Boss, what should we do? That battalion commander is only favoring those with strong edya. We're like this. How could Jinsung not understand his teammates' implications? If it was Senior On Songho, he would have let them get used to the tunnel battle format first. Then divide them into edya and no edya battles and score based on each student's skills. I planned to gain a lot of points with the zombie horde and the no edya battles and try to lose as few points as possible in the edya battles. But, with this fighting format, those with edya will gain the advantage before the training even ends. While he was still racking his brains to think of a solution, a teammate yelled, "Boss, look over there." They saw a group of people with weapons charging towards them. Hey, room 10, sorry, but you have to be eliminated before we move on to the no edya battles. Jinsung, seeing that, frowned. So, in the end, it has to come to this? He was forced to give the order. Everyone, get ready to fight. In just a blink of an eye, both sides were in the middle of an intense, chaotic battle. Take down these guys from room 10 before the edya battle ends. Park Jinsung, seeing that the enemies were getting more and more numerous, kept encouraging his teammates. Everyone, you have to hold on until the no edya part. In contrast to the noisy scene with the students, inside the glass room, only the battalion commander's voice could be heard. Haha, the kids are doing very well. Songho, seeing the situation, hurriedly spoke. Battalion commander, these trainees haven't even had a warm-up. Like this, those who can use edya will have a big advantage. Someone standing next to him couldn't help but remind him. You idiot, even though you're the one who planned the guerrilla training. He's the battalion commander. He chuckled. Haha. It's fine, squad leader of Squad 6. You know that Songho put in a lot of effort to prepare for this. Right? Isn't that what a teacher is supposed to do? Haha, you are so wise. He hurriedly turned to fawn over the battalion commander. Only Songho stood to the side, his eyes showing more and more anger. And now, the battalion commander touched his chin slightly. I should give the trainees a little more time. Then he announced, in 30 seconds, we'll switch over to no edya. I repeat, in 30 seconds, we'll switch over to no edya. Jinsung's emotions exploded when he heard that. Everyone, only 30 seconds left. Meanwhile, Kim Saeun, on this side, was much calmer. He looked at the group of people in front of him and sneered. There are still 30 people? You guys are really persistent. But, now that you're here, you can't run away. Then, he used the fairy sword style. In a blink of an eye, he had charged into the group of people. That attack had defeated many students. As for Giyung, he was about to go crazy. Damn it, time for using edya is almost up. Looking at the people who didn't know their place, he let loose. Die, you pieces of trash. He poured all of his anger into his attacks, terrifying those around him with his fury. Many of them had their faces swollen from being hit by the steel frame. so much so that their parents wouldn't even be able to recognize them. The battalion commander, seeing that, became even more excited. As expected, Kim Se-yeon's strength is amazing. Bayan Gi-young is also really good. I want to see more Edya fights. Songho, hearing that, spoke up to remind him. Battalion commander. The battalion commander, seeing that, became impatient. Alright, oh my god, why is Songho in such a hurry? Trainees, turn off your Edya immediately. Turn off all of your Edya. The students around them, hearing that, were happy but some were worried. It's over already? We can't do a no Edya battle with them. At this moment, Jinsung had a chance to relax his body. We're still alive, he said, lowering his head, trying to breathe with difficulty. But with my stamina, can I survive until the end? A loud voice rang out. Stand still until the Edya battle mode is turned on again. A boy with glasses said. If we have a battle without Edya, and it's only room 1 against us, we won't be defeated in hand-to-hand combat. The students exchanged glances. They won't be able to catch us easily. The brown-haired boy was sneaking away. The red-haired boy said with suspicion. In the Edya battle, they won't, the brown-haired girl yelled out. Honey, now's the time, the boy yelled. Now, room 2, room 3, keep your promise. After that, the two of them pushed the 2 boys in front of them. The red-haired boy yelled. You bastards, what the? Then, he opened his mouth in shock and yelled. Woa! On this side, Park Jinsung was trying to avoid a male student, yelling loudly. Hey, are you really going to attack your own team? A male student standing next to him had mud splash on his face. The girl responded excitedly. I have to reduce the competition first. The male student answered smugly. Yesterday, when they were resting in their rooms, we negotiated with the other rooms. He laughed smugly. I didn't think that it would end in a brawl like this year. After he finished speaking, the students from room 2 and 3 pressed a male student's head down, causing the student to say, choking, we'll see you guys again. Before he could finish, he fell silent. Park Jinsung asked, Big brother, this is the no Edya battle that we've been waiting for. What should we do now? The big brother didn't know what to do. He said, what should we do now? Park Jinsung thought to himself. These zombie horde bodies have reached their limit. If they switch to an Edya battle, then they won't last much longer. His face turned pale, and he thought, what can I do? What can I do to last longer? The 2 people in his team turned to look at him, who had been silent for so long. One of them called out loudly, Big brother. Then, he said, we know that you were planning to waste your energy for us. But now, our zombie horde can only do one thing. Park Jinsung, startled, responded, huh? The person continued, Big brother, let's go catch those guys. Let's show them that the damn principle is wrong. Then, the big brother yelled, Zombie horde, charge. His underlings immediately yelled, Woo. The couple from earlier were shocked by the current scene. He said, what is this? What happened to these guys? The girl responded, I think their stamina is depleted. The big brother immediately moved to restrain the man, yelling, we're giving up on protecting our energy. Everyone, hold on to one of them. Hold them and drag them out of here. The girl was horrified, saying, the look in their eyes, they've gone too far. The man who was being restrained reminded her, run away. If you get caught, they will drag you outside. The group of people opened their mouths, and a smoke came from their mouths. Their eyes were red as they kept yelling. Park Jinsung said in shock, you guys, Bayan Gi-young said with disdain. What are they doing? Are they filming a zombie movie or something? Kim Se-yeon waved to him, asking unkindly, are you saving your energy? He yelled angrily, huh? Fairy, get lost. Just at this moment, the people that Kim Se-yeon had gathered around him surrounded Bayan Gi-young. He finally noticed his current situation. He said in a daze, he yelled angrily, why did you bring so many people? Kim Se-yeon patted his shoulder and said, are you jealous that I'm so popular? Bayan Gi-young cursed, you bastard, you intentionally brought them here, right? She responded, I think it's time for me to leave. Squad leader, you got enough points from the qualifier, right? Bayan Gi-young responded, who said that? Before he could finish, a male student cut him off. He said, those two, are they teaming up? After that, the students around them were all talking. We can't win if they team up in the Edya battle. At any cost, we have to push them out. Then, the 2 of them were lifted up. Kim Se-yeon, tired, said, I don't have any energy left. Bayan Giyung yelled, "Get lost, you pieces of trash, put me down, I said put me down." On this side, an instructor was reporting, Battalion Commander, Kim Se-yeon and Bayan Giyung. The principal was looking at his phone and happily said, "They're putting on a show again? I think they were also great during the no edu battle." The instructor continued, "They have been eliminated." The principal, shocked, asked, "What? How is that possible?" The person standing next to him said, "Like I predicted." The principal turned and asked in surprise, "Huh? What did you say?" He responded, "While they can easily fight anyone in the edu battle, it's hard for them to fight against the numbers in a no edu battle. Therefore, to fight back against Kim Se-yeon and Bayan Giyung, the others formed a team. In a no edu battle situation, it's clear that they would be the top priority targets for elimination by the other teams." The principal, breathing heavily, nodded and said, "Ho. As expected of Songho, I thought so too. From now on, Se-yeon and Giyung will reflect and improve." He responded, "Yes, I hope we will." The principal thought to himself, "The announcer isn't here yet, but those two have already been eliminated. But there are still people with good idea in room 1. At this moment, the guy with the green t-shirt yelled, "Battalion Commander." The principal was shocked. What happened?" The guy wearing a hat thought to himself, "Kim Se-yeon still seems to have a lot of power left to fight back. Is it because of Park Jinsung?" The principal cursed to himself, "Damn it, I thought this would have a magnificent ending with only the ace players left." He angrily stared at his phone, thinking, "That's why I told the announcer to come late during training." He hurriedly grabbed the mic and cursed, "Damn it." The sound from the loudspeaker rang out. Announcement from the battalion commander. "In 30 seconds, we will switch to the edu battle mode. I repeat, in 30 seconds, we will switch to the edu battle mode." The people who were surrounding him looked at him. He thought to himself, "I thought I would help them. But in the end, I'm the one being helped." The blue-haired boy pointed in one direction and said excitedly, "Hey, F rank, even if you're in senior on Songho's HT club." A young man spoke up, "We will be stronger in the edu battle." Park Jinsung calmly responded, "I'm worried about my edu going out of control because my stamina is depleted. I shouldn't control my edu, especially in this terrible situation." The black-haired boy leaned in and asked, "What? Why are you talking to yourself?" The brown-haired boy hurriedly ran up and called out, "Hey, you guys, get away from Park Jinsung now." The other two boys asked in confusion, "Huh?" The girl next to him asked, "Honey, what happened?" The brown-haired boy yelled in fear. Park Jinsung is very dangerous. He remembered the fight between Park Jinsung and the worm-like guys yesterday. That was his true power. We had to stop him. I was going to let him use up all his energy to protect the zombies, so that he would eliminate himself early. But where did all of the zombies go? Just at this moment, the announcement rang out, "Turn on edu mode. You can use your edu now." The black-haired boy recognized the opportunity in surprise. Then, he turned around and laughed. "Haha, it's the edu battle. F rank. Be careful with the abilities from the outside. Like those zombies." Before he could finish speaking, a devastating punch hit him in his jaw. His face was still steaming from the heat of Park Jinsung's punch. Then, he passed out and fell down. Park Jinsung continued to move forward, swinging and hitting someone nearby. The person, who was still in awe and shock, was instantly knocked down by Park Jinsung's hard punch, even while he was wearing a safety harness. The nearby students were pale, shocked, and said, What was that?" A rattling sound could be heard. Then, they regained their composure and rushed forward to attack him, yelling loudly, "Damn it, catch him." He took the lead, swinging his stick to hit Park Jinsung on the head. Park Jinsung lowered his body to dodge the attack. The guy, surprised, turned his head back and asked in confusion, "Huh? That wasn't an attack?" Before he could finish, they continued to swing their sticks, yelling, "He's trying to run away. Don't let him get away. We have to catch him." At this moment, the sticks in their hands started to break. He said in surprise, "Huh?" On this side, Park Jinsung spoke, "Hey, you're holding a small knife in your hand." His face was cold, his voice full of danger. "Get the hell out of here." Immediately, they were terrified. Tears and snot streamed from their faces, and they put their hands above their heads and yelled, "Trainer, we surrender." On this side, the couple from earlier were terrified. The girl stared at Park Jinsung and asked her boyfriend, "Honey, what just happened over there?" He answered while trembling. You, that kid? On this side, the aura around him was full of murderous intent. His eyes were like an Asura looking at his prey. He yelled, Park Jinsung is really dangerous. He silently held the small knife in his hand, staring at the group of people. The black-haired guy placed a hand on the brown-haired male student's shoulder and said, Hey, we agreed that you and your girlfriend would handle the higher-ups in the IDEA match. In return, we wouldn't touch you too. The brown-haired guy angrily shoved the black-haired guy's hand away and shouted, What? Number 300 is a higher up. The black-haired guy loudly questioned, Didn't you know that he got first place in all of the guerrilla training exercises? Over on the side, the female student pulled her boyfriend back and asked, Honey, why are you like this? If it's an IDEA match, we're way stronger than number 300. The brown-haired male student pushed his girlfriend's hand away and said, You didn't see what that guy did last night. He's really dangerous. Just then, Park Jinsung's voice echoed, Hey, you two over there. The couple immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He said in a low voice, Stop whispering, go attack. Then, he slowly approached them. The brown-haired guy stammered in fear. Kook. He then mustered his courage and yelled, You bastard. He swung his whip, preparing to attack. Whip. Cunning. IDEA rank. B. Overall fighting ability. B. The power of the whip corresponds to your preparation for the fight. He spoke out loud. Right hand. The other side. He still hadn't whipped. He looked at his hand with a piercing gaze and asked, You can't kill them, right? The brown-haired guy thought in fear. What's with him? Is he talking to his hand? After that, he mustered his courage and whipped at him. He swiftly dodged the whip. He shouted in shock, Kook. He continued to lash out with the whip. He easily deflected them all with his small knife. He cried out in disbelief. This doesn't make any sense. He looked at him and smiled. Is that all you've got? Ahihi. He thought to himself. No, and his smile began to lose its humanity. He muttered, Control it. He continuously lashed with the whip like a storm. He swung his knife back and forth, making the attacks appear very powerful. But they didn't scratch him. The girlfriend thought in fear. His attitude is so weird. And, he can block all of Honey's attacks? He yelled at the crowd around him. Hey, are you guys just going to stand there? Come help me. The black-haired male student shouted. Are you crazy? What if I get hit by your whip and get eliminated? Up on the platform, the principal broke out in a sweat and exclaimed, That student. I don't remember his name. Isn't he a second-year student ranked 5th? The female trainer with the hat thought. Impossible. He's on a completely different level compared to when he was hit by the rock yesterday. How can he perfectly block those whips like that? She turned to call out. Squad leader. She saw the squad leader's reaction and thought in shock. He's not surprised? Does that mean? He knocked the whip away with his knife, and then asked with a challenging voice, Are you just going to stand there and use the whip? He said each word. Then, I will. As he said this, he knocked away a whip. Come to you. He yelled in fear. Heek. At that moment, his girlfriend stepped forward and said, I have to protect my honey. Love barrier. Rank, B+. Overall fighting ability, B. When you protect those precious to you, you become stronger. He worriedly cried out, no. At this time, he also plunged his small sword into the heart-shaped barrier. She still firmly replied, It's okay. I'll show you the power of love I have for you. Park Jinsung stabbed into the barrier, creating a trail of sparks. Then, a crack appeared on the shield and from it, countless cracks spread out. Immediately, the shield shattered. The girlfriend retreated in shock and exclaimed, MMPH. She was gagged so she couldn't make a sound. Then, with a swing, he threw her back towards her boyfriend. The girl frowned and shouted, Impossible. My love power was broken by that dagger like that? Just then, the bracelet on her arm shattered. Looking at her arm, she thought to herself, Even though my defensive ability increased, but the impact-absorbing bracelet still broke? She stood there dumbfounded, her face dark, while her boyfriend quickly took off the bracelet on his arm and said, We surrender. He held the bracelet in his hand and announced, We're leaving. We lost. The girl, still lost in her thoughts, muttered, I didn't expect my love to be so weak. Her boyfriend urged her, Let's go, honey. He reached up and rubbed his right wrist, saying, Because the name change, it's easier to control than yesterday. The people around them were shocked by the couple's actions and yelled, damn it, that useless couple. They couldn't do anything. The guy next to him added, HMPH. I wasn't expecting anything from those two anyway. He called out to the group. There's not much time left. Come on. The principal yelled, hey, you pathetic losers. Can't you take down one rank F? They were touched in their pride. And all of them grabbed their weapons to attack him, shouting, damn it, overwhelm him. He thought to himself, Idea duplicates? His eyes flashed red and he spoke to himself. No, those two ideas are different. They're twins. Just then, one of them yelled, enlarge. Immediately, the staff in his hand suddenly grew several times larger. Staff transformation. Idea rank, C+. Overall fighting ability, C+. Enlarge the staff to the maximum capacity of the user. He quickly dodged to one side to avoid the blow. His left eye emitted a black aura. And he uttered, URK, got mud in my eye. Seizing the opportunity, the guy behind him yelled, enlarge, staff expansion, Idea rank, C+. Overall fighting ability, C+. Staff expanded to the maximum capacity of the user. The staff quickly elongated and stabbed toward Park Jinsung. He, as if unaware of the impending danger, calmly said, not easy. Then, without turning around, he used his dagger to deflect the staff's thrust. The guy was shocked and exclaimed, how did he block it without looking? He grabbed the staff in his hand and admired. This staff is good, isn't it? With a hup, he yanked the staff hard. The other guy, following the momentum, fell forward, exclaiming in shock, he said in a serious tone. Since you guys are using staves, I should too, the guy holding the giant staff said. Bewildered, what? Then, he swung the long staff and knocked the giant staff out of the other guy's hand. He unexpectedly exclaimed, Kiet, the people below said in surprise. What happened? Wait. Then, he slammed the staff into the mud, sending it flying all over the field. He turned his head and said, let me use it a little longer. The other guy struggled to reply. You think I'll agree to that? Never. He laughed. Lol, just hold on to it then. Then, he swung the staff like a top, dragging the other guy along with it. Coo. He struggled but still held tightly to the staff. The other guy yelled, shrink the idea, you idiot. Seeing this, he swung the staff and struck the other guy. The staff disappeared, and he sadly exclaimed, damn it, it would have been fun if I could have used it a little longer. Then, he drew his dagger and faced the remaining students and said, now, I should prepare, shouldn't I, since I don't know when the principal will make a move. Jinsung held the dagger firmly in his hand, adopting a fighting stance. A delighted smile spread across his face as he faced the crowd. Well, I think I'm ready now. The other students surrounding Jinsung were also in their fighting stances, ready to attack. One of them wondered, what is that number 300 bastard planning to do? Another said, surround him, there are more of us. Teacher An Yangho, watching from above, furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Jinsung, I didn't think you'd go this far. He recalled the times he'd been frustrated with Jinsung. I know you've worked hard, but I've ignored your efforts all this time. On the computer screen, Jinsung's test results were displayed. Clearly not impressive. Yet, now he was internally criticizing himself. Because your IDEA was only ranked F, I ignored you. Seeing you as a student who would soon transfer. Yangho's expression became emotional, his hands trembled. I don't know how you, with only a rank F, can be so strong. Whether it's the result of your hard work or hidden talent. I completely missed the chance to help you become stronger. Yangho remembered the day Jinsung came to the teacher's office and sincerely asked him, Sir, do you think there's a connection between souls? At the time, he was working, slightly surprised, and pondered for a moment. Then he burst out laughing. Of course, are you being serious? Pa ha ha ha. But now, Yangho could do nothing but blame himself. The role of a teacher is to help students develop. But even after hearing your thoughts, I still clung to my prejudices. At that time, Jinsung had given a gentle smile and said, I know. Well, I thought there wouldn't be. And he'd clutched his stomach laughing so hard. This kid, always joking. Yangho's face became more and more emotional. He covered his mouth, feeling deeply ashamed. I didn't even think of helping or advising you. Sob. But you, Jinsung, Park Jinsung. Immediately, An Yangho began to cry loudly. I'm sorry. Jinsung, the principal, startled by the outburst, shouted, Hey, what are you doing all of a sudden? An Yangho ignored the principal. tears streaming down his face as he continued to cry out. "Go for it, Jinsung. Show them who you are." The principal, red-faced with anger, grumbled. That guy, An Yangho, as if temporarily deaf, continued to yell, "Go Jinsung! Go, Jinsung!" The principal, unable to endure it, grabbed the microphone and waved his hand, ordering, "Squad leader of Unit 6. Drag him out of here." The squad leader of Unit 6 promptly obeyed. "Ah, yes sir." The squad leader of Unit 6, helpless, grabbed An Yangho's tall body under his arms and dragged him away. "What are you doing, squad leader of Unit 10? The commander said to stop. But An Yangho, as if fueled by blood, continued to struggle, yelling non-stop, "Show them, Jinsung, show them what you can do with your hard work." The principal, frustrated, his face twisted like a monkey, ground his teeth and thought, "Damn it, how did things end up like this?" Excellent students, like Kim Sion who should have drawn attention, were eliminated quickly, and some worthless, outcast F rank is drawing all the attention. It can't be like this. I have to eliminate him before the reporters arrive. While the principal was scheming, Jinsung calmly fought below, his dagger cutting a line across his opponent's body. The principal's brow furrowed. Is IDEA combat more advantageous for certain individuals? The close-range IDEA students are having difficulty attacking at the same time. Is it because their IDEA ranges are different? The principal thought smugly. No matter how high his health and endurance are, facing this many people should have depleted his stamina. Immediately, he pulled the microphone closer and yelled, his eyes wide, "Stop using IDEA. Everyone stop using IDEA right now." His abrupt reaction made Songho turn to look. The announcement rang out, "Stop using IDEA." Hearing this, Jinsung looked up. The handle of his dagger struck the wall behind him. His voice had a touch of mockery. "Haze, principal, no 30-second warning? Well, even though I knew you'd do that." Jinsung raised his dagger, leaning his back against the wall, silently calculating. "The wall behind me seems pretty thin. I don't know if it's because they built it in a hurry or because they were saving money. But something this thin is easier to break than the rocks in the training field." Thinking this, he turned and struck hard against the wall, which already had many cracks. New cracks appeared on the wall where Jinsung hit it. The cracks spread out over a large area. Jinsung stood aside, admiring his work. Then, pieces of brick and stone fell down, creating a large hole in the wall. The others quickly covered their faces. One said, annoyed, "Sob, are you crazy? Breaking the wall just to blind us for a few seconds so you can run away?" Of course, Jinsung's actions weren't that simple. He clung to a stone column protruding near the hole, and smiled. "Run? I don't intend to run away." He continued, "You guys are the ones who have to run." Just as he finished speaking, water suddenly gushed out from the hole. Those surrounding Jinsung didn't have time to react. They stared wide-eyed in surprise. Huh? The scene became noisy and chaotic, mixed with the fearful cries of those people. Were being sucked out. Run, but it was too late to react. They were still being pulled by a strong suction, their bodies tilting, unable to stand on the ground. Seeing the scene before her, Juya couldn't help but express surprise. Ah, that wall was just built. Through the hole in the wall, water had flowed out until it was completely drained. 104 students were eliminated for exceeding the limit. They collapsed on the ground, some clutching their heads, others completely defeated. Jinsung took off his heavy shoes and threw them aside. He rolled up his sleeves, slowly walking towards the lucky ones who remained. He muttered, "There are still quite a few." The hurried, somewhat shaky voices of the others could be heard. "Get into formation quickly. We have to take him down." Before they could react, Jinsung shot like an arrow towards one of them. He was still flustered. "Huh? My legs are so heavy. I can't move." Jinsung laughed to himself. "It's because your shoes are soaked in water. You idiot." No wonder he threw away his shoes earlier. It was all part of his plan. The principal, seeing the scene before him, cursed. "Damn it, this is meaningless. How infuriating. Can't they take down a kid like that?" Songho, standing behind him, remained silent, observing. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, this battle was designed as a combat education lesson to train teamwork and problem-solving skills. But because of the individual scoring system, the students are subconsciously prioritizing their own safety first, reducing their ability to make quick decisions. They have the advantage of numbers, but they haven't been able to utilize it effectively. And right now, Jinsung, on the arena floor, quickly evaded the attacks of two opponents, causing them to slam into each other. Songho looked at the principal's extremely unpleasant face, his judgment becoming clearer. The principal's constant changes between using idea and not is gradually causing the students to become chaotic. And above all, the 5th-ranked trainee, who was supposed to be the commander, was blindly prioritizing the elimination of Park Jinsung. At that very moment, in a corner of the wall, the 5th-ranked trainee was cuddling with his girlfriend. She whimpered softly, "Honey, I'm cold." So he said, "Should we hold hands here then?" In front of Songho, Jinsung was kicking two opponents aside. Others were blindly attacking Jinsung. He was analyzing the actions of all the students below, step by step. This is a completely random battle situation, where individuals are scored based on their performance and ability. The choice to focus on defeating Park Jinsung is a wrong decision. In Songho's memory, an image of a gentle, hard-working Park Jinsung appeared, wiping the hallway until it was spotless. He thought, the prejudice against Park Jinsung, whom they've looked down on for having an F-rank idea, is distorting their ability to make decisions. The difference between his fighting ability before and now is too great. Perhaps, in the minds of Jinsung's opponents, he will always remain a weak existence for them to mock, unaware that he is gradually turning them into pitifully short-sighted fools. Now, looking at Jinsung just defeating an opponent and holding his rescue ring, Songho thought to himself, even though this training course should have become a mess, thanks to you, the second-year students have learned a big lesson. A small smile crept up Songho's lips, his expression one of deep satisfaction. Jinsung's opponents surrounded him, all trembling and sweating profusely. They shoved each other. "Someone go. Why don't you go first?" Suddenly, Jinsung called out softly, "URK." His face went pale, and his body swayed as if he was about to fall, just waiting for this opportunity. The people turned on him like a flash, rushing towards Jinsung. They yelled, "An opening, let's go," at the same time. Jinsung barely had time to call out, "Ack," before he was swarmed by the crowd. They said, while they were surrounding Jinsung and making it difficult for him to resist. "That bastard is barely standing anymore. Pin him down." The triumphant voice of someone rang out. "It's over. F rank." They were completely unaware that Jinsung, even though exhausted, couldn't be taken down. Their chaotic voices echoed over him. "What? There's 5 of us. How is he still resisting without Idea?" Then, one of them turned his head and called out, "More people come here. Hurry." Before he could finish, a few more people rushed over as if fearing that a moment later, Jinsung would retaliate and defeat them all. The situation had turned into a complete swarm. The principal cried out happily, "Oh, that's how it should be." At that moment, he received a phone call. Seeing the name of the caller on the screen, he thought happily, "The editor-in-chief of the Idea Times. It seems he's on his way." Park Jinsung is still standing there, but in that condition. As he thought this, he pressed the answer button. He'll be eliminated before the editor-in-chief arrives. He put the phone to his ear, his mouth smiling so wide it could barely close. Yes, this is the principal of Hun High School. You can come on in." At the same time, he had another idea. Maybe it would be better if I let them use Idea. It'd be more impressive. After finishing the phone call, he almost yelled into the microphone. Announcement from the squad commander. "From now on, you can use your Idea." The smile on his face changed instantly, becoming twisted with contempt. "I'm looking forward to the amazing efforts of the remaining students. Congratulations." At this moment, the people surrounding Jinsung suddenly froze, their expressions horrified. The principal's face paled, the smile disappearing instantly. He muttered, "Impossible." The guy with the bangs yelled to those on the outside, "Hey, come here." More people. Another person said, "This guy is restrained. He can't move anymore." The guy with the bangs, feeling the others pushing him down, shouted worriedly, "Wait, are you trying to push me down? If I get hurt, I'll be eliminated." But no one paid any attention. What they cared about was their own benefit, not the success or failure of others. Because of this, one person in the crowd happily said, "One arrow, 2 birds," which made the guy with the bangs furious. "You bastard." Jinsung glanced, feeling that the strength of those surrounding him was decreasing. He thought, they're not pushing down as hard anymore. He gritted his teeth and struggled to get up. Sweating profusely, he assessed, if they had worked as well as those terrorists in the bank, I'd be eliminated already. The guy with bangs, seeing Jinsung move, yelled, "That guy is getting up. Push him down quickly." Then, the guy with bangs pushed down on him, some holding his arms, others pressing his head to the ground. Jinsung thought to himself, "Sob, just as I thought. I don't have enough strength if I only use my right hand." At that moment, a black aura appeared on his right hand, vaguely swirling like smoke. Jinsung's right hand pushed against the ground, the black aura becoming more intense, intertwined with a spreading layer of red. He thought. Then, "Hi up!" Jinsung yelled, as if having gained a massive amount of strength. He burst upward, throwing the people who were holding him away. It wasn't clear what expression he had on his face, but a powerful killing aura radiated from him, making the onlookers feel fear. Jinsung stood up straight, his right hand gripping the dagger tightly. The black and red aura on his hand had become dense and terrifying. He gave a confident smile, and said in a low, mocking voice, "You guys are just trash." The principal, frustrated, gripped the railing tightly, grinding his teeth. "Is that guy a monster?" At the same time, behind him, the editor-in-chief of IDEA was opening the door and walking in. TCH. The principal clicked his tongue and turned around, his face ashen and extremely unpleasant. The editor-in-chief, with two cameramen, walked up to the principal and said politely, "Hello, principal of Hun High School." The principal, flustered, replied, "Why, you've arrived, editor-in-chief." The editor-in-chief smiled warmly and shook his hand. "I sincerely thank you for allowing us to observe this important training session outside the school grounds." The principal laughed heartily. "Haha, I should be the one who's grateful that you took an interest in Hun High School." Hearing this, the editor-in-chief of IDEA smiled even more. "Because of the great efforts of the students, I guarantee I'll record this session well." The editor-in-chief cheerfully shook hands with the principal, saying, "Principal of Hun School, thank you for inviting us to visit." The principal chuckled awkwardly. "Ahaha, editor-in-chief of the Times, you must be tired from the long journey. Let's have a cup of tea first." The editor-in-chief quickly glanced down at the competition area, exclaiming with awe, "Oh, so many have been eliminated already? I was planning to record this exciting match from beginning to end. But if the students can't focus on their training because of the cameras, that would be a shame." He then turned to praise the principal. "You're so thoughtful of your students." The principal forced a smile. "Haha, yes, that's right." The editor-in-chief was extremely pleased. "Then we'll mainly film the remaining part. Now everyone, set up the cameras." Just then, he saw the platoon leader and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh." He then stepped forward to greet him. Songho, are you the training supervisor here? Do you remember me? I interviewed you last time." He asked inquisitively. Songho, in your observation, are there any students who deserve attention? Songho immediately replied, "All of the second-year students at Hun High School are showing great potential. But if I had to choose one student who is good enough to focus on filming." Then, at that moment, the principal hurriedly rushed over, interrupting him. "Ha ha ha, editor-in-chief." He pushed the platoon leader behind him and said, "Unfortunately, all the outstanding students have already been eliminated." The editor-in-chief asked in surprise, "Oh, why is that?" The principal thought to himself, "I have to stall for time until that F-class kid gets eliminated." He turned away, pretending to be mysterious, and said, "It seems like they were too confident when they were performing a large-scale battle. As a teacher, I only hope that this opportunity will allow those excellent students to reflect on themselves, so they can become more diligent in the future." A tear fell from his eye. The editor-in-chief continuously clapped his hands and praised. "As expected of the renowned principal of Hun High School, I want to bow to you for the noble qualities you bring to your profession." At this moment, a cameraman loudly called out, "Editor-in-chief, there's a student who's extremely skilled. This image will be amazing." Hearing this, the principal's face darkened. The editor-in-chief hurried over, throwing back a sentence that broke the principal's heart. Principal, please wait for me a moment." The principal tried to call out. The editor-in-chief said excitedly. "Let's see, who is he?" Below, Park Jinsung easily swatted away the weapons that the other students were throwing at him, taking advantage of the moment when he wasn't paying attention to the back. A female student drew a bow and shot an arrow, which he easily swatted away without even looking back. One student, while wielding a bow, angrily yelled, "Anyone with close combat idea, go and attack him." The student next to him, pale-faced, retorted, "Do you think we're crazy? We'd get hit by your attacks before we could even get to him." The editor-in-chief's eyes sparkled as he asked, "Principal, what's the name of that student? He's so talented. He deserves a B+ grade. Or maybe even close to an A. Over here." The principal wiped the cold sweat off his face and forced a smile. "Haha, that student must be a B+ rank, right?" The trainers yelled out. "He's an F rank." The editor-in-chief asked back. "F rank? Are you kidding me?" He responded. "Who would joke with you about something like that?" Then, he stated more loudly, "Jinsung is standing in that position because of his own effort." The principal hurriedly stepped forward and yelled at the two of them. What are you saying in front of the editor-in-chief?" Then, he turned to the side and said, "What are the other squad leaders looking at?" After that, he was dragged away, but before leaving he tried to remind the editor-in-chief. "Jinsung, please pay attention to Park Jinsung." One person spoke up, "Squad leader of Squad 10. Stop this right now." The editor-in-chief excitedly asked, "Principal, I want to know more about Park Jinsung." The principal felt as if he had fallen into the darkness. His face turned pale, and he forced a smile. "Ha ha ha, that thing." In his mind, countless expletives filled his head. "Damn it, hell, mother f ***cker. Oh my god, over here," Jinsung thought. "My body is about to fall apart." And his face was beginning to show signs of fatigue, with sweat pouring down constantly. Mentally, "I can't take it anymore either." One student swung a sword, but Jinsung easily blocked it. But surprisingly, when he spun the dagger in his hand, even though he was spreading his killing intent everywhere he attacked, his idea, at this moment, his killing intent seemed to have become a physical entity, attacking in all directions. Controlling my killing intent is so easy. At this time, the wave of killing intent reached the front of the students, and they exclaimed in shock. "What is this?" The student next to them asked. Did you feel it?" They gasped in amazement. "He's so formidable." Jinsung looked at them and asked, "Where do you guys think you're running off to?" He stared at the dagger. He exclaimed in surprise, "This is..." The killing intent is constantly radiating from the dagger. Then, they began to gather in the dagger. At this moment, the dagger turned crimson red. Blood-absorbing dagger. D-class Edia. Full-range close combat. B-class. Absorbs blood from the target and allows the user to control the target's body. Jinsung held the newly upgraded dagger and happily laughed. "Ha ha ha. As long as my body meets the minimum standards to operate, then the user can go on a rampage as long as they want. Not only can I control my Edia, but I can also develop it," Jinsung thought. He raised his face to the sky and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, I did it. It wasn't all in vain." The others looked very displeased. Their mouths agape, not understanding what was going on. "Are you guys seeing this? Senior, can you see this?" The platoon leader's face was very satisfied and pleased with Park Jinsung. "Over here," Bayan Gyeong thought. "Sayin, did you see that?" Kim Sayin looked like she was very much enjoying Park Jinsung. She shouted out to encourage him. "Take them all down, you pompous twit." Jinsung replied happily. "Yes, ma'am." Then, he tiptoed, preparing to dash for a lightning-fast attack. And that's exactly what happened. He was like a gust of wind that swept through the crowd. He held the dagger and stopped his movement. Immediately, all of the armbands shattered at the same time. One by one, they slowly fell to the ground. They gasped in terror. "Even with armbands, we still got hurt?" One of them said. "I surrender. I give up." Another one followed suit yelling, "It hurts. Training assistant, save me. I give up." Jinsung looked at the dagger that was absorbing the life force and said to himself, "It's really useful to have an Edia like this at this time." Ha ha ha. On the observation platform, the principal's face darkened, thinking, "This is like a nightmare." The people below screamed in agony. "Kayok, ah, save me." The editor-in-chief marveled. "One person is fighting against 60. The platoon leader stepped forward and said, "If we include the students that were defeated before the editor-in-chief arrived, then trainee Park Jinsung has defeated a total of 150 students." Hearing this, the editor-in-chief's whole body trembled. He immediately turned and asked, "Huh, really?" The platoon leader replied, "And the final count is over 200 students." At this moment, the blood force flew from all directions and was absorbed by the dagger. The night slowly fell. Li Shin opened the door and walked in. One man was sitting silently on a chair. It was Kim Iljing. He greeted. "Hey, it's been a while, old man," Li Xin said in a low voice. Kim Iljing. Then, he pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "If you have something to say, hurry up, I might just kill you right here." Kim Iljing teased. "Why so harsh? It reminds me of the old days. Kind of sad." Li Xin replied sternly. "You provoked me first." Kim Iljing answered. "Why do you say I provoked you? It's like you don't care about anything I do." Li Xin angrily slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "Stop playing dumb. You're plotting to escape through the West Coast." Kim Iljing propped his chin on his hands and teased. "What idiot would try to outsmart the old man like that? I just wanted an excuse to call you here. It's been so long, old man." Recalling the scene at the West Coast. With smoke billowing everywhere, a ship was burning. On the ship, Li Xin was grabbing the collar of an injured person. Who said, "Comrade Li Xin, the supreme leader is summoning you. He wants you to go to Panmunjom at dawn." Li Xin was dazed. Back to the present, he asked, "What do you want to say after sinking all your lackeys?" Iljing said coldly, The first time I came to South Korea, I met some interesting people." Li Xin guessed, "The students of Hun High School?" Kim Iljing waved his hand and said, "They say there's some old guy training kids. So I went to check. But when I went to greet them, I got my ass kicked." Li Xin asked in surprise, "What did you say?" Kim Iljing raised his hands and said, "Why can't you understand? I have to say I ran away from those kids for you to understand." Li Xin trembled and exclaimed, "What?" Li Xin thought, "I knew this guy was ambushing the bank and then retreated. But did he run away because he was cornered?" Li Xin clenched his fists, thinking, "This can't be some scheme or lobbying. Or some other thing, right?" Kim Iljing slammed his hand on the table and laughed loudly. "Kook, kehihi. Ah, I see. The old man doesn't know?" Li Xin asked with a dark face. "You're saying I don't know anything?" Kim Iljing said, "You're not good at lying. I thought you were the ace in the hole that you guys secretly trained. But even you've been pushed to the side?" Li Xin angrily stood up and yelled, "Answer me properly, Kim Iljing." He laughed arrogantly. "Kahahaha, kook, if even you don't know anything, then I might have to act first." Kim Iljing licked his lips, his eyes flashing crimson. "I called you here to chat a little bit, but it seems I've gained more than I expected." It was the 5th day of guerrilla training in the evening. A voice rang out. Where am I?" Kim Saeun spoke up, asking, "You're finally awake?" She looked happily at Park Jinsung, who was lying on her lap. "Next time, you better tell me how long you plan to sleep." Park Jinsung groggily raised his hand. "Saeun." He touched Kim Siwon's cheek, wondering, "Am I dreaming?" Kim Siwon's face flushed slightly as she said, Oh, you're being too forward, sir." Suddenly, Park Jinsung pinched his cheek and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so soft." Park Jinsung smiled foolishly, not paying attention to the terrible expression on Kim Siwon's face. Hee, soft, whack. Park Jinsung suddenly sat up, grabbing his head and yelling, "That hurts." Kim Sion crossed her arms, acting like she was sulking. "That's how you woke up?" Only then did Park Jinsung look around, bewildered. I was fighting in the trenches." Kim Sion turned to speak. "You don't remember?" She recounted to Park Jinsung. "After you took them all down, you looked at me and said, 'Saeun, did you see that?' while jumping around all over the place." Recalling the time when Park Jinsung was jumping around showing off to Kim Sion. "Did you see that?" Park Jinsung said seriously. "I remember that." Kim Sion turned her face away dismissively. Tisk. She then turned back and pinched Park Jinsung's cheek. "You passed out right after it was over. And then you woke up." Park Jinsung seemed bewildered. "Passed out?" Kim Sion mocked him. "You're so delicate. Will you even be able to marry me?" Both of Park Jinsung's cheeks were being pinched by Kim Sion until they were all out of shape. "I just woke up, and you're already making fun of me." He then turned his face away. "Besides, I'm not going to marry." Kim Sion didn't stop. "Hey, don't be like that. Come and live happily with me." Park Jinsung still bluntly refused. "If I say yes, you'll just tease me." Kim Sion propped her chin up and tilted her body seductively. "Then, do you think you're awake now?" Park Jinsung looked at Kim Sion until his face turned completely red. Even when she's awake, she's still so pretty, he thought. If only she didn't tease me, it would be perfect. At this moment, Kim Sion raised her insignia. "Now that you're awake, here, this is your rank." Park Jinsung held the insignia in his hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This insignia, does this mean I'm no longer a trainee? Kim Sion smiled as well. Your homeroom teacher will give you a certificate later. Park Jinsung asked. A certificate? Kim Sion patted his shoulder and then congratulated him. Congratulations on getting first place in the guerrilla training. Park Jinsung only thanked her half-heartedly. Huh, thanks. Kim Sion noticed this and asked worriedly. What's wrong? Why are you reacting so half-heartedly? Park Jinsung hesitated a little. Because, he held the insignia in his hand, looking at it, and then asked, now that I think about it, why am I just a private? Kim Sion thought he was wondering why he was able to reach second place. So she explained, so you're surprised that you were promoted by 2 ranks? That's because your efforts in the training were recognized. Park Jinsung immediately denied it. No, I made a bet with my 6th grade teacher. Kim Sion asked curiously. A bet? What kind of bet? Park Jinsung replied. He said that if the zombie horde and I got high scores, he would promote all of us to corporal. Kim Sion was speechless. Huh, so you tried your hardest just for that bet? Park Jinsung replied. Yeah, but, before he could finish his sentence, he got flicked on the forehead by Kim Sion, making him cry out. Ow! He grabbed his forehead in pain. Kim Sion calmly said. Luckily, he promoted everyone to corporal except for you. So don't worry. Park Jinsung looked at her when she said. Besides, Kim Sion then mentioned the nurse. Because of you, the nurse is really busy now. Remember to go and say hello to her. Only then did Park Jinsung exclaim. Then he suddenly panicked. Oh, I forgot about the nurse. Kim Sion calmed him down. Let's go and thank her together later. Park Jinsung refused directly. No, I want to go alone. Kim Sion frowned and argued back. No, I said we're going together. Park Jinsung still stubbornly disagreed. Sion, it's not your fault. This is something I should do alone. As soon as he said that, Kim Sion pinched his cheek again. Ooh, he yelled. Why, Sion? Kim Sion also yelled. Do you hate being with me that much? Park Jinsung was flustered. It's not that, but why do we have to go together? Kim Sion, hearing that, became dissatisfied. You're such an idiot. Elsewhere, at the office, An Yangho brought tea to the bald man. I'm very sorry. The platoon leader is out at the moment. The bald man made a face of criticism, saying, it seems your management system still isn't well organized. An Yangho was a bit confused. Yes? The bald man then said with hidden meaning. A commander from another platoon contacted you beforehand, but the person who answered was a lieutenant. An Yangho awkwardly replied, I'm very sorry. It's my turn to be on duty today. As soon as he finished the sentence, the bald man couldn't hold back his laughter. Peeved, he sneered and then broke into laughter. After all, how can a school suddenly operating a special military facility immediately perform as well as a clear military system like our Unit 988? Maybe I just expected too much. Ha 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 ha. Because he was of a lower rank. An Yangho could only bite his lip and endure it. The Special Training Brigade Unit 988 was established by the Korean military to nurture soldiers under control as an alternative to high-level training in special military facilities. They recruit students with combat abilities specializing in EDIA from all over the country. At their foundation are educators from the elite class with a deep understanding of the military. The students are trained under a strict system and a tactical education program. This is another option for higher education and the strongest military foundation of South Korea. Focused on combat with EDIA. At this moment, the bald man put down his teacup. He asked, so, when will the principal of Hun High School arrive? Hearing this, An Yangho wondered what he was up to. Is he planning on calling the principal over to look down on him? But on the outside, he acted differently and replied, he will be here soon. The bald man also noticed his expression. You don't seem happy about it. He calmly replied, I don't wish to come across as conceited. But, don't you find it slightly rude for you to come from another unit? The bald man glanced at him and chuckled. Another unit? Yes, a different unit. Then he put on a smug face again. Because I'm the enemy coming here to declare war. I might be a bit too rude. An Yangho didn't really understand what he meant. Declare war? The bald man turned and said, I know you understand, or maybe your information network is too weak that this is the first time you've heard about this. An Yangho was surprised. So it's just like I thought. The bald man continued to speak with a calm demeanor, while also waving his hand. At Hun High School, There are students like An Sungho and Kim Saeun, right? You have such famous students. But, I don't know, he said, I guess you haven't heard the recent news about the strength of your students. An Yangho didn't really understand. The bald man picked up a book on the table. Ah, the ones who have shown good performance in guerrilla training. He flipped to the page for the F-class assassin. An Yangho asked, are you talking about the F-class assassin? I've seen that. The bald man slammed the book down on the table and said in a mocking tone. But is it reasonable for him to be F-class? How can an F-class EDIA user survive in a high school specializing in EDIA? He continued, you can't exaggerate too much when you're writing a story if you want it to be believable. An Yangho looked at him and pondered. It seems like Unit 998 doesn't have specific information on the second-year exercises. At that time, the principal appeared, opening the door with a cheerful look. Ah, I'm sorry. I'm late. Haha. The bald man immediately stood up and shook hands with the principal. No problem. Platoon leader of Hun High School. An Yangho found his way of addressing the principal strange. Just a moment ago, he called him principal. Not lingering anymore, he excused himself. I'll be going then. After An Yangho left, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was tiring. He looked up. From the window. He looked down at the bustling place, wondering, what's going on today? The second-year students were recruiting for clubs. The sounds could be heard from below. 96, 97, from above, the numbers could still be heard counting. 98, 99, finally, they stopped at 100. 100, below. Young people were panting heavily from exhaustion. Park Jinsung raised his head and asked Songho, how was it, senior? Everyone was impatient, waiting to hear what Songho was about to say. Songho only smiled lightly and said, Peeved, do you even need to ask? Then he announced decisively, all members of the zombie horde. Congratulations on joining. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Park Jinsung just smiled. Everyone else was shouting, woo. An Yangho quietly watched the children from the window and spoke to himself. I support you, Jinsung. He then turned around and left, determined to make the bastards go silent. On the other side, the bald man handed the principal a report. I heard that the contents were already approved by our brigade commander. I was asked to stamp it after you have approved it. The principal looked at the report and forced a smile. Haha, that's right. Hun High School in the elimination round of the Special Training Brigade Unit 998. This is disadvantageous for our side. But if I refuse, he thought. After a while, the bald man bowed down to thank him. Thank you for your confirmation. I will return to my unit. The principal replied, all right, thank you for your hard work. After the room was empty except for the principal. The principal slammed his hand on the table, revealing his true nature. Kook, this humiliation, I will definitely repay it. One day, Park Jin-sung swung his hand, knocking away the arrows headed his way. A man was intently watching the monitor replaying footage of Park Jin-sung's fight. After watching carefully, he mumbled, Assassin F, what an amazing piece of material. He then looked at the stack of papers next to him. He picked up a note and read it aloud. It looks like they'll be cutting parts of the video before posting. After carefully reading the words on that paper, he stood up in shock and asked in disbelief, A+ level pressure? What the hell is the government doing? He walked over to the window, a disheartened look on his face. He thought, the era where the press could manipulate public opinion through images and words is long gone. Most people will probably think this is staged, or some kind of disguised ad for Hun School. He then remembered the note on the table, thinking with disbelief, who would believe that an F-rank EDIA student beat 200 people? He nodded to himself, agreeing with his own thoughts. He was still lost in his own train of thought. If I hadn't seen it myself, I'd think this was utter nonsense. Then he felt confused again. Looking into the distance, he continued, then why are they hiding his talent? Because they're receiving military support from the government? Are they doing this to protect their students with outstanding abilities? His thoughts were conflicting. One thought overturned the previous. He remembered Kim Se-yeon's interview and continued speculating. No, if that were the case, they would have cut Kim Se-yeon's interview too. She's the hero from the Peste bank incident. Suddenly, something dawned on him, and a thought flashed in his mind. He shouted, wait, Peste, as if he had figured out the problem. He rushed to his desk and anxiously searched through his computer, continuously mumbling, in the list of witnesses related to the incident at the Peste bank. Following his predictions, After a while, he found what he was looking for. Looking at what was displayed on the computer screen, he said with glee, "I knew it, just as I predicted." Before he could finish, someone arrived. The person knocked on the door and called, "Editor-in-chief, it's me." Hearing someone calling, he responded, "Come in." The person entered, and in a mysterious tone, said, "This is internal information, but Unit 988 in Hun School." Hearing this, the editor-in-chief became happy, smiling and replying, "This is a heaven-sent opportunity." Elsewhere, the sky was growing dark. Park Jin-sung looked at the group of people behind him and said cheerfully, "Everyone did a great job today." Seeing this, the group started clamoring, all happily saying, "You too, boss. This is the first time in my life that I felt so reliable." One person next to Jinsung continued, "Now that we're corporals, no one can mess with us anymore. It's all thanks to you, boss." Jinsung laughed, playing along, "Ha ha ha, I'm still just a private." At that moment, one person in the group stepped forward. Looking at Jinsung, he said seriously, "The exercises that Senior On Songho had us do are just warm-ups." Hearing this, Jinsung asked in surprise, "You've been practicing every day since then?" The one who was happily laughing just a moment ago turned pale, and in a panic, said, "Wow, we still have a long way to go." Suddenly, the same person looked around, searching for something, and asked, "Where's Big Sister today?" Hearing him, Jinsung was bewildered and said, "Big Sister? Don't tell me." Seeing his confusion, they explained, "Kim Se-yeon told us to call her that." Then they all remembered the cool image of Kim Se-yeon giving them instructions. "Hey, if Park Jinsung is the boss, call me the Big Sister." Hearing this, Jinsung explained in panic, "What, Big Sister? No, it's not like that." Seeing his panic, they happily said, "Hey, boss, you don't have to be shy." Suddenly, he remembered the time when he was training and Kim Se-yeon was looking at him with an annoyed expression. He continued, "Anyways, Se-yeon was waiting, but I said I needed to do one more set, so she left early." Seeing this, the group stepped closer. "You shouldn't have said that to the person waiting for you, boss. Big Sister's so pretty." Another asked curiously, "Are you two going on a date this weekend? Big Sister's so pretty and strong, I'm so jealous." They kept asking him questions, making him panic. He grabbed his head and yelled, "ACKKKK. Stop with the Big Sister thing." Suddenly, he saw a pair of feet standing in front of him. In shock, he exclaimed, Then he immediately jumped up. Li Xin was standing before him, and his face was emotionless. "Are you Private Park Jinsung?" Seeing him, Jinsung thought with surprise, "I can't feel any presence." The people behind him were also surprised, and they exclaimed in unison, Li Xin." Seeing Jinsung's bewildered face, smiled to ease the awkward atmosphere. He said, "Haha, it seems you were surprised by my sudden appearance. I'm sorry." After regaining his composure, Jinsung stood at attention, and said with a slightly panicked expression, "No problem, Advisor Li Xin." Hearing his answer, Li Xin said cheerfully, "That's good, you recognized me." Jinsung scratched his head and replied, "Who in this country wouldn't know you? If they were a spy, they would definitely know you even better." Hearing Jinsung's reply, Li Xin laughed, "Haha, you're very funny." Li Xin noticed the group of people behind Jinsung. He asked gently, "Are these your friends?" The group quickly replied, "Yes, he's our boss." Hearing this, Jinsung thought in surprise, "Hey, I'm not the boss." Li Xin, seeing how they were acting, smiled and said, "Your underlings have a lot of positive energy." Hearing the praise from Li Xin, the group all replied in unison, "Yes, our energy is very, very good, all thanks to the boss." Jinsung, standing in the middle of them, could only feel embarrassed, covering his face with both hands. He thought, so embarrassing. Then, Li Xin wanted to get straight to the point. He asked the group, "Could I speak with your boss for a moment?" Hearing this, they replied quickly, "Yes, we will leave right away." Li Xin happily said, "Thank you." As the group was about to leave, Li Xin stopped them. With a serious face, he asked, "One more thing. About seeing me today." The group replied after hearing him, "We will keep it a secret, sir." Seeing this, Li Xin praised them, "You guys are quick." After the group left, Li Xin said to Jinsung, "Those kids are so full of energy. They have bright futures ahead of them. Anyways, let's find a private place to talk." After a while, both of them went to a deserted place. Li Xin looked at Jinsung and said sincerely, "Sorry for bothering you on your way home." Jinsung was surprised. He asked Li Xin in confusion, "Advisor, what do you need to say to a student like me?" Li Xin got straight to the point. "I wanted to meet you because of the video from the trench." Hearing this, Jinsung smiled awkwardly and scratched his face. Then he said, "It's an honor that you watched it. But for a busy person like you to meet with me, a student who just barely reached a D++ rank." Hearing this, Li Xin pondered. He exclaimed, After a moment, Li Xin looked at Jinsung. The cheerful expression he had earlier turned serious. He asked, "Jinsung, do you believe there is a connection between spirits?" Hearing this, Jinsung looked blank and exclaimed, "Huh?" In his mind, he was confused. Why is the advisor asking me this question? Seeing his bewildered expression, Li Xin set it aside. He continued, "That was too sudden." "Huh? Anyways, let's get back to the main topic. I was the one who chose Hun School to become a military school." Hearing this, Jinsung asked in surprise, "It was you?" Seeing that Jinsung was still confused, Li Xin began to explain, "It was rather cruel, but I was hoping that students like you would grow, even in the worst environments. I had high expectations for Sergeant On Songho, but things didn't go as planned." After hearing Li Xin's words, Jinsung became panicked again. He quickly explained, "No, that's not true. We were all inspired by Senior On Songho. If it weren't for him, my friends and I wouldn't exist." Seeing this, Li Xin laughed. His face became cheerful again. He said, "Haha, I misspoke. I was hoping that the students of Hun would work hard together after seeing the efforts of On Songho. A man like him." As he said this, Li Xin put his hand on Jinsung's shoulder. The resolute look in his eyes was revealed. He continued in a confident tone, "You finally appeared." Li Xin smiled. Feeling happy, he continued, "After meeting you in person, I am very happy that my predictions were confirmed." As he finished, Li Xin fell into his own thoughts. Is he just a student? He thought. The secret weapon that Kim Iljin mentioned, something that I knew nothing about, and he's just a student? Meanwhile, Jinsung, still panicking, said, "You're embarrassing me." At that moment, Li Xin seemed as if he didn't hear Jinsung, or just didn't care. He was still lost in his own thoughts. "I was so surprised after seeing the gorilla training video. But with just that, he can't defeat Kim Iljin. Judging by his aspirations, he'll surely become much stronger in the future." Li Xin's deep eyes stared directly at Jinsung. He continued his train of thought. "He's just what I wanted." Then he thought, "But right now, I can't feel his power." Not enough. He was confused when Li Xin grabbed him. He called out, "Advisor?" Hearing Jinsung's voice, Li Xin let go of him. He smiled and explained, "Sorry, I suddenly started thinking about something else." Just as he finished speaking, Li Xin fell into thought once again. He remembered Kim Il-jung's despicable expression, and thought, or maybe this is Kim Il-jung's ploy to make me panic. Or another malicious scheme. I can't know for sure. Finishing his thoughts, Li Xin said politely to Jinsung, "I'm done. Thank you for giving me your time." Private Park Jinsung. Jinsung, also feeling shy, replied, "You're welcome." Li Xin turned to leave. He said to Jinsung, "Well, then, I'll take my leave." Suddenly, Li Xin remembered something. He turned around and said with expectation, "One more thing. It would be great if you won." Jinsung, still confused, asked, "Huh? Won against who?" By now, Li Xin was quite far away. He happily waved goodbye to Jinsung and said, "Haha, you'll find out soon. Be careful on your way home." Jinsung was still standing there, completely lost. In confusion, he asked, what was he talking about? Elsewhere, in the training room, Songho was still lifting weights. After a moment, he put the weights back and said in surprise, "It's only 11 o'clock? Then, Songho smiled. Looking at his hands, he said, "The time it takes me to reach my limit has decreased significantly." Finishing his words, he walked over to where his clothes were hanging, and thought, thanks to Park Jinsung and the new guys joining the group, the atmosphere in training has improved dramatically. It's been a while since my muscles have reached this level. Still in his thoughts, he picked up his shirt. Songho happily put his shirt on, mumbling to himself, "Park Jinsung, you're becoming more and more lovable." By then, he had left the school. On the way, he kept thinking, if I want to be a good role model, I have to try even harder. Suddenly, inside an alleyway, he heard a scream, "G, get away." Hearing this, he called out with suspicion, A group of people were gathered inside the alleyway. And he heard another voice. "Come and play with us." A girl was trembling, cowering in a corner, yelling, "Save me." Seeing this, the man approaching her mocked her. "Ah, don't overreact, we didn't say we'd kill you." The man smiled and got closer to the girl. Continuing, "I said, let's play a little." By now, Songho was standing at the entrance of the alleyway. With a cool voice, he ordered the group of men, "Stop." The man who was speaking earlier looked over, confused, exclaiming, "Huh?" Songho was now very angry. His expression cold. He said, "Do what I say." Just as Songho appeared and warned the young man, "I'm warning you, stop it right now." The young man, far from being scared, brazenly taunted him. "What, are you protecting her because you two go to the same school? Do you think you're the main character on stage?" Songho's hand started emitting magic. "I'm sure of it." He quickly approached and grabbed the young man's hand, looking at him with a sharp gaze. "I will catch you." The young man, unable to react, stood there in a daze. What? This is teleportation. The young man was being squeezed by Songho, his pain making him drop to his knees and yell. At this moment, the girl finally spoke up. "Ah, Sergeant On Songho." Songho comforted the girl. "I'll deal with these bastards. You should go to a crowded place." Understanding him, the girl ran off, but not before turning back to thank him. "Yes, thank you." Now that the girl had left, Songho let go of the young man. Seeing that his prey had gotten away, the young man ran after her. "Where do you think you're going?" Before he could grab his prey, he was grabbed and thrown down by Songho. "I said I'd catch you." Two of the young man's underlings, seeing this, shouted insults. You mutt, you think you'll leave here safely?" Songho calmly lifted the young man up by his neck, then grabbed his underlings' hands. "I warned you guys." Then, he threw the young man into his underlings. Kuok. They all fell on top of each other. Moaning, "You." Songho turned to look in a different direction and said to someone, "You should stop doing these terrible things. Your goal was to lure me into this alleyway." He looked into the darkened alleyway nearby. "Right?" The leader of the group finally appeared. "What, you knew?" Songho responded. "Do you think you can hide your aura?" At that moment, the leader stepped out of the shadows. Songho said calmly, "It's been a while." Kong Jino. The leader was none other than Kong Jino, with Juke Dongo next to him. Kong Jino looked at Songho and grunted. Then he asked in a somewhat provocative tone, "It looks like you've gotten taller." Songho frowned. "Did you go to all this trouble just to pick a fight with me?" Kong Jino turned away, feigning ignorance. "What do you mean? I was just strolling around with my friends and chatting with a pretty girl." Songho looked at his clothes and responded, "Is that so? It looks like you're from Unit 998. He looked at Songho with suspicion. After a moment, he laughed. "Kiki, you're very perceptive. How did you know?" Songho explained. "First of all, that second-year girl was wearing the school uniform. But she called me Sergeant On Songho." Kong Jino didn't quite understand. "So, you are a sergeant?" Songho continued. "It hasn't been long since the school transitioned to a military system. People aren't used to the military ranks like sergeant yet. Especially second-year students. They use senior more often." He remembered how the girl had run off earlier. Just now, she blurted out a term that I use often. Kong Jino finally understood. "Oh, my god, I thought you knew because her acting was so bad. Those Hun school kids are more messy and disorganized than I thought." Songho cut in. "So are you." Kong Jino grunted. Songho pointed at the young men whom he just dealt with. "Calling these guys your comrades. Not friends, but comrades, means you're from the military." Kong Jino replied. "So, is that my fault? I must have just said it out of habit." Songho continued. "I heard that Unit 998 and Hun will be training together soon." Looking at Kong Jino with a sharp gaze, he said, "So if any students use military terms, they must be from Unit 998. Kong Jino brushed his hair back and laughed. "Kiki, even with so little information, you're really good at deducing things. You're a pretty sharp mutt for someone hanging around a high school." He suddenly emitted killing intent, a great pressure weighing down on the area. "But you're too noisy. Should I just get rid of you now?" Juke Dongo, who was next to him, interrupted. "Jino, is this man On Songho?" He responded irritably. "Huh? Can you shut your mouth?" Songho calmly replied. "I am On Songho. Who are you?" Juke Dongo responded cheerfully. "I'm." Kong Jino interrupted. This mud is Hikik. Juk Dongo was shocked. Why would you say that? He then turned and continued. I'm Yuk Dongo. It's a pleasure to meet you. Songho looked at him, asking, Yuk Dongo? What's up? He chuckled. Well, it's nothing, really. A moment later, he changed his face faster than flipping a pancake. I just wanted to beat you up. Kong Jino, delighted, said, looks like I don't have to deal with you myself. Take care of him, Hikik. He replied, okay, how can Songho beat me? Songho raised his eyebrows slightly. You're underestimating me, Kong Jino smugly said. You can't beat this fat bastard. Juk Dongo smiled with glee. Hee, I'm not just a fat guy. You know. Songho stood there calmly. Alone. I bet you are. Juk Dongo looked at Songho's hand, which seemed to shrink back a little. Songho, without saying another word, grabbed him by the neck and pushed him back. I will catch you. He was grabbed and thrown without any fear. Even excited. Quote, unbelievable strength, but I told you already. His expression turned serious. I'm not just a fat guy. Songho immediately felt a heavy pressure weighing down on him. The next day, at the school, the young men in the classroom looked dispirited. Park Jinsung, who had just arrived, turned to Kim Sion and asked, why is the atmosphere in class like this? What happened? Kim Sion replied, you haven't heard? Park Jinsung didn't understand. Heard what? Kim Sion scratched her head, hesitating as she began to speak. I thought you would know already. This morning all the news and media outlets reported it heavily. Park Jinsung, slightly surprised, asked, reported what? Is it Peste again? Kim Sion poked the back of the girl in front of her. Hey, let him see the news you were just watching. The girl turned around and asked, You're in the same club as senior Songho and you don't know? Park Jinsung was still confused. Kim Sion said, just show him. Park Jinsung, hesitant, took the iPad and turned to Kim Sion. What happened to senior Songho? Kim Sion didn't explain, just see for yourself. Park Jinsung looked at the iPad, hesitating for a moment. He saw Songho and Juk Dongo facing off, and wondered, senior, why was he in that alleyway? Then he saw Songho wrestle with Juk Dongo. But then, he was pushed down by Juk Dongo's weight, making the ground crack. Songho, shaking, couldn't withstand the weight. He tried with all his might but was overpowered by Juk Dongo. Park Jinsung, seeing all this, was in shock. Then he saw Songho fall and lie in a pool of blood. Seeing everything, Park Jinsung was stunned, his face turning pale. Senior Songho, did he lose? Who is that bastard? Kim Sion replied, the Special Training Brigade Unit 998. Park Jinsung was shocked. 998? Kim Sion continued, our military school will be holding a joint training competition with them in 15 days. In a closed classroom, Juya stood seriously at the podium, looking at the members as she spoke. It seems everyone is here. I'm sure everyone knows what happened to Captain Songho. The members below were each seated at a desk, listening intently. She continued, the 9 people here are the students deemed the most worthy from each grade. Then she added, although we third years will surely outline the framework of the strategy, I still hope you all can share your own opinions. Upon hearing this, the members each displayed different expressions. Some turned to discuss with the person next to them with concern, while others still smiled as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Park Jinsung suddenly raised his hand to speak, breaking the silence. Senior Juya, what did Senior Songho say? Hearing his question, Juya's face became solemn. She said, the captain is under surveillance, so even members can't go near the infirmary. Even if that weren't the case, you're not allowed to visit him for safety reasons. Upon receiving her answer, Park Jinsung dejectedly replied, I understand. Hearing this, the one sitting next to Sergeant Na, with his head propped up with his hand, said with a bored tone, that bastard. Songho turned out like that. Immediately after, Sergeant Na, annoyed, clenched his fist and asked Juya, what should we do? Songho, who should have taken the lead, is like this. Then, the person sitting next to Sergeant Na turned to look at Juya, who was standing in front of the table, and asked, what can we do until Songho recovers? Upon hearing this, Juya, with her arms crossed and an emotionless face, said, he's under surveillance, so he can't participate in the meeting even if his injuries have completely healed. I've called this emergency meeting so that at the very least, We can agree on a contingency plan." As soon as she finished speaking, the one sitting next to Sergeant Na said smugly, "As expected, the only one who deserves to be leader can only be me. Right?" Immediately, Juya opened her mouth and interrupted his arrogance. "Do you really have the qualifications to lead the entire school?" Feeling insulted, he yelled, "What?" At that moment, Bayan Gyeong, who had been silently observing all this time, grew impatient when she saw them about to argue. "Excuse me, but did we gather here just to watch the seniors argue about who's better?" Feeling mocked, the first senior spoke up with displeasure. "What's that supposed to mean? Second year? We called you here because this is an emergency. You just need to stay quiet and wait for instructions." Kim Sion, sitting nearby, having heard him speak so arrogantly, began to chime in sarcastically. "Are the seniors really strong enough to lead us? You don't seem very intelligent." Mocked by her underclassmen, Sergeant Na was unable to endure it any longer. He slammed his fist on the table and said through gritted teeth, "What?" He stood up, angrily looking at her as he continued, "Are you that famous white jade fairy?" Kim Sion, feeling provoked by this third year with his offensive language, retorted without any hesitation, "And you don't seem to have any reputation to speak of." Senior, insulted, Sergeant Na immediately turned red and raised his hand toward her, yelling, "You little brat." Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Juya slammed both her hands down on the table and yelled, "Stop it. If you guys keep discussing these useless topics, I'll report it to the school." Feeling reprimanded, Sergeant Na still muttered unhappily, "Tisk, those arrogant brats." Then, Juya turned to look at the second-year students and said, "Ha, second years, you guys should stop provoking them too." Seeing this, Kim Sion looked at her and said, "Yes," while Bayan Gyeong, without much care, simply replied, "Okay, okay." After order was restored, Juya picked up the remote and turned on the display. She said, "Okay then, first, I'll share the information that the school has received." On the screen was a map of the battlefield they would be fighting in. She continued, "At the end of each side, there's a container with a button on it. If you get to the opponent's container and press the button first, you'll win. The rules are very simple." She turned to look at everyone and continued, "As you may know, Hun School has about 900 personnel. Our opponents, Unit 998, have, suddenly, she paused and said with a cold look, approximately 3,000 personnel. Before Juya could finish, the first-year students started clamoring, "Oh my god, 3 times as many? How are we supposed to win?" Seeing this, Juya reprimanded them, "Quiet down, first years, I'm still explaining." After restoring order, Juya turned back to the screen, which was still displaying the map. She continued, "They outnumber us by 3 times. But Hun School has the advantage of terrain, which is good for defense. To break through such a strong defense, we need 3 times the power." Then she turned to look at everyone with a cold expression and said, "And there's one more thing. If we can hold out for 5 hours, we'll win. That means we can win if we defend well." Then she added, "Next is information about the 2 individuals involved in the fight with An Songho. First, the student who pinned the captain down." Then, the screen displayed a picture of a chubby man with a worried expression. She introduced him. "His name is Yuk Dongo." Then, Juya looked at the picture of the chubby man and shared all the information they had about him. "He's a 3rd year, and although we're not very certain about his idea, based on the video footage, his idea is likely related to manipulating weight." She continued, "He didn't display any outstanding abilities. However, here," she paused without continuing, because the scene of the encounter from the day before was unimaginable. Seeing this, Park Jinsung, who was sitting below, also said with a dark face, taking over her words, "It was a terrifying battle with Senior An Songho." Upon hearing that, Juya agreed with Park Jinsung. "That's right. It seems the captain used his idea to grab Yuk Dongo, but he couldn't throw him and instead was taken down by his weight. If someone with an idea like that attacked us from above using his full weight, we'd surely suffer a lot of casualties." Then, footage was shown of An Songho's encounter with the chubby man. In the footage, Songho had used his idea to lift the chubby man up, intending to throw him, but the chubby man didn't show any fear, and instead, had a sinister smile. He then used his idea to crush An Songho. Hearing this, Park Jinsung thoughtfully said to himself, "I don't think that's the only reason the senior lost." Then, the screen switched to a picture of the second person who had been present on the night before. standing on the side with his hands in his pocket, watching the fight with a gleeful smile. Juya said. Next is the man standing in the back, Kong Jino. Although he didn't do much in the video, he's currently the ace of Unit 998 and is the main opponent that we need to eliminate. He is someone with a lot of fighting power. Juya continued. He transferred to Unit 998 right before his 3rd year, after studying abroad in Australia during his 1st and 2nd years in high school. Also, in his middle school years, he was the runner-up at the National Edia Games. Then, footage of him receiving his medal appeared. After this, Juya said, in his middle school years, Songho won 5 times and lost 5 times when fighting against Kong Jino. Upon hearing this, Park Jinsung was surprised and thought, he's an opponent that senior Songho couldn't beat in middle school. After this, he immediately looked at Juya, asking, Senior Juya, is there any information about Kong Jino's Edia? Juya immediately shared what she knew with him. There is no confirmed, detailed information, but according to an old article, it's a type of Edia that enhances his physical abilities when he gets angry. That's all I know. Upon hearing about his ability, Park Jinsung was shocked and stood still, thinking, an Edia with similar characteristics to mine. Then, articles that had been released this morning about the encounter from the previous night were displayed, with headlines like, Kong Jino, the man who defeated the captain in the past, and, Yu Dongo appears in the incident from the other night. With these 2 main figures, Unit 998 will play an aggressive game to raise their own value. To say that Songho of Hun School is nothing at all. Seeing the articles and the way they were looking down on Songho, Park Jinsung gritted his teeth with anger, unable to hold back, saying, TCH, this is utter rubbish. After this, Juya mentioned the source of the video. And this is information about the person who released the video. This is the location where the video was filmed. After investigation, it was revealed to be an abandoned building. The screen showed a picture of a deserted alleyway, where Juya had marked an apartment with a red circle. Looking at the picture Juya provided, Park Jinsung suddenly realized something. An abandoned building? That means it's a trap. Immediately after, Juya agreed with his point of view, putting her hands on the table as she said, that's right, the trump card of Unit 998, and the person with an Edia that can counter the captain, was looking for him to lure Hun's trump card, Songho, into a trap. This is the conclusion that we've gathered from all the information. After speaking, she clenched her fists until her veins were popping out, and said angrily, but even if the situation was a trap, the video doesn't show any evidence proving that. The media is completely focused on the most sensational part, the captain's defeat. Upon hearing this, Park Jinsung quickly said, who knows if they used some trick to make senior Songho feel unwell before the fight? Or if there was a reason why he couldn't use his full power? Seeing how he was acting, Sergeant Na, who was sitting across from him, frowned unhappily. Hey, you 2nd year. He waved his hand, annoyed, while looking at him as he said, aren't you that rumored F-class assassin? Stop overreacting every time you mention Songho. It's interrupting the discussion. Hearing him criticize him, Park Jinsung apologized. I'm sorry, but, as he was about to explain, the 1st year with the squinty eyes excitedly pointed at him. Aha, senior, your real name is Park Jinsung. Then, the squinty-eyed 1st year continued. I didn't recognize you at first, so I kept wondering who you were. Seeing that the 1st year knew him, Park Jinsung just turned to look at him. Huh? Then the 1st year, happily smiling, said, as Sergeant Na said, we can only accept the fact that Sergeant Songho lost. To be honest, besides a few surprise attacks, he's not that special. Hearing the 1st year dared to criticize a senior he respected, Jinsung suddenly paused. Immediately after, he angrily looked at him with a face full of killing intent. Warning, hey, 1st year, be careful with what you say. Not even taking his warning to heart, the 1st year continued to mock him. Wasn't that proven by the events of the other night? When his only ability was to restrain people. I wonder if we rated him too highly? He was probably just hiding his lack of skills. Seeing that the 1st year was still ignoring his warning, Jinsung repeated his words. I said, watch your words. But the 1st year not only ignored him, but he then mocked his rank. But you're just a private. Senior. Then, arrogantly showing off his own rank, he said, I'm a corporal, with a B+ class Edia. What reason do I have to listen to you? Senior? Is that not correct? Private Park Jinsung? By now, Park Jinsung had truly become angry. With a dark expression, he said, "First year, report your military rank." At this point, even after all of this, the squinty-eyed first year was still being ignorant, continuing to ignore Jinsung's question as he said with disdain, "A private dares to be rude to a corporal? This isn't even the military." In the first place, seeing this, the girl sitting next to him anxiously reached out to hold his shoulder, reminding him, "Stop it." On the opposite side, Park Jinsung's body was already covered in his unique layer of edia. Repeating his question, he said, "Report your military rank." The first year said, unafraid, "I'm higher than you both in rank and edia level. You didn't hear me? I won't do it." Jinsung, continuing in a low voice, repeated, "Report your military rank." Seeing this, the first year still replied with contempt, "Oh my god, why are you being so stubborn?" Not letting the first year continue talking nonsense, Jinsung launched his edia into his face, causing him to freeze up. At this moment, Jinsung's face became frightening, and the edia around him glowed intensely. By now, he was very angry, scolding the squinty-eyed first year directly. "I said report your military rank. You squinty-eyed bastard." The wave of edia that he released made Bayan Gyeong, who was sitting next to the first year, look at him with fear. After being attacked by Jinsung's edia, the squinty-eyed first year's body was trembling. He said with gritted teeth in pain, "See, Corporal." Park Jinsung looked at him coldly, saying, "You still seem to be very stubborn. For bastards like you, just calling you squinty eyes is enough." The squinty-eyed first year could only tremble in fear. After dealing with the squinty-eyed first year, he turned to look at Sergeant Na, who was sitting opposite him, and said, "Sergeant Na." Hearing him, Sergeant Na spoke up, Huh? Then, Jinsung said, "It seems like I'm a bit sensitive about what happened to Senior On Sungho." Immediately after, his face became serious, and he said, "Please understand." After seeing Jinsung's power, Sergeant Na was scared and replied in a forced tone, okay." After this incident, the room became eerily quiet, with each member showing a different expression. Jinsung raised his hand, looked at Juya, and spoke up. "Senior Juya, did Senior On Sungho outline any formation or strategy beforehand?" Upon hearing this, Juya collected her thoughts and returned to directing the meeting. She said, the formation he was experimenting with was 3 in the middle and 1 on each side. A 1-3-1 formation. He didn't have the chance to plan the details yet. The screen then displayed a map with 3 red dots marking the positions. Immediately after, the one sitting across from Jinsung protested. "What? Why would he do that? What would he do if both flanks were pressured?" Hearing this, Jinsung stepped up to defend his senior. "Both flanks are narrower than the middle." Hearing this, the one across from him turned to look at him and said, "But they're still too wide. The enemy could take advantage of that and focus on the flanks. The middle would also be attacked on the side after both flanks are pushed back. Do you understand now?" After hearing his opinion, Jinsung didn't argue right away, but instead, he paused, put his hand to his chin as he thought. The reason the senior chose this formation. Then he said, "The opponent, Unit 998, will focus on the middle." Seeing this, Juya asked back, "Why do you think that?" Jinsung turned to look at her, not hurrying to answer her question. He asked a question of his own. Unit 998 was the one that proposed this competition. "Right?" Juya replied, "That's right." After hearing her answer, Jinsung shared his thoughts. "As you mentioned, Senior Juya, with the advantageous terrain good for defense, and the condition that Han will win if time runs out, it may seem fair at first glance. But they are trying to make us passive and force us to focus on defense. They lowered our morale by ambushing the commander as well as our ace. Senior On Sungho. The goal of Unit 998 is to publicly crush Han School." Then, the image of On Sungho lying injured in a pool of blood appeared. Then, he continued, "Instead of following On Sungho's plan, we need to strengthen our force in the middle, and station a smaller amount on the flanks." Upon hearing this, the one sitting across from him shouted in a panic, "What? Strengthen the middle further? Are you brain dead?" He rejected the idea, listing a bunch of reasons. "Assuming everything you said is correct, that those bastards from Unit 998 want to focus their full power on the middle to destroy us. If that's the case, we can go through the flanks and attack their side. And even if they were to focus on both sides, Like I said, we have enough personnel to hold them off. At the very least, it would make more sense compared to the strategy that Songho proposed. Immediately after, Juya also agreed with his opinion and placed her hands on the table. Looking at Jinsung as she said, "That's right, I agree with Shin Myunghyun on this. Switching to the formation you suggested would be too risky compared to its effect." Seeing that both seniors had agreed with him, Jinsung became thoughtful. Basically, what both seniors are saying is correct. Then he thought, but Kong Jino, judging by his attitude in the video, that bastard is very satisfied watching others fall before his feet and crushing them. I know this because I have a similar idea. That bastard will have to pay. Then the image of Kong Jino with his smug expression appeared in his mind. Park Jinsung clenched his fists on the table, his expression full of determination. He said, "And lastly, I hope that Senior Songho can guard the final checkpoint." Juya, as if not believing her ears, asked in surprise, "What, the very back?" Shin Myunghyun, who was next to her, started to mock. "Haha, sounds good. If the one who embarrassed the team by losing a second time, then there'd be no morale left to fight." Juya immediately turned to Jinsung and asked, "Park Jinsung, do you think the captain will fail again too?" However, he replied confidently, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Senior Songho won't lose." Juya, confused, immediately asked, "Huh? Then why are you putting him at the very end?" Jinsung replied simply, "Because Songho is the strongest." Juya seemed very confused by this explanation. She said, "That's not very logical." Shin Myunghyun calmly accepted it. "I don't care what the reason is. As long as Songho goes to the back, it's fine." Sergeant Na agreed. "I agree too," Kim Sion just said nonchalantly. It's not exactly correct to say that Sergeant An is the strongest, but he must have some plans. Not seeing any other option, Juya decided to go with the plan that was just proposed. She said, "Alright then, today is to share information. In the following days, we'll adjust the strategies. Whoever has any opinions or suggestions, please let me know." Juya ended the meeting. Okay, everyone worked hard. Then, everyone stood up and shuffled out. Sergeant Na grumbled, using my brain is tiring." Shin Myunghyun, who was beside him, was either trying to console him or just trying to praise himself. "Don't worry, just listen to me, everything will be fine." Bayan Giyung slumped back on his chair, hands behind his head, mumbling in complaint. "Yan, even school wasn't this boring." As Jinsung was about to leave, the squinty-eyed first year suddenly called out from behind him, Private Park Jinsung." The squinty-eyed first year clenched his fists and stood there. Park Jinsung turned around and gave him a piercing look, asking, "What's up, Corporal Squinty Eyes?" Then, he slowly walked towards him, radiating an oppressive aura. As he walked, he said, "Let me guess, just now, after I suppressed you, you now want to redeem your honor?" Suddenly, Juya approached from somewhere. Seeing this, she was unhappy and yelled, "What are you guys doing?" Park Jinsung laughed and said, "It's nothing, Senior Juya. I just thought that my junior needed to be taught a lesson." Hearing this, Juya didn't say anything else. But before leaving, she turned back, still worried, and reminded Jinsung, "Don't go too far." At that moment, Jinsung's face completely changed, and he answered nonchalantly, "Yes, ma'am." The squinty-eyed first year yelled, "Don't underestimate me. You're just a private. I will be the strongest person at Hun School. Stronger than even Sergeant Songho and Corporal Kim Sion." He pounded his chest. No one knew where he got his confidence to say those words in front of Jinsung. Jinsung's face was extremely grim, and his tone of voice had dropped a few notches. It seems like this guy needs to be taught a proper lesson. A moment later, on some rooftop, the arrogant voice of the squinty-eyed first year rang out. "Since I'm a high-ranking first-year corporal, we're at very different levels." He held out his hand. His gestures and words were extremely generous, but the disdain was obvious on his face. "I'll let you attack first." Jinsung exhaled. His eyes were cold. Then, Jinsung immediately used his probing eye ability on the squinty-eyed first year. Probing eye. Edia rank B+. Combat ability B+. Focuses on a target within sight. Understands their kinetic energy, and knows exactly how strong they are and what they can achieve. However, the user cannot understand abilities beyond their self-awareness. After gathering the information about the squinty-eyed first year, Jinsung sneered and cursed in his mind. You want me to attack first because your skill is to probe my strength? You squinty-eyed bastard. But on the surface, Jinsung acted like he had to reluctantly accept the generosity of the squinty-eyed first year. He sighed and said, "Haze, fine, I'm coming." As soon as he finished speaking, Jinsung, with a blank expression, dashed toward the squinty-eyed first year. At the same time, a crimson dagger appeared in his hand, and he slashed at him. The squinty-eyed first year leaned back to dodge it, thinking, his speed is faster than I expected. The corner of the squinty-eyed first year's lips curved into a smile. However, I can see it coming, he thought. This confidence wasn't without any basis. As Jinsung was swinging his dagger upwards, his eyes had already seen the afterimage of Jinsung stabbing upwards. So, he leaned back. Sure enough, Jinsung's dagger stabbed up in front of him. The squinty-eyed first year saw the afterimage of the dagger slashing in an arc. But for some reason, he cried out in his mind. Wait. The squinty-eyed first year couldn't help but worry. He changed his direction by applying more force than inertia. At this time, Jinsung was stabbing at him. However, he managed to dodge to the left in time, avoiding the tip of Jinsung's dagger, which was stabbing to his right. Jinsung glanced at the squinty-eyed first year, calculating him. Suddenly, Jinsung twisted his dagger. At this moment, the squinty-eyed first year was still confident in his ability. Even though he was having trouble dodging Jinsung's attacks, he thought, but I can still see them. He had obviously seen Jinsung's next move. But suddenly, he cried out in his heart. Huh? A gust of power suddenly sliced across his left cheek, making his squinty eyes widen. The squinty-eyed first year landed on the ground and cried out. Kook. Then he jumped back. The wound on his face seemed to release a puff of white smoke. A feeling of fear and confusion arose from the bottom of his heart. What kind of ability is this? Even though he didn't actually stab me with the dagger, it's still too dangerous. Setting that aside, the powers stacked upon each other with the actual movements during his attacks were too dangerous. But the squinty-eyed first year still didn't believe that Jinsung was stronger than him. He thought, I was too distracted. I had to observe more carefully this time. At this time, Jinsung was approaching him, the dagger in his hand ready to strike at any moment. His face was emotionless as he calmly asked, "You like dodging too much? Huh? Should I make it harder?" The squinty-eyed first year saw the afterimage of Jinsung as he was preparing to strike and dodged again in shock. Although the fear had risen in his heart, he still gritted his teeth, trying to comfort himself. It's okay. I'll observe closely and dodge. However, before he could let the fear subside, he saw 3 afterimages of Jinsung all rapidly approaching him. He exclaimed in a panic. What? All 3 are afterimages? Then that means his speed is 3 times faster than what I can see. Jinsung slashed continuously, making the squinty-eyed first year lose his balance. He grabbed his face and cried out. Ah, but he didn't seem to feel any pain. Opening his eyes, he wondered, huh? What was that? Did he not hit me? Looking at his body, he speculated, or was it just, at the same time? Behind him, Jinsung's back was steady, his hand gripping the dagger tightly. He simply said, "You're the one who challenged me, so don't ask me for money." Naturally, the squinty-eyed first year didn't understand what he was talking about. So he asked, "Huh? What money?" But immediately after, various slashes appeared on his clothes in response. Jinsung turned around, slightly bowed, and asked coldly, "You want to become the strongest, right?" He looked at the battered squinty-eyed first year, who was sitting on the ground in fear, and said, "Those who rely on their idea and are too lazy to train will never be better than Senior On. Or me." At this moment, Jinsung's expression was grim, and his tone of voice was low. His whole body radiated a cold and pressing aura that made those in front of him feel fear. He asked, "Got it, Corporal Squinty Eyes?" Time passed, and the day of the Hun school training arrived. Someone's feet moved to the edge of a cliff, causing the loose rocks to fall off the edge. In the distance, the silhouettes of Hun school students gathering could be seen. Jinsung stood at the edge of the cliff, his hands clenched. His face was somewhat resigned as he said, "There's no other way. We can only try our best." Behind him, the students of Hun school were all gathered. Recalling Shin Myunghyung's frown, Sergeant Na's head shake, and his own powerlessness during the meetings before the competition, Jinsung lamented, "After the meeting, I wasn't able to convince the seniors." At this moment, Jinsung was remembering the battle formation that they had planned on the screen. The location of the red flag was Hun School's home base. The final plan was that Sergeant Shin would guard the weaker section depending on the formation. The third years would be on the left flank, the second years in the middle, and the first years on the right. Him and his group of foolish disciples would be at the very end. He remembered the plan that they had agreed upon in their meetings. While the first years and second years formed a line, the third years would set up a formation on the left flank. Those who were strongest would focus on the left flank to break through Unit 998's formation. Thinking about the difficulties ahead, Park Jinsung fell deep in thought. The worry that he couldn't hold back was clearly showing on his face. Because their forces were numerous, a full-scale attack would have been the right choice. But the issue was Kong Jino. He was a bit hesitant in the meeting because of an indescribable feeling. He continued to prop up his chin, not being able to help but think about Kong Jino's triumphant smile. It was very likely that the bastard would attack the third-year line of defense. He would find any way to find the weakest point in each team. He was desperate to completely defeat Senior On and achieve a perfect victory. Jinsung was so nervous that he ruffled his hair. He couldn't figure it out. We won't have enough people. With just me and my disciples. Suddenly, the squinty-eyed first year appeared behind him, his face beaming, as he called out, "Senior Park Jinsung." Jinsung was confused and asked, "Senior?" He turned around and asked, "What do you want now? Corporal Squinty Eyes?" Seeing this, the squinty-eyed first year made a salute, saying, "I salute you, Senior." Jinsung was stunned. Huh? He thought, what's wrong with this guy? The squinty-eyed first year was smiling, as if his previous attitude towards Jinsung had never existed. He cheerfully said, "After thinking about it, I realized that I was too naive. Senior, I misunderstood you, and I now know the truth. Please forgive me and help me in the future." Jinsung asked reluctantly, "Misunderstood what?" The squinty-eyed first year replied with a loud, "Yes," then began to ramble as if he had personally witnessed the events. Things such as bribing Captain On to reach the top position in the guerrilla training, or raising his scores by taking advantage of the weaknesses of the instructors, and even bribing the press to create the 1 versus 200 headline. And each of these words was like a punch to Jinsung. But of course, all of the things the squinty-eyed first year said were all just his own speculations, causing Jinsung to feel completely helpless. He grabbed his chest. I didn't think he was this crazy." Seeing that Jinsung wasn't saying anything, he excitedly exclaimed as if he had discovered some achievement. After looking into it further, "I now know that those things are all true. I was truly impressed with your progress. Senior, I want to be like you. Please accept me as your disciple." "Boss," Jinsung replied nonchalantly. He wore an expression of boredom that was hard to describe. At this moment, 2 of Jinsung's classmates came up from behind, asking, "Boss, who is this?" The squinty-eyed first year quickly saluted, answering the other 2 while completely ignoring Jinsung's helplessness. I heard that you are the boss's disciples." "Hello, I'm a first year." The 2 were even happier. The disciple with black hair said, "You picked up a first year? Wow, impressive, boss." The disciple with brown hair patted Jinsung's shoulder, agreeing, "Your ability to attract bad luck is amazing." Jinsung quickly stopped them. "Hey, don't say that." However, the squinty-eyed first year, as if not hearing Jinsung, cheerfully chimed in, "I'm really looking forward to cooperating with you, Senior." These people just kept talking over each other, making Jinsung unable to say anything. He had to yell, "Listen to me already." Jinsung scratched his head and frowned, calling out, "Hey, Corporal Squinty Eyes." Then, he said, "If you want to follow me, then that means you will join my group. It also means that you will have to join the seniors club that you look down on." Songho. The squinty-eyed first year no longer smiled and listened seriously. After hearing Jinsung's words, the squinty-eyed first year placed his hand on his chest and said with a sincere tone, "I truly regret what I've done. Please guide me in the future." Seeing his sincere appearance, Jinsung didn't try to make things difficult for him. He said, "If you're saying that much, then can you follow my orders during this training?" The squinty-eyed first year clenched his fist and stated loudly, "Please give me your orders. My first years will follow them." "Senior," Jinsung thought, "not bad." Then he placed his hand on his shoulder, saying, "All right, Squinty Eyes, you're temporarily in my group." The squinty-eyed first year happily exclaimed, "Yes, thank you, boss. I'll do my best." Jinsung's face relaxed a bit, and the corner of his mouth slightly curved up. Looking at the three people surrounding him, he thought, "This situation seems promising. I will make the best use of this advantage." Meanwhile, at the training grounds, on the cliff, Songho stood with his arms crossed in front of a container. His eyes looked down below, his expression somber. Then, a red glow seemed to emanate from his tall body. In a corner of the forest, surrounded by dense trees, the static of a radio came from inside a tent. "This is Delta 1, Alpha. Respond. Over." Inside the tent, a young man was sitting at the center with headphones on. Connected to the radio, several of his teammates stood around him. It seemed they were members of Team Alpha. They were receiving information from Team Delta 1. The initial attack on the target has been confirmed by Delta 1. Commencing attack, the young man with headphones immediately responded. "Roger that. Follow the plan, Delta 1. Suddenly, his face changed. He tried to say into the small microphone on his headphones, "Delta 1, your transmission signal is very weak. Delta 1, if you can hear me, please respond." The young man with shoulder-length hair next to him asked, "What's wrong? Did they use some kind of idiot that can block or even cut the transmission signal?" He didn't answer him. Instead, he kept talking to Team Delta 1 on the other side. "We're okay here. Is there a problem on your end?" Immediately after, a voice rang out from Delta 1. "Hello. We're listening." Delta 1, "Never mind. Can you guys hear us clearly?" Hearing a strange voice, the young man wearing headphones couldn't help but be surprised. He switched the radio to speakerphone mode and took off his headphones. Now he and his teammates were looking at the radio intently. They asked, "This is Alpha. Who's on the other end?" The voice on the other side responded with a mocking laugh. "Hee hee. I'm Private Park Jinsung from Squad 3. Regiment 10, of the Hyundai Special Forces Training Facility." The young man at the center thought for a while, but still didn't know who he was. He mumbled to himself, "Park Jinsung? I've never heard of that name." Seeing this, his teammate reminded him, he's the one who spread the false rumor that he defeated 200 people all by himself. The short-haired member of Team Alpha stroked his chin, wondering, it's also the end of the week for the Special Forces. How did they respond to our communication after being cut off by some high-speed idiot? The long-haired girl suddenly laughed. "Haha, well, it seems that Hun isn't too bad either. But if he goes alone into the enemy's camp." But before she could finish her sentence, a series of screams rang out. "Ack, run away. Eek, that crazy bastard. Don't chase after me. Don't push me. I said stop. Ack, he's a zombie. A damn zombie. You bastard." Those were clearly the voices of Team Delta 1 coming through the radio. The space in the tent suddenly became deathly quiet. The members of Team Alpha had extremely dark expressions on their faces. The girl in Team Alpha looked worriedly at the radio. The voice from the radio continued, "Ah, it's a bit noisy here. I think I understand the situation. Send backup or something over here." Immediately, the short-haired guy pointed at the young man sitting at the center and yelled, "Understanding the current situation must be the priority. Notify Delta 2 and have them confirm the situation at Delta 1. Right after that, another voice came through the radio. "This is Bravo Z, respond. Over." The young man at the center immediately pulled the radio closer to him and put the microphone close to his mouth, saying to the other end, "This is Alpha, go ahead." Then, a series of urgent messages came through from Team Bravo 1. "All forces at Bravo 1 are retreating. I repeat, all forces at Bravo 1 are retreating. It has been confirmed that we are being attacked by an idiot." The girl in Team Alpha worriedly stood up, yelling, "From the left side too?" By this time, the short-haired guy had already frowned and was flipping through a document in his hand, asking in disbelief, "Being attacked? Aren't there supposed to be no strong idiot users among those third years from Hun High School?" At that moment, on the battlefield, the walls were destroyed and lying scattered all over. Even a large iron pillar had been bent. Bayan Giyung used his idiot to lift a stone pillar that was more than 10 times his size. He muttered to himself, "Those low-level bastards gathering together are pretty good. But now I will make my final move." The corners of Bayan Giyung's lips curved into a smile. The stone pillar he lifted was like a lightweight toy. The dust falling from the stone pillar did nothing to diminish his confidence. Bayan Giyung's abilities: removes stuck items and throws them. Idia level, B+. Overall combat capability, B+. Any item stuck to the ground can be used as a weapon. Anything you remove from the ground will become weightless for you. And the size of the object changes according to the mental power of the Edia user. Without hesitation, Bayan Giyang hurled the stone pillar towards the 998 team. Cursing, "Die, you damn trash." The opposing team saw this and yelled in panic. "Here it comes again. Eek, everyone, get out of the way." If they were hit by something like that, even if they had a shield, the result would still be a hospital visit. But before they could finish their sentence, the stone pillar crashed down where they were standing, sending everyone scattering. Only fearful screams were heard. "Yua!" Bayan Giyang happily dusted off his hands. "Ha! That was refreshing." Juya, who had been standing behind him for some time, seemed to be in a good mood. She asked, "How did that feel?" "Just as I said, your Edia will be the most effective one on the battlefield, right?" Behind Juya, broken bricks and stones were scattered everywhere. She said with a smile, "Although this is a battlefield with a defensive theme, with hidden ruins, its effectiveness changes depending on how we use it." Bayan Giyang waved his hand, saying, "You're just annoyed that I'm the only one being sent to the third year's area. But I'll ignore that since I get to see those trashy bastards from 998 struggling." Juya simply responded, "I think your value could be higher if you spoke a little more politely." Bayan Giyang glanced at Juya behind him, smiling and saying, "Hee hee, let's see what kind of performance the seniors put on. I'll relax and watch from now on." At that moment, a silver armor appeared, covering Juya's body. The glasses she usually wore had also disappeared. She said, "All right, it's time to show the value of the third years." Juya's abilities: armor that constantly radiates light, increasing the fighting ability of those around her. If the user believes that they can withstand an attack, they will not receive damage. Juya stood proudly, leading the third-year students. Behind her were a girl with a serious expression and a guy with a half-smile. And many others who had gathered. She said, "Squad 3, Regiment 1, Squad 1, although our platoon leader is absent, let's show them what we're made of." On the battlefield, large stone pillars and piles of broken metal and walls blocked the two teams. Juya and Bayan Giyang led the Hun school team, charging towards the 998 team. The 998 team, upon seeing this, anxiously yelled, "The experienced team from Hun High School is coming. Everyone, return to your battle stations." Juya and two others jumped into the air. The dazzling light around their bodies made the members of Team 998 cover their eyes and cry out in pain. "Ack, my eyes!" Juya landed, stomping on the body of one of the members from Team 998, making him fall to the ground, crying out, "Kayak!" On the other side, Sergeant Na cracked his knuckles, loudly ordering, "Close combat forces, we will tighten the front lines that Senior Songho's squad is headed towards." Not far from him, a member of the team was raising his weapon high, full of fighting spirit. Shin Myunghyung was more composed. He turned to the long-range force, saying, "Long-range forces, fall back into the underground shelter built by Bayan Giyang and prepared to support the front lines." Next to him was a young man holding a staff, ready for battle. Juya waved her hand, ordering, "Squad 1, Platoon 1, get into tactical formation number 3. Let the cowardly Unit 998 know the strength of Hun High School." Juya's expression was much more serious. After a while, the Hun School students had routed the 998 team. Unmanned cameras flew above the battlefield. On the ground, Juya's team was gathering closely, discussing. 998 has retreated to the next front line, Juya said, as she raised her hand. "We will quickly regroup our forces and move forward." But before she could finish speaking, a figure suddenly jumped down behind her, making her stop in her tracks. The person who had just arrived was Kong Jino. His large figure loomed over Juya, like a giant boulder. His aura was even more overwhelming compared to her small stature. He said, displeased, "Phew, those bastards. How embarrassing that they had to retreat after just the first battle." He raised his fist, saying with disdain, "You guys are just a road paving squad, aren't you? Quickly disappear." Seeing him, Juya couldn't help but be terrified. Kong Jino shouted, "Bring out your strongest team." Then he swung his terrifying fist at Juya. She raised her hands to block it, but she was clearly weaker. She cried out in pain. Kook. Immediately after, Juya was sent flying by Kong Jino's power towards the stone pillars behind her. Bayan Giyang ran over to her, asking with concern, "Vice Captain, are you okay?" Juya crashed into a stone pillar. Denting it, she stood up, though slightly unsteadily, but responded to Kong Jino with a firm voice. That attack was nothing against my armor. He laughed, full of glee, saying, "Oh, beating you up should be pretty fun." The fist he was clenching seemed to be emitting some kind of strange smoke. Juya stood firm, glanced at Kong Jino, and said to him, "Kong Jino, you're just as bloodthirsty as what was written in the reports." Kong Jino responded in a mocking tone. "Now that I'm looking at you more closely, you're actually quite pretty for a bug crawling underneath a paving stone." He glanced down at Juya, his expression extremely infuriating. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Juya exhaled, her tone sarcastic. "I can guess how worthless you are just by the way you speak." Those sarcastic words didn't seem to affect Kong Jino. He continued teasing, "Don't say that. What do you think? I'm the type of guy who will treat his girl with utmost care and gentleness." In response, Juya showed an extremely disgusted face. She replied, "If I have to listen to your nonsense for one more second, my ears will sprout legs and run away." Then, she immediately gave a cold order to her teammates. "Everyone, get into battle formation. We will have to make up for the loss of our platoon leader." The teammates behind her couldn't hide the tension on their faces. Kong Jino was standing alone, facing the members of the Hun team. One side had the advantage of his tall stature, while the other side had the advantage of numbers. Seeing the group preparing to fight with him, he clearly didn't take them seriously. He said with disdain, "Are you guys those bugs under the paving stones? You guys should know your place and surrender. Shouldn't you? You road pavers." Kong Jino brought up his hand to rub his neck. His expression darkened and said irritably, "Seeing you guys acting like you're the best when you're not even worth my attention is making me a bit angry." Immediately, he released a powerful wave of energy around him, making Juya and her teammates struggle to stay on their feet. That was the power of Kong Jino's Edia. Indignation from being ignored. Edia ranking A+++. Overall combat capability B Stage 1 defense. You can turn anger into heat energy. The longer you stay in an angry state, the stronger you will become. Bayan Giyung and Juya were surrounded by the thick wave of energy. Seeing Bayan Giyung covering his face, Juya yelled a warning to her teammates. "That heat isn't a joke. Don't get close to it if you don't want to get burned. Fall back and wait for the heat to die down." Kong Jino scoffed and retracted the wave of energy. "Ha, retreating just because of this? You guys really are good at making people mad." Seeing that there was no longer any heat around Kong Jino, a member of the Hun team said, "The heat has all dissipated." The one next to him continued, "Maybe there's a cooldown time." After speaking, they nodded to each other in agreement. Seeing this, Juya quickly yelled, stopping them, "Wait, we need to analyze the situation further." But it was too late. Both of them charged at Kong Jino, who was standing still with his eyes closed. One of them said, "He probably needs time to recover his abilities." The one next to him agreed, "If we attack now, maybe we can inflict some damage." In response to the attacks of the two people from Hun School, Kong Jino suddenly opened his eyes. He snapped and yelled, "I said, you're making me angry, you little maggots." Kong Jino used one hand to grab their knees and the other to grab their wrists. A few seconds later, a blinding ray of light appeared. The two Hun School members were thrown to the ground by Kong Jino. The ground where they had fallen was dented in. One was holding his leg, and the other was holding his arm. Moaning in pain, "Kook, my arm." Jua's eyes widened as she looked at the scene in front of her. Thinking in fear, even though they were wearing armbands to absorb the shock, the residual shock was still enough to make them break their bones? He had contained the heat in his hands and used it as an attack. Looking at the heat gathering in Kong Jino's hands and the blank expression he had towards those who were on the ground, Juya felt a sudden sense of panic. "Huh? Wait, no way. He's definitely someone who will," she yelled in horror. "Everyone, we're going to rescue the injured first." As she said this, she ran towards Kong Jino, thinking, "It doesn't matter if you're injured or eliminated. He will still keep attacking." Seeing her trying to rescue the others, Kong Jino scornfully said, "What, are you trying to save those bugs?" He quickly swung his hand. A hot wave of heat flew toward Juya, and he yelled angrily, "Just try to do it." Seeing his actions, Juya asked in surprise, "He's using his fist to throw condensed heat?" But Juya was not one to be underestimated. She quickly dodged the heat waves in a zigzag pattern and got closer to Kong Jino. causing him to say with amusement, "I like your fighting style. Why don't you belong to me?" Kong Jino gathered the heat on his hands. His mocking smile stretched across his face, which made Juya angry. She retorted with hatred, "Do I really have to answer your disgusting questions?" It seemed like her attitude made him lose it. He said, "I was going to go easy on you." As he spoke, he swung his fist, which was filled with heat. Suddenly, the armor on Juya's body flashed brightly. Kong Jino's punch missed, landing on nothing. Kook. By this time, Juya had already grabbed the two injured teammates. She yelled at the others, "Move the injured to the outside. The whole team will attack him. Before that, make sure to defend yourselves well." Kong Jino was now truly angry. His words were filled with killing intent as he said through gritted teeth, "I'm getting annoyed." Juya's face showed apprehension mixed with vigilance. Kong Jino, now losing it, emitted a dense wave of heat all over his body. His voice was cold. "Should I beat you to death?" At this time, on the left flank of the battlefield, the advantage clearly leaned towards Kong Jino, while the Hun team seemed quite miserable. Several of their injured members were lying on the ground, their bodies emitting heat, clearly defeated by Kong Jino. Some of them were trying to move the injured away. Not far from them, Juya deployed a shield to withstand Kong Jino's fierce attacks. At this point, Juya was struggling, stubbornly using her shield that radiated a blue light to block the attacks. Kong Jino relentlessly punched at the shield, his heat energy constantly radiating out. He yelled angrily, "It's too tough." The situation wasn't looking good. The third-year students of Hun High School had all been defeated by Kong Jino. Only Juya was withstanding Kong Jino's punches. She couldn't help but worry. Just him alone took down all of the third years. "I have to stall for time until everyone recovers." Kong Jino angrily cursed, "You annoying bastard, are you just going to keep defending? Call out on Songho now." Juya was drenched in sweat, but she still said stubbornly, "You think you're worthy enough to meet our captain?" Those words were like fuel to Kong Jino's fire. He became ferocious, furiously punching at the shield. "I'll rip that mouth of yours apart." This made it extremely difficult for Juya to defend herself. Just then, a student from Hun High School called down to Juya from the cliff. "Juya, we've moved them out of here." Knowing that her teammates were safe, Juya felt relieved. She prepared to run away while saying to Kong Jino, "HMPH, I'm done playing with you. I'm leaving." But suddenly, something held her back, preventing her from moving. She was surprised and wondered, "Huh?" Kong Jino's cold voice rang out from above her. "Who said you could leave? Do you think I'm free enough to waste any more time?" At that moment, it was unfortunately too late. Juya's feet were already firmly planted into the ground, something that she didn't even realize had happened. She thought in shock, "When did my feet get buried into the ground?" Kong Jino suddenly appeared to Juya's right. His fist was raised high, and the heat he was emitting seemed to have tripled. "Since you're stuck there, what do you think of me attacking you from the side?" As soon as he finished speaking, he dealt a heavy blow to her shield, making it difficult for Juya to hold up. At the same time, Juya was calculating her next move. "My feet are stuck, making me off balance. It'll be hard to keep up the shield." Juya tried to reassure herself. "No, I can do this." However, while Juya was very strong-willed, her shield was not. It had already begun to crack after being hit by Kong Jino's punches. Seeing the numerous cracks all over the shield, Kong Jino paused. "What's this? The magic shield is breaking?" He suddenly leaned in, getting close to Juya's face. He put his hand on the shield. His eyes were red as he looked at her, saying, "Hey, armor girl, everyone's run away." Kong Jino's face was now very close to the shield. He let out an eerie smile. "You want to be buried alive first? Or should I just destroy this magic shield of yours? Tell me." Kong Jino's words made Juya's face turn pale. She thought in fear, "What should I do?" Not receiving an answer from Juya, Kong Jino got even more agitated. He slammed his fist on the shield while cursing. "Hey, are you ignoring me? You're making me angry again." But while he was doing this, far away in the sky, a large stone pillar was falling down with extremely high speed. The stone pillar crashed to the ground behind Kong Jino, very close to him. Immediately after, another stone pillar came flying down and crashed, making him jump back and dodge. The stone pillar had helped to separate Juya from him. A voice rang out above Juya. "Fall back now, senior." She was surprised. This voice, before she could finish her thoughts, Many large stones and other various materials of different sizes started to fall from the sky near where Juya was standing. Kong Jino wasn't happy when he saw this. He clicked his tongue regretfully. TCH, I was so close to finishing it. The continuous falling debris forced both Kong Jino and Juya to turn and flee, each in a different direction. The huge stone blocks slid off the edge of the cliff. They fell one after another, creating a cloud of dust. After running far enough, Juya reached the person who had helped her escape, none other than Bayan Gyeong. Seeing him throw a stone pillar, she said, "Thank you. I was able to retreat because of you." Bayan Gyeong immediately mocked her. "Ha, weren't you trying to show off the strength of the third years?" He continued, "The situation seemed pretty urgent, so I just threw everything I could." Juya looked at Bayan Gyeong's exhausted face, and his hands, which were covered in blood and constantly shaking. His protective armbands were broken and shattered. She said softly, "All right, then." Bayan Gyeong couldn't hold back and started to groan. That hurt. Seeing this, Juya didn't hesitate to praise him. "You are the most useful person on the left flank. You should rest now." Even though Bayan Gyeong was so tired that his face was pale, he still didn't soften his tone. He said, "Oh, so you finally realized." Immediately after, he didn't have time to say anything else, as he collapsed. Luckily, Juya was standing next to him and was able to catch him. She smiled, saying, "You would be more useful if you could fix that mouth of yours." At the same time, other third-year students came over to her to ask about her condition. "Juya, are you okay?" They looked at the scene, at the scattered rocks and other materials in front of them. Then, they asked her anxiously, "This side is blocked. What should we do? Should we move our forces towards the center?" But Juya said, "No. There's no guarantee that Unit 998 will be able to get through." She continued, "He won't be able to get through here easily, since he'll have to be cautious of Bayan Gyeong's attacks. But that attack on the left flank, which was part of the plan, is now blocked off." As she spoke, she handed Bayan Gyeong to another member of the team. Another young man asked, "What about Kong Jino? Was he defeated?" Juya glanced at the ruins not too far away and said softly, "With his abilities, avoiding it was easy. Now that he has confirmed that the captain isn't here, he will probably come from a different route." Upon hearing this, Shin Myunghyung asked, "Where do you think Kong Jino will go?" Juya made a prediction, but there was some certainty in her voice. If he has realized that the captain isn't on the front lines, then there's only one place he'll go to. To the center. Both Juya, on the left flank, and Park Jinsung, on the right flank, both uttered these three words. On the right flank, the squinty-eyed first year was standing in front of Jinsung. He asked, "He'll come here since we're the weakest team, right?" Jinsung sat on a stone, looking up slightly as he explained to him. He must have realized that our main forces are on the left flank, and that Songho is in the rear. And now that the first bridge has been destroyed, he doesn't need to care about the second and third bridges. He concluded, so, he'll go to the center, which is the closest and also the closest to the rear. Upon hearing Jinsung say that Kong Jino would head to the center, the squinty-eyed first year suddenly tensed up. He quickly asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" "We've temporarily held out by launching a surprise attack, but we've been stuck ever since they sent reinforcements." At this point, Park Jinsung became thoughtful. Then, he stood up and asked the squinty-eyed first year, "Squinty eyes, can you break through this impasse and change the war just with the first years?" The squinty-eyed first year asked in surprise. "What?" Jinsung explained, "Unit 998 will return to the center. To prevent that, we need to break through this impasse." Jinsung's words shocked the squinty-eyed first year even more. He asked in disbelief, "Are you planning to go to the center with these kids?" Without any hesitation, Jinsung affirmed, "Yeah, if the first years can hold up." The squinty-eyed first year took a quick glance at the first-year students and contemplated. After a moment, he happily agreed with Jinsung. "Let's try it. Squad 1 will push back all the attacks." Jinsung immediately praised him. "Sounds good." At the same time, he secretly encouraged himself. Even a person as irresponsible as him is trying this hard. I have to test my limits. Meanwhile, the squinty-eyed first year turned to the group of first-year students, shouting, "Squad 1, gather at the command point." At this time, the scene changed to the center of the battlefield. Kim Sion had a horn growing out of her head. Annoyed, she asked Sergeant. Bayan Gyeong said that, "Huh? You're exaggerating, right?" Sergeant smiled, trying to make peace, saying, "He's also a squad leader. You know, you're being too harsh." Hearing what Sergeant had said, Kim Sion pointed her sword towards the 998 team. She said seriously, "So you're saying the plan on the left flank has failed, and now our weight at the center is the key decision? It seems we have to try harder now. We have to beat them before Kong Jino arrives." Seeing this, Sergeant, who was standing behind her, excitedly raised his fist. The faces of the 998 team were tense. Among them was Yuk Dongo, the one who defeated Senior On Songho. The one with the ponytail on the 998 team yelled at Yuk Dongo. "Hey Yuk Dongo, use your idiot quickly and stop her." Yuk Dongo cried. "Ah, how can I do that? Every time I try to increase my weight, she always attacks in the middle. I'll get cut up. I can't do it." Remembering the times before when he used his Edia, Kim Sion always slashed him, which made him feel afraid. The one with the ponytail looked pale as he said through gritted teeth, "If Kong Jino finds out we were stopped by just one person, he will kill us first." Yuk Dongo was helpless. He stammered, But she's the one who took down 200 of our people all by herself." He looked at the battlefield on Hun's side. There, only Kim Sion was standing proudly, sword in hand, and yet it was her alone that made the members of 998 cautious and hesitant to move forward. Kim Sion clutched her sword tightly. Behind her, the silhouette of a monster appeared, with 2 large fangs and 2 horns on its head. "That was her Edia," she said. "That's fine, because you guys are fighting against the strongest person of Hun High School." The White Jade Fairy, Yuk Dongo, scared to the point of turning pale, said weakly, "Hyek, maybe we should retreat and wait for Jin-no." But before Yuk Dongo could finish his sentence, Kong Jin-no suddenly appeared behind him, asking coldly, "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing him, Yuk Dongo stammered, "Jin-no." Seeing that Kong Jin-no had arrived, Kim Sion thought, "Kong Jin-no, he's here? I thought it would take him longer." Kong Jin-no slowly approached, saying, "You're that famous fairy, right?" He scoffed. His attitude was extremely disdainful. "The strongest, huh? You stone pavers all say the same things." Then, he quickly approached Kim Sion. His fists were covered in a layer of heat. He said angrily. His fist was already in front of Kim Sion. "It's so irritating how you weaklings always say the same things." Kong Jin-no punched her, and even though she managed to block it with her sword, she was still pushed backward. Sion was sent flying. She was surprised. She thought to herself, "I thought I would be able to block it, but that attack blew me away." Based on the attack just now, his combat ability is also at level A. Sion evaluated quietly. She said, "There's no other way. I wanted to avoid using this with all the cameras around. But if I lose because I didn't use it, I'll have to listen to all the complaints." As she spoke, a light was emitted from her body. The clothing she had on also slowly began to change. Her jacket transformed into a long cloak. Sion smiled and continued, "But if I lose because I didn't use it, I'll have to listen to all the complaints." She had clearly activated her unique Edia to create a magnificent armor. The front of the armor looked like a monster with 2 glowing blue eyes, combined with the horn on her head and the sword in her hand. It made her look even fiercer. Kong Jin-no looked at Kim Sion. He mocked, "Does Hun High School have a rule that all the female students have to wear armor on the wall?" Kong Jin-no's expression was full of disdain. He continued arrogantly, "I also just defeated a kid wearing shiny armor like that." Hearing this, Kim Sion smiled, her gaze full of ridicule as she replied, "It seems like you're talking about Senior Juya." After saying that, Kim Sion dashed towards him. She held her sword, and with a cold voice, continued, "Although we're both wearing armor, I'm at a completely different level." Seeing this, Kong Jin-no smiled. His hand clenched into a fist. He covered his fist with power. Then, he responded with disdain, "What do you mean? You're different? You'll get crushed by this punch too. Brat." Kong Jin-no swung his fist hard at Kim Sion. Kim Sion replied coldly, "I already warned you." His fist was blocked by her cloak. Seeing this, he exclaimed in shock, "What?" After blocking his attack, Kim Sion retaliated by swinging her sword. Kong Jin-no was quick to dodge it. As he flew back, he exclaimed, "Kook." Kong Jin-no landed on the ground. He said to her in shock, "Using your cloak to block it and then counter-attacking with your weapon? Not too bad." Hearing this, Kim Sion replied, I don't have the technique to please you." Kong Jino, upon hearing her words, had become angry. He gritted his teeth and continued, "Ha, you're the type of person who knows how to annoy people." He stood up, gathering his power into both of his arms. Then he yelled, "You're making me annoyed." Kong Jino swung his arms, releasing 2 attacks at the same time. He then said with disdain, "Why don't you try to use that amazing cloak of yours to block these attacks too?" His attacks came flying at Kim Sion. She started to analyze the situation in her mind. A wide-range attack creating a lot of heat energy. If I dodge it, those behind me will get hurt. After thinking this, she replied seriously, "I won't let that happen." She then used her power to control her cloak. Kim Sion used her cloak to block Kong Jino's attack. After the attack was blocked, Kim Sion mocked Kong Jino happily. "I guess that's how you used to bully the third years. But it won't work with me." By this point, he was extremely furious. He yelled, "You brat, you've really made me angry." Then he said, before he even finished, he was already right in front of her. He landed a strong punch on her. Then Kong Jino yelled, "Ah, I told you to be good and back down." Kim Sion, having quickly dodged his attack, was now standing ready for another round. She looked at him and started to think. His idea uses his anger as energy. If he can maintain his anger, then he can keep attacking without tiring himself out. If that was the case, then there were only 2 ways to win. One is to stop his anger, she thought. A look of determination flashed in her eyes. Then, she continued to think. The other is to defeat him in 1 hit. Kim Sion rushed towards him. And at this moment, she had split herself into 3 people. All 3 attacked simultaneously, making Kong Jino panic. He raised his hands to defend and said in confusion, "What? Why are there suddenly 3 of you?" Kong Jino was forced back by her attacks. He cried out in pain. ACKK. At this point, the 2 clones slowly disappeared. She looked at Kong Jino with contempt, and said, "What do you mean? You've been possessed by a fairy?" At this time, Kong Jino was sitting on the ground in discomfort. He looked at Kim Sion in resentment, saying, "Damn it, how could something like that even exist?" Yu Dongo ran over to him and asked anxiously, "Jino, are you okay?" Upon seeing Yu Dongo, Kong Jino frowned. He looked at Yu Dongo and asked unhappily, "Hey, what the hell happened with the left flank?" Hearing this, Yu Dongo replied in a panic, Calling them over now will be too dangerous. We should wait a little longer." Hearing Yu Dongo's explanation, he got even more furious. He gritted his teeth, his whole body radiating killing intent. Kong Jino asked Yu Dongo, "Are you disobeying me?" Seeing his expression, as if he was about to swallow him whole, Yu Dongo became scared. He quickly replied, "Hick, I understand. I'll contact them first." Kim Sion, hearing their conversation, was confused. She said coldly, "The left flank?" Suddenly, Kim Sion realized something. Kim Sion looked into the distance, towards where the rest of Kong Jino's teammates were standing. Seeing this, she thought in confusion, "What is it? The wall is too far away for a long-range team, isn't it?" Then Kim Sion realized something. She thought in panic, "Wait, the left flank?" At this moment, a different path was slowly being created. Seeing this, Kim Sion was even more shocked. She thought in disbelief, "They're using the difference in elevation to use their idea to control nature. At this rate, our center and back lines will be taken." A blonde-haired girl, having seen this situation, immediately ordered everyone, retreat to the entrance immediately. Don't let the enemies gain the upper hand in the back." By this time, Kong Jino's teammates had already started to slide down below. Seeing this, Kim Sion panicked. She thought, "They're sliding down too fast. If our guys retreat to the back, they'll have no strength left. Then, we'll be in a disadvantageous position." Suddenly, Kong Jino charged towards her. He angrily yelled, "Where are you looking? You should be playing with me." Seeing this, Kim Sion was shocked. She quickly summoned 2 clones of herself and yelled, "Ku, fairy replication." Kong Jino, seeing this, used his ability, Mud. Kim Sion, unable to defend in time, cried out, "Kook." Seeing her like this, Kong Jino was surprised. He said in confusion, "You're weaker than before? It seems that armor consumes a lot of your energy." Upon hearing this, her face became serious. Then Kong Jino continued to taunt her, asking with disdain, "I'm right in front of you. And your left flank is right behind you. What are you going to do now? Hearing his question, she replied coldly, if I defeat you and your forces behind me. Before she could finish, Kong Jino interrupted. Acting tough now is useless. Kim Si-won's face started to turn pale. Her face was ashen. Seeing this, Kong Jino could hardly speak. Look at your face. You can't even last 5 minutes. Kim Si-won, seeing the current situation, started to think again, as expected of a military advisor training team. At the very least, I had to defeat this bastard. Suddenly, a loud scream came from behind. ACKKK. What? Who are these lunatics? Kim Si-won was startled when she heard this. She looked behind her in confusion. At this time, the noisy group that always followed Park Jinsung had defeated the group that Kong Jino had sent over. One of them said firmly, "You won't get past us." Seeing this, Kim Si-won was happy. She thought, it's his group, isn't it? Then I can do whatever I want now. Kong Jino by this point had noticed that group too. Annoyed, he asked her, "Who are those weaklings?" Upon hearing his words, Kim Si-won's face turned dark. Her eyes were sharp. She said coldly to him, "Watch your words. Those guys are my boyfriend's friends. And he is going to be my potential husband." After hearing her explanation, Kong Jino was confused. He openly mocked her, saying, "Husband? Ha, you're already playing house even though you're just a high school student." Then, Kong Jino used his power again. He said with a bored tone, "I'm leaving." At this point, his feet were covered in a bluish light. He continued to mock her. "I only fought you because you looked okay. But it seems like I was just wasting my time." Kong Jino looked at Kim Si-won with disdain. His voice was cold as he said, "Anyway, you're not useful anymore. Let's end this." At that moment, a glowing panel appeared. On it, the technique that Kong Jino was currently using was displayed. Indignation from being ignored. EDIA ranking, A++. Overall combat capability, A+. Tier 3, unique, enhances power in the legs. Kim Si-won felt something. She thought in panic. The atmosphere changed. The temperature has gotten colder. Suddenly, Kong Jino disappeared. He quickly appeared next to Kim Si-won. Kong Jino kicked Kim Si-won. She managed to block it because of her fast reflexes. Kim Si-won looked at Kong Jino in shock. She thought in surprise, "A kick? He's changed his way of attacking." His power and speed were no longer the same as before. She continued to think, "One kick from Kong Jino pushed me far away." Kong Jino stood in front of her. Now ready for battle, he said to her, "I'll end this soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Jino charged. The two of them traded blows. Suddenly, Kong Jino's face darkened. His eyes became sharp. Annoyed, he said, "Instead of stopping that annoying armor of yours, I should just block your weapon." Suddenly, Kim Si-won jumped backwards, crying out, "Kook." Seeing this, Kong Jino was confused. He exclaimed, Kim Si-won stood up. She said seriously to Kong Jino, "Yeah, you're right. I still need to practice with this armor more." She continued, "But everyone here will be fine without me." Hearing this, Kong Jino was confused. He asked her in bewilderment, "What, are you surrendering? Who gave you the right to run away?" Kim Si-won raised her sword. She said calmly to him, "Who am I to ask?" As soon as she finished her sentence, the armor on her body disappeared. The power she radiated began to swirl around her body. The power slowly flowed down her blade, wrapping around the tip of it. The sword in Kim Si-won's hand suddenly grew a massive blade tip. She said slowly to Kong Jino, "It's me. Who else would it be?" Kong Jino watched as Kim Si-won raised her sword, directing a surge of power towards the sky. He frowned and asked, "Is that a smart move? Do you think I would fall for such an obvious attack?" Si-won curled her lip, her face just as arrogant. "Your learning abilities are still lacking." "Huh? You saw the power of it just now." Then one, then two, and then three versions of Si-won appeared. The energy emanating from her grew larger and larger. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, Jino slowly backed away to defend himself. Even though his face was still unwilling, his words said otherwise. "It seems that move isn't as ordinary as it looks." Seeing that he was successfully intimidated, Si-won immediately released her power, yelling, "If you know that much, then just obediently accept this attack and leave." Suddenly, the three sources of power converged into one point, sending energy towards their opponent. It was truly powerful, enough to create a massive explosion. the surrounding area filled with smoke and dust. Having defeated her opponent, Sion still didn't forget to glare. Her expression showed that she was still not satisfied. Her teammates, at this time, poked their heads out and ran over, cheering. Wow, Madam is number 1. She took out Unit 998's ace in just one move. Sion, her hands on her hips, looked at the battlefield. It's a shame I couldn't defeat them all at once. This made the other two stunned. Yes, ma'am. Sion's gaze shifted. Her face was pensive. If Kong Jino had defended, the shockwave wouldn't have been able to reach those 998 brats in the back. She pictured the scene of Jino jumping down the cliff. That Kong Jino doesn't care if his allies are behind him. He probably jumped down the cliff right before the attack hit. Even from such a high distance, with the heat energy and his stamina, he can land without any problems. Hearing this, her teammates were throwing praises. Wow, that's impressive. If it were our captain, she would sacrifice herself to block it. Of course, we all would have blocked it together. Feeling like someone was missing, Sion asked, now that I think about it, where did that annoying guy go? Underneath the huge cliff, Kong Jino landed, sighing in relief. Phew, that was way too dangerous. He fixed his hair while slowly approaching his teammates. They looked like they were worried about something, seeing their plan to stall for time without any progress. He yelled, "What's wrong, Hitchik? Why are you still here? I've stalled for so much time." Yu Dongo responded fearfully. "Why yes, Hick, the thing is, in front of the stairs." At the stairs, a person sat. He said, "You finally arrived." Park Jinsung sat there, his hand on his knee, exuding arrogance, with a content smile on his face. "While I was waiting, I heard that your training was over." Huh? Without any invitations, the two of them went straight into a battle of skill, creating a contrasting red and blue. Neither one of them gave the other an inch. Jinno's eyes widened as he asked, "You're that F-class assassin, right? Did you wait to get revenge for that bastard?" Hearing this, Jinsung didn't even bother to answer properly. He just smiled lazily to brush it off. Jinno continued, "You have good instincts for predicting our secret infiltration under the cliff." Feeling like this guy was talking too much, Jinsung began to complain, playing with his dagger. "Are you tired? You're talking too much. You're talking as if you're hiding something huge." Feeling mocked by his opponent, Jinno's face darkened, the veins on his forehead becoming visible. He raised his hand to rub his neck. His expression became increasingly grim. "The drones won't go under the cliff, will they? To be killed in an accident probably wouldn't be so bad." Enjoying this situation, Jinsung poked him. "If you can kill me, then give it a try." Like an animal whose itch had been scratched, Jinno dashed forward, his power explosive. "Just you wait." He charged forward at the speed of light, preparing to strike. Jinsung calmly, without lifting a hand, neutralized his attack. He casually tossed Jinno into the air, making it clear that this fight wasn't a fair one. Seeing an opening, Kong Jino landed a strong kick on Jinsung, but his attack was blocked by Jinsung as well. Looking at the weaker opponent, Jinsung said with a cold face, "You're struggling this much, yet you're still so arrogant?" Seeing his attacks fail, Jinno backed away. That bastard, dusting his arms as if to get rid of the dirt. It was unclear whether he was dusting off the dirt or just trying to provoke the crazy guy in front of him. Jinsung added, "Fight properly. Kong Jino, you're still hiding your power, right?" As if he wanted to crush the brat to death. Jinno gnashed his teeth, growling, "You always have to make me angry. Come on, don't regret it later." Unable to control himself and acting recklessly, Jinno warned the group behind him, "I'm going to use Tier 4. Get out of here." Seeing him about to recklessly make a move, Yu Dongo tried to advise him. "Wait, Jinno, if it's Tier 4, then except for On Songho, you have to get the supervisor's permission first." But it was too late. The black leopard had already been provoked. There was no way to stop him. Jinno brushed back his hair and smiled a sinister smile. "Take care of him first, then report it later. This brat's power is far beyond my imagination." Feeling helpless and unable to persuade him, Dongo turned to the others. "Hick, he's really going to use Tier 4. Everyone, run away. At this rate, even we will get caught up." Not caring about these weaklings, Jinsung pointed towards the stairs. "Oh, those are the people from Unit 998. If you want to run away, you should go that way." "What? That's the path to your rear," Dongo said in suspicion. Hearing those guys talking on and on, Jinsung said, "If you're not going to go, then how about we just fight each other here?" Even though they were angry, they were too scared to die. So they gritted their teeth and ran off with the soldiers. "Hick, we're going." Jin-no held out his hand, his voice flat as he gave a final warning. "I don't know what you're planning, but it's too late. Try to survive properly." As soon as he finished, his wild eyes lit up with a purple light. Jin-no yelled, "Power surge." The system announced, "Indignation from being forgotten. Overall combat ability A+++. The heat energy representing the wild, furious indignation of Tier 4 reflects a single-minded determination to attack. In 1 year's time, the current maximum growth will double and cause an explosion." Jin-no's power was expanding its territory more and more. This isn't good. Another message popped up. In 1 year's time, the current maximum growth will double and cause an explosion. Those with lower emotional limits than the user will not be able to touch the heat. And only the heat can unilaterally carry out the user's physical strength. The user in Tier 4 will go mad and lose their reason. Jinsung grimaced at what was happening in front of him. Jin-no rushed towards Jinsung. Without another word, Jin-no raised his leg, preparing to kick Jinsung in the face. "Hurt!" Jinsung cried out as he used his daggers to block Jin-no's leg. Then the battle became one-sided. Jin-no kicked the ground, shattering the concrete below and sending Jinsung flying. The force of the attack launched him far away. Jinsung quickly concluded, "The level of attack has definitely changed." Not wanting to give Jinsung a chance to run, Jin-no landed right in front of him, laughing like a madman. He raised his hand, gathering energy into it. Jinsung's expression became even more grim. Boom! The force of the attack shook the earth. Gray smoke filled the air. Only Jinsung was quick enough to retreat to save his life. Hurt. Jin-no continued to laugh, looking truly terrifying. He let out a loud "ack." Seeing the monster charge towards him again, Jinsung had to go back to a defensive stance. What is this? It had been restrained. He looked at his hand as he once again used his punching attack. Jin-no's smile was close to turning into a grimace. Another explosion went off. It was unclear whether it was Jinsung or Jin-no screaming. The ground slumped towards the forest on the other side. This was the first time that Jinsung had received such heavy blows. Things weren't as simple as he had thought. Normally, the heat energy would spread out and unleash its maximum power. It was so troublesome. If it was released from above, even Sion wouldn't be able to handle it. Jin-no immediately flew to Jinsung's location, realizing that he was no longer conscious. His mouth kept laughing and making ha noises. Jinsung had to be cautious. What if it were Kong Jin-no's personality? Then he would force others to submit with violence. "I won't fight while being in this state of unconsciousness." But, immediately trying to calm his spirit, Jinsung grinned, self-satisfied. "Even so, he's finally become a worthy opponent for me to test out this power." Park Jinsung suddenly stood up, surprising Kong Jin-no. A red glow radiated from Jinsung's body. "The demon is back. The one who gets to laugh now is me." Jinsung swung his sword high into the air. Something was happening. By this point, everything around Park Jinsung was covered in the color of blood. The monster within him had been awakened. A victorious smile spread across his face. With a battle cry, he said, "Welcome, my friend. Let's have some fun together." Juke Dongo urgently told his teammates, "Let's finish this quickly before Jin-no gets into trouble using the 4th stage." Another teammate was doubtful. "But isn't something a little weird? Why haven't we encountered any defensive teams on the way here? Their tactics might be bad, but this is too bad." Hearing this, Juke Dongo also questioned it. "I don't know either." In the distance, Juke Dongo saw someone. It was on Songho. "I didn't receive any reports that the front lines had been completely destroyed." Just as expected, 998 created a hidden path beforehand. Everyone became wary. Is that on Songho? Did they leave their strongest in the rear? Radar. Scan the area with Idea. Be ready for a surprise attack now. Songho faced the group and replied, "I'm here alone. There's no one else." One person spoke up. "You think we'll believe that?" Ignoring the remark, Songho cracked his knuckles. "It's up to you whether you believe me or not. But I'm waiting for you." Yuke Dongo. The others were suspicious. "Yuke Dongo? Are you sure there's no one else around? No matter how many times I use my Idea to search, I can't find anyone else." Hearing this, Yu Dongo felt relieved. Well then, there's no problem. How could Songho possibly beat me? As Yu Dongo finished speaking, Songho used his skill. I will definitely catch you. In the blink of an eye, he moved behind Yu Dongo. Songho easily knocked out 3 of Yu Dongo's teammates. Yu Dongo became more tense. You might be able to defeat the others, but that doesn't matter because you can't beat me. It would have been better if the dagger user was here protecting this place instead of you. Dagger? I see now, Songho replied. Yu Dongo regained his composure. Well, if I defeat you, we're guaranteed to win. Songho smirked, ignoring Yu Dongo. So, you came up with this plan. Yu Dongo used his skill and rushed at Songho. I'm not the only one leveling up. Skill description. I'm not the only one leveling up. Idea level. B overall combat ability. C increases the weight of both you and your opponent. Increases the mass of the items the opponent is carrying. Maximum weight increase ratio, 20 times. Yu Dongo pushed Songho back a bit, but Songho directly withstood it effortlessly. Huh? Yu Dongo was surprised by Songho's ability. Songho calmly said, that day, I was defeated by you. I kept thinking about the reason for my loss. Every night, Songho tormented himself. Was it because I was exhausted after training? Or was it because this wasn't the right matchup for my idea? Songho's hand tightened on Yu Dongo's shirt. No. He slowly lifted Yu Dongo up. All those words were just excuses. This surprised Yu Dongo. Huh? Songho realized his weakness. It's just that I wasn't strong enough to defeat you. Songho lifted Yu Dongo high above his head while Yu Dongo was still using his skill. Affected by Yu Dongo's skill, Songho's feet sank deep into the ground, while Yu Dongo still couldn't believe what was happening. Am me being lifted off the ground? This has to be impossible. A light of determination flashed in Songho's eyes. Then he threw Yu Dongo hard to the ground, creating a loud explosion. At the same time, Park Jinsung was fighting Kong Jino. Ahaha. Park Jinsung laughed wickedly. He thought to himself as he faced Kong Jino. I'd like to take it easy on you. Park Jinsung's eyes flashed red, as if he had found his prey. But I can't. In an instant, Park Jinsung closed in on Kong Jino. An explosion occurred, sending Kong Jino flying a distance away. Kong Jino was propelled away, his body slamming into a cliff face. Dust billowing everywhere. In the cloud of dust, Kong Jino gritted his teeth, growing angrier and roaring. The purple aura around Kong Jino amplified outwards. Park Jinsung still wore a smile, continuously using his daggers to block Kong Jino's aura. I knew it. It can't be helped, he thought. Park Jinsung's eyes turned bloodshot, showing a clear thirst for blood. Because if I took it easy, I wouldn't be able to kill you. Park Jinsung and Kong Jino charged at each other simultaneously. Park Jinsung and Kong Jino faced off in midair. Park Jinsung raising his weapon while Kong Jino's body was enveloped in a purple aura. The battle between the two was so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow it. Only streaks of light constantly colliding and moving. After a while, Kong Jino flew into the sky to keep his distance while Park Jinsung hid in the cloud of dust. Kong Jino's body was now covered in cuts. Kong Jino roared. Kong Jino's aura then changed shape. Kong Jino's aura continuously attacked Park Jinsung, but Park Jinsung dodged them all. While dodging, Park Jinsung narrowed the gap with Kong Jino. In an instant, Park Jinsung appeared behind Kong Jino, who also realized it. A murderous glint flashed in Park Jinsung's eyes, a wicked smile on his face. Kong Jino instantly attacked Park Jinsung. ACKK. Park Jinsung immediately lunged toward Kong Jino. Face to face, Park Jinsung taunted Kong Jino. ACCCK. What should I do if I don't kill you now? Immediately, Park Jinsung unleashed a powerful blow, causing Kong Jino to slam hard into the ground. ACKKK. Kong Jino lay sprawled on the ground. Park Jinsung landed beside him. Park Jinsung was somewhat disappointed. Is it over already? How boring. Kong Jino was frightened. Every time Park Jinsung approached, Kong Jino instinctively moved away. Where do you think you're going? You need to say, ACKKK. Don't you? Aren't you going to groan anymore? Park Jinsung stopped right in front of Kong Jino, radiating killing intent, his right hand raising his dagger and saying, this time, you can even use a different pink cloud than before. Park Jinsung thought to himself. Let's end this. Then he stabbed the dagger toward Kong Jino. Kong Jino, terrified, resisted desperately, shouting, "Ah!" An explosion appeared. Kong Jino's aura disappeared, fearfully closing his eyes while Park Jinsung pinned the dagger to the ground. Park Jinsung sighed. Phew, I finally eliminated his idea. Park Jinsung's dagger was only a few centimeters away from Kong Jino's lower body. Park Jinsung was slightly surprised. Unbelievable. I couldn't eliminate it when you were feeling horny. If you hadn't lost your will to fight, you might have died already. Now, Kong Jino seemed to regain consciousness. Huh? Kong Jino felt the pain from his wounds. ACKKK. What's wrong with this injury? Park Jinsung still didn't understand Kong Jino's reaction. Huh? Kong Jino continued. Why did my idea suddenly turn off? Realizing something from Kong Jino's words, Park Jinsung was somewhat admiring. You lose your memory when you reach the 4th stage? How envious. I remember all my terrible memories. While Kong Jino was trying to grasp the situation, Park Jinsung continued. I heard you once defeated Senior On Songho. Park Jinsung was a little disappointed. So, I was really looking forward to a match with you. I'm really disappointed. Kong Jino. Hearing On Songho's name, Kong Jino snapped. How dare you compare me to that guy? Suddenly, Kong Jino's body shook uncontrollably. Kong Jino asked Park Jinsung in confusion. What's going on? Why am I suddenly trembling so much? Park Jinsung put away his weapon, replying calmly, it seems like your instincts still remember even though you don't have any memories of what happened. Park Jinsung glanced at Kong Jino with disdain. Well, I've done what I needed to do. You should go and do what you need to do. Kong Jino. Kong Jino choked. Kook. Kong Jino ran away. You'll regret not finishing things here. Class F assassin. Park Jinsung didn't seem to pay much attention to Kong Jino's words. Who knows? That will definitely not happen. After running away from Park Jinsung, Kong Jino moved to Park Jinsung's rear. There, Kong Jino encountered Songho. Songho turned and glanced at Kong Jino, thinking to himself, defeating you is the role of a senior. Seeing Juke Dongo lying on the ground, Kong Jino was confused. What's wrong with Hekik? What did you do? Songho calmly replied, just as you see, Kong Jino. I had a battle with Juke Dongo, and I won. Kong Jino didn't believe it. No way you can beat Hekik. I'm asking what kind of trick you used. Songho casually replied, nothing. I'm just stronger today. That's all. Hearing those words, Kong Jino became even more suspicious. That's ridiculous. How can a stepping stone possibly? Hekik must have made some mistake. Kong Jino then observed Songho. Noticing his injured left arm, he said triumphantly, anyway, one of your arms is injured. How are you going to stop me now? Kong Jino then provoked Songho. You can't beat me. Songho took off his jacket, saying slowly, it's a bit difficult to defeat you in this state. Kong Jino asked curiously, what's with that jacket? Songho explained, a type of training jacket containing sandbags. Hearing that, Kong Jino scoffed. It doesn't look like it makes much of a difference even if you take it off. Before he could finish, the training jacket fell to the ground with a loud thud. Kong Jino became wary. How can a jacket falling make such a loud sound? Don't tell me, you were enduring Hekik's idea while wearing that jacket? Songho didn't pay attention to Kong Jino's words, starting to use his idea. We're both injured. The current situation is fair for both of us. How can a guy like you? Before Kong Jino could finish his sentence, Songho closed in on Kong Jino, gripping his shirt tightly. Kong Jino couldn't avoid it. Damn it, Kook. Kong Jino was thrown away by Songho. Immediately, Kong Jino got up while keeping his distance from Songho. This bastard dares to challenge me? Kong Jino then used his idea on his legs. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Songho. Die, stepping stone. The two ideas collided, causing an explosion. Songho blocked Kong Jino's kick with one hand, saying casually, I kept wondering about the attack in the alley. Why didn't you do anything yourself? Yang Dongo held Kong Jino's leg tightly with one hand. But with this attack, I understand. I've gradually become stronger over the past 3 years. But you haven't changed much compared to 3 years ago. Songho's words made Kong Jino even angrier. You mean I didn't participate in that because I was scared? Purple aura erupted around Kong Jino. How dare a stepping stone say that? Songho remained expressionless, gripping Kong Jino's leg tightly. Immediately, Kong Jino used his strength to kick Songho into the mountainside. From the hazy cloud of dust, Songho stood up, unharmed, from the kick just now. Songho suddenly understood Kong Jino's power. That's your Idea's secret? A combat technique that steals your awareness but helps you increase your strength? Kong Jino's body was covered in purple aura, charging at Songho. Ah, Songho calmly said, that's a mistake, Kong Jino. Songho lightly dodged Kong Jino's attack. You should know about my combat technique. Kahik. Kong Jino's shirt was gripped tightly by Songho. Songho then threw Kong Jino toward the cliff face. The collision caused Kong Jino to vomit a mouthful of fresh blood. Kok, Songho explained, a judo technique that uses the opponent's own strength. If you lose awareness and rely on your own strength to attack me, it's too easy for me to defeat you. Songho approached Kong Jino, who was lying unconscious on the ground. I won. Kong Jino. What a boring ending. Noticing Park Jinsung watching, Songho said loudly, since everything is over, don't hide anymore. Come out. Park Jinsung. Park Jinsung approached Songho, somewhat flustered. Ehehe. As expected of a senior. When did you notice me? Songho then replied, I knew you were following Kong Jino up here. Songho questioned Park Jinsung. So, you made this plan? What is going on? Park Jinsung spoke. About that, you should have pressed 998's button. Songho continued, but looking at the way you acted, you must have known I wouldn't do that, right? Park Jinsung couldn't say anything more. Indeed, according to the training regulations, after defeating Yuk Dongo, I had to be eliminated because my left hand is injured. Songho looked toward Kong Jino and continued, if Kong Jino came here with his bracelet intact, I would have to let him pass. Songho turned away. Now, I'll step back here. So, Songho turned to look at Park Jinsung. You should finish it. Okay, Park Jinsung? Hearing that, Park Jinsung saluted in a military style and said to Songho, yes, there's no other way. I'll quickly finish it and return immediately. In another location, Park Jinsung's team was surrounded by Team 998. Squinty eyes and the others forced a smile. Ehehe, we'll keep fighting until you all fall down. One of the besiegers then spoke up. Damn it, we don't have time. If we can't defeat these zombie bastards, we'll only get the remaining small fish. Everyone, prepare. Before he could finish, a dark shadow suddenly flashed past. Park Jinsung appeared, in the blink of an eye knocking out most of the besiegers. The small fish have arrived. Seeing Park Jinsung, Squinty eyes and the others shouted with joy. Captain, Park Jinsung praised. You guys have held out until now. You've done very well. Park Jinsung asked, what's the situation? Park Jinsung's subordinate then replied, the professor has retreated. We've also been pushed back a bit. But now that you're back, if we can hold out for another 30 minutes, we'll win. Park Jinsung pondered and said, another 30 minutes? Will that be enough for us to break through? Hearing that, Squinty eyes became a little tense. Huh? We have to break through? Park Jinsung explained, because Senior Songho said that we have to finish this. So, Park Jinsung's subordinates felt it was a bit difficult. But that's too much. Park Jinsung thought to himself, if we had more time, it would be possible. But now there are only about 30 minutes left. Park Jinsung calculated the possibilities. Even if I use the killing intent state, it won't help. Now, I should only think about what's possible. Park Jinsung wondered, I need to expand my control range. Should I use my legs to increase speed or my left hand to increase strength? No. Park Jinsung closed his eyes and thought, what I need most now is. Slowly opening his eyes, Park Jinsung had found a way to win. Eyes that can see through the battlefield. Skill description. A part of a killer. Idea rank, A-. Overall combat ability, A+. Manipulation area. Eyes. By focusing on an opponent, you can detect their weaknesses and idea. You can find a way to defeat the opponent, however. It will only apply to the most difficult method. 2 members on Team 998 were wondering about the current situation. The Hun guys aren't moving. They'll win if they continue to hold out for the next 30 minutes. Do you think they'll move? We couldn't reach Jino and Dongo. So we lost. But it's almost a loss anyway. We should avoid getting hurt. Hey, one of them is running over here. One member of 998 wondered. Huh? What crazy guy is charging alone? From a distance, Team 998 felt the murderous eyes directed at them. Huh? Damn it. Who is that guy? His eyes are crazy. In a room, Siwon's grandfather and Bratislava were talking. Siwon's grandfather held a teacup, feeling a little uneasy. What do you think of that kid? Bratislava confidently replied, I'm sure I will win. Bratislava explained further. The weapon that Jinsung uses is simply a sword. While the conversation took place, Park Jinsung was charging alone into Kong Jino's rear. Bratislava said, so, there is no way I can lose. Hearing the answer, Siwon's grandfather felt somewhat relieved. At least you should have that kind of confidence before hoping I'll marry my granddaughter to you. Even if you are on the path of swordsmanship, there are still too many shortcomings. And wearing armor is too ridiculous. The Jade Elf of the Kim family is not someone he can touch. Bratislava reassured Siwon's grandfather. There's nothing to worry about. Clan head. The announcement rang out. 998's cargo box has been captured. The Hun Special Training Team is the winning team. Park Jinsung raised the red flag taken from 998's cargo box. Park Jinsung smiled confidently. Bratislava continued, I will take responsibility with Miss Sion. 998 had ambushed Hun's strongest student, An Songho, and started a large-scale friendly sparring training elimination. On the left is the one who had shown excellent performance with his powerful Idea. Bayan Gyeong, the one who had proven that the allies were deceiving and had led the squadron with his incredible defensive ability. Juya, a freshman who had blocked the opponent squadron's advantage with his still lacking ability. Jade Elf, Kim Saeun, vividly showed her strength in the exam. The one who had successfully taken revenge and regained the title of strongest in Korean high schools. An Songho, an absolute victory despite the threefold difference in strength. But what was drawing attention was, with just the mediocre rank D plus Idea, the zombie army, the ones who were thought to be the bottom feeders, had gained attention from everyone. And, possessing the rank F Idea, F assassin, Park Jinsung, even though he was just the lowest ranked student. Rank F he had personally broken through the encirclement formed by several hundred rank B students. Seeing him raise the flag of victory, the students who had given up due to their low rank were greatly encouraged. Right now, Park Jinsung was still getting his shoulder patted repeatedly. His expression a bit reluctant. The one patting his shoulder while loudly boasting to the media was none other than the principal. Ha ha ha. Officer Park Jinsung is the pride of Hun Special Training High School. Today's excellent award from Hun Special Training High School will belong to Officer Park. Park Jinsung. Inside, Park Jinsung was not very comfortable. It's really uncomfortable for the principal to do this. The principal, who discriminates based on the Idea rank of the students, is very slippery at taking advantage of moments when he needs to save face like this. And a new trend had emerged at Hun Special Training High School. Burst training. Therefore, the HT Club, the starting point of this burst. Songho stood watching Park Jinsung from afar, smiling. I knew it. That lovely kid, Park Jinsung, has steadily increased the number of members. After everything was over, Park Jinsung was walking with Kim Sion, scratching his head while sighing. I want to live in peace. Kim Sion, walking leisurely beside him, replied, now do you understand my pain? Now, the only thing left is you. Mr. Extra, please marry me. Park Jinsung stopped and turned to look at Kim Sion with disgust. Since when did the topic shift here? Kim Sion teased him. What? I said I would treat you well. Let's live together while avoiding reporters. Park Jinsung just bluntly replied. Treat me well, my ass. I don't want to be bossed around anymore. Hearing that, Kim Sion got annoyed. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to die. So I just need to kill you. Just as Kim Sion grabbed Park Jinsung's neck to beat him up, a voice interrupted them. Huh, it's Senior Park Jinsung. Hearing the name Park Jinsung, the others crowded around. Huh, where is he? Wow, it's F Assassin. Jade Elf is also standing next to him. Kim Sion and Park Jinsung were stunned. Ah, Park Jinsung sweated and turned to tell Kim Sion. No, my training time. Kim Sion teased Park Jinsung. My husband is so famous. Suddenly, someone called him. Jinsung. He turned around. You guys are trying to join the HT Club too? Two young men said. Ah, yes, we just went. The young man below continued. But, we messed up. The red-haired young man raised his trembling hand to his pale face. I was confident in myself. But I couldn't even build up strength before reaching the second cycle. Yet you passed it in one go? That means you've been working hard before joining the HT club. But we didn't know. Those two young men suddenly bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Jinsung. They looked very remorseful. I know asking for your forgiveness for bullying you is very petty. But we also want to change like you. Please give us a chance. They begged Park Jinsung. Even though we failed this time, we'll try again. You can do anything to us. Like when we bullied you. So please teach us how to train. Park Jinsung replied. I understand. Hearing his answer, they were happy. They looked up, and what they saw was Park Jinsung's savage smile. I will personally train you. Let's work hard together. Hearing that, they shuddered. Ah, Senior Jinsung is smiling, because they were too scared. They ran away. I'm sorry, Jinsung. Senior Jinsung is really crazy. Park Jinsung didn't understand what was happening, asking blankly, what's wrong? What's wrong with me smiling? Kim Sion turned away and laughed secretly. She turned to tease him. See? The only person still by your side is me. Give up and be my husband. Park Jinsung shouted in dissatisfaction. Arg, really? Kim Sion laughed. Gahaha. Behind them, someone said, Senior Jinsung. Park Jinsung turned around and asked, is there still anyone here? What's wrong? The female student stammered. The thing is, what's your relationship with Senior Sion? Is it possible that you two are dating? Park Jinsung laughed and explained. Haha, Sion is just teasing me. We're not dating. The female student was excited. Really? I'm so glad I asked. Hearing Park Jinsung say that, Kim Siwon's eyes flashed. The female student then confessed. Senior Jinsung, I know this is a bit abrupt, but will you? Before she could finish, Park Jinsung was painfully shouting. Arg, as Kim Sion covered his ears tightly. Kim Sion turned to smile awkwardly at the female student. Oh no, what to do? This loser is a bit busy. So I think you should tell him next time. Park Jinsung cried out. Arg, it hurts so much. The female student felt wronged. With tears in her eyes. You're so mean. Senior Sion, you get to see Senior Jinsung every day. But I mustered up all my courage and waited to see him today. At least I want to confess to him that I like him. Kim Sion then realized what she had done. She then released Park Jinsung. I understand. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Park Jinsung didn't understand what had just happened. Kim Sion then left immediately, leaving the two with their own space. Mr. Extra, she has something to tell you. So I'll go first. Talk to her. See you later. Park Jinsung watched her leave, wondering, what's wrong with her? The female student called him. Senior Jinsung. He turned around and replied. I'm sorry. So, what's up? The female student suddenly shouted. What are you doing? Aren't you going to follow her? Hurry up. He flinched and replied. Why yes. He ran away, upset, not understanding what was going on. What does she want me to do? Sion told me to stay. But she told me to follow Sion. Only the female student was left, she said to herself. He said they're not dating. But how can I confess anymore when he has that expression as soon as she leaves? Senior Sion is really cruel. In another location. About that, Captain. In the gym, the young man asked. Can you tell me why she's like that? I'm so scared. Park Jinsung replied. I'm the one who's most curious. He remembered Kim Siwon's angry appearance and was scared. I followed her and asked her what was wrong. But I don't know why either. At that time, Park Jinsung went to Kim Sion to ask what was wrong. So, what's wrong with you? Kim Sion sulked. Why don't you go and have a sweet conversation with that cute junior? He explained. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to talk to that cute girl. Hearing that, Kim Sion stopped. She turned around with a fierce look. Cute? Unfortunately? Park Jinsung flinched. Arg. Kim Sion kept hitting him. Why didn't you listen to her confession? He said, upset. There's no way something like that would happen in a dream. Company commander. Kim Sion was furious. In a dream? I say that every day. Why don't you pay attention? Then, she struck a pose, showing off. I'm attractive, charming, and lovely, and strong too. The most perfect lover material. Park Jinsung still naively said. If you meant to tease me like usual, you probably wouldn't be so angry. Well, I'm going to train. Kim Sion was furious. Gah, back in the present, Park Jinsung sighed. I can't figure out what I did to make her like that. The two men thought to themselves. In short, it's all your fault. Kim Sion then picked up her phone and looked at a notification. What's this? A message from Grandpa. What does he want to say? Park Jinsung said. So Kim Sion shouted. Ha! She frantically showed it to Park Jinsung. Oh, he's coming. He asked. Huh, who? She said, flustered and hasty. Mr. Extra, you live alone, right? Can I stay at your place for a while? The whole room was stunned to hear that. Park Jinsung said, but I only have one bed. The whole room was shocked again. Kim Sion held her forehead and said, Ha, so help me out, Mr. Extra. Park Jinsung asked, what's wrong? She explained, a strange person will be looking for me soon. At that moment, Peste appeared and said, strange person? How sharp-tongued. Kim Sion. Kim Sion was startled to hear that voice. Hiek. She hid behind Park Jinsung. N number. That's not what I meant. Peste approached and started talking. I'm sad. Are you hiding behind another guy? Then he turned to Park Jinsung. Ah, you are Park Jinsung. I came to pick up Miss Sion. But how lucky to meet you. You Jinsung. Park Jinsung was a bit surprised. Huh, you know me? Peste then introduced himself. I haven't introduced myself. I am Bratislava Peste. You can call me Peste. I've heard a lot about you from the Jade family. Park Jinsung pointed to himself and asked, why am I mentioned in Seiyun's family? Peste's eyes sharpened as he looked at him. The reason is, he raised his hand to his chest, leaning slightly and radiating a stream of magic energy. I'm sorry. It's rude to ask this from our first meeting. But can you fight me? Bratislava Peste moved closer and asked, can you fight me? Park Jinsung still didn't understand what was happening. Huh? Me? The people outside immediately recognized him. Peste? Is that Peste? The European youth champion from the past? That's right. Why is he wearing our school uniform? Park Jinsung started to have a lot of questions. I don't know who he is. But he seems pretty famous. But why is Seiyon reacting like that? Park Jinsung immediately turned back and asked. Seiyon, isn't that your friend? Seiyon was so scared that she hid behind him. No, he's not. The two argued back and forth for a while. It seems like he's an assassin my family sent. Assassin? Don't worry about that. Seiyon immediately turned her face away. Calm down first. I don't see any reason for us to fight. Let's talk calmly. Bratislava Peste continued to approach. No, Jinsung. The reason I came here is indeed to escort Miss Seiyon. But I want to fight you. Park Jinsung's face immediately turned pale. The group on this side continued to discuss. What's going on? It seems like the captain is about to fight. Footsteps echoed. What's happening? Songho confidently walked forward. You are. Bratislava Peste immediately went to greet him. Very pleased to meet you. On Songho. I am Bratislava Peste from Slovakia. Songho replied lightly. I know. The other person continued. Very honored that you know me. But at this time, Songho's attitude was still extremely cold. So, what do you want? It seems like you have something to say to the temporary captain of the HT club. Park Jinsung's face immediately turned pale. I'm the temporary captain? Bratislava Peste stated the reason. On Songho. I want to spar with Jinsung. But Songho immediately cut him off. You can't use Idea in the battalion. You have to have permission from above. Bratislava Peste still tried to persuade him. Isn't there a monstrous superior here? On Songho? Hearing this, Songho's expression changed slightly. Then let's do this. Immediately, Park Jinsung's hand was grabbed. Bratislava Peste was also grabbed. What? Songho brought the two in front of him. A simple arm wrestling contest. Hearing that, Bratislava Peste laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that. You're really smart. On Songho. Songho looked towards Park Jinsung and said, I'll take it that both of you agree to this. Park Jinsung smiled awkwardly. What's wrong with you? Songho was full of threat. You better win. Park Jinsung. In the name of the HT club. Does it have to be like this? Park Jinsung suddenly had his ear pinched. Ouch. Seiyon also became serious. Win. Park Jinsung wrung his hands in discomfort. Oh man, I have a bad feeling about this. Bratislava Peste was still very confident. Take it easy, Jinsung. At the same time, he turned to say, Miss Seiyon, Bratislava Peste was just like a romantic gentleman. I will definitely win for you. Please look at me. Seiyon immediately froze. Songho gave the order. Then let's start. Just one round. No other rules. Ready? Bratislava Peste still maintained his original confidence. I will show Miss Seiyon my ability. Park Jinsung was a little helpless. The countdown timer was raised. Begin. Bratislava-Pekt immediately grasped the order. Start. Both people then lunged into the attack. Park Jinsung's face also turned pale. He's too fast. Bratislava-Pekt began to say strange things. Jinsung, do you believe in the existence of absolute talent? Park Jinsung immediately shook his hand. Why are you so tense? What are you saying? Bratislava-Pekt continued to add. In this world, talent always exists, even in a game like this. Park Jinsung suddenly stopped. Don't tell me, Sergeant Pekt, you also believe that there are connections with spirits? Bratislava-Pekt said while attacking. I don't think that people with weak ideas are all weak. But the excellent ones are on a different level. Immediately, a strong light radiated out. Park Jinsung also couldn't stand still when he heard those words. After hearing these words, I can't lose even more. Bratislava-Pekt was still extremely arrogant. Jinsung, admit defeat. What? Park Jinsung quickly reversed the situation. Bratislava-Pekt's expression became stiff. So strong. Park Jinsung's tone also became more dangerous. You still haven't fallen? Bratislava-Pekt still tried to resist. No way. Is that disgusting energy yours? Jinsung? Park Jinsung immediately replied. Pekt, if you don't pick up your foot right now, your arm will be reattached. Bratislava-Pekt's arm seemed to be controlled again. Songho also stepped in to block them in the middle. Stop. He began to analyze the situation. Both of you will have problems if you both make such a big deal out of this. Bratislava-Pekt had a cold attitude. Jinsung, is this terrifying power your idea? Park Jinsung smiled darkly. Immediately, the two began to exchange brief remarks. If that's the case, then that evil energy. Do you want to find the winner with another game? I only thought it wasn't an ordinary sword. But I didn't expect. Bratislava-Pekt immediately became tense. It's that energy that I don't want to absorb. Immediately, he turned and walked away. That's enough for today. Songho immediately stopped him. Wait, Bratislava-Pekt. Songho's expression became even more serious. Do you have a training place in Korea? Bratislava-Pekt was very confident. I don't, but are you suggesting that I join your team? Songho immediately approached and explained. I don't care about those things. But if you don't have one, you can use the HT Club's facilities. Just use them whenever you want. Bratislava-Pekt immediately denied it. Thanks, but no thanks. Do I look like someone who needs to train my muscles? Songho suddenly became pensive. Bratislava-Pekt, objectively speaking, you are a genius with an excellent idea, and your innate fighting spirit has reached its peak. So there's no need to train your muscles any further. But Songho's expression was serious from the beginning. At this time, his voice became different. Learned doesn't mean stop learning. No matter who it is. I hope they continue to strive. Bratislava-Pekt finally walked outside. You're more interesting than I thought. On Songho. His expression also changed. It seems like coming to Korea was a good idea. Back in classroom 2 to 10. Miss Sion, I'm quite curious about this issue. The national value of those awakened with high-level ideas. A group of people were sitting inside talking to each other. And her view on the increasing lack of morality due to those characteristics. Mr. Extra. Sion immediately turned around. Haha. Oh no. Pekt. He needs to sit down. So hurry up and move away. Come here, Mr. Extra. Park Jinsung became embarrassed. It's okay. I'm going to exercise. Seiyun's expression became extremely dangerous. Mr. Extra. Park Jinsung was so scared that he approached. Sergeant Pekt, please move. This is my seat. Bratislava-Pekt immediately retorted. Jinsung, weren't you going to train first? He retorted. That's not related. Bratislava-Pekt then changed his tone. It's really hard to understand. Isn't it, Miss Sion? Seeing that, Sion immediately shouted loudly. Kya, that's disgusting. Go away before I punch you in the face. Squadron 2, Platoon 10, Private Kim Sion. Private Kim Sion, please come to the military doctor's clinic. Sion then immediately woke up. Saved. She ran outside immediately. The medic is calling. So Park Jinsung sighed in relief. Phew, I'm going to train. Bratislava-Pekt immediately stopped him. Jinsung, can we talk for a moment? His expression was a little surprised. I guess I can't train. Sion peeked in from outside. Doctor, is something wrong? Before she could finish her sentence, the doctor happily called her in. Sorry for calling you in the middle of the afternoon. Let's talk while enjoying dessert." Seyun's face immediately turned pale. "Dessert?" In the end, she still sat down. "It's very cute, isn't it? Eat up. Ha ha ha. Thank you." The doctor became happier than ever. "Oh, if you don't think it's enough, tell me, I still have more." Seyun also wanted to retort. "Do you usually eat this much?" The doctor still replied with a smile. "Of course not, because I'm with you today. So I bought a lot. Usually, it's only about 30, the doctor said while eating. "So," the next sentence made Seyun tremble non-stop. "Have you thought about it?" The doctor continued to ask. I'm sorry. This is my first time scouting. It seems like I'm putting pressure on you." Seyun immediately waved her hand. "No, I should be the one thanking you." Her expression was not happy at all. "That offer is too great for me to accept." The doctor continued. "Seyun, you will become a master." So, the doctor's attitude immediately changed. Join Maestry. Maestry, a group of masters in Korea. Only the best in each field can join. While the Jade Kim family is a group of masters, focusing on using the family's secrets to create warriors. Maestry has recruited talent from all over the country. This is a special elite force created by Listen, the power holder at the top of Korea, comprising the best masters in every field, to prepare for national emergencies. That is Maestry. The doctor was still very firm. Join Maestry. I'm sure you will become a great master. Seyun was still hesitant. Medic, I said it before. I'm a swordsman who still has many shortcomings. But at this time, the doctor was still happy. The item in Maestry that I'm recommending for you is a master of protection and defense. I value your protection and defense skills more than swordsmanship. Seyun's expression immediately changed. I'm sure you know, but I have to succeed in becoming a swordsman. The doctor immediately stood up. HMPH. Seyun, I was very sure about this when you were going to ask me about the aura shield. The doctor approached. We can definitely help you develop, of course. If you agree. Seyun still tried to retort. I am an elf closely related to the sword. I have to become a skilled swordsman. The doctor was still clueless. We're not planning to stop you from walking on your path of swordsmanship. If you become a swordsman with excellent defensive ability, wouldn't that be a good thing too? Seyun's expression still became gloomy. Just as I thought. She doesn't understand. Ever since I was young, I wished that I didn't have sword talent. I don't want to use skills that can harm others to become the strongest. But no matter how hard I try to appear incompetent, my idea still becomes stronger and stronger. People are frantically looking. Where is Kim Seyun? She skipped training again, and my swordsmanship has reached the aura level. Seyun still continued to try. Medic. At this time, the doctor smiled and said, I understand. You're probably worried about your family, right? The members of the Jade Kim family are not ordinary people. The doctor then continued, but if you try to join us secretly, wouldn't that be interesting? I think that if you join Maestry, learn everything you need, and then leave, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Seyun was still hesitant and thinking. The medic is a master related to Maestry, someone who has reached the highest peak. When looking at the doctor, Seyun still had many thoughts. People who have become masters often possess pride and ambition at a completely different level. The medic probably also possesses the ambition to become a master. So she probably can't understand me. Who doesn't have that same ambition? Can idea really not be changed? In this situation, what would Jinsung answer? Seyun immediately stood up. I'm sorry. I need more time to think about this. The others see your idea as trash. So you always have difficulty proving yourself and always have to struggle to control the idea that wants to devour you. So, when my aura shield appeared for the first time, I was so happy that I could jump up and down. But, I realized this when I saw Kong Jino running down the cliff. When using the aura shield to face Kong Jino, if I only focused on defense, I might have been overwhelmed by the opponent. But when I used the power of the aura shield to attack, I could not only force Kong Jino to retreat but also stop the advance of 998. Seyun left with a series of thoughts. If even the best masters in Korea can't teach me to walk on a different path, what will happen? And what if training in defense can be used to harm others? The door slowly closed. I don't know what I should do. On this side, Bratislava Pekt and Park Jinsung met. This Jinsung, I want you to give her up. Seyun doesn't belong to you. Park Jinsung thought for a long time. How can I give up something that I didn't have from the start? Bratislava Pekt was still very serious. I admit that your strength is admirable. But someone like Seyun shouldn't be with someone like you. Park Jinsung immediately spoke up. It seems like Sion's usual treatment of me has caused you to misunderstand. Bratislava Pect was still very harsh. Jinsung, excellent people have their own paths. He still tried to explain. With the way you've lived until now, you won't be able to bring happiness to Sion. Park Jinsung immediately retorted, HMPH, happiness? I also understand your purpose a bit. I should have known as soon as you mentioned talent. Both sides immediately became serious. Just as I thought. Bratislava Pect was still trying to analyze the situation. Sergeant Pect believes that a person's talent is more important than themselves, while Jinsung believes that people are more important than talent. Park Jinsung's expression immediately changed. You don't believe that all spirits are equal? Bratislava Pect immediately replied. Of course. His expression was still very serious. Then what should those at lower levels do? Should they just live their lives in mediocrity? Bratislava Pect was then enlightened. That's why the obligation of the aristocracy was born. Those with high social status and who hold a lot of power also have the same obligation. Bratislava Pect became even more serious. Then the nobles will take care of them. Park Jinsung immediately retorted. That's not enough. His expression was extremely harsh at this time. You can't divide spirits into different levels. A rating system with long names and meaningless boasts has no right to decide the future of others. Bratislava Pect still continued to maintain his original prejudices. People without talent like you can't help Sion. Park Jinsung immediately approached. Don't arbitrarily limit others. The footsteps finally stopped. Pect, even if you think Idea decides a person's entire life, I don't care, but I won't accept the imposition of that kind of thinking. Park Jinsung became increasingly serious at this time. On someone who is wanting to change according to their will. Just like Sion, Bratislava Pect was still unable to be clear-headed. People with great talent like Sion should fulfill their responsibility. Park Jinsung continued to question. Are you ignoring their personal desires? Bratislava Pect continued to add. Sion's aura shield, although the achievements she has made are very impressive, her talent shouldn't go in that direction. Park Jinsung still continued to retort. Sion's life is her own. Whether it's with swordsmanship Idea. If she wants to fight or cook, it's all her decision. Bratislava Pect still maintained his original attitude. Talent is predetermined from birth. Sion was chosen to become the greatest swordsman. Park Jinsung was so helpless that he turned to leave. HMPH. It seems like our personalities don't match. Bratislava Pect called after him. As soon as I saw you in the recording, I knew this. The two still faced each other. Pect, let me tell you in advance. You can't divide spirits by level. Now, you don't even bother to add a title before my name. Get ready. Bratislava Pect was very arrogant. Jinsung, as I said, you are very strong, but your strength is still incomplete. You will have difficulty reaching the threshold of the strength of talented people. Park Jinsung immediately summoned a dagger. I don't know what Pect's idea is, but I can sense that he hasn't fully activated it yet. Park Jinsung's expression was very serious. He's too complacent. Well then, he immediately lunged up and opened the first attack. Try to look with that prideful arrogance of yours. Bratislava Pect still couldn't believe his eyes. Jinsung. Both sides began to struggle fiercely. Bratislava Pect tried to hold Park Jinsung's arm tightly. Are you kidding me? Where is the killing intent you showed last time? Bratislava Pect was full of provocation. You think you can defeat me without using all your strength? Park Jinsung was quickly pushed back. His expression was also a little more relaxed. His strength is overwhelming me. That's unexpected. Bratislava Pect then emitted a strong stream of energy. You used the handle to attack me. You're too soft-hearted. Jinsung, if you don't try your best, you'll get hurt. Park Jinsung immediately retorted. I didn't know your physique was so good. You don't look like the type of person who trains regularly. Bratislava Pect was still very arrogant. I've never really trained, because I don't need to. Park Jinsung still continued to shout. Hey Pect, you're really annoying. But Bratislava Pect was still very calm. I can't help it. This is the difference in. Park Jinsung thought for a long time. The opponent has an advantage in physique. Then, a perfect jump. Park Jinsung held the dagger and lunged forward. Hopefully, you won't complain even if you have to visit the medical room. Bratislava Pect easily dodged. It seems like you're finally seriously fighting. Bratislava Pect's expression was extremely dangerous. His attack is level B while I'm only level D. It's understandable that Sion is interested. Park Jinsung immediately recognized the negligence. "This is the moment," he said loudly and raised the dagger. "I'll take you straight to the medical room. So just fall comfortably." Bratislava Pekt still confidently resisted at this time. "Unfortunately, you don't need to do that." Bratislava Pekt finally took out his weapon. "I was going to wait until you used the strength you showed in the gym." His expression suddenly became more dangerous than ever. "But it seems like you don't intend to use it. So I'll end this match here." Bratislava Pekt and Park Jinsung were still fighting each other. Bratislava Pekt's expression was extremely provocative. "Are you still going to hold back your full strength?" But inside, Park Jinsung had many thoughts. HMPH. He can easily block my attacks. Moreover, this attack style. Bratislava Pekt still tried to push into the end. "It seems like you're not going to use all your power." Jinsung. "I'm so disappointed." Both sides traded attacks and defenses back and forth. Park Jinsung's expression became more serious. "He's deliberately imitating my attack style. He possesses the talent to learn and mimic something immediately." Bratislava Pekt pointed his sword forward. "I said, let's end this battle quickly." Jinsung. Park Jinsung slowly stood up. "The best result is to defeat you with just a dagger." His expression also changed. "That's really unfortunate." Bratislava Pekt immediately stood in front of him again. He went into a defensive stance. "It seems like you've finally changed your mind." Murderous intent. 1/10 aura of danger. Activated the skill of absolute murder in the eyes. Sensitive targets will lose their fighting spirit when the owner's killing intent reacts. Bratislava Pekt became serious. This aura is even more malicious than before. Park Jinsung finally used his true strength. "You're the one who's full of malice here. Pekt, you imitated my attack style." Bratislava Pekt was still calm. "I thought that would provoke you." Park Jinsung immediately replied. "Provoke me? What an arrogant thought." Bratislava Pekt was still as calm as before. "Arrogant? See if I'm arrogant or not." Khalidbalg. Idea level A+. Overall combat ability A+. The magic sword of Fergus in Irish mythology. It was left in the land of the fairies and is called Great Greed or the Devourer of Everything, helping the wielder to completely mimic the opponent's movements. However, it is limited to the range of movement of the wielder. Park Jinsung laughed secretly and sighed. In this battle, he is the one with the advantage. Well then, with this ability, he has the right to be arrogant. Park Jinsung turned away. Not only that, but he also possesses a body suitable for using this ability. Bratislava Pekt was still as serious as ever. "You talk as if you know clearly about my ability." Absolute talent. It devours the target's idea and then improves and develops it into the wielder's own. Only one idea can be devoured each time. And if two ideas are devoured too close together, the first idea will disappear. The size of the idea that can be devoured depends on the mental strength of the owner. There is no idea currently being devoured. Park Jinsung immediately poured strength into the dagger. Both his strength and his thoughts are so noble. Facing this level of killing intent and he still doesn't feel threatened. It seems like his life isn't completely smooth. Park Jinsung immediately lunged forward. "But I won't retreat." Bratislava Pekt also easily blocked the attack. "It seems like you don't like me imitating you. Then this time I'll show you my swordsmanship." Nebenhut. It seemed like something appeared. A tail. Park Jinsung still tried to dodge. He was knocked back. Park Jinsung's expression immediately changed. Although the attack is slower, he still pushed me back. He wanted to let his sword glide lightly in the air. I still haven't started showing my moves. Jinsung. Bratislava Pekt became even more serious. Schlussel. Key. Park Jinsung thought carefully. He just changed his stance. But the atmosphere around him also changed. At first glance, it just looks like a simple stance to stab the sword forward. But bracing his body to one side will minimize the range of the body-bearing force, helping him to withstand the upcoming attacks. Park Jinsung slowly stood up. The attack path that my idea shows is also fainter than usual. That's truly an incredible talent. Bratislava Pekt still tried to provoke him. "Aren't you going to attack first? Then let me." Both sides became extremely tense. Park Jinsung lightly raised his hand to block. He was a little surprised. What? He's already preparing for the next attack? Park Jinsung was immediately knocked back. His entire body slammed hard into the wall. Bratislava Pekt slowly moved forward. "Hey Jinsung, what are you hiding?" His expression was extremely unpleasant. Why? Why does that smile of yours make people feel so uneasy? Park Jinsung tried to stand up. I've never met anyone better than me in every way like this. The expression on his face became more dangerous. Sorry for my somewhat impolite behavior. Park Jinsung seemed to be brewing something. I thought I could resist you without using this power. The dagger also changed, but it seems like I was wrong. Park Jinsung became increasingly dangerous. That's great. Pect. Bratislava Pect's eyes immediately change. You're finally using the power I saw last time. His expression was extremely serious. I let my guard down in the gym. But this time will be different. A stream of light radiated out extremely powerfully. The space at this time seemed to be torn in two. The two lunged at each other violently. Bratislava Pect's expression immediately changed. You blocked my attack with just one hand? That's unbelievable. Park Jinsung still showed his proud expression. You're the one who makes me find it unbelievable. Pect, I thought I could defeat you. But it seems like if I didn't use this power, I wouldn't have been able to keep up with you. Park Jinsung immediately rushed forward. Then, murderous intent. 1/10. Idea level A uses a portion of the combat power of absolute murder. The currently unsealed part is the right hand. Park Jinsung's expression became increasingly dangerous. I hope you can take responsibility for this. A stream of light radiated out forcefully. Because this is exactly what you wanted. Pect. Bratislava Pect tried to resist. How can that be? He's still keeping his original power while only strengthening his right hand. I thought his ability was to concentrate power on one side. Park Jinsung's attitude immediately changed. You thought so? His expression became increasingly cold. Well, you guessed almost correctly. Well then, consider it temporarily correct. Bratislava Pect was pushed back. His expression became panicked. Park Jinsung immediately unleashed his power. Let me show you something really interesting. Bratislava Pect immediately became scared. Could it be? A stream of strong light appeared. Nebenhut. Tail. Park Jinsung at this time became extremely dangerous. And, Schlussel. Key. Bratislava Pect tried to dodge forcefully. The tip of the dagger was brought in front of his face. Park Jinsung seemed to be analyzed. The space at this time became chaotic. Bratislava Pect finally spoke up. You can swing a dagger with such speed and still stop before hitting. That's truly excellent. Park Jinsung flashed a sly smile. Can you mimic this move, Pect? Bratislava Pect immediately turned away. This Jinsung, you're much stronger than I thought. That terrifying right arm is the true appearance of your idea, right? Park Jinsung happily replied. Hehe. When using a dagger, I can mimic moves to a certain extent. But after all, it can't be as perfectly terrifying as you. Bratislava Pect immediately sheathed his sword. I don't dare to mimic the performance of your right arm just now. I didn't expect you to be able to imitate my moves. Park Jinsung was still very confident. Is my idea too dirty for you to devour? He then replied. Do you have the ability to recognize other people's ideas? Sorry, I only eat delicious food. Park Jinsung was still happy. You'll get a stomach ache if you devour my idea. But Bratislava Pect's next sentence made him stop. And I also have the idea that I want to devour. His expression was like he was saying something obvious. I need to keep my stomach empty until then. Suddenly, he stopped. Park Jinsung radiated a stream of dark light. His expression also became more dangerous. I'm warning you, Pect, don't touch a finger of Sion. Bratislava Pect still showed his calmness. That's the decision of the clan head. Park Jinsung frowned. I can't interfere in other people's family matters. He stood still and listened. Strictly speaking, there is. To be honest, the clan head wants to meet you. That was the purpose of this meeting. Park Jinsung seemed surprised. Huh, then why were we fighting just now? The other person added. Before taking you, I wanted to see your true ability. Bratislava Pect's expression was full of excitement. And because you won, I want to give you a piece of advice. You won't be able to understand our clan head. He's twice as bad as me. Someone with nobility ideology is even worse than this guy. Park Jinsung was a little scared. Until now, he spoke up. But hey, Pect, why do you listen to the Jade Kim family? Bratislava Pect immediately replied. The clan head will teach you today. Park Jinsung became frightened. Wait, did you say today? A vast space appeared. At Seohai Incheon International Airport. A man stepped out of the car. That's ridiculous. A large bear was destroying the airplanes. Its expression was extremely aggressive. I was woken up by someone. He said there was a lot of meat for me to eat here. The man stopped abruptly. A talking idea? Where's my meat? His expression became increasingly doubtful. There are many different types of ideas, but I've never met one this big. Moreover, it can talk. The man's eyes became doubtful. Could it be the Peste? Or some terrorist organization that did this? I had to quickly end this. When Li Xin went, everyone recognized him. This is the captain of aid. Li Xin. He's Li Xin. Really? We're saved. The bear immediately stopped. Who are you? Li Xin immediately approached. My name is Li Xin. The bear immediately sat down. You smell so tempting. Li Xin was still very calm. This is the first time I've met a talking idea. Who is your owner? The bear immediately shouted. My little servant told me I would get a lot of meat after waking up. Li Xin thought to himself. It can talk, but it's not very smart. Li Xin immediately laughed loudly. Your mouth is too smelly. I think you should rinse with salt water after every meal. His expression immediately changed. To prevent future trouble, I should. Suddenly, a strong light radiated out. To create idea types similar to those in human mythology and legends. Several families and organizations have been researching it for a long time. And have had some success. Including the Jade Kim clan. Li Xin immediately had a change. Those who are not afraid to die will live. Those who unscrupulously survive will die. However, most of the experiments are. Only a few individuals can accept the power of the legends into their souls. Those who are not afraid to die will live. Those who unscrupulously survive will die. One of them, the person carrying the historical figure-level power of the Korean peninsula. Yi Sun-sin, a brilliant naval admiral and military strategist. Idea level S overall combat ability S 26 battles. 26 victories. Combat log. Warship. Song Long Sword. Li Xin seemed to turn into another person. Come here. Song Long Sword. Yi Sun-sin level S idea. The sword used by the famous general Yi Sun-sin to unleash all his power. Li Xin lightly swiped the sword. One sword unleashes. Blood dyes the entire country red. The bear immediately stopped. What are you doing? Immediately after, it went into a frenzy. Song Long Sword. Sword on the left. One sword unleashes. Blood dyes the entire country red. The bear seemed to be hit. One sword unleashes. Blood dyes the entire country red. When activated, the moisture from the surrounding objects condenses into thorn-like spears to attack the enemy. Li Xin looked up. Don't make so much noise. My hand hurts a bit. The bear couldn't stop crying. I don't want to eat rotten meat. You shouldn't run towards the sea. Immediately, a stream of water shot up. Li Xin stood quietly looking. I wanted to buy more information about its owner. Immediately, the sword lit up. If it runs into the sea and I spare it, wouldn't I be looked down upon? The overseas crowd, and the Koreans as well, will say I'm nothing at all. 3 sword slashes were unleashed. This land must change color. Lightning began to shift. Immediately, the bear under the sea was struck by lightning. It rolled around on the water in pain. It hurts so much. I don't need meat anymore. Li Xin seized the opportunity. It can withstand that lightning strike. A strong stream of light radiated out. The bear seemed to be lifted up. What is this? It tried to struggle with all its strength. It hurts so much. I can't swim. Li Xin immediately stopped. Its endurance is terrifying. His expression also changed. This talking idea is very strong and also very healthy. It's not mature enough to intentionally attack humans. Everything is very suspicious. I really want to investigate it further. Immediately, he put the 2 swords together. However, hesitation will make me lose. Li Xin immediately shouted, "Come here, my warship." Summoning the warship will greatly increase his strength. Idea level S the fleet of legendary warships that shattered the pirate army. Summoning 12 warships equipped with full firepower and defense systems. It cannot be destroyed while on the surface of the sea, and the dragon heads can shoot purgatory fire. A loud shout rang out. Everyone, pay attention. Fire. The bear at this time tried to dodge. It shouted more and more. Ku. It hurts so much. It burns so much. Li Xin observed from above. It can still withstand it? This is the idea with the strongest endurance I've ever fought. The bear immediately became panicked. Leave me alone. My life is long. I want to live, and I want to eat meat too. Li Xin still continued to command. I, Li Xin, will manage and provide your rations. Now, silently leave from here. The fleet deployed a crane wing formation. The warships surrounded the enemy, creating a formation like a crane's wings spreading, crushing the enemy. The destructive power of purgatory fire increased by 10 times. Overall combat ability SSS. A stream of strong light radiated out from inside the ship. The bear seemed to try to struggle with all its strength. I don't want to die yet. The outer shell of Li Xin was also removed. Done. His body finally returned to normal. Oh my god. This case is giving me a headache. His expression suddenly changed. Let's see how the owner of that bear will react. In a large building, the figure of a man appeared. Hey, don't your eyes hurt in this darkness? Kim Il-young entered with an old-fashioned gait. I guess you can do that because you're used to it. Number 1. The other person's expression immediately changed. You're back. Number 2. The two stood and talked back and forth for a while. Those I just finished with so early. Thank you. I have something to say. The other person's expression became pensive. The Tier 2 monster I had to go to the place you said was destroyed. Kim Il-young seemed to have also predicted it. I also guessed that. It had to fight that old man Li Xin. If it just died, its corpse should be floating on the surface of the sea. But no. It disappeared completely. Kim Il-young was extremely surprised. Does that mean that old man Li Xin took it back? The man immediately replied, if that were the case, I could easily sense its aura. But I don't sense anything at all. The two still continued to exchange words. I didn't know he possessed that ability. The Tier 1 monster I had to go will soon arrive in Korea. Number 2's expression immediately changed. I'm worried that it will also be destroyed like the bear. If that happens, our plan will be ruined. Kim Il-young was still thinking about something. Even if that happens, we can't attack Li Xin yet without preparing carefully. I'll try to distract him when the Tier 1 monster arrives. The two exchanged more words. Is there a way to revive it? That stupid bear forgot that we told it not to go into the sea. There's probably no way now. They're leaving. Well, that's that. Inside, there were a few special seals that appeared. Luckily, we can summon others. At this time, the guard immediately approached. Please come in, Mr. Jinsung. Park Jinsung stood blankly for a moment. In the vast space, there was only the single figure of two people. At this time, the guard approached to report. Clan head, I have escorted Mr. Park Jinsung back. Please come in. The door slowly opened. In front, the figure of a man appeared. Park Jinsung immediately introduced himself. Hello, I'm Park Jin. Before the words were finished, the man showed a displeased attitude. You're too late, you rude one. Siwon's grandfather immediately became serious. You're too late. Park Jinsung seemed a bit embarrassed. I think the distance between us is a little far to talk. Can I come closer? The man immediately replied. Sit right there. Park Jinsung was still a bit awkward. Yes, sir. He really hates me. The space immediately became tense. Everything seemed to have no end to the silence. Park Jinsung became even more worried. Why does he keep staring at me without saying anything? In the end, he still had to be the one to speak first. Would you mind if I ate something? Siwon's grandfather immediately replied. HMPH. I had the food brought out for that reason. Immediately after, he spoke up. Let me be blunt. You're the guy who's always talking nonsense with my granddaughter. Is that right? Park Jinsung replied while eating. Talking nonsense? I don't understand what you mean. Siwon's grandfather immediately shouted. I'm asking if you're the one who corrupted my granddaughter. Park Jinsung was still extremely serious. You mean that aura shield? That's the ability that Sion obtained through effort and hard work. Why are you so angry? Siwon's grandfather became even angrier. You idiot, you don't know anything, so you're the one who seduced her. Park Jinsung immediately flusteredly explained. Wait a minute, please save the scolding for later. I know you have something you want to ask me and so do I. Siwon's grandfather became even more serious. HMPH, you really are an uneducated person. After this I will definitely unleash my fury on you. Park Jinsung still tried. What is it that you're so curious about that you had me called here? Siwon's grandfather suddenly became serious. Besides knowing there's a troublesome guy always lurking around my granddaughter. I heard you were also there when Peste attacked. Siwon's grandfather became even more serious. What did my granddaughter do there? Park Jinsung still sat still. At the bank, she stepped forward to save everyone like on the news. Siwon's grandfather still maintained his original appearance. You idiot, you think I called you here just to ask about the obvious truth that everyone knows? I'm asking if you personally saw my granddaughter defeat Kim Il-young. Park Jinsung still didn't understand. What? He continued. Those who are called the best are labeled as such because they are the best anytime and anywhere. I'm curious if she really earned a victory worthy of her title as the Jade Sword Elf. Park Jinsung was a little evasive. Sion fought with Kim Il-young the longest. Haven't you heard her tell you directly already? Siwon's grandfather immediately became serious. Answer clearly. Immediately. The image from that time reappeared. Even though Sion had really fought with Kim Il-young the longest. The truth that I was the one who defeated him only Bayan Gi-young and Lee Sungwon knew. Answering honestly would only put Sion in a difficult position. Park Jinsung finally spoke up. Sion chased Kim Il-young away to save me. Siwon's grandfather finally stopped. I see. The next sentence made Park Jinsung panic. Obviously, if she can't defeat incompetent people like Peste on her own, then she really doesn't deserve to be my granddaughter. Park Jinsung clenched his arm tightly. I'm sorry, but what you just said is really a bit excessive compared to telling the truth. Kim Se-yeon almost lost her life when fighting with Kim Il-young. Park Jinsung still continued to speak loudly. Even though she possesses an IDEA rank A, she's only a high school student. Siwon's grandfather was still extremely serious. You say that as if you didn't almost die. And my granddaughter is different from ordinary people. Even though she's still in high school. Park Jinsung gritted his teeth. So what? Siwon's grandfather still continued to attack. I've told you already. You idiot. Those who are called the best are labeled as such because they are the best anytime and anywhere. Park Jinsung became even more angry. What? But at this time, he tried to control himself. She's your granddaughter. If she had lost her life at that time, what would you have done? Siwon's grandfather immediately shouted loudly. You dare mention the possibility that Se-yeon would lose her life when fighting with a rogue like that? Immediately, the tiger appeared from behind. Watch your mouth. The tiger slowly approached Park Jinsung. The atmosphere at this time became increasingly tense. Park Jinsung was still extremely calm. You're blocking my view. Get out. Siwon's grandfather was again extremely surprised. Oh, he thought. That's surprising. I put in a lot of effort to create that work. Park Jinsung still didn't have a bit of panic. Yet it's still not scared. It seems it's also tough. The tiger thought. He emits a fairly strong smell of blood compared to his age. Park Jinsung immediately asked, Come on, kitten, can you get off the dining table? The tiger immediately turned back to look at its owner. Siwon's grandfather seemed to have also realized it. He can threaten Daeho. I created it with such strong will. Even though he's young, he's not bad. The two began to converse back and forth. Are you okay? What do you mean? There are many rumors saying that I'm a troublesome person. Siwon's grandfather suddenly became serious. I admit you have a strong will at any age. But do you really think that's enough to threaten me? Park Jinsung stared. At this time, he was still analyzing. You're right. Siwon's grandfather asked again. What are you looking at? Blood bone art. The user can summon anything they draw with a brush. The more complex the artwork and the more focused the user, the summoned creature will feel it as real. Park Jinsung thought further. On the contrary, why did he choose to fight while possessing such an excellent idea? What reason makes him have to use those masterpieces to fight? Siwon's grandfather immediately became impatient. You idiot, I can know what you're thinking. The Jade Kim clan is forced to produce more powerful elf generations. He started to say more. Because I'm a man, not an elf, but I led the family to this point as a race with firm resolve. Park Jinsung immediately asked back, Do you cherish Private Kim? The man replied, Don't you see my fury? I won't say it again. Park Jinsung became even more serious. Then, is it cherishing her because she's your granddaughter? Or because she's the best elf of the family that has produced her that you're doing this? Siwon's grandfather became even more serious. You're saying a bit too much. Kid, Park Jinsung still continued to argue. If Private Kim Se-yeon wasn't a sword elf, if she was an ordinary person, would you still love her? The Jade Kim clan is a family that uses its entire lineage to achieve the existence of a variant called an elf. The madness that the people in the family have had to endure for generations is something that ordinary people can never imagine. Obviously, the anticipation of a talent like Kim Se-yeon appearing is something that no one can understand. But it's completely opposite. I can see that she has it all. Being born into a prestigious family with an excellent idea. I never thought she would be treated like this. By the way, is it okay that you come home so late every day? Well, I don't like being at home anyway. Siwon's grandfather and Park Jinsung continued to respond. That's an interesting remark. Are you starting to like me? If you need me to repeat it. I like your courage. Park Jinsung still continued to speak. But before that, please allow me to ask a question. Allow. Park Jinsung's expression became more serious. Why did you bring Pek to Korea, and why does he? A Slovakian. Listen to your orders? Siwon's grandfather seemed to feel quite amused. Ho ho, I allowed you to ask one question. You filthy brat. He doesn't listen to my orders. I just showed the boy Seiyun's idea and suggested a marriage between those two. Park Jinsung immediately had a resistance. As expected, they didn't even bother to ask Seiyun's opinion. So, why Pect? Park Jinsung suddenly realized, wait, I heard that the Jade Kim clan doesn't allow marriage with outsiders to preserve the bloodline of the Jade Elf. The figure of Pect reappeared. Another ability of Pect's idea. Park Jinsung then asked, how long have you been planning to wait for Pect to use his idea? I know you disparage his ability. Siwon's grandfather seemed to be trying to evade. If she doesn't achieve my expectations before graduating, I plan to let Pect eat Seiyun's elf. Even so, I still believe my granddaughter can become stronger that even Pect won't be able to absorb her. Park Jinsung became even more harsh. There's a reason she doesn't want to go home. So that's why you're angry at her learning the aura shield. Siwon's grandfather then continued. Clearly she will never be able to become the best with a soft sword created to protect others. Elves must climb to the top themselves. That's what we, the Jade Kim clan, have been waiting for thousands of years. That's my granddaughter, Kim Seiyun. Park Jinsung felt that those things were pointless. It seems persuading you is impossible. I understand why Seiyun wants to run away from this house so much. Siwon's grandfather became even angrier. You're starting to cross the line. His expression became increasingly unpleasant. This conversation has lasted so long because I was interested in your courage. But in the end, I still have to say this. Stay away from Seiyun. You're not helpful to our family at all. At this time, more and more ideas appeared around him. Park Jinsung couldn't sit still anymore. Because I have no intention of doing that. Everything stopped. The things beside them also stood still and watched. The courage that he showed at this time must be thanks to the idea that he's hiding. A kid with an unclear background, ability, and idea. Park Jinsung was still trying to suppress his anger. As expected, you don't fit with Seiyun. A large snake opened its mouth. As expected, he doesn't fit with Seiyun. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a distance. Grandpa. Seiyun suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Grandpa. The spirits immediately left. The aura around Park Jinsung also dissipated. Seiyun angrily walked forward. Why am I on the same patrol team as that Pect guy? Siwon's grandfather immediately retorted. What's wrong with you? Seiyun, I told you to approach him. Seiyun became even more angry. I also told you that I don't like that guy. Suddenly, she realized. And, Park Jinsung awkwardly raised his hand to greet her. Hee. Hello. Seiyun was extremely surprised. Mr. Extra? Immediately, both looked at each other. Why are you here? It's a coincidence. Seiyun slowly approached. Mr. Extra. No. Jinsung. Her expression became happy. You came here to meet my family and then propose. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Park Jinsung became embarrassed. Miss Seiyun, this isn't a place to joke around. Seiyun's expression immediately changed. I'm sorry. I need you to help me get a break. Immediately, both became shocked. Grandpa. Seiyun. Seiyun then shouted loudly. Forget that Pect guy. Why don't you think about letting me marry Jinsung? Siwon's grandfather became increasingly angry. You've made enough of a mess. Kim Seiyun. At this moment, her expression changed. Maintain the dignity of a noble lady of the Jade Kim clan. Seiyun was embarrassed. Auntie? Park Jinsung suddenly had a thought. Auntie? Isn't she her sister? Her husband is so young. I thought he was only in his early 20s. How old is she anyway? Siwon's grandfather became serious again. You came at the right time. I just finished talking. Escort those two out. Seijin. Seijin immediately approached. Yes. Clan head. You two heard too. Get up and move quickly. Park Jinsung thought to himself. TCH. He's kicking me out again. Well, that's that. Seiyun immediately whispered. Let's go quickly. Seijin suddenly became serious. So, you're the Park Jinsung from the rumors. The two of you haven't asked each other. Yes, ma'am, I am. You don't need to explain. I may not see you again after today. Park Jinsung immediately became petrified. Ah, she acts exactly like Seiyun's grandfather. Just like a younger version of him. And I'm still. Jade Elf. The predecessor elf can reproduce the power of imagined creatures. Overall combat ability a Jade Kim clan. Predecessor elf. Seijin immediately said loudly, Kim Seiyin, you go change your clothes. And go patrol area 3 with that peck guy. Seiyin immediately retorted, again with that peck guy? No, I don't want to. Seijin's expression immediately changed. You don't have the right to refuse. 1 hour ago, a giant Idea attacked Incheon port. Although it was said to be handled, the government is still very vigilant. So they requested our assistance. Maintaining national security is the responsibility of the Jade Kim clan. Park Jinsung was extremely surprised. Wait a minute, ma'am, there was an attack at Incheon port? Seijin also didn't hesitate to tell him. That's right, the aid team leader handled it. But there were still quite a few casualties. The special mental hospital was largely destroyed. Many people are still missing. The government is still making efforts to find them. Park Jinsung finally understood. So that's it. Immediately, Seijin changed her attitude. You were very confident in front of the clan head. But why is your face so pale now? Do your relatives live in Incheon? Park Jinsung suddenly became gloomy. No, I don't. It's just that. Seijin still continued to probe. It seems like you have a secret. I won't ask any more. But that's the situation there. Kim Seiyin, you prepared to go too? Seiyin finally had to accept. Yes. Park Jinsung also sensed something unusual. This is the first time I've seen Kim Seiyin like this. Anyway, she has no other choice. Park Jinsung suddenly spoke up. Ma'am, I have something to say to you. Seiyin seemed like she wanted to say something. Jinsung. Seijin's expression suddenly changed. You should remember that you are just an outsider. You have no right to interfere in the affairs of our family. Both stood close together. From today on, Park Jinsung immediately spoke up. Every night, I will patrol with Seiyin. Today was really bad. The two walked and talked. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? It's okay. Seiyin seemed embarrassed. Well, I didn't think you would dare to face my auntie like that. Park Jinsung seemed a bit evasive. That was just a momentary emotion. Seiyin smiled very happily. What kind of emotion is that? Suddenly, she became serious. The two walked and talked with each other. Jinsung, do you know that the medic is working with Maestri? Well, it's only right. She has the talent. She also invited me to Maestri. Not a swordsman position but a completely different one. Park Jinsung immediately added, that's good. Seiyin clenched the sword in her hand. I can skillfully wield a sword. But, Park Jinsung immediately cheered her up. What are you hesitating about? He became happier. If you know a blow can hurt someone, then you can know how to avoid that blow. You just do what you like without caring about other things. Seiyin seemed to have understood something. Stand up and pursue your dreams. Seiyin. At this moment, she couldn't control her emotions. Seiyin approached Jinsung. She was extremely happy. Thank you so much. At this time, Seiyin truly smiled. Park Jinsung saw this beautiful appearance of her and became embarrassed. A week later, under the lights, everything was too unstable. A man sat in a chair. I shouldn't have posted that article online that day. Who would have thought something terrible would happen in Incheon on that day? Li Xin sighed. In the end, my article only got a little interaction. It was ignored by everyone. He was still searching. Anyway, I surveyed a student and didn't expect him to have experienced so much. Li Xin became even more serious. What an unfortunate childhood. He was a victim of the Peste economic crisis. After the incident at Incheon port, his uncle, his only surviving relative, is also missing. If this Zod Idea is a new weapon of the Peste, then this attack, Li Xin was extremely uncomfortable. Am I researching too deeply into this? I have a bit of a headache. Suddenly, a woman came up. Hey young man. Li Xin immediately looked up. Can I help you with something? The woman handed a book forward. Hold this for me. Li Xin still replied with a polite smile. Is this an invitation from a cult or something? Just hold it and throw it away later, of course. Ma'am. He looked at the book a bit hesitant. An inverted cross? This book is made of pretty good material. Flipping through the first page, a ferocious beast appeared. There were illustrations too. Li Xin was still watching intently. A winged lion. It looks so realistic. They made it so detailed. Immediately, a familiar bear appeared. This is the bear Idea that attacked Incheon port. Li Xin was extremely surprised to receive the book. What is hidden in this book? If it wasn't for the language barrier, I would have understood it already. From behind, a large figure appeared. I need to bring it back for further investigation. It seemed like a voice rang out. How shameful. Li Xin immediately looked up. A large hand appeared before his eyes. Since that day, I've been patrolling for 3 hours every day, starting at 8 p.m. Whoa, I'm a fan of you. It feels strange that my family doesn't interfere, but it's good like this. Sion looked at the time on her phone. Anyway, her expression was still a bit tense. It's almost time for him to come. A familiar figure appeared. Oh, he's finally here. But at this time, the person who appeared was ManhwaCapped. Sion became stunned. Why are you here instead of Jinsung? ManhwaCapped immediately explained the situation. Hello Miss Sion, you will be patrolling with me today. Sion's expression was a little unpleasant. Did something happen to Jinsung? Could it be my aunt pressured him again? Did Aunt Seijin do this? ManhwaCapped immediately regained his composure. No way, you shouldn't think too much. She then asked. Then why? ManhwaCapped still added. I requested it. I had to bow my head to Jinsung, explaining that I had something to tell you. Sion was still extremely serious. Pecked, I heard that you came to Korea to absorb my idea. I'll give it to you right now, so why don't you go back to your country? ManhwaCapped still said. I don't plan to return to Slovakia for a while. Sion was curious. Why? ManhwaCapped flirted. Because I like you enough not to be influenced by others. Sion was a little uncomfortable. We only know each other a little. ManhwaCapped still replied with a smile. That's right, I simply watched videos of you and fell in love. His expression suddenly changed. Miss Sion, the reason why I want to go on patrol with you is… Sion immediately turned away. Excuse me, I have to check this. On the message appeared. Pecked, you also received this message. I also received it. The two immediately became serious. It seems like we'll have to talk at another time. We meet every day. What do you mean another time? Both people immediately ran extremely urgently. Let's go there right away. On the basketball court, Park Jinsung pushed the door open. Oh, it's been a while, Captain, hasn't it? Everyone looked back. How are you in this match? Park Jinsung's expression became more serious. It has indeed been a while. Squinty eyes. But if you tease me again, I'll add 10 times to this set of push-ups. Everyone immediately retorted. Captain, how does it feel to date the battalion's idol? What did you two do late at night? Whispers still rang out. We just went for a stroll around town. But add 20 more push-ups. We won't give up. We'll burn every last drop of our life until we get the answer we want. Rows of backpacks were placed neatly. After everyone had finished training, we were teasing Senior halfway. Why did you leave like that? You're going to ruin the atmosphere. What is that? A school announcement message? Park Jinsung's expression became different. Senior, what's going on so suddenly? Songho entered from the outside. Unfortunately, today's training will end here. On the screen again displayed a notification. We had to go to the rally point immediately. Here appeared a monster. Retreat. Retreat immediately. We had to reorganize our formation carefully. Everyone was extremely scared. Reorganize? Is that really an idea? Immediately, the idea spoke up. How unlucky. He was extremely annoyed. I just need to go north. I don't intend to harm you at this time. Everyone was afraid. First row to third row. Maintain the attack formation. Row 8 to row 12 prepare a long-range attack. The idea became even more angry. I just need to go north. Yet, the group on this side immediately gave the order. Fire. Rows of attacks continuously headed towards the idea. How unlucky. The arrows immediately broke apart. He was annoyed. How unlucky. The small humans still continued to be tenacious. Advance. The idea lightly stomped his foot, causing everyone to fall over. Attack team retreat. Another group of people went up. That's an idea? That's unexpected. It can easily destroy half of our army's forces just by walking around. Seiyun's grandfather walked around once. Seijin at this time also turned back. Please receive the order. Sir. Seiyun's grandfather directly turned his head away. Have Ko fight directly with that monster. I will have the others attack its flanks as much as possible. Seijin received the order. Understood. But where are Seiyin and Pecked? Seiyun's grandfather also stood outside. They must be coming here at this time. Don't worry. Yes, sir. He began to observe from the outside. Proceed. Yes, sir. A painting was taken out. Seyun's grandfather immediately used his idea. Is this situation not very favorable? Daeho, the idea on this side, was turning around. Suddenly, he discovered something. A sound of footsteps rang out. His expression was extremely surprised. You. Seijin slowly walked forward. Is it a bit more special? The idea continued to provoke. But just with you is not enough. Get out of the way. Human. Seijin immediately retorted. Where is your owner? The idea replied. My owner is sleeping in a dimension so far that I can't even sense him. I am the first to be born among the curse operations. Call me number 1. Human. A figure appeared. You talk quite a lot for a summoned idea. The Jade Elf finally appeared in human form. In the end, you are nothing more than a terrorist weapon that needs to be subdued. Expressed the Jade Elf in the body of the caster. The previous generation elf reproduced the power of imagination into the subject's legs. The gate of the Eastern Dragon. The idea was extremely scared. How unlucky. Why don't you understand? Human. Seijin immediately advanced. Understand what? A perfect jump. Her expression became even more serious. Even if it has a huge and solid body. If I aim for its eyes from the blind spot. A stream of intense light retorted. The idea exclaimed. How unlucky. Seijin was a little surprised. It tilted its head right before getting hit. Even if it can't track my movements with its eyes? The idea still continued to say. Do you really want me to harm you? Does it have a wild instinct or something because it's an animal-type idea? Seijin tried again. This time I won't make a sound. And attack from another blind spot. Seijin raised her leg high. The idea still continued to exclaim. This time too. How unlucky. But at this time a foot blocked it. It sensed the exact location without looking? Seijin was immediately knocked into the air. Her expression was extremely painful. This isn't a normal instinct. There's something else. Seijin was immediately dropped. Daeho quickly came to catch her. It's the owner's tiger. Thank you. The idea once again attacked. Daeho immediately pushed Seijin aside. The foot then fell. The idea's expression was extremely unpleasant. Ah, how sad. Tiger, you are in the same situation as me. Aren't you? Daeho at this time lay still on the ground. Ah, how sad. He slowly lifted his foot up. I sympathize with your pain. He immediately moved in another direction. Ah, how unlucky. The Divine Master remained still. Unmoving. Seiyun's grandfather, observing from above, couldn't believe Daeho had lost so decisively. His expression was one of deep displeasure. I will use the next spirit beast to halt that monster. Bring Seijin down here immediately. His subordinate immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Seiyun's grandfather seemed to have a plan. Move out, my creatures. Go there and protect Seijin. Suddenly, a powerful light erupted. The idea appeared simultaneously. You really think you can stop me with these weaklings? Old man? From within the painting, a bright light emerged. You fool. This is your true enemy. A strange, intense light enveloped the Divine Master, casting shadows across the space. Others struggled to their feet. Are you alright, Miss Seijin? We must quickly return to Master's side. Seiyun's grandfather looked down from above. Seijin, do you think you can move? Seijin was resolute. Yes, I can. Seiyun's grandfather continued. I'd love to let you rest. But nothing else can stand against that monster. His expression shifted immediately. Attack team leader. It's either you or that thing. The Divine Master scoffed. It seems you're all quite stubborn. It's a shame that stubbornness can't even reach me. The Divine Master directly attacked. Too bad, isn't it? Seiyun's grandfather gripped the painting tightly. My strongest spirit beast was destroyed in an instant. The Divine Master nonchalantly replied. A real pity. He then glanced around. But I want to warn you in advance. A massive hand reached out powerfully. You won't be able to escape. Everything seemed to slow down. Master. The Divine Master swiftly delivered a blow. Seijin slid back a considerable distance. Her expression was grim. Dragon's roar break. The Divine Master remained still, observing the situation. At that moment, the silhouette of a dragon gradually materialized. Seijin desperately backed away, utterly exhausted. The Divine Master mocked her. That attack was a little better. Human. Seijin snapped back. Don't underestimate me. I have plenty more tricks up my sleeve. The Divine Master's expression turned dangerous. No, this is where it ends. The air grew heavy with the scent of blood. Seiyun's grandfather stood frozen, unable to move. Our Seijin. Oh no. His eyes were filled with panic. We can't sense her presence anymore. We must confirm, she's dead. The Divine Master pressed his attack. You're next, old man. Seiyun's grandfather braced himself. Seijin. But then, he was completely taken by surprise. A powerful light erupted before him. Bratislava Pekt and Seiyin had finally arrived. Seiyun's expression was filled with worry. Grandpa, are you alright? The Divine Master, seeing reinforcements, scowled. How unfortunate. Because of that old fool. These young, promising lives had to die. He thought to himself. Someone has died already? No. Seiyin shouted. Run, Seiyin, it's a monster. You can't fight it. Bratislava Pekt approached. Master, please calm down. Seiyin, her voice deadly serious, asked. Grandpa, where's Aunt Seijin? Seiyun's grandfather was racked with guilt. Take my granddaughter and run. This is my last request. Bratislava Pekt immediately responded. I understand, sir. He tried to move closer. But Seiyin pushed him away. Grandpa, I won't go without you. Miss Seiyin, I'll explain everything later. Suddenly, everything was forcibly controlled. Pekt. Seiyin struggled violently. Do you think I don't know what's going on? Seiyun's grandfather was immediately surprised. Blue armor. He struggled to his feet. I always thought the power to protect others was priceless. But after losing Seijin, I finally understand that the power to truly protect someone is beautiful. The only thing this foolish old man can do is protect the two of you from this monster. Seiyun's grandfather issued another order. Pekt, what are you doing? Move. But Pekt remained motionless. He turned and walked away. Wait, what are you doing? Grandpa, the man continued. Unbelievable that you killed Seijin. Seiyun's grandfather slowly stood up. I'll make you regret this. The Divine Master remained utterly unafraid. How sad. You don't seem to understand people. The evil dragon in folklore is rumored to suck the life force of everything around it in the White Jade Fairy. My daughter. The painting immediately appeared. Seijin, I beg of you. Seiyun's grandfather immediately commanded. The name of this work is Evil Dragon and Fairy. This is my final work and greatest combination. I am sure they will not be able to hold out for long. But will buy time for you two to escape. The Divine Master was instantly held in place. Trapped. He tried to struggle, too bad. The Divine Master remained unchanged. Even if legend and destiny are on your side, old man, it still won't be enough. A large pool of blood appeared instantly. Now, only a dragon was biting from behind. The Divine Master quickly defeated the dragon. Seiyun's grandfather looked up, the brush in his hand completely out of ink. I thought I touched the pinnacle of calligraphy. But not enough. I still need to learn a lot more. The Divine Master raised his foot. I'll send you to where those you love are. Old man. Seiyun's grandfather could only smile quietly. The others were still trying to locate their position. I can't believe it. Park Jinsung slowly approached. Sergeant, have you seen the lieutenant's team here? I haven't seen him. Songho immediately spoke up. Try calling. But the phone showed no network connection. Do you have a signal? It seems I lost my signal. Oh yeah, the internet isn't working either. Park Jinsung began to get more and more anxious. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. Songho tried to look around. It seems the ringleader has blocked all the signals in this area. He was feeling more and more out of control. The White Jade family is definitely fighting here. Maybe they are also the ones who caused the sounds of war. I don't see Pekt, so he must be fighting with the White Jade family. Park Jinsung was trying to control his emotions. The White Jade family is one of the strongest families, so we shouldn't be worried. But, why do I feel so uneasy right now? Slow footsteps echoed. What if the White Jade family isn't enough to stop the monster? What if something happened to them? Songho seemed to understand something. If you leave now you would be considered a deserter. Park Jinsung immediately turned around. Sergeant On Songho, our mission is to protect the people while evacuating. The mission itself isn't easy. Park Jinsung tried to avoid. But, Songho remained unchanged. Park Jinsung was immediately surprised with the next sentence. However, because of the network congestion, we need more people in the search team to find out the situation. This mission isn't easy either. Park Jinsung immediately bowed down. It seems like you're the most fit person for that role since you have worked with the White Jade family before. I will report to the other officers. Park Jinsung immediately took his orders. Hurry up. Remember to come back after collecting enough information. He immediately ran without looking back, hoping everything will be okay. The Edea instantly became frenzied. How unfortunate. What does that old man have? For those young kids to sacrifice themselves. Bratislava Pect frowned. First of all, are you even worthy to call yourself the Divine Master? I can't break into an area that even the clan leader and Seijin can't even enter. He immediately jumped forward. In that case, I will use force and save clan leader. A song was heard. Pect, what are you doing here? I told you to go with Sion. Bratislava Pect turned around. Sorry clan leader. For me, not letting the one I love suffer is more important. His hands clenched. In that case, clan leader, please allow me. Pect, could it be? Khalidbalg, absolute talent, can only be used for one target. Absorb Edea with a target and turn it into the user's. If absorbing another Edea while already absorbing one, the previous Edea's abilities disappear. The size of the absorbed Edea is proportional to the owner's spirit force. The Edea was uncomfortable. Damn it. Immediately, a light came out of its mouth. It immediately flapped its wings and flew up. The people below were uncomfortable. My ears. The Edea approached Bratislava Pect. It seems like trash like you isn't worthy of the title of Divine Master. Why is that? You humans attacked me first. The Divine Master immediately sat down. Don't joke around. Those wings are temporary. Oh, don't tell me you are trying to sympathize with me. A voice was heard in the rubble. Originally, you didn't intend to leave the city alone. You deliberately passed through this city harming the people and destroying the streets. The Divine Master immediately became uncomfortable. I am the only one the people trust. It is because I sympathize that I am cruel. Bratislava Pect's expression immediately changed. No, you're not like that. It's all an excuse. You are just trash using this as an excuse to attack. You were planning to kill us from the start. The roar isolated the city completely. No one can come to help. This will be your season. A hand came down. But just you. I will let you live. Bratislava Pect was cold. No need. Khalidbalg absolute talent. Edea absorbs the art of blood and bones. Absorption rate 30%. Change Edea's imagination to create a weapon. Khalidbalg. Imagination to create a weapon. Absorption rate 30%. Combat ability A+++. Bratislava Pect was confident. Clan leader. It seems like we fit together well. The only problem is that absorption takes time. It seems that only my right arm can absorb. The Divine Master turned to look. Now think. Back down. Don't give me a reason to kill you. A light was emitted. His hands clenched the weapon in his hand. Bratislava Pect was like a hero. The weapon of destruction with demons. The Divine Master immediately froze. Longinus Spear absorption rate 30%. Limit rate 95%. Combat ability S. Bratislava Pect was on the ground. Just launching the spear took all of his energy. The Divine Master continues. Gotta summon it back. But that arm stopped. Didn't think my self-healing would not be able to heal this injury. It grabbed Bratislava Pect. You're pretty talented. Summoning the Holy Spear. Bratislava Pect tried to struggle. My deal to let me live is still in effect. Of course. He frowned. But it seems like you are already thinking about something else. Sion and Seijin are sitting below. Bratislava Pect had more and more chaotic thoughts. What should I do? Should I run? Can't leave him behind. What will I die to? Tears fell down. Too scared. What to do? Bratislava Pect was trying to resist. There is someone I want to save. Is it the one you were looking at earlier? The two were talking. Yes. Please let Sion live. If you do that, I won't resist. The Divine Master stared at Bratislava Pect. Unfortunately, you think you have the right to negotiate with me. There is no reason to spare her. Bratislava Pect became stiff. I knew you would answer like that. Just one last time. Please God bestow upon me. A light shines on. Just stronger than the Longinus Spear. Anything weaker than the Holy Spear is fine. Something I can utilize 100%. Blood-sucking dagger combat ability D+++. Bratislava Pect was uncomfortable. Why did Jinsung's dagger show up? The Divine Master roared. I am not acknowledging your talent. Even though I should kill you and your master, I will still keep my word. I thought about the strongest weapon. Why? Bratislava Pect continued to slash forward. I will only take away your talent. Instantly, a dark red blood appeared. Khalidbalg. Absolute talent. Combat ability A+. Imagine weapons. Combat ability A. Bratislava Pect immediately fell to the ground. Sion slowly approached. How unfortunate. Pect, Another talent has ended up having their talent taken away. Bratislava Pekt gasped. Sorry, I just wanted to protect everyone. Instantly, Sion couldn't stop crying. He sacrificed everything to save you. He sympathizes with you. But people can't. Sion frowned. Shut up. Everything, the Divine Master continued to retort. I can't hear you. If you want to sympathize with me then speak up. Sion roared. You are the one that caused everything. You damn lion. The horns grew longer. Because I'm not strong enough. It's all because I'm not strong enough. If I just have more power, things would have been resolved. Seijin immediately started to change. The troubles have ran into Aunt Seijin who passed away. And that damn lion. The atmosphere got heavy. Oh, I see your will. Kid, the White Jade Spirit. Tremor Mode Combat Ability A+. The spirit who has thrown away fame and focused all of their energy. Skills and talent including aura and power. It seems like you won't back down Goblin Perfect Swordsman Combat Ability A+++. 4 Evil Tigers strengthen user power. Both started to clash. Seiyin turned cold. Neil Lion. The ground started to break. The Divine Master was facing danger. Its expression changed. I am being pushed back. Seiyin was up above. Everything started to tear. Seiyin continued to rise. Die. Kill. She was getting tired. Ha. I will kill you. Getting more and more dangerous. Will definitely kill you. The horns broke. How unfortunate. The Divine Master continued. If you all attack me at the same time then there would have been a chance. It seems you still can't sympathize with people. Shut up. Humans can only learn lessons when experiencing difficulty while you are the type to only shed tears when seeing your coffin. Seiyin was still charging. I said shut up. Her expressions shattered. The Divine Master continued to provoke. You have to sympathize with people. Fighting alone will only end in failure. From behind a voice came. Hey lion. A little body showed up. As long as we fight together we will be alright. Park Jinsung finally arrived. You are the one who has forced us to this. What are you even saying? Seiyin was still in disbelief. Why was he here? She rushed uncontrollably, questioning Park Jinsung. You idiot. You weren't back yet. He thought to himself. The situation is more dangerous than I thought. Corpses everywhere. And Pekt is in a state where he could die any minute. Many people have gone missing. Seiyun's arm finally let go. Sorry I'm late. Why are you here? You fool. Seiyin couldn't stop crying. Why? The Divine Master also paused. You have a strange scent. Are you the one who caused this? The Divine Master continued forward. Yes. I make those who have no empathy live in despair. Park Jinsung stood up to block the way. I don't understand what you're saying. But I will stop you. You damn monster. Park Jinsung became more dangerous. First of all, what is this monster? I have to figure out its abilities. Both of Park Jinsung's eyes immediately streamed with blood. The Divine Master was bewildered. Oh, the smell is getting stronger. What is that smell? Cough cough. Even my idea. The Divine Master immediately approached. You, what did you do? Why do you smell like us? Park Jinsung smiled dangerously. He is a hybrid between a bird and a giant dog because of you. You smell like an animal. Do you even shower? Damn it. This is the first time I can't see through a monster's abilities. The Divine Master also marveled. You are much stronger than the others. That smell is especially strong in your mouth. He shouted. What? Lying. I brush my teeth twice every day. Seiyin weakly spoke. Jinsung. She then shouted. Run. Footsteps echoed frantically. Park Jinsung tried to hug her tightly. Got you. He helped her sit to one side. Seiyin was still sobbing. Jinsung, what are you doing? She tried to call after him. Don't go. If you make a mistake, you will also. Park Jinsung immediately took out his dagger. It's okay. Partial bloodthirst. Combat ability A absorption enhances right hand. Eyes. The Divine Master looked up. How disappointing. Is that all you have? Filthy thing. You are even weaker than those before. Park Jinsung thought to himself. If I don't risk my life, I can't win. Just a little more. The dagger in his hand was slowly raised. Just a little. I can awaken the bloodthirst inside myself. At least until he could see his information. Partial bloodthirst. Absorption enhances right hand. Eyes. New absorption enhancement. Each time bloodthirst awakens in a different part. Right leg. Lower abdomen. Left shoulder. Park Jinsung tried to control himself. Too excited. Seiyun's expression had also changed. I don't want her to witness me being controlled by bloodthirst. But he was going crazy. Partial bloodthirst. Over and over. New absorption parts. Getting more and more crazy. His entire body had awakened and enhanced except his heart and head. Haha. The Divine Master was very surprised. Why don't you attack, you weakling? The first monster in Daniel's book. Listening to the one who was ended by King Nebuchadnezzar for treason. Wrote about monsters in dreams in his book. Legend has it that what is written in the book is related to reality. The first monster is the only monster with human thoughts. Boundless empathy can be present in humans. Park Jinsung spoke. It's because of you. That trash had to go this far. Haha, because of you. The Divine Master continued to provoke. Too bad. Just do what your soul tells you. Bloodthirst has controlled you. Maybe you will soon pounce on me. Empathy recognizes the will and malice of others. Park Jinsung slowly stood up. You understand me. Oh, so that's empathy. Is that so? So that's why I couldn't see anything before. How troublesome. The Divine Master immediately had many thoughts. Too curious. I want to know before killing him why this human radiates that scent. Is it related to the person I'm looking for? The Divine Master clenched his fist. I will help you free yourself. Ah, never mind. Park Jinsung immediately retorted. No, don't. The two had moved close to each other. Park Jinsung smiled coldly. Ha, you just had to listen to me. The Divine Master's eyes turned cold. The smell is so strong my nose is going numb. Park Jinsung finally transformed completely. Did you see? Did you think you would be safe? Full bloodthirst combat ability s now killing is just a small matter. The Divine Master shouted. It seems you still believe you can kill me. Come here. But then both stopped. Park Jinsung noticed Sion behind him. Full bloodthirst, you have been controlled by the desire to kill. Park Jinsung smiled maniacally. But then he walked away. The Divine Master was confused. Where are you going? At the same time, he picked up a car next to him. If you want to go, avoid this first. Then the car flew up. Try this. Park Jinsung very easily dodged. His expression was more dangerous. What? Do you want to die first? The Divine Master was even more angry. A loud noise echoed. You're the one causing trouble. Park Jinsung easily dodged. Right. The first monster in Daniel's book based on combat ability. It does not take damage from attacks of people with stats below a rank. The Divine Master continued to rush forward. The wound on his hand was still bleeding. I can't believe a monster that can block a rank attacks is injured by a D+ rank short sword. Park Jinsung finally stood still. His expression was exactly like a murderer. This giant dog bleeds like humans. Aren't you a dog? Or a special breed? I don't like abusing dogs and cats. The Divine Master was immediately surprised. That terrible smell appeared again. Park Jinsung moved very quickly. Do you know? His attitude was extremely excited. What my uncle did to my dog back in the day. Don't you know? A series of slashes appeared continuously. Like this, and like this. Ha ha ha. The Divine Master was in pain. That human, you madman. Park Jinsung was still immersed in bloodthirst. The Divine Master was now terrified. Dizzy. Too dizzy. That bloodthirst. I am being swallowed to the point I can't stay conscious. The Divine Master tried to attack. I can sympathize with you. One with an aura like us. But you will have to die here. Park Jinsung slowly stepped on the Divine Master's body. You know, my aunt cut off my arm. And made me crawl like a dog. Park Jinsung raised his dagger. Can you imagine it? Immediately, the dagger stabbed into the Divine Master's body. Park Jinsung was getting more and more insane. How does a cut from the arm to the shoulder feel? Do you know how she tormented me? Try to sympathize with me, then tell me how it feels. The Divine Master tried to beg. Don't scratch me anymore. But then the sharp blade continued to slash into his body. Human. A strong light erupted. Park Jinsung slammed into the ground. Cough cough. His expression was extremely dangerous. No matter how dangerous your scent is, you are still just a human. The Divine Master slowly walked over. Too bad. You still can't win against me. The Divine Master was still struggling. Even if it dies, it will return to its master. It won't really die. Too curious. Human, have you ever reviewed yourself? Park Jinsung slowly stepped up. Huh, what? The Divine Master continued. I'm asking if you have ever looked at the deepest human inside you. Park Jinsung was confused. Me? Why? It continued. I'm sure you haven't. After all, malice is usually something that will always target others. He immediately retorted, "Nonsense. Why would I care about those who aren't my aunt and uncle?" The Divine Master continued, "I'm talking about yourself." Park Jinsung was a little scared. A series of thoughts appeared. "Hick, Poppy, where are you? I'm scared and too lonely." The Divine Master seemed to be trying to manipulate his mind. "I want to see you destroyed." Human, "I'm also very curious to know what will happen." Returning to reality. Human, "I sympathize with you." Park Jinsung slowly looked up. "And I acknowledge you." Finally those words could move him. "So feel yourself." Images of Poppy lying on the ground. "Poppy." Park Jinsung cried, trying to reach. "Sorry. It's my fault. I killed you." Park Jinsung's aunt and uncle were still laughing. "If it wasn't for you, it wouldn't have had to die. You killed it." Park Jinsung finally returned. He looked at his bloody hands. "It died because of you. I hate you. You should die. Everyone would be happy if you disappeared. You don't deserve to live. You are the one making everyone uncomfortable." A series of deadly sounds echoed. Die. Die. Kill. Self-destructive intent. This idea can be extinguished, but other senses except the desire to kill will be temporarily removed. The Divine Master turned pale. "Human, I can't read this killing intent even though I used my understanding ability." The Divine Master was still trying to observe Park Jinsung. All that killing intent is aimed at himself. I want to die. Kill me. Kill me." The Divine Master slowly approached. "Human." Park Jinsung spoke. "You know." His expression suddenly changed. "Should I go kill or be killed? Should I die or?" The Divine Master immediately stopped. "Human." A strong light erupted. Everything seemed to blur. The Divine Master was extremely surprised. "Can't use understanding ability." Human. A small figure loomed behind the dust. Park Jinsung appeared. Decided. Human. The Divine Master tried to break the distance. But then it was the one who was injured. "I will do both at the same time." Park Jinsung appeared vaguely. Then the dagger was stabbed into the ground. The Divine Master immediately recognized his actions. Mutual kill. Park Jinsung stood still. Self-destructive intent. Mutual kill. Cannot receive items outside the user's skill range. The user can only receive items that are compatible or have had past connections. His voice continued to echo. "You can kill me, right?" The Divine Master tried to control. Right. Bone restraint trap. The Divine Master tried to resist. "I don't think these bones are yours." Human. Creatures other than the user will have restricted movement. The user can turn bones into their weapon. Creatures that are not pure-blooded will suffer double the effects. Park Jinsung tried to beg. "Please, hoo-hoo, kill me before you die." A shout echoed. Quadruple A. Park Jinsung suddenly woke up. "What? You're so weak." The Divine Master was still trying. Cough. Humph. "What's your name?" Human. Park Jinsung laughed. Hee. Would telling you make a difference? His thirst to be killed and to kill were fighting each other. So he didn't know what to do. The Divine Master continued. "If you tell me, I will help you die." He had to make him crave death even more to escape this place. He replied, "My name is Park Jinsung." The Divine Master tried to struggle. "What about your soul?" Park Jinsung smiled maniacally. "Haha, you want to trick me too." The Divine Master immediately became scared. Human. Park Jinsung, holding the dagger, rushed forward. "I know. My aunt and uncle always lied to me." The Divine Master was even more scared. "I don't know about that. I just want to understand you." He turned behind. "I won't be tricked again. Never. Try to guess." At that moment, the Divine Master continued to shout. "Wait, didn't you want to be killed and kill people? I will give you the most dangerous battlefield and opponent." Immediately a voice echoed. "Hey." The killing intent around Park Jinsung was getting stronger. "Shut up. I think you can die now." The Divine Master trembled upon hearing that. "Well, this way is fine too. If I die I can escape this place. I have to force him to attack me." Park Jinsung slowly walked up. Let's see. Do you know what my uncle used to do to me?" Park Jinsung became happy. "See it." He picked up a bone. "But this is a bit big." "Hey ya. Bai Hung's spine." Park Jinsung looked at the bone. "He used to use this to hit my back every day." His expression immediately changed. "But I don't think it can only be used on the back." The Divine Master fell into a state of fear again. This killing intent. "Jinsung, no. Just kill me quickly." The shout was getting more and more intense. Jinsung, a desolate and ruined space. A group of people arrived. What is this? Slow footsteps echoed. A pile of bones. Looking at the ruin, they couldn't help it. Park Jinsung turned to look at everyone. Look, this is your rib. Let me return it. The group continued to move. This pile of bones is scattered throughout the city. Park Jinsung suddenly flinched. The nurse. The doctor immediately opened her mask. Who? The doctor was immediately surprised. Jinsung. Park Jinsung from Hyundai High School. The two behind immediately stopped. You know him. Who is he? This is a high-level monster. But why does he look like a victim of Jinsung? Park Jinsung was still trying to escape. Oh, hey, aren't you going to answer me? Can't be. His expression immediately changed. You want to die? Park Jinsung was very interested. Is that what you want? He immediately appeared in front of everyone. The doctor tried to get everyone behind her. Everyone, let me help. Quickly summon Edia. Suddenly a voice echoed from behind. What? Park Jinsung immediately became happy. It's okay. I will save you from my uncle. The doctor was immediately stunned. What? Uncle? Don't come near him. What are you saying? Park Jinsung rushed up again. But in return you have to kill me. Okay. Yoon Ah-young. The person behind tried to cooperate. He's the one who made the city like this. Combine your strength and passion. Both sides clashed. Park Jinsung's expression changed. What is this slow as a turtle hit? Both sides stopped. Immediately the bone fell. The person on this side screamed, causing the doctor to be scared. Quadruple A. The doctor's expression was getting paler and paler. The doctor was very worried. How? Is the person emitting killing intent in front of me? The Jinsung that I know. At that moment a voice echoed. Agent Yoon Ah-young. Agent Yoon Ah-young. Immediately energy surge. Successful treatment if 70% of the selected person's heart or brain can still function. This effect only works on diseases that the user understands. The user will suffer extreme mental fatigue each time they use this skill. Finally, the man returned. Uncle, doesn't your hand hurt? Both sides continued to attack each other. Combine strength and passion. Combine. Combine surge. Combine surge. Park Jinsung continued to resist. Uncle, stand still for a second. Uncle. The man was immediately held by bone restraint trap. Park Jinsung immediately approached. Remember this? He smiled maniacally. I used to fight with you. Uncle. Why am I your uncle? Immediately a pool of blood splashed out. Park Jinsung became more interested. Does it hurt, uncle? How is it? Does it hurt? You used to do this to me. Do you know how much it hurts? Yoon Ah-young stood still, not daring to move. Are you listening to me? Stop. You have to listen to me. Yoon Ah-young continued to use surge. 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 The man was restored. Surge. His expression was very scared. Cough. Stop. Agent Yoon Ah-young. I don't want to endure this pain anymore. Park Jinsung immediately dropped. Oh my. Mutual kill. A wooden stick made from the trunk of a rotten tree. His hand smeared with blood. Immediately everything was slashed into pieces. Yoon Ah-young knelt in a pool of blood. Her expression also changed. Footsteps echoed. Teacher Ah-young. Yoon Ah-young was so scared she brushed her hand away. What are you thinking? Jinsung. The two people you just killed. Park Jinsung immediately pulled her hand. Hey, that stuffed animal. You, where are you going? Immediately they climbed in front of the Divine Master. The Divine Master was still trying to move. Weakly. Human. It seems you are not injured at all. Park Jinsung must like you a lot. You are very lucky. Yoon Ah-young was very surprised. Oh my god. A monster. No. A talking Edia. In thoughts. I don't know how he came up with the idea of borrowing her hand to commit suicide. But I can't pass up this opportunity. I can't let that bastard torment me anymore. I have to convince her. The Divine Master continued. Park Jinsung wants to die at your hands. Yoon Ah-young was very surprised. What? Park Jinsung shouted. Hey. At that time a large pool of blood appeared. If you still want to live, then I hope you don't miss this opportunity. Based on his mental injuries, he will soon lose control. The Divine Master was still trying. I hope you will succeed. This whole space immediately became turbulent. Park Jinsung was very scared. Oh right, I was going to talk about dying with that stuffed animal. Yoon Ah-young immediately wanted to stop. Jinsung, why do you have to die? Why do we have to do this? Park Jinsung approached. Because I am a problem child. You are a nurse, right? So you are an adult who can easily kill a bad kid. Right. Yoon Ah-young knelt on the ground. Oh my god. Park Jinsung's expression immediately changed. What? You can't kill me? Yoon Ah-young became shaky. Then I don't need you either. Disconnected sound echoed. Jinsung. He my aunt said that useless people should die. So I had to die countless times every day. Suddenly there was a noise. Hey. Sion slowly dragged her body up. Park Jinsung. Park Jinsung also noticed. Oh, Vice Captain. Sion continued. Let her go. The sword trembled. Oh, that sword. Park Jinsung immediately changed his target. That's it. You can do it, Vice Captain. Yoon Ah-young shouted. Run Sion. Cough cough. Sion was fighting fiercely in her heart. In the Great War Peste. After cutting off his horns, Jinsung returned to normal. But now he hasn't returned to normal after killing so many Edia. Even so, this is the only way I can do. The sword continued to point forward. Sion tried to concentrate. Horns. No. Come out. Get out of there. Park Jinsung grabbed the sword tightly. His expression was extremely savage. Finally, this sword can do it. I will be able to die happily. What are you doing? Park Jinsung was still grabbing the sword. Let go of the sword. Park Jinsung was getting more and more excited. I'm not a swordsman, so I can't hold that sword. Please stab me, Vice Captain. You can kill me excellently. Right. Sion immediately raised her foot and kicked him hard. Are you crazy? Want me to stab you? Calm down. Park Jinsung lifted his body, moving towards. Can't you do it, Vice Captain? You can. With a sword like this. You don't need to use too much strength. Please. Even if I get stabbed many times, I won't care. The people behind tried to stop. Calm down, you idiot. Stand still, you terrorist. Sion turned her head to look behind. The group had surrounded Park Jinsung. One of them stepped forward to help Yoon Ah-young. It's okay. Lee Zin will be here soon. We will stall until he arrives. Park Jinsung was more interested. What is this? More uncles. When will you all arrive? But is that really that boy's goal? Should we start implementing the plan to control him now? Yoon Ah-young immediately wanted to stop. Don't. We are not strong enough. Keep a safe distance. The person asked. What do you mean? Park Jinsung raised his hand to wave. Aunt is there too. Hello. You are surrounded. Neutralize Edia and surrender. Park Jinsung looked blankly. I said hello. I happily greeted you as soon as I could. But you are going to hit me. If you don't surrender, then we will use force. Park Jinsung suddenly cursed. Damn it. Looks like I had to kill people again. Mutual kill. Park Jinsung's entire body emitted a powerful killing aura. The people around were terrified. What is this? Does Edia have the ability to teleport people? The cloak was made by the 103,673th Dark Goblin. Sion was also surprised. Park Jinsung calmly stepped forward. Uncle Aunt, I don't need you anymore. Now I can live on my own. Sion immediately started to shake. No. If this continues, everyone will die. I had to stop him. Park Jinsung continued to crazily rush forward. So die. A sword pierced through Park Jinsung's body. Sion finally resolved to take him down. Park Jinsung stared at the blade piercing through his body. Sion trembled. I only. At the same moment, Park Jinsung turned his head and nodded. You really are the leader. I believe you would kill me. He reached out and wiped away Sion's tears. But if you're going to stab, you should stab a little higher. Park Jinsung collapsed onto the ground. Sion couldn't stop crying. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The blade was slowly withdrawn. I'm sorry. Park Jinsung's body seemed to gradually dissipate. Everyone was shocked. Sion immediately cradled his head. Jinsung, have you returned to normal? Park Jinsung then became fearful. Sion tried to reassure him. Jinsung, say something. Park Jinsung finally returned to normal. Sion, self-destructive murderous intent. His eyes were still incredibly dangerous. Sion continued to speak. Jinsung, are you still conscious? I'll give you first aid right away. Hold on for a moment. Park Jinsung immediately avoided her. No. What did I just do? The two struggled with each other for a moment. Jinsung, no, I didn't. That's not what I wanted. Blood everywhere. Blood and bodies lay scattered all around. Park Jinsung couldn't stop exclaiming. That's not what I wanted. Jinsung, what are you doing? Jinsung. The atmosphere became suffocating. Calm down. Jinsung. Someone help. Pyongyang. Jiamzu Mountain. Sun Palace. First has returned? The two people continued to talk to each other. Yes. After destroying everything, they returned. According to the information I received, those bastards in the south struggled quite a bit. Kim Il-young continued. However, wasn't the place first appeared the place you told me to rob? Where was it? Kim Il-young turned sharply. If even you don't remember where it was, how am I supposed to remember? I was thoroughly humiliated, and this is how you treat me? Number 2 immediately retorted, I'm sorry, but while I was summoning Daniel's book, I needed someone to distract from Rokwang. You sent Kim Il-young to distract them? Number 2 smiled slyly. If you showed your face, they would mistakenly believe that the place you went was the important one. And you're not so weak that you'd be defeated by some nobody. Kim Il-young added, you even knew my location? Cough. Senior, you're a real piece of garbage. Number 2 continued, that's also why I chose you. The 3rd and 4th descents have been identified. They'll appear soon. Kim Il-young suddenly paused. Oh, it's finally here? Number 2 smiled slyly. Yes, if you're willing to wait a little longer. Our time will come. Park Jinsung was lying in a hospital bed. His face was covered in beads of sweat. The sword was stained with blood. Park Jinsung's complexion darkened. A divine master immediately appeared before his eyes. Phew, everything seemed to become chaotic. Park Jinsung suddenly woke up. He breathed heavily. His eyes surveyed his surroundings. Sion sat beside him, filled with worry. Jinsung. Park Jinsung sat up abruptly. Sion. His entire body ached. Sion immediately helped him down. Don't push yourself too hard. How long has it been? It's been 3 days. You idiot. Park Jinsung turned to look. I want to get up. Sion immediately stopped him. Do you think you're Jesus or something? Able to recover in just 3 days? Lie down for a while longer. A man entered from outside. Ha ha ha. You should listen to your wife. A man who lets his wife rule the roost has a happy family. At this moment, all eyes turned to Li Shin. Commander. A chair was pulled up beside him. Li Shin sat beside him and asked, Private Park Jinsung, are you feeling better? Yes, I'm fine. I feel a little better. Li Shin continued, Good, we have a lot to talk about. So try to bear with it. First, the two began to talk with each other. The National Disaster Management Information System and the National Crisis Alert System have identified you as a Level 1 national disaster element, also known as a tangible disaster. Park Jinsung immediately retorted, Tangible disaster? Li Shin's expression was extremely serious. They have determined that you are a threat to the lives, property, and safety of the people, the national economy, and many other aspects of the country. It seems that both organizations agree that you are more dangerous than a hurricane or a terrorist attack. Li Shin continued to explain. But only high-ranking officials know about this. And no one else knows the details. Do you understand what that means? Park Jinsung asked back. What does it mean? Li Shin added. I blocked everything. Park Jinsung was very surprised. What? Li Shin was very calm. The only sulfur monosulfide rank IDEA in Korea. Even I and Yoon Ah-young only received S-rank IDEAs. It seems that you've been hiding it very well all this time. And now we understand why you had to hide it. Park Jinsung gripped his blanket tightly. I'm sorry. But if you want me to use my IDEA again, I don't think I can. Li Shin immediately interrupted. Private Park Jinsung, the world is experiencing the most chaotic period in history. This place is definitely not peaceful. The crime rate and mortality rate are increasing every day. Things that can't be reflected in the data, like racial discrimination, are also getting worse. Li Shin continued. I apologize for drawing this conclusion after only looking at your file. But you should also know what you need to do. Park Jinsung listened. Nothing will change just because countries are fighting each other. Not only Korea, but other countries are also taking suspicious actions. I only. Li Shin tried to comfort him. Our country needs your strength. Strength? Park Jinsung couldn't stop crying. You need this strength? The strength of a crazy killer? Li Shin lifted his tear-streaked face. His expression was very serious. Do you remember the first time we met? Don't give up on yourself. We need people who believe in the potential for the soul's development. Sion stood still, watching. The development of the soul. Finally, she understood. That's right. In the White Jade Kim family, everyone is taught to obediently follow the path that the soul has determined. I've lived a life doing what the Idea wanted, not what I wanted. Sion became even more determined. I won't let my soul decide my life anymore. Park Jinsung spoke slowly. The development of the soul. His expression showed a loss of control. My soul is that of a killer. What do you want the soul of a killer for? Li Shin stood up slowly. Do you know how much total damage this incident caused? He continued. About 12,000 casualties. The property damage caused by the destruction of the city center is estimated at about 3.4 trillion won. The extent of the damage is beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. However, Private Park Jinsung, you prevented this disaster. Li Shin continued to encourage. As a national adjutant officer. No. As a citizen of this country. Park Jinsung was very surprised. Officer? Li Shin immediately bowed his head in thanks. I sincerely thank you. Everyone simultaneously bowed deeply. Park Jinsung couldn't hold back his tears. Park Jinsung still tried to retort. I am the killer who killed your comrades. But at this moment, Li Shin added, but you are also the person who protected the city. Without you, this place would have been a pile of rubble. Li Shin became more serious. Your actions saved all the people living in the city. So don't feel guilty and cheer up. Park Jinsung finally stopped crying. The others still focused their eyes on him. Everyone is expressing their gratitude to me. This is the first time I felt this. Park Jinsung slowly stepped forward. It's extremely difficult to thank the person who killed your friends. Park Jinsung accepted facing everyone. But they still haven't lost their dignity. Or let anger overwhelm their reason like an adult. They've reached out to show goodwill. And I won't turn a blind eye. I can't let this guilt destroy myself. I have to move forward. Park Jinsung immediately declared loudly. But I don't intend to continue using the idea I used before. Sion was surprised. What? His attitude was extremely firm. But that won't stop me from moving forward. Because of the people I killed. Li Shin was very happy. Thank you, Private Park Jinsung. You are truly a very strong person. And don't worry. In the future, I will ask you to avoid using idea because it seems that no one but me is strong enough to stop you. Park Jinsung continued to ask. So what will happen to me now? Li Shin immediately made a suggestion. I will send you abroad for a few months. Hopefully, during that time, the people of Korea will have forgotten about you. Park Jinsung was very surprised. What? If possible, I still hope to finish my studies. I mean, complete my duty with the team. Li Shin immediately comforted him. Don't worry about that. Think of this trip as a short-term study abroad program. And from now on, you are officially promoted to sergeant. At the Korean International Airport. I hope you have a good rest. Sergeant Park Jinsung. Songho came to see Park Jinsung off. Don't be lazy when I'm not around. Park Jinsung. I'll throw you in for a physical checkup as soon as you get back. Okay. The two hugged for a long time. Remember to call. Sion seemed a little sad. Remember to text every day. Okay. Finally, the plane took off. I will definitely come back when I'm stronger. John Kennedy International Airport. Park Jinsung finally got off the plane. A crowd of people showed annoyed attitudes. He's here. The trash. Boon damn. Don't call our leader trash. Boon damn. The sword-bearing man's expression was very embarrassed. Eyes squinting. Yuk dongo. Hee. Long time no see. Lee Sunghwa greeted awkwardly. Haha. Hello Jinsung. Lee Sunghwa. You're here too. Everyone came forward to greet each other. You look cooler and calmer. It must be because you took off your glasses. Right Jinsung? Park Jinsung was still a little embarrassed. Maybe. The others exclaimed. I should have stayed. Thinking about having to be with this trash under me gives me a headache. Boon damn. Squinty eyes. Now that I'm a sergeant. Can I give you orders? The name trash has a higher rank than me. Do what you want. Park Jinsung immediately cursed when he heard the sentence. Hey, Tweety Bird, do you know what we're going to do soon? Aren't you the one who should be looking into these things? Yuk Dongo immediately approached. It seems like the people over there have been staring at us since the plane landed. The two said in unison. Why are you only telling us now? You smiley face? You hee bastard. They continued to question each other. Hee bastard. But you're the oldest. Park Jinsung immediately stiffened. I have to cooperate with them for a month? This formation is too unstable. Immediately, everyone turned their heads. Hey guys, what are you talking about? I am? Teddy immediately came forward. Just call me Teddy. I'm from the US Department of Defense. Sent to pick you up. In the luxurious car. I'm also new here. During your time here, I will be responsible for everything from translation to task handover. You don't need to worry about communication when you're with me. My translation idea works 24/7. The car finally stopped. We're here. Remember to be careful what you say inside. The doors slowly opened. A crowd of people radiating killing intent turned around. Everyone became flustered. What is this? There are all high-ranking officials in here. And even people in police uniforms. Park Jinsung found a position and sat down. What's with this gloomy atmosphere? Immediately, the lights in the hall went out. A man stood up to lecture. We don't have much time. Troublesome guests have arrived. Let's start the meeting right away. 2 hours ago, the body of a 32-year-old man was found in the northeast region of Manhattan. The cause of death was determined to be a stab wound to the abdomen. Similar to the previous case. One of the people spoke up. The previous case? The man explained. 4.5 hours ago. A case occurred. Some madman dressed up like a clown and threw the victim's body into the river. The man's expression became more serious. We have tallied about 12 related cases. It is noteworthy that their methods of committing the crime are exactly the same as a famous case that occurred in the past. Because they use so many different types of ideas, it is very difficult to identify the suspect. While everyone was arguing about the mastermind behind it, we found a common point. And from there determined that the suspect behind controlling everything is very likely a sword sect from Korea called the Heavenly Pole sect. We have collected some evidence that their leader used Korean to interfere with the case. The people below began to discuss. Heavenly Pole sect, famous for using ideas to brainwash and recruit new followers. I thought they had been wiped out by the White Jade Kim family. Park Jinsung became more serious. Why is a seemingly dead sect suddenly revived in another country? I had to ask the new leader later. The sound continued to echo. So this is not a simple copycat killing. Surely these perpetrators are doing this for some grander purpose. Park Jinsung became more and more silent. Now I noticed that everyone is staring at us. Are they Asian? It makes sense. A group of foreigners comes to investigate a case in their country. But they send a bunch of kids instead of sending experts. It's a little unsettling. Immediately, a serious voice rang out. Everyone, please stop discussing these teenagers. Focus. The figure of a girl appeared. Forget it. Never mind. Yu Dongo immediately became excited. Park Jinsung tried to stop him. Yu Dongo, what are you doing? Soon after, the two immediately discussed with each other. If you're human, you should know her, right? Huh, what? I didn't know she was here. I heard that Li Xin sent a bunch of kids here. The girl standing there is Vladi Chepe. Immediately, all eyes turned to the girl. Who? Vladimir. Vladi Chepe, the leading vampire in America. Vladi Chepe immediately came forward to greet. Nice to meet you. I am Vladi Chepe. Yu Dongo became more and more excited. Vladi just smiled at us. Who exactly is she? Immediately, he explained. You really don't know? At the age of 28, she became a lieutenant general. The elite among the elite. The leader of the Delta Special Forces. The strongest special forces team in the US military. Famous for carrying out secret military missions. Thanks to her combat ability and charisma, her leadership was recognized, and from then on, the Delta team became the strongest and most difficult to defeat unit. Vladi Chepe pointed forward. You over there. Bayan Giyung's expression was very difficult. What? I mean, what's the matter? Vladi Chepe continued. Your face makes me uncomfortable. You must know the situation right now. Do you have any opinions? The two continued to respond to each other. I think it would be useless for trash like us to act. You really know yourself. Vladi Chepe continued to change her target. If my people have given you a bad look, then I apologize on their behalf. But if it weren't for Li Xin's request, we wouldn't have treated you like this. Park Jinsung immediately changed his attitude. She's drawing a clear line with us. Maybe I should see how strong she is. Vladi Chepe was gradually analyzed. But Park Jinsung became painful. What is it? What's the matter? What's wrong with you? Blood began to flow from Park Jinsung's eye sockets. My eyes. Hick, you're bleeding. Vladi Chepe slowly advanced. You, what did you do just now? Park Jinsung slowly looked up. I just wanted to see your idea. Vladi Chepe slammed her hand down on the table. See my idea? Don't joke around. Kid, do you look like you just want to see my idea? The translator immediately explained. Fud, the gap in our strength is too great. So the result is that I was injured. Except for the name of the idea. I can't see anything. Vladi Chepe became more excited. If you're lying, I'll suck your blood until you die. Park Jinsung wiped the blood on his face. I don't have a problem with that. But I can prove my words by telling you the ideas of everyone in the room. Damn it, the reaction is much stronger than the first time. My head is still buzzing. Vladi Chepe immediately became excited. Oh, you're still lucid enough to make demands of me? The person Li Xin sent is interesting. I take back what I said about you being boring earlier. Immediately, a piece of paper was delivered. Because there are too many ideas involved in this. We still can't identify the specific suspect. Park Jinsung said loudly. I can do it. A piece of paper was placed on the table. Is that so? Prove it, kid. Park Jinsung immediately wrote on it. As soon as he finished, he handed the paper to Vladi Chepe. Here, at the top, Teddy's name appeared first. Vladi Chepe pondered for a moment. Impressive. It seems you're more useful than I thought. Are you satisfied? More than that, kid. She immediately tore up the paper. My superiors only instructed me to take you for a walk and then send you home. But times have changed. I will do something that is outside Li Xin's plan. Everyone was very worried. What do you mean? From this moment on, all of you will have to participate in the investigation. In other words, you may have to die. Vladi Chepe felt more and more interesting. What's your name? Park Jinsung replied. Sergeant Park Jinsung of Hyundai High School in Korea. Vladi Chepe turned away after knowing the information. Okay, I understand. Be in my room at exactly 9 p.m. Yes, I understand. What? Her expression was very dangerous. It seems things will become interesting. Another massacre. Please spare me. The expression of the other person was savage. But what if I don't want to? A stream of dark red blood appeared. It became more and more dangerous. Jack the Ripper. Park Jinsung arrived and knocked on the door. As promised. Is anyone in there? A voice sounded. Come in. He slowly stepped in. May I? Vladi Chepe was still focused. Sit anywhere. Park Jinsung awkwardly entered. Fu. Just call me sis. The members of my team all call me that. Sis, why did you call me here? Vladi Chepe continued. You little liar. Does anyone else know you can read ideas? The information Li Xin sent me doesn't include this skill. Park Jinsung thought for a moment. Probably not. I've never told anyone, even when I was in Korea. So Li Xin doesn't know either? Maybe he knows. Or maybe he doesn't. A 50-50 answer. Really? Vladi Chepe gave an amused smile. Soon after, she approached. You little liar. Join my team. The two began to argue. I must have misheard. I said join the Delta team. I'm a member of the Hyundai team. Vladi Chepe was furious. The Delta team that I'm leading is. A piece of paper was handed over. Oh well. We'll talk more about this when we have time. Let's take care of the main issue first. Park Jinsung observed carefully. We have determined that the John Wayne Gacy copycat is at JFK Airport. And the Jack the Ripper copycat is at the brothel. Vladi Chepe was very serious. Your job is to determine the location of the targets and use your idea to narrow down the suspects. Pay attention to searching for ideas that have a blade shape. John F. Kennedy International Airport. TCH. Isn't it too peaceful? Park Jinsung rubbed his eyes uncomfortably. How many days has it been? My eyes are all dry. I'm so tired. Hey, leader, why don't you take a nap? If you pass out here, the operation will fail. Vladi Chepe immediately approached. About an hour ago, we caught someone who seems to be the leader of the Heavenly Pole sect in the slums. Right now, I need you to continue surveillance and always be ready. After speaking, she turned away. The translator and that little liar will follow me. Let's go. Come here. Park Jinsung looked around. Hey, Vladi Chepe suddenly changed. Rest for a while. You little liar. It's okay. I'm fine. Everyone began to talk to each other. Are there any new developments? Not at all. But why did the leader suddenly get caught? It feels like he did it on purpose. I'm not sure either. His appearance is very flexible. So I had to go there to confirm it myself. The team has successfully sealed off the slums. So we'll be able to meet him. A message was broadcast on the radio. Horrific murder cases are occurring throughout the city. It can now be said with over 90% certainty that the perpetrators have attacked the victims according to a list. Sis. That. Vladi Chepe continued. TCH. We've been played. Our information has been leaked. It seems the enemy has planted a spy inside. A large number of assassins have appeared at John F. Kennedy International Airport. The local police force is currently unable to control the situation due to a lack of manpower. That's where everyone. Calm down. You little liar. Vladi Chepe tried to comfort him. It's okay. I will definitely handle it smoothly. Request orders. Vladi Chepe immediately took out the walkie-talkie. Teams 1 and 3. Try to capture as many assassins as possible. If necessary, use the suicide squad. Team 2. Block all escape routes. Make sure no one escapes. Airport. What should we do? Vladi Chepe gave a sly smile. I will go. Immediately. She put down the walkie-talkie. A surge of killing intent was released. This is the first time I've been stabbed in the back like this. It feels so new. That's why I want to do the mission alone. Park Jinsung was full of surprise. Huh, bats? There are bats in the car? Vladi Chepe was stunned. Are you prejudiced against bats? Not exactly. But, Vladi Chepe immediately returned to normal. That's good then. She was extremely happy. Haha, now it's time to go hunting. You little liar. You and the translator go find the leader of the Heavenly Pole sect. Team 4 will work with you. Park Jinsung became more worried. Ah, sis. I want to go to the airport too. A swarm of bats immediately gathered. They radiated throughout the sky. The sound of footsteps became more and more rapid. Yu Dongo was so scared he couldn't stop screaming. Ah, they clearly waited until Chepe left before appearing. Instead of spending time on hee. Run faster. The crowd tried to resist. Die. Ouch. Gulp. The innocent civilians were slaughtered. Kook. Help. Bayan Giyung was still watching. HMPH. He yelled frantically. Hey, hee chirper. Are you going to run away like that? Another group of people attacked. Senior. Take advantage of the moment I can dodge attacks to distract them and run away. Bayan Giyung on this side was very uncomfortable. You want me to run with this trash? Go. I'll cover you. He finally couldn't say another word. Bayan Giyung continued to scold. Come on. Break the floor for me. Come on. I'm running a little slow. Okay. I'm not the only one leveling up. Increase the weight of yourself and your opponent. In addition, it also increases the weight of the combat equipment that the opponent carries on their body. Up to a maximum of 20 times. Immediately, the floor shattered. Bayan Giyung was very happy. Good. Release what's stuck and use it as a weapon. A piece of earth was taken up. Great. Damn it. Isn't that the guy coming? Bayan Giyung immediately paused. Huh? Horrific scenes of murder appeared. You trash. You didn't appear at the right time. The person on the other side was surprised. Senior. Bayan Giyung frantically punched and kicked. Get the hell out of here. You bastards. His expression was very uncomfortable. Some weapons appeared on his body. What the hell is this? That's embarrassing. A light jump. Yu Dongo immediately rushed forward. AAA. The people on this side frantically ran away. Senior. Don't lose. Please. Giyung. Phew. Bayan Giyung continued to curse. Shut up. You idiot. I won't die. Giyung. Let me see the wound. Transform the hand into scissors to heal the wound. A gentle light appeared in the space. I'll heal you right away. Suddenly, a knife appeared. Bayan Giyung wasn't prepared. The wound has been sewn up. Done. The other person immediately asked. I've sewn up the wound for now. But the inside hasn't been treated yet. Don't strain yourself too much. Everyone continued to fight. No. Let the children live. You bastards. A sharp object was taken out again. Kiki. Don't strain yourself? That'll be difficult. Release what's stuck and use it as a weapon. Bayan Giyung regained his strength. Soon after, he smiled. Take it. You trash. Hey, can't Senior rest a bit? If this goes on, you'll be selling salt before me. You know, the person in the back observed. The enemy keeps appearing. Yu Dongo was also embarrassed. I'll probably help too. A chaotic team with only fighting spirit. He closed his eyes tightly. Everything gradually appeared. No, running away is useless. His expression was very happy. Lee Sunghwa, you possess a top-tier idea. You are much stronger than me. If you free your mind and focus on it, maybe you will have many more cool skills." The hand immediately clenched. Bayan Giyung had to try even harder. "Jinsung, I will try too." The battle continued chaotically. Bayan Giyung was nearly exhausted. "Damn it, these guys don't know what tired is." "Well done, you're doing great." A swarm of bats appeared. "Bats!" Chepe's voice came from the bats. Everyone immediately looked up. "Bats! Darkness! Fog! No way! It's Chepe! Vladi Chepe has arrived." Vladi Chepe immediately appeared. The vampire countess. She slowly walked over. "Where did you get the courage to cause trouble in a place where my shadow appears?" The crowd immediately went crazy. "Haha, kill them, die, kill them all, kill, kill, kill." Vladi Chepe became even more serious. "Looks like there are about 300 people here." The bats immediately appeared. One of the guys was attacked. The others immediately panicked, but one of them stepped forward. "Die." Vladi Chepe stood still, not dodging. They became even more excited. But at this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Vladi Chepe turned and said, "What do you think you're doing?" She lightly advanced and defeated them. "You failures can't kill me." Vladi Chepe's expression was very dangerous. "You will become delicious bait." Everything seemed to become ruined. All that was left of the people were skeletons kneeling on the ground. Vladi Chepe finished and turned with a mocking gesture. "I thought you would be better than this. But you're just small fry." All the others were frightened. It's too late to regret it now. The bloodsucker. Gradually, the blood in their bodies was sucked dry. "Arise, my ghouls." The vampire countess bloodsuckers. The ghouls cannot use ideas, but their physical strength is doubled. The people gradually became withered. "I recently cooperated with the Mexican government to deal with a drug gang. So these ghouls are of high quality." A deadly voice sounded. "You don't even deserve to become my ghouls. Turn to dust." Park Jinsung was very confused. "Will the airport be okay?" Teddy comforted him. "Don't worry about that. Chepe is a monster. Her nickname is even Miss Monster." "Teddy, do you think we should go there to help?" He immediately retorted, "No, we have to follow orders. But, think about the disasters that will occur if we don't catch their leader." "You understand, right?" "I understand." The scene suddenly became deserted. Park Jinsung turned and asked, "This place is quiet now, right?" "Yes. It's a bit unusual." Immediately, a voice appeared in the walkie-talkie. "This is Delta Force Team 4. We have located Vladi Chepe's car." "That's the target?" Park Jinsung had to ask. The target. Please exit the car and continue turning left. Go for about 30 seconds and the main road will appear." Park Jinsung still listened carefully. "We will meet you there." Over. The car immediately stopped. Park Jinsung slowly stepped down. No response. Teddy immediately pointed into the car. "Let's go back. I have a bad feeling about this." But he still retorted, "Everyone is trying their best to fight. So we need to do something too." Teddy finally had to follow. "Damn it. Hey, wait for me." The two walked and talked. "Wait, something's very strange. Do you see it too? Why are there so many wide areas here?" Park Jinsung immediately realized. He ran forward quickly. Teddy called out, "Hey, what's the matter? Don't go off on your own." Park Jinsung tried his best. "I know where it is." Immediately, he remembered. They clearly announced that they were Delta Force Team 4. "Sis, that, TCH, we've been played. Our information has been leaked. It seems the enemy has planted a spy inside. They called Sis Vladi Chepe. Just call me Sis. The members of my team all call me that. And they also mentioned me as their target." Park Jinsung immediately shouted, "It's a trap." He shouted, "Delta Force Team 4, get out of there. Run quickly. We can't let the opportunity to eliminate this troublesome organization be wasted." The faces of the others immediately became serious. These elites have experience working with Vladi Chepe. One of them appeared. "Kill them." But that experience would be useless when fighting that red-haired girl. "Alright, Jack the Ripper." Park Jinsung tried to run as fast as he could. "Damn it, the difference in their strength is too great. Delta Force won't be able to handle my opponents. And I feel like there's more than one enemy. We have to retreat." Jack the Ripper continued to advance. The others were very worried. Don't tell me she's behind." The knife stabbed straight forward. Jack the Ripper was very happy. "Haha, die, die." Suddenly, a hand slammed into her back. The two rushed forward from the front. Jack the Ripper became more and more happy. I can clearly see your movements. You know, after killing, I will absorb 1/3 of the person's physical stats." Screams rang out violently. The others had rolled on the ground. "Retreat. We've been tricked. If she really is the one who killed all the prostitutes, then she's stronger than 50 people combined." Park Jinsung finally faced her directly. And if she absorbs the strength of the Delta Force members, how strong will she become? Blood-sucking dagger. Park Jinsung was very serious. "Everyone, I'll handle her alone." Jack the Ripper was surprised. "Huh, are you the same as me?" He replied, "There are many enemies coming. I request that everyone deal with them and the leader." The others were surprised. What? He finally realized. Damn it, an unknown reactionary force and their leader. Plus hundreds of assassins. I have to report this to the commander now. Immediately, they ran away. Retreat and gather if necessary. Park Jinsung was touched that everything was settled. Perfect. Now we've avoided the worst-case scenario. Jack the Ripper became more and more crazy. Then there's only her. The atmosphere immediately became tense. After killing someone, your killing intent will receive more power, making it difficult for others to breathe in a certain area. Jack the Ripper was very happy. "Oh, you're still okay," Park Jinsung calmly replied. "I know. If this continues, nothing good will happen." Suddenly, someone spoke up. "That Asian kid. He's the one who ruined our plan." His eyes became more dangerous. A strange figure appeared from within. A man slowly stepped outside. "Although I've seen many assassins, I've never seen eyes so full of bloodlust." Immediately, he shouted, "I will kill you right here." Negate the sixth of the 10 commandments of God, which can put those who are losing their lives to society or cause an effect into a trance. Those who are in a trance will be controlled by the assassin's idea. Park Jinsung tried to hold on. HMPH. What did they do to get those ideas? I have to stop her first. He directly rushed forward. "Excuse me." Very quickly, the other person blocked the attack. The two began to attack back and forth. What the hell? She can easily block all my attacks. Park Jinsung was surprised. Here it comes. The two immediately struggled fiercely. Park Jinsung fell rolling on the ground. At the same time, the pastor stepped up. "Damn it, how do you feel?" He smiled savagely. "Are you starting to feel dissatisfied?" Park Jinsung slowly stood up. "Of course, I'm always dissatisfied with everything around me. Now you have two choices. Become my minion or be Jack's entertainment." Park Jinsung was still very calm. "According to your thinking, what kind of minion would I be? It seems you've read my idea." The man immediately replied, "It seems you really can read my idea, is that right?" He slowly advanced. "Try it. I'm also very curious. I want to know how I will change." The man gave a dangerous smile. "Truly perfect." He slowly advanced. "I've seen your unlimited potential. You can become an existence that surpasses the limits of humanity. All you need is to overlook the moral boundaries set by humanity." A stream of light slowly appeared. "I will help you deal with everything that makes you dissatisfied in this world. Negate the 10 commandments." Immediately, the hand was placed on Park Jinsung's face. "Now go kill all those you want dead." Park Jinsung stood still, not moving. He was very happy. "Poor kid, my idea." But at this moment, he spoke up. "Really, is that all you've got, father?" The man twitched. "Why doesn't the brainwashing work? Is there really someone in this world who is not dissatisfied with everything around them?" Park Jinsung immediately replied, I don't have anything. Dissatisfied? In his thoughts appeared. Of course I do, even though I've always been very proud of this power of mine. But I only bring trouble to the people around me instead of protecting them. I'm not confident that I can control my killing intent, even though I'm still a little hesitant. But I'm very dissatisfied with this." Park Jinsung suddenly changed his expression. "I'm extremely dissatisfied, don't you see it?" But even so, the man immediately shouted, Jack, Jack." At the same time, he tried to shout, "Jack, everything's out of plan. What if I use my killing intent to create a protective shield around myself?" Jack the Ripper immediately turned to look. "Can I do it?" Everything around Park Jinsung changed. "What if I lose control like before?" A skeleton slowly appeared. "I'm afraid." Jack the Ripper also changed her attitude. "But there's no other way to solve this. If I continue to fear myself, that woman will really kill me." Park Jinsung thought back to what he had said in the hospital. "I will continue to move forward. Even though I said that, I'm not sure I can do it. Can I really control myself?" Li Shin still encouraged him. I believe in your potential. Park Jinsung leaned back. I can't be as confident as I was then. A voice seemed to wake him up. Son. His parents appeared once again. Nothing is impossible. You just need to calmly face it. We believe in you. Park Jinsung stood still in the space. Okay. He gave a satisfied smile. Immediately, Park Jinsung's body had another change. Jack was very surprised. This killing intent. This feeling. I have a bad feeling. Immediately, he rushed forward. I had to kill him now. Everything was getting out of control. Jack tried to rush up. My killing intent is disappearing. What are you doing? Jack, kill that kid quickly. There's no other way. If I go any further, I'll die. Her feet seemed to be out of strength. Everyone knelt on the ground. I don't want to die. I'm so scared. What's going on? Park Jinsung still tried to control himself. Release the killing intent in my body. Out of my body. His expression became more and more dangerous. Die, just like a killer. Look, there are many preys waiting for you. Don't you want to kill them? Imagine the beautiful bloody scene that will appear. Park Jinsung groaned on the ground. Damn it, I'll be swallowed by this killing intent again. Park Jinsung was very uncomfortable. If I can't bear it. He immediately picked up the knife and stabbed his leg. The pain spread throughout his body. Blood gradually oozed out. The knife was pulled out, causing blood to splash. Park Jinsung held the large sword very seriously. The sky became clear. What? The sky is clear again. Park Jinsung was very happy. The blade can absorb any killing intent around. When the user attacks, the attack power will double. When the user defends, the defense stat will double. This ratio will increase when the absorption level increases. Park Jinsung's eyes widened. At this time, he thought, omnivore. What is that? Immediately, he let go. Ouch. Damn it. Is the blade screaming? At the same time, a surge of killing intent was released. It has absorbed all the killing intent. Bleg. Huh. Is something appearing? All the people immediately rolled over and vomited. Park Jinsung reached out and touched the black thing. What is this? Like a piece of black cloth. Immediately, it shattered into many pieces. People began to roll on the ground. The black thing wrapped tightly around everyone and flew into the air. Help! Jack the Ripper was still trying to protect the pastor. Jack, we have to get out of here quickly. Hurry! Protect me! Park Jinsung was still sitting on this side. What are you? What are you? Are you the omnivore of the sword? His expression immediately changed. It seems it has its own consciousness and desires. Could this be a part of my soul? It's really too embarrassing that something like this is a part of me. Okay. From now on, I will call you Omni. Nice to meet you, Omni. Jack in the back, holding a knife, rushed over. Die, you monster. Park Jinsung immediately turned to look. The knife very quickly blocked the attack. Park Jinsung immediately praised. Wow, good job, Omni. Soon after, the sword in his hand immediately shook. Park Jinsung was still thinking. No way. It not only absorbed my killing intent, but also absorbed the killing intent of these mental cultists? If so, then this is the most perfect weapon to fight with. He immediately pointed the sword forward. How did Peck say it? Shulusel locked. Jack immediately changed her attitude. TCH. Unbelievable. Jack immediately rushed forward. Do you think you can block an attack with the power of 50 people? Become a sacrifice for the Heavenly Pole sect. Both sides began to launch attacks. Jack suddenly became serious. Huh. Her expression was very painful. Park Jinsung immediately brought the sword forward. Now then, his expression immediately changed. Nebenhut. Tail. Jack laughed savagely. Wow. Haha. Her expression also changed. Seems like it's more difficult than I thought.